quickly shine on its own. Ms. Rowling has created an incredible magical world, and I think we are all fortunate to be able to read such a magical work. Now, Harry Potter was no longer the same as before. Since the Duke Studio and Warner Brothers had exchanged shares, Warner had been vigorously promoting the series. With its excellent quality and the massive media group and celebrity endorsements from people like Duke, the little wizard gradually began to regain its former brilliance. Chapter 287, Sony and DreamWorks Collaboration. Chapter 287, Chapter 287, Sony and DreamWorks Collaboration. How do we measure the strength of Warner Brothers in promoting the Harry Potter series? In fact, the most intuitive way is the popularity of the series in the absence of other products. It is nothing more than the sales of the novels. Before Duke Studio and Warner Brothers established the Harry Potter Studio, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone sold more than 30,000 copies in nearly a year. After that, the Harry Potter Studio began to mobilize all the forces it could mobilize. For example, this was not the first time that Duke had stood up for the Harry Potter series, from book reviewers to various rankings to major media, all to promote this work. In just a few months, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone sold nearly 400,000 copies, and this was just the beginning. The market effect will only be truly reflected after some time. No one can deny that capital and media groups have enormous influence in this country and even in the entire Western world. Capital is born for the pursuit of profit. When this series showed enough potential, the giant Time Warner also joined in. Even Duke didn't know how they managed to convince the National Association of Teachers and Parents to list the 2 Harry Potter volumes as recommended extracurricular reading materials. In the special issue of the New York Times, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone has quietly made it onto the bestseller list, with several famous book reviewers strongly recommending it. Also, after the event in Los Angeles, Time Warner prepared a special train for Joanna Rowling to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, departing from King's Cross Station and passing through all the important cities in the British Isles, launching a grand promotional and signing event. In addition, Warner is vigorously promoting this work in all English-speaking countries. Even Duke has to admit that literature or film and television works that are popular in the English-speaking countries often become world-class works and can easily influence other countries and regions. After all, today's society is a world dominated by Western culture. As long as Harry Potter breaks out in the English-speaking area, the rest will no longer be a problem. In a subsequent interview, Duke naturally spoke highly of Joanna Rowling on a matter that concerned his own interests. Jo is a very admirable writer and a true hero. In such a difficult situation, she was able to create such outstanding works. She is an inspirational legend in our lives. What Duke said to the reporter is excellent material for publicity. How could the Harry Potter studio let it go? Using Joanna Rowling's experience, using the media to create an image project, and thus promoting the work by promoting the author, this is a very common publicity method. Duke was well prepared for the promotion meeting, and then he brought up a heavyweight topic. I think Ms. Joanna Rowling's experience is a very suitable subject. From the moment I learned about it, I was very excited. If I have the opportunity in the future, I would like to personally make an inspirational film about Ms. Rowling. After saying this, the reporters surrounding Duke almost went crazy. With his current status in Hollywood, he could make a biographical movie for someone. Even if the other person was an unknown person, he would probably be famous all over the United States. Some things should be said in moderation. After saying this, Duke talked to the reporters about some topics related to The Matrix. Then he chose to withdraw temporarily. Are you really going to make a biopic about Joanna Rowling? Back in the banquet hall, Charlize Theron came up to me and asked, "You're not serious, are you?" The news spread so fast. Duke didn't respond to her. This news is too sensational. Charlize Theron rolled her eyes calmly. I'm afraid that the moment you said it, it spread to every corner of the banquet hall. Charlize Theron is not stupid. She knows that Duke will not tell her the answer if she asks him, so she simply pulled him to the rest area nearby. Are you here specifically for this series of novels? After sitting down, Charlize handed Duke a glass of champagne and asked, Is it really that good? As far as I remember, this isn't your first time? I've invested a lot of money in it. Duke picked up the champagne, took a sip with Charlize, and casually replied, No one wants to see their investment fail. If I recommend it, it will always have some effect. It's more than just some effect. Looking at Duke, Charlize Theron muttered, ever since Titanic became a big hit this year, the media has been hyping that you, James Cameron, and Steven Spielberg are the three major directors in Hollywood in the 1990s. Don't take what the media says seriously. Duke didn't care at all. Charlize Theron ignored him and continued, the work you solemnly recommend will definitely attract a lot of attention. This beautiful diamond was obviously trying to please him. Duke took the glass, took a sip, and said nothing more. He had completed his mission at the promotion meeting and had no intention of staying here long. He said hello to Jeff Robinoff, ignored the cameras pointed at him by the media reporters, and walked out of the hotel with Charlize Theron. Anyway, he has long been known as a playboy, so it's no big deal for him to bring a female companion to an event. After driving around North Hollywood, Duke shook off the paparazzi following him and headed towards Malibu, heading home to pick up Charlize Theron. When they arrived in the west of Burbank, Charlize Theron suddenly suggested, come over to my place tonight. Duke turned his head and looked at her, without hesitation. Okay. The Bentley soon stopped in front of the villa rented by Charlize Theron. Duke got out of the car and followed her in. It was not his first time here. This place was not far from Malibu, and he would occasionally come here to spend the night. Charlize helped Duke take off his formal jacket, kicked off her high heels, and walked barefoot to the stereo. Knowing Duke's preferences, she picked out a specially prepared record, put it in and pressed the play button, and soothing piano music floated in the air. Would you like something to drink? Charlize asked. Just clean water. Duke has never been interested in alcoholic drinks. He took the glass from Charlize and took a sip. Aren't you planning to move? I don't want to move. She came over and sat next to Duke. It's closer to you here. Looking at those blinking eyes, Duke reached out and lifted her chin, ignoring her previous topic. This kind of nonsense must not be taken seriously. Sally, you are getting more and more beautiful. After saying that, Duke took the initiative to kiss those two red lips, and a flexible tongue also immediately slipped into his mouth. While tasting Charlize's tongue, Duke grabbed her slender waist and slowly moved one hand upwards, gently rubbing it through the satin-smooth dress. The other one reached down, lifted the hem of the dress, and grabbed the most seductive straight long legs of Charlize's body. Charlize's hands were also not idle. Not only did she flexibly unbutton Duke's shirt and help him take it off, she also pulled out the belt from his waist at lightning speed. Duke turned over and pressed Charlize on the sofa. He was about to unbutton her dress, but was stopped by Charlize. She put her flexible tongue into Duke's ear hole, swirled it around, and then said, "Don't you think I'm the most beautiful when I'm wearing clothes?" As she said this, she gently pushed Duke away, and Duke looked at her with great interest. Charlize walked to the entrance of the room and put on her 4-inch high heels again, making the most of her height and long legs. She used her strictly trained cat steps to sway back to the sofa where Duke was sitting, moved a chair over, and sat opposite him. "Do you like me now?" She raised her eyebrows. Duke crossed his arms, held his chin with one hand, and looked at her without saying anything. Charlize's crossed legs suddenly moved, and her skirt was lifted up as her long legs moved, revealing the scenery under the dress. Then, she stretched out a finger and gently wiped it between her bright red lips, then slid it down. Across her white chin, slender neck, towering breasts, and flat belly. Seeing this, Duke slowly stood up. If he could still hold back at this time, he was definitely not a normal man. Charlize Theron also stood up. She turned around, leaned on the back of the chair, lifted her skirt, posed in the sexiest posture, and turned to smile at Duke. Exclamation point. Duke pounced on her without her invitation. This is the longest bed partner I have had with Duke. The two of them are familiar with each other and have a tacit understanding of each other. They can always easily stimulate each other's most sensitive and exciting parts, and they also know what methods can bring the greatest pleasure to both parties. It's a long night, and a fierce battle has just begun. The city of Burbank is known as the media capital of the world. Not only do newly famous young stars like Charlize Theron live here, but even big directors like Steven Spielberg have purchased residences here. About 5 miles north of Charlize Theron's villa is the wealthy community of Burbank, where most of the residents are big shots or celebrities in the business or Hollywood circles. Spielberg's residence in Burbank is here. Normally, This residence is rarely open, but tonight it is brightly lit. Spielberg deliberately chose this place to entertain an old friend whom he has not seen for a long time. Perhaps the word old friend is not appropriate. It should be his long-lost former agent. Michael, sitting under the palm trees in the garden. The two seemed like old friends, but there was always a sense of distance in Spielberg's words. I didn't expect that after going full circle, you would return to the agent circle. Having been here for a while, Michael Ovitz decided to get straight to the point. Steven, I'm here for Deep Impact, which you produced, and Godzilla, which I represented. We have a common competitor. Chapter 288, The Pros and Cons of Film Ratings. Chapter 288, The Pros and Cons of Film Ratings. Common competitor? Although he knew exactly what Michael Ovitz was referring to, Steven Spielberg remained composed. Michael, we're old friends. Just say whatever's on your mind. DreamWorks' Deep Impact is set for a wide release in North America on May 8th, and Sony Columbia's Godzilla, which I've packaged, hits North American screens on May 15th. Michael Ovitz had done extensive preparation before coming here, and his tone was brimming with confidence. There's only one weekend separating us. By the time Godzilla is released, Deep Impact will have passed its peak, and the competition won't be too intense unless Deep Impact has the kind of momentum Titanic had. Both men knew this was unlikely. Deep Impact was merely a straightforward summer blockbuster. DreamWorks is very confident in Deep Impact, Spielberg said calmly. I'm also confident in the films you produce. Michael Ovitz's expression grew serious. I have equal confidence in the project's package. So, Steven, we've never intended to back down in front of anyone. You are one of the top directors and producers. There's no need for you to yield to anyone. I am a top deal maker, and I've never thought of yielding either. His words exuded conviction, reminiscent of the era when he was the king of the CAA. Spielberg nodded slightly, clearly acknowledging Ovitz's point. After all, he was the renowned Steven Spielberg. But we cannot deny that the competitor between us is exceptionally strong. After years of working in Hollywood, Ovitz was brimming with confidence, but never underestimated anyone. Duke Rosenberg is returning to the summer box office season with The Matrix, and we must take it seriously. Judging by the trailer and teaser Warner Brothers has released, the film seems to have enough competitive edge. No one can underestimate Duke, Spielberg said, delivering his most solemn statement of the night. Not even me. Duke is one of Hollywood's top directors. So, he's our common competitor. Lightly tapping the armrest of his chair, Ovitz emphasized his point. The Matrix will be released the weekend after Deep Impact. This will inevitably affect your film's second weekend box office. If The Matrix performs well, it could also affect Godzilla, which releases the following week. He smiled. Unless Duke Rosenberg stumbles. That's possible, Spielberg sighed. But personally, I think the chances of Duke failing are less than 10%. Ovitz's expression turned serious. Steven, Duke's The Matrix poses a simultaneous threat to both of us. This was an unchangeable fact. Spielberg understood it well. Both were Jewish, and in certain situations, such as the Mel Gibson incident, they would align on the same front. However, Hollywood's competition was omnipresent. Moreover, 3 of DreamWorks' recent films had flopped. With a major production like Deep Impact, failure was not an option. Go on, Michael. Spielberg lowered his eyelids, no longer bothering to look at Ovitz across from him. What do you plan to do? It was only mid-March, still early, and according to DreamWorks' plan, the competition wouldn't intensify until closer to May. I've heard something, Ovitz said, ignoring Spielberg's attitude. Although The Matrix isn't completed yet. Michael, you should know where my boundaries lie. Spielberg warned. At the status and level of someone like Spielberg or Duke, certain tactics were off-limits. Otherwise, it could lead to endless disputes or even mutual destruction. Moreover, Hollywood's Jewish community wouldn't sit idly by and watch such bottom-line competition. You misunderstand me, Steven. Ovitz frowned and quickly explained. The Matrix isn't completed yet, but Warner Brothers has already started lobbying within the MPAA, aiming for a PG-13 rating for the film. Spielberg raised his eyebrows, seemingly unsure of Ovitz's point. Ovitz clarified, The Matrix is a sci-fi film and will inevitably feature Duke's signature explosions. Looking back, except for Independence Day, which was relatively restrained due to its macro approach, and last year's PG-13 rated Chicago, it's clear that Duke's films often include intense content. By now, Spielberg understood Ovitz's intentions. With Warner Brothers' full backing, The Matrix will undoubtedly have no issues in terms of promotion and distribution. Staring seriously at Spielberg, Ovitz continued, but Warner Brothers is a new member of the MPAA, and their influence is relatively limited. The distributors of Godzilla have pledged full support for me, but that's not enough. DreamWorks doesn't have a seat in the MPAA, Spielberg reminded. I know. Ovitz was well aware of this. That's why, Steven, I'm seeking your personal support. Your close ties with Universal and Paramount can influence them. This could result in The Matrix receiving an R rating. At the same time, we'll ensure that both Godzilla and Deep Impact secure PG-13 ratings. Ovitz lifted his head confidently. Do you know how hard it is for an R-rated film to compete against two PG-13 movies? The natural disadvantage in audience demographics alone would make it impossible for Duke Rosenberg to turn the tables. Spielberg remained silent. Ovitz also stayed quiet. As a fellow Jew, he knew competition among Jewish individuals was fierce, but he also knew Spielberg was as much a businessman as he was a filmmaker. Otherwise, Ovitz wouldn't have approached him. After about 10 seconds, Spielberg slowly said, I'll make calls to Universal and Paramount. Ovitz smiled. Ratings often determined a film's fate. Dark clouds covered the sky, and in the usually dry Los Angeles area, a rare morning drizzle fell. Duke closed the window, freshened up in the bathroom, and dressed. Looking around the messy room and finding no sign of his shirt, he recalled last night's wildness with Charlize Theron as he walked out of the bedroom, down the spiral staircase, and followed the aroma of breakfast into the kitchen. Charlize, wearing an oversized men's shirt that revealed her long, slender legs, was preparing breakfast. Hearing Duke's footsteps, she turned and smiled. Darling, you can head to the dining room. Breakfast will be ready soon. She glanced at Duke's bare, muscular upper body and pretended to protest. Could you put on a shirt? If you stay like that, I won't be able to resist. Can I have my shirt back? Duke asked. Charlize pointed to the living room. There are clothes I prepared for you in the wardrobe. Thanks. As Duke turned toward the living room, he glanced back. Charlize Theron still had a radiant smile on her face. In the living room, he found a brand new shirt from the wardrobe and put it on. It fit perfectly. Charlize Theron was indeed thoughtful. After finding his socks and shoes from the mess on the floor and putting them on, Duke washed his hands in the bathroom and walked into the dining room, where Charlize had prepared breakfast for him, a serving of toast, fried eggs, and oatmeal. She had a glass of skim milk and some fruit, the price every actress aspiring to stay camera-ready had to pay. As Charlize sipped her milk, her eyes wandered over Duke, seemingly lost in thought. Can I ask you a question, Duke? She set her glass down. Duke looked up at her and nodded slightly. Charlize immediately asked, how can a young and beautiful actress achieve a breakthrough in acting or gain critical acclaim? After swallowing a bite of toast and sipping some oatmeal, Duke crossed his hands on the table. He and Charlize Theron both knew they wouldn't end up together. However, like Naomi Watts, Charlize enjoyed spending time with him. They had fun and stayed in good spirits together. Charlize, since she'd figure it out in a few years, Duke didn't mind being direct. When you've built enough experience, take on a role that makes you ugly. Ugly? Charlize froze. Turn yourself into a hideous freak. Duke pointed to his forehead. Preferably a character with some issues here. Disfigured, mentally unstable characters were often the fastest way to win an Oscar. Winning Best Actress for a standard female role often required years of experience. After breakfast, Duke left Charlize Theron's villa, got into his car, and drove to Burbank. Instead of heading straight to the Duke studios near Warner Brothers, he first went to Warner Brothers headquarters to meet with Doug Walter, Warner's head of distribution, to discuss The Matrix's distribution plans. Only then did he return to his studio to continue post-production. Doug Walter then left Warner Brothers headquarters and drove to meet with Sony Columbia executives to discuss strategies for suppressing DreamWorks. Chapter 289, Suppressing DreamWorks. Chapter 289, Chapter 289, Suppressing DreamWorks. Although Sony Entertainment is an outsider, they have acquired Columbia Pictures. In the CAF, Doug Walter put down his coffee cup, looked at Sony Columbia executive Milkins across from him, and said, "Warner Brothers and the other major studios recognize Sony Columbia's place in Hollywood." Milkins nodded solemnly. "In maintaining our common interests and market share, Sony Columbia is aligned with Warner Brothers and the other major companies." In fact, as early as last year, executives from the 6 major studios had met and reached a consensus on certain matters. Warner Brothers, Paramount Pictures, Universal Pictures, Walt Disney, Sony Columbia, and 20th Century Fox compete with one another while cooperating, but will never allow new companies outside the traditional forces to join their ranks and share the largest slice of the pie. In this regard, the 6 companies, including the declining MGM, naturally stand united. Warner Brothers has already reached an agreement with Universal Pictures, Walt Disney, 20th Century Fox, and Paramount Pictures. Doug Walter went straight to the point. "This summer, just like the past 2 years, we will do our utmost, from promotion to distribution to theaters, to suppress DreamWorks." Sony Entertainment has no objections. It was clear that before coming, Sony Entertainment had already made a decision. "We will align with you on this matter." Steven Spielberg is undoubtedly Hollywood's most popular director, but DreamWorks is not just Spielberg's. Even if it were, the major companies would show no mercy in suppressing it. Now that even Universal Pictures and Paramount Pictures, Spielberg's closest collaborators, have joined in, Sony Columbia, represented by Milkins, wouldn't hesitate. After finishing his coffee, Doug Walter continued, "DreamWorks has been established for several years now. David Geffen, Jeffrey Katzenberg, and Steven Spielberg are ambitious, aiming to grow DreamWorks into a major company. They are not just involved in live-action films, but also animation, music, book publishing, and various other areas. Warner Brothers and Time Warner don't want to see a giant company rise and take a market share that should belong to us. Sony Entertainment doesn't want that either," Milkins echoed. DreamWorks' big production this year is Deep Impact. Ordering another coffee, Doug Walter resumed. "The investment is as high as $80 million. If you include promotional expenses, it surpasses $110 million. If this project fails, DreamWorks' cash flow will undoubtedly face issues. Then let's do our best to make it fail." Although Warner Brothers, The Matrix is Sony Columbia's main competitor, the competition between the two doesn't affect their cooperation on this matter. Both men tacitly avoided mentioning this. While The Matrix and Godzilla compete for immediate profits, DreamWorks' rise poses a severe threat to long-term interests. This is just an ordinary example of the competition and cooperation in Hollywood. After a brief meeting with Sony Columbia representatives, Doug Walter left the CAF. Once in his car, he made several calls to Universal Pictures, Paramount Pictures, and 20th Century Fox. Some individuals in these companies were also secretly collaborating to target DreamWorks' big production. This is the simplest and most effective method. As long as the over $100 million investment cannot be recovered, even a company like DreamWorks, which seems financially strong, will face financial strain, perhaps even a breakdown. "Doug, in the Universal Pictures office, CEO Ron Meyer spoke over the phone. I've said it many times. Universal will align with the other companies. We only have one attitude toward DreamWorks. Unless they abandon their current ambitions and transition to being just another production company, Universal will not change its stance." As soon as he hung up, Ron Meyer's assistant reminded him, "Mr. Spielberg is on the line." Steven, frowning slightly, Ron Meyer immediately said, "Put him through." Universal participating in suppressing DreamWorks is one thing. Collaborating with Spielberg is another. Ron Meyer has always hoped Spielberg would direct Jurassic Park 3. "Hi, Steven. In Hollywood, top directors are an absolute rarity. Just as Jeff Robinov treats Duke, Ron Meyer, even over the phone, wouldn't hold back his smile. I was just thinking of asking you for a golf game." "What?" "Oh, no problem. That's just a small issue. Duke Rosenberg has had his time in the spotlight this summer. It's about time he had some bad luck. Don't worry. Universal will support your stance on the rating for The Matrix. As long as his film is anything like the previous ones, I guarantee it'll get an R rating." Ron Meyer remembered clearly that The Matrix was only a collaboration between Duke's studio and Warner Brothers. How many of the other 5 companies with influence in the MPA genuinely wanted to see this partnership succeed? In Hollywood, secrets are few, especially in nearly publicized competitions. When Doug Walter learned of Michael Ovitz and Spielberg's collaboration to challenge Warner Brothers' summer blockbuster The Matrix, he wasn't surprised. When he brought this up at Duke's studio, Duke was equally unsurprised. This is Hollywood's norm. Sony Columbia actually considers Deep Impact one of its competitors. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so readily agreed to this meeting with Doug Walter. We're also in contact with DreamWorks. Sitting across from Duke, Doug Walter naturally said, DreamWorks hasn't explicitly stated anything. But with Godzilla releasing in their 3rd weekend, if Deep Impact underperforms, its theater count will inevitably be affected by Godzilla. So, Duke nodded. If the timing is right, they'll also target Sony Columbia? Doug Walter, experienced with such matters, said, to achieve major success in a summer packed with releases, one must use every means to win the competition. Duke wasn't new to summer releases and understood these principles. He frowned and asked, is achieving a PG-13 rating very difficult? Unless you make significant edits to the film, Doug Walter sighed lightly. Warner Brothers hasn't been in the MPA long enough. Moreover, Duke. He smiled helplessly. While the North American film market's total revenue grows yearly, the market size remains limited. The more share we grab, the less profit others make. The Matrix is just a collaboration between your studio and Warner Brothers. We won't get support from others. Doug, do your best to secure it, Duke said, massaging his forehead. It's impossible to make major edits to The Matrix. If we can't get it, then an R rating it is. In its previous life, The Matrix was R-rated. Doug Walter nodded and added, don't worry, Duke. We won't let our competitors have it easy. Warner Brothers wasn't shy about employing tactics comparable to DreamWorks and Sony Columbia. Resting his chin on one hand, Duke tried recalling information about Godzilla and Deep Impact. Both films had undergone changes compared to the originals, especially Godzilla. Although still directed by Roland Emmerich, it had become a Michael Ovitz package deal. Could this introduce variables? Though Michael Ovitz was a failure as a studio head, his skills as an agent were not to be underestimated. After some thought, Duke asked, Doug, does Deep Impact feature Morgan Freeman? He's one of the leads, Doug Walter replied, his eyes lighting up. Have you heard the rumors? Duke shrugged. Some rumors can be deadly for both actors and films. The veteran black actor might seem the perfect gentleman, but Duke vividly remembered some jokes that circulated about him in the past were grounded in truth. Compared to Woody Allen, his actions were far worse. This wasn't the 21st century yet, and society's tolerance wasn't as high as after the internet explosion. A leading actor embroiled in scandal could bring a film under boycott, not an uncommon occurrence. Deep Impact releases the weekend before The Matrix. If its box office performance is poor, its theater count will undoubtedly drop significantly in its second week under the suppression of the 6 major studios. This would allow The Matrix to secure more theaters. The number of theaters directly affects a film's box office performance. As Warner Brothers' largest individual shareholder, suppressing DreamWorks' rise was naturally Duke's choice. Warner will handle this, Doug Walters said, preparing to leave. Duke, Warner hopes you can finish the film earlier to facilitate test screenings and promotions. Duke nodded. No later than April 10th. Are you attending this year's Oscars? Doug Walter asked. Me? I'll pass. Knowing Warner wanted it for promotional purposes, Duke shook his head but suggested, try securing presenter slots for Keanu Reeves and Charlize Theron. Let actors generate more buzz than directors. Even the choice of Oscar presenters involves backstage maneuvering by studios and agencies. Chapter 290, Hot Registration. Chapter 290, Chapter 290, Hot Registration. I am the king of the world. When James Cameron raised the Best Director Oscar and shouted this line, he ignited all the media. Some commentators called him arrogant. Others said he was conceited, but no one questioned his qualification to make such a claim. 14 Oscar nominations and 11 statuettes were enough to prove the greatness of James Cameron and Titanic. Moreover, an even greater achievement was the steadily accumulating box office revenue. The 70th Academy Awards ceremony was undoubtedly the moment James Cameron was crowned a legend. The former truck driver and self-taught director now stood at the pinnacle of Hollywood. Though the public and media might mock Cameron himself, they rarely targeted Titanic. Even those in Hollywood who had conflicts with the notoriously tough director refrained from openly criticizing him. In fact, to some extent, the entire Hollywood production industry owed him a debt of gratitude. Because Titanic not only raked in an astronomical box office, but also opened the doors to countless previously closed markets, pushing Hollywood's global strategy to its zenith. Hollywood films now dominated the global market, leaving other countries scrambling to protect their own industries rather than directly competing. If Spielberg's Jurassic Park initiated a revolution in the global film market, Cameron's Titanic completed it. Seeing James Cameron basking in glory, Duke couldn't help but feel envious. However, he was clear-headed enough to understand the significant gap between them. After all, he had always been cheating. Even with his advantage, Duke knew he still couldn't match James Cameron or Steven Spielberg. Spielberg's cumulative box office numbers overwhelmed him, while Cameron's rival was only himself in terms of single-film box office. As for the media's hype about the so-called three great directors of the 90s, Duke had never taken it seriously. The gap between him and the other two was still glaringly obvious. However, having a gap also brought motivation. A world without competitors would be far more terrifying. Having strong opponents was, in a way, a blessing. Duke was never one to shy away from competition. A lofty goal standing in front of him constantly reminded him to stay humble and diligent. Even with an extra lifetime of experience, he knew he was no match for this world's top elites without relentless effort. The Oscar ceremony of that year had left a deep impression on Duke, but now it was just a symbol to him. Apart from paying attention to James Cameron's King of the World declaration and the red carpet appearances of Keanu Reeves and Charlize Theron promoting The Matrix, Duke's focus was primarily on his work. Much like the past few months, he spent weekdays in Los Angeles overseeing the post-production of The Matrix and weekends flying to New Zealand to participate in the pre-production of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Such high-intensity work might drive others insane, but Duke remained full of energy and ambition for his future career. He never lacked the determination and diligence required for success. At the same time, the ongoing revenue from Titanic greatly boosted Duke's morale. How many people in this world could resist the allure of fame and fortune? Duke wasn't one of them. From last November to this April, Titanic had been in theaters for nearly 6 months, amassing $587.95 million in North America and a staggering $1.5754 billion globally, an unparalleled achievement. The 11 Oscars also had a significant promotional effect. Theaters in North America expanded screenings once again, and many overseas markets that had previously concluded screenings began second runs. In early April, 20th Century Fox, Paramount Pictures, and Duke's Studio held their first overseas box office revenue-sharing session. Duke's Studio received $35 million, bringing its total Titanic investment returns to nearly $110 million. Discussions regarding merchandise and ancillary products were also underway, and Duke Studio's first share of the profits came from the wildly popular soundtrack album. To date, Titanic had held the top spot on the North American box office chart for 16 weeks. Meanwhile, the soundtrack album achieved an 8-week reign on the Billboard charts, selling 10.14 million copies in North America alone. The overseas market was even broader. Although the album's sales weren't as exaggerated in non-English-speaking regions, it still sold over 16 million copies globally. Due to sharing with various distributors, by mid-April, Duke Studio received its first portion of overseas soundtrack sales, totaling $21.2 million. Although this was just the initial revenue, with more substantial profits expected later, the income Duke Studio received seemed relatively small compared to the astronomical gross. However, given the complexity of overseas operations and the numerous middlemen involved, this was an inevitable aspect of commercial activities. Don't forget about varying tax policies in different countries. This also meant that the overseas revenue Duke Studio received was essentially pure profit. Although Duke's investment team and other institutions would take a 10% cut, investing in Titanic was undoubtedly a lucrative deal. As long as the film continued to generate income, Duke retained a quarter of the earnings. Duke's success with Titanic brought additional ripple effects, the most direct being the Harry Potter series. Duke may be clueless in other industries. In a conference room, everyone at Warner Brothers knew Jeff Robinov was referring to Duke's decision about Apple. But his insight into films is spot on. I think we should treat his Harry Potter proposal with the utmost seriousness. Everyone at Warner Brothers nodded. The success of Titanic said it all. This was a world that followed the winners. How's The Matrix progressing? Jeff Robinov asked. Doug Walter, one of the project's co-managers, responded, post-production is basically complete. I spoke with Duke this morning. Only the opening and closing credits remain. What about the rating? Doug Walter shook his head. The sample has been sent to the MPAA's rating committee. Warner Brothers. MPAA Representative Robert Solomon added, there's some resistance against us. Getting a PG-13 rating will be very difficult. Jeff Robinov pondered for a moment before asking, what's Duke's opinion? He's prepared for this, Doug Walter replied. PG-13 is just an attempt. If it's still rated R, we'll proceed with the established marketing strategy. Jeff Robinov nodded. Hold the test screenings as soon as possible. Launch the promotion at full throttle and inform all partners that pre-release merchandise can hit the shelves starting late April. One more thing, he added. Doug, keep an eye on competitors' movements. I agree with Duke's suggestion. CAA's Eno Martin has been reaching out to us. Martin Bob's departure aligns with Warner's interests, and the projects under his package services, like DreamWorks' Deep Impact, are our primary competitors. It wasn't just Warner Brothers making moves. Other companies were also taking action. Finally, Jeff Robinov reminded everyone, don't relax on Sony Entertainment either. On the last day of early April, Duke completed the credits and theme music for The Matrix, marking the end of the film's post-production. Whether this heavily modified film would surpass expectations or disappoint audiences would depend on the market. Promotion and hype were indispensable tools for success. In mid-April, the second trailer for The Matrix hit major TV stations. Like the first, it downplayed the slightly mystical elements, focusing instead on action, collisions, and the cyberpunk culture that young people praised during early promotions. Posters, newspapers, magazines, billboards, TV, radio ads. Warner Brothers spared no expense on traditional media and allocated a $30 million promotional budget. Beyond traditional media, the internet played a role too. Major sites like Yahoo featured news and reviews of The Matrix, while Duke's personal viral marketing site saw a surge in traffic after he personally posted replies and a few candid photos. Though directors couldn't compare to stars in popularity, his efforts brought over 50,000 daily visits to the site. These were potential viewers for The Matrix. By late April, as the summer season approached, 2 test screenings were held for audiences, theaters, and media. Feedback from surveys targeting viewers under 30 indicated a 97% approval rating for the film. Marketing continued, and a third and final test screening was planned before release. To maximize publicity, Warner Brothers set up in-person registration points in Los Angeles and online sign-ups through Yahoo and Duke's website. The buzz from previous screenings already generated word of mouth, especially among younger audiences, where the film spread like wildfire online. On the eve of registration, people began gathering near registration points in Los Angeles. By nightfall, nearly 2,000 people had assembled at Warner Studios in Burbank, spending the night for a chance to secure a seat at the screening and be among the first to experience the highly anticipated and intensely cool movie. Online registration was equally overwhelming. Yahoo handled the traffic well, but Duke's site was unprepared for the surge and crashed due to the influx of visitors. Chapter 291. The Matrix is black, please let us in. Chapter 291. Chapter 291. The Matrix is black, please let us in. Standing at the entrance of the screening theater, Norman Schiller and his companion pleaded with the staff blocking their way. We waited in line for so long just to see this movie early. If there are no seats, we're fine sitting in the aisle. The Warner Brothers staff member wasn't fooled by their pretense and exposed them directly. Sir, if I'm not mistaken, this is your 3rd time attending the screening, right? Schiller was instantly speechless, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. The film is just too good. I just wanted to. Sorry. The staff member picked up his walkie-talkie, said a few words, and then shook his head. I can't let you in. The theater is already full. He gestured to the long line of hundreds of people behind them. If we let you in, we won't be able to manage the rest of the line. Today's screening drew an overwhelming crowd. Even though Warner Brothers chose the largest independent theater in Burbank City and limited the event to just the audience and Warner's survey personnel, the number of seats was far from sufficient. The promotional ads and trailers had attracted too many young viewers. A significant number of them, who didn't qualify for the screening, hoped to try their luck getting in. There were also those like Norman Schiller who, having attended previous screenings, wanted to watch the movie again. As the long line erupted in protests, Warner's media team captured the scene with their cameras. This was excellent material for promotional hype, a movie that caused such a sensation just from its test screenings. In the end, Schiller and his companion had no choice but to leave the theater. Unwilling to go home, they headed to the nearby Burger King. At least there, they could still enjoy the characters' cool designs from the film. Just last week, Burger King launched a Matrix combo meal. The packaging featured a wealth of imagery from the film's promotional posters. Carrying a tray adorned with Matrix-themed prints and holding a burger wrapped in Matrix-style paper, Schiller sat down. His companion, Huggins, pulled out 2 freshly bought bottles of Coca-Cola. Unlike the usual red packaging, these bottles were part of Coca-Cola's new series, entirely black in design. The Matrix is black. The most prominent elements were, of course, Neo and Trinity. I wish I could take Trinity home. Huggins rubbed the image of Trinity on the bottle. Long legs, tight leather, and high-heeled boots. She's perfect. Schiller nearly spit out his Coke. A woman that strong? Who could handle her? She's only formidable in the Matrix. Huggins argued. In the real world, she's just an ordinary woman. What is real? Huggins directly quoted the movie's dialogue. What you see and feel, does it necessarily mean it's real? Schiller shook his head. I haven't had enough of the first film yet, and I'm already wondering if there will be a sequel. 3 screenings in, The Matrix had garnered glowing reviews from viewers. Various statistics quickly converged on Warner Brothers, Duke Studio, and the North American Theater Alliance. These market feedbacks would directly influence the film's subsequent promotional strategies. Pass it to me, Tina. Penny Callis handed over the statistical report on the film's audience reception to Duke, who was sitting at the computer. Congratulations. The test screening has held up remarkably well, with the audience approval rating climbing to 97.5%. What about the theaters? The result had been foreshadowed by the previous 2 screenings, so Duke wasn't surprised. Instead, he inquired about another crucial factor influencing the box office. Were there no representatives from theater chains this time? None. Penny Callis continued. In the previous 2 screenings, 58 representatives from all major North American theater chains attended. Out of them, 50 rated the film as a grade A commercial production, 6 rated it as A-, and only 2 deemed the film unqualified because they didn't understand it. News from Warner. Tina Fey interjected. Theaters have confirmed they will open with at least 2,800 screens in North America. Whether this number increases will depend on the performance of the films at the start of the summer season. So the box office of Deep Impact will directly impact the number of screens available for The Matrix? Sitting quietly in the living room corner, Scarlett Johansson suddenly spoke up. Glancing at the little girl her mother had brought over, Duke nodded. Exactly. He didn't have the time or energy to say much to Scarlett and turned back to Penny Callis. How's your online department doing? We've been posting extensively on major forums to generate buzz for The Matrix. Despite being a seasoned Hollywood publicist, Penny Callis had a sharp mind. Having noticed the advantages of online publicity during Chicago's promotion, she had already begun formulating strategies. Her ideas aligned with Duke's, and she had even established a dedicated online PR department for him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Duke and Penny were ahead of Hollywood in this regard. For The Matrix's online campaign, they had employed internet trolls as a promotional tool on Duke's recommendation. Although the internet wasn't as advanced as it would be in the future, they had managed to create significant buzz among frequent internet users. Duke's personal website had even crashed under heavy traffic, thanks to their overt and covert promotions. Penny, come look at this website. Duke waved Penny Callis over. This is currently the most popular professional movie website online, with the largest gathering of film enthusiasts. It also has a dedicated film rating section. Though it has some entry barriers, it still reflects audience feedback to some extent. The site was called Database, the Internet Movie Database, or IMDb for short. I know this site. Amazon just acquired it earlier this year. Penny Callis glanced at it and said, "Our people will immediately start generating buzz there." While its scoring system doesn't calculate an average score, it can still influence opinions. Don't worry. Warner Brothers and Duke Studio had utilized almost all available promotional methods and channels. The results so far were promising. Meanwhile, preparations were underway for a targeted campaign against their competitors. They were waiting for the final 10 days before the competitors' release to strike and achieve maximum impact. Meanwhile, The Matrix's competitors were far from idle. Good news, Steven. In CAA's luxurious office, Martin Bob greeted Spielberg as he walked in. The rating for The Matrix is out, R-rated. A faint smile appeared on Spielberg's face. As the producer of Deep Impact, the film's success was directly tied to him. Likewise, Martin Bob, who was responsible for packaging the project, had much at stake. The films releasing the same weekend are negligible, and The Matrix is R-rated, while Deep Impact is PG-13. We have the upper hand. In terms of content, Deep Impact was virtually flawless. Even if the major studios wanted to challenge it, they couldn't find enough grounds to do so. Sitting opposite Martin Bob, Spielberg's faint smile quickly faded. While we have the upper hand in ratings, we've been suppressed by theaters. Martin, I need you to mobilize all of CAA's resources. The 6 major studios had joined forces to pressure the North American Theater Alliance. Coupled with DreamWorks' recent streak of underperforming films, the number of screens initially planned for Deep Impact had been significantly reduced from 3,000. CAA can't do much, Martin Bob said grimly. You know this, Steven. Eno Martin sighed. Hearing the name Eno Martin, Spielberg frowned. Compared to Martin Bob, he had a much closer relationship with Eno Martin. But some things couldn't be resolved through personal connections. Spielberg had called him recently, only to have several small requests flatly denied. This made Spielberg acutely aware of the irreconcilable conflict between Eno Martin and Martin Bob. The power struggle at CAA meant one of them would eventually leave in defeat. Despite its apparent strength, CAA wasn't as formidable as it seemed due to internal conflicts. At any rate, the immediate goal for Deep Impact was clear: The Matrix. The Matrix is getting exceptional audience reviews from test screenings, Spielberg said slowly. And theaters have profited greatly from Duke's past works. They'll undoubtedly push this film aggressively. If it performs well at the box office, it will definitely impact our second-week earnings. Just hearing Duke's name made Martin Bob's face darken. He'd suffered countless setbacks because of him in recent years and was determined to turn the tables this time. The rating advantage alone could make a decisive difference, which was why he hadn't objected when Spielberg approached Michael Ovitz for collaboration. Sometimes, partners and competitors are separated by a fine line. Steven, I've already activated a significant number of media outlets. With DreamWorks and Sony Entertainment working together, we'll deliver a heavy blow to them. Deep Impact's first weekend forecast is $40 million. I'm confident we can keep the second week drop to under 40%. Spielberg nodded. If the film performed as expected, it was bound to be a hit. He also knew Warner Brothers had set The Matrix's first weekend forecast at $35 million, clearly affected by its rating. Martin Bob added, "Once we hit May, we'll give The Matrix a surprise." Chapter 292, Freeman's Scandal. Chapter 292, Chapter 292, Freeman's Scandal. Are they talking about The Matrix protagonist Keanu Reeves? Is he really that bad? On a small path at the California Institute of Technology, a young couple was discussing a piece of gossip they had just seen. "I think his personal life is just too messy," said the young man. The girl shook her head, rolling up the newspaper in her hand. "I used to feel sorry for him not landing any good projects these past few years. Now I think he deserves to spiral down." It was a gossip magazine with significant influence across the United States, and it prominently published a heavyweight scoop. The hidden side of Hollywood stars, Keanu Reeves' double life on and off screen. The gossip piece was clearly aimed at Keanu Reeves, focusing on his history of drug use and exaggerating claims that he was still using heroin. It also mentioned that he had once had a drug-fueled argument with Duke on set, notably true of the Speed set, though they shifted the timeline to make it sound like it happened during The Matrix. Other claims included abandoning his severely ill sister, and nearly all the content was negative. The article was cleverly crafted, with 80% truth mixed with 20% fabrication. For example, Keanu Reeves had indeed struggled with substance abuse, but quit after River Phoenix's death. His sister was indeed seriously ill, and while his busy work schedule meant he couldn't visit her often, he covered her medical expenses, providing the best care possible. Gossip media thrive on ignoring humanity's brighter sides, instead focusing on scandals. Media can guide public opinion, gossip outlets included, and the purpose of these attacks wasn't just to target Keanu Reeves. "You said you wanted to watch The Matrix, didn't you?" The girl turned to her boyfriend. "I don't think that's a good idea. We shouldn't watch films starring such actors." As time went on, more media outlets picked up the story and dug further into Keanu Reeves' alleged scandals. These included outlets affiliated with DreamWorks and Sony Columbia, as well as neutral ones like Disney and 20th Century Fox, and those that simply chase sensationalism. While studios like Disney, 20th Century Fox, Paramount Pictures, and Universal Pictures had no direct competition with The Matrix, they couldn't resist an opportunity to both see competitors falter and boost their own sales. Duke and Warner Brothers quickly realized the attacks were a targeted effort to undermine The Matrix. They immediately launched a counteroffensive. First, they had Keanu Reeves and his sister publicly refute the claims. Then, they mobilized media to promote positive narratives about him, with Duke stepping forward to voice his support and publicly denounce those spreading misinformation. Keanu is the most grounded actor I've ever worked with. He doesn't act like a celebrity at all. During the most intense filming periods, he repeatedly asked for time off to visit his sister. If he's considered an irresponsible brother, then there aren't any responsible ones left in the world. Some ill-intentioned media tried targeting Duke as well, but aside from his reputation as a playboy, there wasn't much to criticize, and such topics hardly fazed the public or Hollywood. After all, he wasn't foolish enough to pull a Morgan Freeman and target his step-granddaughter. This was the gift Warner Brothers had prepared for their competitor, Deep Impact. Time Warner's tabloid outlets followed up their support of Keanu Reeves with an even bigger scandal: Morgan Freeman and his 16-year-old granddaughter. The shocking headline took the U.S. by storm. Freeman, a veteran actor and a symbol of gentlemanly conduct in Hollywood, particularly for the black community, was now under fire. The report alleged an illicit relationship between Freeman and his step-granddaughter Edina Hines, who was his second wife's granddaughter. The article claimed that Freeman had pursued her since her teenage years and finally succeeded last year. The piece detailed how the two allegedly engaged in sexual activity in a California hotel, fully showcasing the tabloid's flair for the dramatic. In the U.S., actors with major scandals don't usually derail an entire movie's release. However, this particular scandal crossed societal and ethical boundaries, challenging mainstream sensibilities. Society had not yet reached the desensitized state brought about by numerous online revelations in later years. Even though the allegations originated from a tabloid, Freeman was immediately thrust into the spotlight. Not one to back down, Freeman quickly issued a rebuttal. The next day, major outlets carried his statements, and his lawyer announced plans to sue the tabloids for defamation. However, Warner Brothers had prepared meticulously for their counterattack, armed with concrete evidence. Sometimes, revealing everything at once doesn't yield the best impact. A steady stream of revelations often works better. Less than an hour after Freeman's lawyer's statement, Yahoo's entertainment section dropped another bombshell. A former nanny confirmed Freeman and Hines' inappropriate relationship. That evening, Fox Entertainment broadcasted footage from last year showing Freeman and Hines entering a hotel room separately and leaving 2 hours later. At this point, the damage was done. Freeman could offer 1,000 explanations for what happened in that room, but public opinion was already aflame, and mainstream media's tolerance for such stories was wearing thin. Though media outlets often lack moral boundaries, they like to claim they're the watchdogs of society. In just one night, media outlets that had previously targeted Keanu Reeves shifted their focus entirely to Freeman's scandal. Even those who first exposed Reeves' story redirected their best paparazzi and reporters to Freeman's doorstep. Fox Entertainment upped the ante, parking live broadcast vans in front of Freeman's home. Why are media tied to the Big Six reacting so quickly? In the living room, Tina Fey asked Duke as they watched Fox's live coverage of the chaos outside Freeman's house. And why are they so enthusiastic? Especially Sony Columbia. Aren't they collaborating with DreamWorks? When DreamWorks aims to grow into a major force, it inevitably threatens the existing balance, Duke explained, considering Tina's future role. In Hollywood's history, giants only disappear, they don't emerge anew. He continued, in a sense, competition among the Big Six is internal conflict within traditional powers. But DreamWorks entering the game introduces an external conflict. When the timing is right, the traditional powers naturally unite to suppress it, like this time. Simply put, Freeman was just a scapegoat in the Big Six collective effort to suppress DreamWorks. Tina quickly grasped the implications, but probed further. What if our Duke Studios grows too big in the future? Either get acquired by Warner Brothers or another company, Duke answered without hesitation, giving a direct answer. Or face a fate similar to DreamWorks or the already bankrupt Carolco Pictures and Orion Pictures. So, we need to deepen our cooperation with Warner? Tina Fey nodded knowingly. Tina, you've been in this circle for a while, so you should have seen it by now. Duke's eyes returned to the TV screen, where countless paparazzi and reporters were harassing a worker from Morgan Freeman's house who came out to throw away the trash. Some issues simply cannot be solved by having a movie become a box office hit. Take DreamWorks this time, for example. Deep Impact can be considered very suitable as a summer blockbuster, but when Warner threw out a lead, other forces followed up to suppress them. Morgan Freeman's scandal may not deal a fatal blow to the film, but it can affect a considerable number of viewers' movie choices, causing some degree of box office impact. At this stage, DreamWorks may have a certain level of strength, but when facing the encirclement of traditional forces backed by conglomerates such as Time Warner, News Corporation, Viacom, and Sony Entertainment, it has no ability to fight back. Morgan Freeman is doomed to be entangled in scandals for years, and Deep Impact is destined to be dragged down by this key actor. From the one-day ordeal DreamWorks, Deep Impact, and Morgan Freeman experienced, Duke could also infer that if he ambitiously and recklessly tried to fully grow Duke Studios, with just excellent films and some funding, he would face significant suppression in the future. Striving to break into the top forces in Hollywood is simply not something that can be resolved through films alone. In the following 2 days, the mainstream media backed by the 6 major film companies also joined the ranks of criticizing and sensationalizing Morgan Freeman's scandal. This veteran black actor became a household name across the United States at an even faster pace than before. Warner Brothers and other companies also took advantage of the situation, working behind the scenes to suppress Deep Impact as much as possible. Suppressing DreamWorks can be said to be the Hollywood version of political correctness. Chapter 293, A Three-Way Battle. Chapter 293, A Three-Way Battle. In North America, there are always many peculiar, yet highly influential organizations. Once you provoke them, they become incredibly troublesome to deal with. Among these are the environmental organizations and various animal protection associations that cause Hollywood directors and producers endless headaches, as well as the National Parent-Teacher Association, PTA, which is dedicated to protecting the rights of minors. This is an unofficial organization, but its influence in the United States is absolutely terrifying, even holding the power to amend and uphold child labor laws. Its prominence today is not only due to its long history and persistent efforts, but also to mainstream society's intolerant attitude toward the abuse of minors. Indeed, in unseen corners of this country, some minors' lives may not be as good as one would hope, but these stories rarely come to light in the public and media eye. Those that do, especially when involving public figures, are met with almost zero tolerance. Morgan Freeman's step-granddaughter is only 16 years old, a female student, and unquestionably a minor. Thus, the PDA reacted with extreme severity. With the media fanning the flames, they held a press conference to announce a targeted investigation into the matter. If the allegations prove true, They would call on parents and minors nationwide to boycott any film starring Morgan Freeman and reserve the right to pursue legal action. From the moment the scandal broke, both Morgan Freeman and DreamWorks engaged in crisis management, but the existing evidence was already unfavorable. The immense power of the 6 major film companies and their media conglomerates was far beyond what DreamWorks could contend with. As Duke had said, nobody cared about Morgan Freeman's fate. A second-tier black actor wasn't worth the 6 major companies and DreamWorks fighting over. He was merely collateral damage in the grander scheme. Since the day DreamWorks revealed its ambitions, the 6 majors had been waiting for an opportunity to suppress them. The media's role in shaping public opinion was immense, especially in an era where the Big Four television networks held terrifying influence. ABC was under Walt Disney, CBS belonged to Paramount's parent company Viacom, Fox was a part of 20th Century Fox, and NBC, while owned by General Electric, had close ties to Time Warner. When the Big Four concentrated on covering this scandal, what could DreamWorks and Morgan Freeman possibly do to resist? As the release date for Deep Impact approached, the media's reports and investigations grew more intense. Even some members of Freeman's family succumbed to media temptations, stepping forward to expose sensational details related to the case. While there was no direct evidence proving a relationship between Morgan Freeman and his step-granddaughter, just as with Michael Jackson in the past, did evidence even matter at this point? Some overly enthusiastic members of the public, spurred by the media and instigators, began protesting in front of DreamWorks' Hollywood headquarters. Even more passionate advocacy groups bombarded the North American Theater Owners Association, demanding a boycott of Deep Impact. The conservative state of Utah reacted most strongly, outright banning Deep Impact from being shown in the state. A complete theater boycott of Deep Impact was unlikely, but the voices of social protest could not be ignored entirely. More importantly, a significant portion of the audience might genuinely choose to boycott the film. In the past 3 days, we've received 22 protest calls from advocacy organizations. In AMG's headquarters conference room, Lynch addressed the high-ranking executives present, and the 6 major distributors have been consistently pressuring us in unison. Although the theaters were independent, their relationships with the 6 major Hollywood studios were far closer than anything DreamWorks could muster. If the film has enough potential, we can ignore these protests. The head of the film selection department added, based on our sampling survey of potential audiences, nearly 1/5 of them have already canceled plans to watch Deep Impact. The room fell silent briefly before Lynch broke it. My suggestion is for AMG to reduce the opening theaters for Deep Impact. If the film's opening box office performs exceptionally, we can always reallocate screens. Everyone present understood the situation. Deep Impact was inevitably going to suffer due to the scandal. Reports from Regal Cinemas also indicated they had decided to cut down on screens for Deep Impact. Disney's The Parent Trap is releasing the same weekend. Lynch looked at CEO Paul. This PG-rated film has tested exceptionally well with student audiences. We can allocate the freed-up screens to this all-ages film. After thinking for a few minutes, CEO Paul made the final decision. Proceed with your suggestion. As with the earlier films from DreamWorks, the ambitions of its 3 founders were continually thwarted by traditional powers. A week before Deep Impact's release, major North American theater chains reduced the number of opening theaters, citing various excuses. Due to flexible contracts between theaters and distributors, combined with the scandal's impact, DreamWorks could do little besides intensifying their PR efforts. Deep Impact's planned 2,850 opening theaters were cut down to 2,410. Before the film even premiered, DreamWorks had already taken a heavy blow. North American commercial theaters have intricate ties to the 6 major studios. At Steven Spielberg's mansion, Martin Bob looked at DreamWorks' 3 founders. Continuing to pressure the theaters now is pointless. If Deep Impact has an outstanding opening weekend, the theaters won't continue to heed the 6 majors' pressures. Everyone present understood this. David Geffen asked Spielberg, "Can Morgan Freeman's scenes be cut?" "He's an important supporting character," Spielberg emphasized. With less than a week to release, reshooting is impossible. Cutting his scenes would severely disrupt the plot. David Geffen thought for a moment. Then our priority now should be minimizing the impact of Morgan Freeman's scandal. How do we minimize it? Jeffrey Katzenberg frowned deeply. This situation has. He shook his head. As Disney Animation's former head, he clearly understood the truth behind the scenes. News has a shelf life. Both the media and the public are always chasing something fresh. Martin Bob suddenly stood, pacing nearby. The best way to suppress a scandal is to do what Warner Brothers did, create a new one. Spielberg looked up at Martin Bob. Minor actors won't suffice. The most recognizable names from The Matrix are Keanu Reeves and Duke Rosenberg. We've already used Reeves for hype, so his appeal is waning. As for Duke, he sighed. Duke's romantic escapades are well known and no secret to us, but he's never been involved with minors. Those ordinary affairs simply lack any impact. Indeed, my people investigated him. Martin Bob showed a trace of disappointment. For a notorious playboy, he has remarkable self-control. At this point, Martin Bob shifted the topic. Instead of targeting The Matrix, we could redirect to another competing film. There are methods we wouldn't use on English-speaking actors, but those from continental Europe are another story. Every May, news about blockbuster films emerges endlessly. Some are promotional, some critical, and others involve outright smear campaigns by competitors. This year was no exception. Though The Matrix and Deep Impact hadn't explicitly declared war, the ensuing scandals and rumors had captivated public attention. Just 4 days after Morgan Freeman's scandal broke, a fresh piece of dirt hit the headlines. One of the stars of Godzilla, French actor Jean Reno, was accused of soliciting an underage prostitute. This time, it wasn't just tabloid gossip. A 15-year-old prostitute from New York stepped forward, alleging that Jean Reno had paid her a hefty sum for sexual relations while filming Godzilla in New York. Soon after, the girl filed a police report. The NYPD quickly announced plans to summon Jean Reno for questioning. With the release of this news, media coverage of Morgan Freeman's scandal rapidly diminished. Public attention shifted towards Jean Reno and Godzilla. Does it really matter whether this is true or not? Eno Martin looked at Pat Kingsley and Tom Cruise. Frankly, it doesn't. For DreamWorks and Martin Bob, finding an underage prostitute is no challenge. Even if it fails in the end, it won't implicate them. Meanwhile, it effectively diverts media and public attention. Should we do something about this? Pat Kingsley asked. Eno Martin didn't hesitate. For now, we do nothing. We watch and wait for them to exhaust each other. DreamWorks wasn't just creating scandals to divert attention. Warner Brothers and its parent company, Time Warner, undoubtedly exerted the most pressure. After all, Deep Impact and The Matrix were direct competitors. But Martin Bob understood that Godzilla was also a rival to The Matrix. Warner Brothers and Duke Studios wouldn't miss the chance to attack Godzilla. Why would we pass up such an opportunity? This was what Duke told Tina Fey. Deep Impact is our competitor, and so is Godzilla. Doug Walter, who was dining with them, fully agreed. Warner's media outlets are already exploiting the Jean Reno scandal, and the company's ties with the NYPD have always been strong. The summer of 1998 had yet to officially kick off, but the fierce competition typical of every commercial circle was already in full swing before the major blockbusters even hit theaters. Chapter 294, Lower Than Expected Performance. Chapter 294, Lower Than Expected Performance. Theatrical releases, promotions, and public attention are all focal points of competition among summer blockbuster films, but ultimately, all of this serves the film's releases. The success or failure of summer movies is ultimately determined by market response and box office performance. As long as a film sells well and stands out from fierce competition, any negative media coverage will eventually be dismissed as mere farce. Thus, on May 7th, when Deep Impact held its North American premiere, the three DreamWorks founders jointly appeared to promote the film. With an $80 million investment, Deep Impact was undeniably a big-budget production at the time. DreamWorks also hosted a lavish premiere for the movie. However, an unsettling sight marred the event. Near Chandler Hall, where the premiere was held, numerous youth rights protection organizations held protests. The red carpet ceremony was overshadowed by the sound of demonstrations, and Morgan Freeman himself did not attend the premiere. Protests became the recurring theme during the first week of Deep Impact's release. The four major television networks repeatedly broadcast scenes of the protests and the reasons behind them, inevitably leading to a loss of potential audiences. Rated PG-13, Deep Impact was targeting family audiences, but the scandals and protests, especially the call to boycott the film by the National Parent-Teacher Association, deterred many parents from taking their children to see it. The quality of a film is merely its foundation for success, while numerous external factors influence its ultimate performance. So, as the new week began, Steven Spielberg's expression darkened considerably. "Many young viewers still chose our film," said Melody Hobson, DreamWorks deputy CEO, maintaining her composure amidst the grim faces of the three DreamWorks founders and the head of CAA. "We haven't lost much with the younger audience demographic, but the family segment." She glanced at the statistics in her hand. A considerable number of families turned to Disney's family-friendly film The Parent Trap instead, due to the Morgan Freeman incident. Moreover, reduced screening availability from theater chains also significantly impacted us. David Geffen's sharp gaze swept over Martin Bob's face as he coldly demanded, "Box office numbers. I want the opening weekend box office figures." Melody Hobson stated directly, "Across 2,410 theaters, Friday grossed $7.57 million, Saturday $9.21 million, and Sunday $6.24 million. Deep Impact earned $23.02 million in its opening weekend, falling short of our projected $40 million. Martin Bob suddenly spoke up. "However, we still outperformed The Parent Trap's $19.88 million, securing the top spot on the weekly box office chart." Hearing this attempt at consolation, David Geffen's expression grew even darker. "Weekly box office champion? A weekly champion with less than $30 million. What use is that to DreamWorks? Martin, is this the success you guaranteed DreamWorks? We overestimated your capabilities." The comment was harsh, and Martin Bob had no rebuttal. He had vowed that Deep Impact would bring a significant change for DreamWorks. It did bring a change, but it worsened DreamWorks' situation instead. David Geffen's gaze toward Martin Bob and Steven Spielberg grew colder. Though his expertise was music, he understood the basics of film operation. Unless Deep Impact somehow turned into Titanic, the film would definitely underperform against DreamWorks' expectations. The management at DreamWorks had to answer to its shareholders and investors. Even Duke did not anticipate that the underperformance of Deep Impact in its first week would create an early rift among the DreamWorks founders. However, this had little to do with him. Duke's primary concern remained Deep Impact's box office trajectory. For such a large production, an opening weekend per theater average of less than $10,000 was unremarkable. If weekday performance did not improve, Deep Impact would lose its current level of theater count by the time The Matrix debuted the following weekend. But how difficult is it for an underperforming film to maintain a stable trend? Deep Impact was no Titanic. On Monday, the drop was moderate, grossing $5.11 million. By Tuesday, however, weighed down by negative publicity, daily earnings dipped to $4.75 million. On Wednesday, Deep Impact made only $4.01 million. Before the release of The Matrix, Deep Impact had grossed $34.89 million in North America over 6 days, failing even to reach DreamWorks' projected opening weekend figure. At this point, Warner Brothers had stopped targeting Deep Impact in the media and shifted focus to the following week's release of Godzilla. Regardless of the source of Jean Reno's scandals, Warner Brothers continued stirring the pot. Given Time Warner's deep-rooted presence in New York, by Wednesday, Jean Reno himself was summoned by the NYPD. Unfortunately, as a Frenchman with less fame than Morgan Freeman, the impact was far less significant. Of course, Jean Reno's misfortune was also partly due to his nationality. If he were an American actor, or even British or Australian, such incidents would likely never have occurred. Actors from continental Europe are second-class citizens in Hollywood, not just in name, but in reality. Paul, I just want to remind you, The Matrix is an R-rated film. In the office of the Artist Management Group, Michael Ovitz was on the phone with someone. Don't forget that R-rated films have a relatively limited audience. Emperor Cinema has invested too many resources into this film, and it's highly likely that it won't achieve the desired results. Thank you for your reminder. The familiar voice on the other end of the line was entirely businesslike. Emperor Cinema has already decided to continue scaling back screenings of Deep Impact. The vacated screens must be given suitable films to show, and we believe there is no better choice than the work of the king of the summer box office. I understand your point, Michael, but we can't leave our theaters empty. If not The Matrix, should we choose that French film Taxi? We've been old friends for a long time, Paul. Michael Ovitz continued. I won't interfere with Emperor Cinema's regular business operations, but next week, the project I'm responsible for, Godzilla, will be released. I'm asking you to allocate more theaters and screens for it. That won't be a problem. Although he said so, the underlying message in the voice on the other end of the phone remained unchanged. As long as The Matrix doesn't perform as expected, we will reduce its screening scale. The theaters that become available will undoubtedly be allocated to Godzilla. After hanging up, Michael Ovitz knew that his call had essentially been futile. If The Matrix performed well, Godzilla would have no chance of exceeding its planned screening scale. Reaching this point in time, Michael Ovitz was very clear that all he could do now was wait for the market's response once The Matrix was released. He had joined forces with DreamWorks to create a scandal for Keanu Reeves, and even leveraged his connections with Spielberg to prevent The Matrix from securing a PG-13 rating. He had also put aside his pride to lobby theater chains and make various arrangements. What would the outcome of all these efforts be? The Matrix was bound to be affected. Warner Brothers' decision to lower its opening weekend box office expectations confirmed this. However, despite all his machinations, Michael Ovitz found that he was not as confident as he had imagined. The title king of the summer box office was nothing more than media hype. It hadn't been officially recognized by Hollywood, but it still said a lot. Godzilla was the first project Michael Ovitz had taken on since returning to the entertainment management business. Its success or failure was directly tied to AMG's future development. It simply could not fail. Initially, Ovitz's expectations were based on comparisons with the two Jurassic Park films. He believed Godzilla's North American box office earnings should exceed those of The Lost World, Jurassic Park, but fall short of the first Jurassic Park. After all, North America's appetite for monster movies was an undeniable fact. Now, Michael Ovitz decided to lower his expectations for Godzilla. If this PG-13 film could match or come close to the R-rated The Matrix, it might already be considered a victory. Michael Ovitz's cautious optimism stemmed from the current market's high expectations for The Matrix. Advertisements, trailers, screenings, online promotions, every hint of information pointed to it being a masterpiece of superior quality. The buzz was especially strong online. Those who had attended preview screenings became ideal conduits for spreading the word. If you don't want to miss out on a groundbreaking sci-fi film, you must watch The Matrix, a user named Schiller wrote repeatedly in the Explosion Fanatics chatroom, using his handle Duke of Destruction. This film is unbelievably cool, unbelievably dazzling. I swear, if you don't watch it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I also attended a screening in Los Angeles, wrote another user named Big Ship Hits the Mountain. The film uses so many unprecedented techniques and scenes, especially the action sequences. I honestly don't even know how to describe it. The internet, as the fastest and most uninhibited medium for sharing information, shortened the distance between people and allowed them to share their views instantly. The Matrix, with its strong ties to the digital world, had generated unprecedented buzz even before its release. Would this online buzz translate into actual box office numbers? That would depend entirely on how The Matrix performed after its release. Chapter 295, Women and the Savior. Chapter 295, Chapter 295, Women and the Savior. The sun had just moved to the west, and the Hollywood Chinese theater was already crowded with people. Recently troubled Keanu Reeves, instead of his usual dejected demeanor, appeared energetic as he walked the red carpet. His presence drew loud cheers, especially from those holding the Matrix posters, who shouted Neo repeatedly. The excitement surrounding Keanu Reeves hadn't yet passed when Charlize Theron, in a floor-length mermaid gown, stepped out of the car, taking the atmosphere to a climax. Although Charlize had some physical flaws like small breasts and large feet, she was one of Hollywood's top clothes hangers, and after years of careful study and practice, she was gradually growing into the future queen of the red carpet. Compared to the lead actors, Duke's appearance on the red carpet was much more low-key, and he always walked very quickly. Just as Charlize Theron entered the interview area, he followed her in. While the main cast members were being interviewed, another group, dressed in black trench coats and sunglasses like Neo, suddenly appeared from both sides and walked in the coolest manner towards the Chinese theater, stirring the audience and media into a frenzy. It's cool. Similar shouts could be heard from Hollywood all the way to the beaches of Santa Monica. The usual round of interviews, revealing a few behind-the-scenes secrets, followed by group photos in front of the sponsor's advertising board. Hollywood premieres had long become a formula. After completing the usual work, Duke and Robin Grant led the way down a side corridor and into the screening hall. By this time, except for the front row reserved for the crew, the hall was already packed. After shaking hands with a few people who greeted him, Duke reached his seat. Tina Fey was sitting next to Irene Lauder. "Where's Anna?" Irene asked curiously after Duke sat down. "I haven't seen her." "She's in New Zealand with Zack Snyder," Duke replied. "There's some intense work going on with The Lord of the Rings, so they didn't come back." Then, with a smile, he added, "Thanks for coming to my premiere." Irene Lauder winked at him and said playfully, "Although I'm not as crazy as I used to be, I'm still a standard Duke-style movie fan." The reactions online have been so strong for this film. "I missed the preview, so I couldn't miss the premiere." She gave Duke's hand a light pat. "With so much going on recently, I, as a friend, had to come by to see if you're still as tough as a rock, or if you've been overwhelmed." "Feeling better now?" Duke raised his eyes in rare annoyance. Irene Lauder laughed. "Now I'm at ease. You're still the old Duke." As they chatted, Tina Fey gave Duke a signal and quietly reminded him, "Director Lucas and Spielberg are behind you." Hearing this, Duke stood up and greeted the people behind him. "Hi, George." "Hi, Stephen." After shaking hands with both, George Lucas asked, "How come I didn't see your mother?" "Mom went to Europe," Duke said helplessly. "She's been really busy lately and couldn't make it to my premiere." After chatting with George Lucas, Duke turned to Spielberg, surprised to see him attending the premiere of The Matrix. However, being of the same Jewish descent, Deep Impact was just normal commercial competition and targeted Morgan Freeman, not Spielberg. There was no animosity between them, and Duke didn't feel awkward at all. "I might be getting old, Duke," Spielberg, the seasoned veteran, said with a good attitude, "but I still occasionally browse the internet. The buzz around The Matrix has been so intense, I wanted to see for myself what kind of film you've brought." Duke smiled but didn't say anything. Spielberg continued, "Many people think James Cameron is the representative director of Hollywood's technical genre. In my view, you're one of them too. The action shots and editing style you used in Speed and The Rock have already sparked a revolution in Hollywood action films." "Stephen, you're exaggerating," Duke said, rarely being humble. Spielberg shook his head. "No need for modesty. Today's action and sci-fi films are practically filled with your sharp editing style." He changed the subject to the movie. "I saw from the trailer that you've used a lot of new techniques and action scenes. Actually, there are things I should learn from you." Spielberg realized his issue, understanding that this rapidly changing era required him to absorb new elements, or risk ending up like Francis Coppola, in a downward spiral. The two of them, with their vastly different positions, would never be deeply involved. So after a few more pleasantries, Duke returned to his seat. "People always say women are animals who would love to strangle each other in their hearts, but can still laugh on the surface." Irene Lauder leaned into Duke and whispered, "I think men are the same." "Me and Spielberg?" Duke shook his head and whispered back, "Dear, there's no personal conflict between us." Irene didn't pick up on Duke's response and instead asked, "How's the box office of Deep Impact?" "Up to yesterday, $34.89 million. Duke gestured with his eyes toward the other side of Irene Lauder. "I'm not sure about today's Thursday numbers. You'd better ask Tina." Deep Impact's box office wouldn't see any significant rebound. Starting tomorrow, its North American screening scale would be significantly reduced, with just 2,000 theaters remaining. With The Matrix expanding its screening scale, despite some negative press about Keanu Reeves and the film's rating, the actual buzz was extremely high. Warner Brothers and the North American Theater Alliance initially planned a release in 2,800 theaters. However, since Deep Impact was underperforming, The Matrix was the obvious beneficiary. The Matrix would officially hit 3,122 theaters tomorrow. Still, many fans couldn't wait, and today's premiere saw a large number of regular moviegoers, especially those who had attended the preview and were eager to rewatch it. Norman was attending the premiere for the third time after being blocked from the previous two. This time, he had successfully gotten in, and once he sat down, he became the center of attention. Norman had dyed his hair black, wore black Ray-Ban sunglasses, and a long black trench coat like Neo's, sitting expressionlessly. His look was so cool it was hard not to draw attention. "Too bad I couldn't get the Nokia flip phone," Norman said to his companion, Harkins, as he ignored the curious gazes around him. "The movie's merchandise won't be released until tomorrow, and I had to work hard to get the sunglasses and trench coat, but the Nokia phone is a no-go." He looked at his companion. "How do I look?" "Very cool." Harkins gave him a thumbs up, but then added, "But I think the coolest look is still Trinity, those long legs and tight leather pants." His mouth nearly watered just thinking about it. Nearby, two girls, around 18, were discussing the same topic. "Amanda, I don't care who the director of this movie is," the black-haired girl said to the blonde girl. "I came for this movie because the trailer was so cool. I've never seen a movie like this before." "Miley, once you see Duke's films," Amanda said dismissively, "you'll realize just how amazing his movies are, and you'll end up fangirling over him as a director." "I won't." Miley raised her chin. "Why would I worship him as a director?" "Because he can turn the impossible into reality in his films." Clearly, Amanda was a fan of Duke. He takes human imagination to the next level. Hearing the girls' conversation, Kenneth Turan, one of the most famous professional critics, couldn't help but glance at them. He knew how much of an impact Duke's films had on teenagers. The girl wasn't exaggerating at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have squeezed into the premiere without any invitation. The trailer was brilliant, and it even brought some surprises, Kenneth Turan muttered to himself. Hopefully, the film won't disappoint. If the scenes from the trailer hold up in the full movie, this will undoubtedly be a revolution in Hollywood cinema. As he was thinking this, the two girls whispered again, "Is it starting?" The lights in the theater dimmed in a series, and the screen gradually lit up with the distinctive Warner Brothers and Duke Studios logos. Unlike the past, the dark green, cold-toned opening looked blurry and shaky, creating a false sense of unreality, as if what they were seeing wasn't a real opening. After the opening, countless green codes fell from the top of the screen, eventually forming the title, The Matrix. The off-screen voice and flashing computer code began, seemingly discussing the search to protect a certain person, who seemed to be the savior. A dozen policemen moved through a dim and dilapidated hallway, clearly searching for someone, eventually arriving at a room. The largest of them kicked open the door, revealing a beautiful woman in tight leather. Chapter 296, Just a Dream? Your subordinates are already dead. Chapter 296, Chapter 296, Just a Dream? Your subordinates are already dead. Below the building, the agent wearing sunglasses coldly warned the leading police officer. The scene quickly shifted back to the room where Trinity was. The burly police officer walked toward Trinity, who had her hands on her head. Through the officer's figure, her curvy body in tight leather was especially alluring, with long legs, a slender waist, and a shapely rear that effortlessly triggered the hormones of the men around her. Hawkins instinctively swallowed, suddenly hearing similar sounds from many others nearby. But the next scene left many people with their mouths open, eyes wide, almost spitting out the saliva they had just swallowed. This fight was simply indescribable. Just as the officer was about to put handcuffs on Trinity, she suddenly spun around and leapt into the air. The scene clearly entered high-speed slow motion, with a 360-degree rotating shot showcasing the movement, fully displaying the heroine's long legs and slender waist. Trinity's long leg kicked out fiercely, sending the officer flying into the wall. The remaining 10 or so officers drew their guns and aimed at Trinity, preparing to shoot. This can't be real, right? Amanda looked at the screen, staring at the agile heroine like a female leopard, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. Cool. Miley waved her small fists excitedly. In the scene, Trinity dashed towards the closest officer with lightning speed, disarming him and kicking him in the head before he could pull the trigger. The officer collapsed instantly, But the guns of the other officers were already aimed at her, and the audience could clearly see that a few quick-moving officers were already pulling their triggers. But the officers were fast, and Trinity was faster. With a quick run-up, she leaped into the air once again, avoiding the bullets aimed at her, and shot back. In a suspended cross position. This action, already visually spectacular, combined with Charlize Theron's height and long legs, was simply too cool to handle. She fired the gun repeatedly, taking down several officers. Just as the audience thought the heroine would precisely shoot down the remaining officers, Trinity launched herself towards them, using her hands, elbows, legs, feet, knees, gun butt, and bullets as weapons. Officers kept falling under her attacks that combined gunplay and hand-to-hand combat. Meanwhile, the officers' shots missed as Trinity effortlessly dodged them. It was a one-sided slaughter. So cool. The audience, mainly teenagers, couldn't help but make exclamations at this scene. What fighting style is this? I've never seen anything like it. Spielberg furrowed his brow. Although the film's style didn't suit his taste, the series of moves from the heroine were dazzling beyond belief, simply beautiful. Even though this scene might be accused of showing off technical skills, Spielberg could hear the overwhelming, cool comments coming from behind him, and he knew this was exactly what teenage audiences craved. Teenage audiences were the main consumer group in the movie market. Gaining their approval and support meant easily dominating the commercial market. With this thought in mind, Spielberg curiously asked, "What fighting style is this?" He turned to ask George Lucas. Everyone knew Lucas had a deep connection with the Rosenberg family, and Lucas didn't disappoint him. "I heard Duke mention it, Stephen. He said this is a blend of gunplay and hand-to-hand combat, combining firearms with body movements. But how can a person do this?" Spielberg asked, feeling incredulous. George Lucas pointed at the heroine on the screen, who was jumping and rolling. "Keep watching, you'll understand." Under the night sky, Trinity was leaping between buildings, trying to escape the agents. Her movements were agile, and her long legs had explosive power. The tight leather was stretched over her tall, sexy body, and each jump made the audience in the theater gasp. "Her name is Charlize Theron, right?" Hawkins asked Norman beside him. After receiving an affirmative answer, he spoke passionately. "This is my goddess. Even if it's just to see her, I'll go to the theater a few more times." Such a powerful Trinity, yet she was being chased by agents everywhere, easily giving the impression that the agents were incredibly strong. Finally, Trinity managed to shake off the agents, running out of the building toward a wide road. The phone booth ahead was her goal, but another agent, Smith, was already waiting in front of it, driving a truck. Trinity hesitated, realizing that the agent was likely planning to run her over when she entered the phone booth. Why would she go into the phone booth? A black man mumbled to himself, seemingly confused. There were no other agents blocking her, and she could easily escape to another place. "Anthony, don't ask such stupid questions." Someone beside him pushed him slightly. Duke arranged the plot this way for a reason. The phone booth began ringing, and after a slight hesitation, Trinity moved her surprisingly long legs and decisively rushed into the booth, picking up the phone. At the same time, Agent Smith started his truck and rammed the phone booth, shattering it to pieces, but there was no sign of Trinity's body in the wreckage. Where did she go? The heroine couldn't possibly die at the start of the film, and the audience was aware of that, but her disappearance was puzzling. She escaped. Another agent on the screen explained to the audience, revealing another important piece of information. Our inside source provided very accurate information. An inside source? A traitor? Was Trinity not alone? The opening scene of 10 minutes ended with 3 agents standing coolly in a row, and the camera shifted to Neo's storyline through the phone. How did Trinity escape? This became a question for many viewers. She didn't just disappear through the phone, right? In the front row, Irene Lauder asked Duke curiously. "It seems like this world is very strange." Duke lowered his voice and answered, "If I told you the heroine really escaped through the phone, would you believe me?" "Of course." Irene nodded without hesitation. "I know Duke. He always has weird ideas." She glanced at Charlize Theron. "The heroine's figure is really amazing. It even makes me feel a bit moved." Duke gave her a quick glance and nodded toward the screen with his chin. "Let's just watch the movie." What followed was a series of dramatic scenes that were crucial in establishing the world's framework. Duke, naturally, made many cuts to trim overly mystical parts of the plot. He also sped up the pacing by shortening some shots, using more concise visual language to explain the unusual aspects of the world. The visuals and settings of the film maintained a dark, somewhat dated style. Neo's computer wasn't futuristic, but a standard sponsor model. The Matrix had garnered over $20 million in sponsorship from advertisers, and in exchange for the money, they had to deliver. Numerous brands advertised their products through the film, showcasing items that were either popular or about to be released. For commercial sponsorship, the future was too far away. From this angle, Duke was a director with a lot of credibility. Otherwise, even if the film was excellent, it wouldn't have been enough to attract so many sponsors to pay large sums. The film cleverly integrated sponsored elements, but kept the overall cyberpunk style intact. A film that constantly changed its tone would be impossible to imagine. Duke also understood why The Matrix was so popular. The pretentious dialogue and philosophical themes might have earned praise from critics, but regular audiences couldn't care less about philosophical ponderings or the meaning of life. They came to the theater to see the coolness and thrill promised by the trailer. The film clearly introduced Neo as a hacker, and both the Matrix and Morpheus were searching for him. After the first meeting between the male and female leads, the plot quickly shifted to the agents chasing after Neo. The Nokia flip phone also drew a round of admiration from the audience. In the first 15 minutes, from the actors to the props to the scenes, everything exuded cyberpunk vibes and extreme coolness. At the same time, enough suspense was left. How did Trinity escape? What is the Matrix? Who is the mysterious Morpheus? Why is an ordinary-looking Neo considered the savior? Why did the agents capture Neo just because he was a hacker? Neo, disobeying Morpheus's advice, was eventually captured by the agents. During the interrogation, another unbelievable scene unfolded. "If you can't speak," Agent Smith coldly said to Neo, "what's the use of calling a lawyer?" Neo didn't understand, but just then, his mouth suddenly sealed shut, and it began disappearing bit by bit from the screen, until he was left without a mouth. The audience was stunned. What was going on? Did Agent Smith have supernatural powers? After recalling Trinity's previous series of superhuman feats, the audience began to realize that maybe this wasn't a real world, a future world, but it didn't look like it. Apart from the characters' strange abilities, the environment and tools in the film seemed to be no different from the present world. Then, a more shocking scene took place. Neo was strapped to the interrogation table when Agent Smith pulled out an electronic bug that quickly crawled into Neo's stomach. Anthony and his companions exchanged glances, sensing the strangeness of this world. The scene abruptly shifted, and Neo suddenly woke up, seemingly from a dream. But was it really just a dream? Chapter 297. The Shamans, This Is Not a Dream. Chapter 297. Chapter 297. The Shamans, This Is Not a Dream. When Neo and Trinity meet again, Trinity uses an insecticide to remove the electronic bug from Neo's body, proving that the manipulation by Agent Smith was not part of Neo's dream. But what exactly is going on? Why does this world look so much like reality, yet still exude a sense of weirdness? The audience is puzzled. While watching the trailer, they were drawn in by the cool scenes, unintentionally overlooking the information exchange between Morpheus and Neo. Now, they begin to think, is it real? This world isn't real? What kind of world is it, then? From the start, the movie throws out one mystery after another, but without giving clear explanations. These mysteries capture the audience's attention, as exploring the unknown is a human instinct. Everyone wants to know, what kind of world is this? Could this be a new world constructed by Duke? As Neo meets the cool black man Morpheus, Anthony is still pondering. Many audience members are also thinking the same. A film with mysteries is undoubtedly a good thing. It helps engage the audience's emotions. However, Duke knows that with the fast pace of modern life and the rise of fast food culture, if mysteries are set without quickly answering them, the audience will quickly lose patience. Why are fast-paced movies so popular? This is not Hollywood's proactive choice, but a passive response to market demands. Therefore, in the conversation between Neo and Morpheus, the nature of this world begins to be revealed. Morpheus, looking exceptionally cool, completely adopts the persona of a shaman. This world is a prison with no consciousness. The Matrix is everywhere. Neo eventually succumbs to the little shaman's temptation, deciding to see the truth as Morpheus describes. After swallowing the pill, Neo finds that the world around him seems to distort. If you want to escape the nightmare, come see the real world. Morpheus's words are directed not just at Neo, but at the entire audience. The clues have been given. Neo and Trinity are living in a nightmare, a prison, and another real world awaits them. Forget the regular viewers. Even Spielberg and Kenneth Toulon are eagerly awaiting what kind of unique worldview Duke will create. Would it be as astonishing as Star Wars? Or as unreliable as Waterworld? The answer is revealed. In a facility resembling a growth tank, a person struggles to rise, covered in tubes. Though bald and exposed, the audience immediately recognizes him. Not Keanu Reeves, but Neo. What's going on? Seeing her idol in such a state, Miley turns to Amanda and asks, "What is this world?" "Look." Amanda doesn't answer, but instead urges Miley to look at the screen. From Neo's first-person perspective, the view reveals countless growth tanks. With occasional flashes of lightning, the ground to the sky is engulfed in darkness, with thick clouds and dust floating, an apocalyptic scene. This sequence, lasting around 4 minutes, was created using models and CGI by Industrial Light and Magic. Duke's intent is clear: to enhance the audience's understanding of the real world with spectacular effects. Of course, even the hovercraft that Neo boards afterward has been enhanced with special effects. However, it's not overtly futuristic. This is a cyberpunk-style film, after all. Duke's special effects enhancements are subtle, focusing on areas that suit them, like the battles inside the Matrix and the harshness of the real world. Welcome to the real world. Morpheus's words are also meant for the audience. Although the film shows the real world and another world, the audience is still very curious. What exactly are these two worlds? Narrative style has always been Duke's weak point. Seated in the second row, George Lucas seems to be speaking to Spielberg. But he's improving rapidly, especially in this film. It continuously answers mysteries while creating new ones, leaving just enough room to keep the audience hooked. His progress is astonishing. Spielberg agrees with Lucas. Hollywood's future belongs to him. In a short time, the audience won't have many thoughts. They'll only feel that the suspense has been perfectly set. Whenever they start to feel impatient, the film answers the mysteries just in time, pulling them back into the experience. What really keeps them hooked is the sheer coolness of it all. The coolness is embodied by the key characters, though each one is cool in a different way. Trinity is coldly seductive, Agent Smith is dark and brooding, and Morpheus is mysteriously profound. As for the protagonist, Neo, though still a puppet to others, his bald head, plugs, and the needles in his body are undeniably cool. But what are those needles? That's a form of Eastern medicine. Norman, having obviously done extensive research on the film's clues, tells Harkins, "I've heard from Chinatown that it can bring the dead back to life. There's a medical technique in this world that can bring the dead back to life." Harkins doesn't believe it. Neo returns to the real world, gradually returning to normal, though the needles and plugs still look quite shocking, before the mystery is revealed. Finally, it's here. Kenneth Toulon perks up, just like every other audience member, eager to know what's happening in this world. On screen, Neo is lying in a chair, a long needle piercing the plug at the back of his head, and a completely different world appears. The Matrix, electronic signals, the real world. Answers and explanations come from Morpheus's mouth. Kenneth Toulon is stunned. Though he had suspected, he's still surprised when it's confirmed. Duke Rosenberg really created a unique worldview. Anthony absent-mindedly touches the back of his head, checking if there are any plugs. The real world is revealed as a desolate, apocalyptic scene, where humans are grown like crops to power the electronic world. It's a bleak image, humanity's future under the machines. Yet, the ordinary audience feels a sense of shock, followed by admiration. Isn't it cool that humans are grown like crops? What? Concern for humanity's future? Worry about the development of machines and computers? Please, how many of the ordinary viewers will consider such issues? The supposed concerns of the audience are mostly added by media and critics. Kenneth Toulon falls into deep thought, and concludes that Duke Rosenberg's sci-fi world is profound and philosophically significant, truly a milestone in science fiction films. Everyone's shocked, right? Norman, having already seen the preview, watches the stunned audience, feeling a sense of satisfaction, as if sharing the best candy with his friends. Delightful but bittersweet. Delightful because such an excellent film can be shared with more people. Bittersweet because he really wants to keep the film to himself. Wide eyes and open mouths have become common expressions in the cinema. Whether or not they believe in the world shown on screen isn't important. What matters is that they're shocked, fascinated, and impressed by the coolness of it all, and that's enough. Duke never intended to lead the audience into philosophical contemplation. That would kill the box office. Coolness and cyberpunk are the film's central themes, and the series of simulated training scenes between Neo and Morpheus push the audience's excitement to a climax. Thus, the two Westerners performing awkward kung fu moves make the audience cheer. To Duke's eyes, or rather from an Eastern perspective, Neo and Morpheus's fight looks ridiculous. But it suits the virtual space's surreal quality. What's more, most North American audiences have been so numbed by Hollywood's traditional, clumsy fight scenes that they crave fresh, exciting stimulation. When these dazzling, beautifully chaotic moves are performed by two all-American characters, they naturally win the audience's applause. Yes, for kung fu to truly shine, it's best when performed by Americans. Every market has its own exclusivity. Otherwise, New Line wouldn't be casting a black man as the lead in Rush Hour and making Jackie Chan a sidekick. At this point, the film resolves another earlier mystery. Morpheus's team does have a traitor. And another mystery arises. Is Neo really the one? These are questions Morpheus, the little shaman, cannot answer. They need to enter the Matrix to find another great shaman. The Oracle. Chapter 298. The Fate of the Chatterbox. Chapter 298. Chapter 298. The Fate of the Chatterbox. Some seek the truth and wish to stay in the real world, while others, weary of the cruelty of reality, long to return to the virtual world. Everyone has the freedom and power to choose, but to betray in the name of returning to the virtual world is wrong. In mainstream Hollywood commercial films, whether it's a traitor aligning with the evil side or one abandoning the good side, they usually meet a tragic end. From the moment Cypher revealed himself as a traitor, his fate was already sealed. But what about Neo's fate? The audience stared at the screen, their brows furrowing, as the so-called Great Prophet made it clear. Neo was not the one. Is Neo the savior or not? With this question in mind, the film continued. Whenever there is betrayal, there must be sacrifice. Agent Smith brought in a large force of police to surround the building where Neo, Morpheus, and the others were, leading to an epic battle. Morpheus was forced to face Agent Smith to protect Neo, but was no match for him. Under his cover, the others broke through the siege, and Cypher, who had slipped away earlier, was the first to return to the real world. The betrayal was inevitable. Trinity, Neo, and the others were trapped in a room of an abandoned hotel. Cypher, believing he had taken out the twins, began to deliver one of Hollywood's most clicked villain monologues, taking down two people in the process. However, his endless chatter had serious consequences. Whether it's a criminal being overturned by police due to talking too much, a robot being dismantled for talking too much, an evil being purified for talking too much, or even a fire-breathing dragon being shot by mortals for talking too much. The villain's monologue is truly the ultimate cheat in a film, almost as powerful as the protagonist's halo. Of course, the chatter is also meant to create atmosphere, as the audience's emotions are most easily stirred when the protagonist is facing life-and-death situations. Thus, at the most critical moment, the twins reappeared and took down Cypher. Neo and Trinity escaped the Matrix, but Morpheus was captured by the agents. How to deal with Morpheus caused a divide between Neo, Trinity, and Tank. Morpheus held the login password for the last human stronghold, Zion's mainframe. If the password were leaked, it could pose a fatal threat to Zion. Thus, Tank suggested pulling the plug on Morpheus to ensure Zion's safety with his death. Neo insisted on rescuing Morpheus, and Trinity decided to accompany him. The final battle is about to begin. Anthony glanced at his watch. Unknowingly, the film had already passed an hour and a half. The time for the final showdown had come. He was filled with anticipation. In the opening battle, Duke, the director, showed an incredible fight through Trinity. Would there be even more surprises ahead? He remembered there was a scene in the trailer where Neo looked extremely cool, and it hadn't happened yet. Many viewers, like Anthony, were eagerly waiting for the climax. Neo and Trinity were preparing their weapons, while Agent Smith was interrogating Morpheus. As the audience awaited the final battle, film critic Kenneth Turan was struck by a line Agent Smith said to Morpheus. "I was trying to categorize your kind, and then the revelation came. So I realized you're not mammals. Every mammal on this planet has an instinct to adapt to environmental changes and achieve balance, but humans don't. You find a place, and then you just breed, until all natural resources are exhausted. The only way you can survive is to spread out, invade another place. There's another life form on this planet that lives like you. Want to know what it is? A virus. Humanity is a disease, a cancer on this planet, a plague." In that instant, the film, which already had philosophical undertones, became something grander in Kenneth Turan's mind. In his view, the film's exploration of reality and illusion, and its negative view of humanity, would elevate The Matrix to a classic. Many viewers who had watched the film felt the same way, thinking it would become a classic science fiction movie. But why? It's cool, the visuals are amazing, and the styling is so sleek. Harkins said this to Norman, and it represented the thoughts of many viewers. Since the previous films had been flashy, cool, and stylish, and had gained popularity among audiences, Duke naturally put a lot of effort into making The Matrix even more flashy, cool, and stylish. Neo and Trinity were engaged in a fierce gunfight with over 100 guards in a building, bullets flying thick and fast like air. The shells fell like raindrops, and the building's columns were riddled with holes, turning into shattered pieces. Marble and concrete debris flew everywhere, seemingly passing through the eyes of every audience member. In The Matrix's virtual world, all physical laws can be disregarded. The effects caused by the shooting were just there to make the audience feel thrilled. Was the effect satisfying? Listening to the excited screams and cheers from the audience, it was clear just how thrilling it was. Amanda, even though she wasn't a fan of gunfight movies, Miley couldn't help but feel excited at such a cool scene. She tightly squeezed her legs together and grabbed her companion's arm. I think I'm going to have an orgasm. Right now?" Amanda asked with excitement. "But there's even more cool stuff coming." The audience seemed to be climbing toward a climax, but Kenneth Turan didn't think so. This scene was just a show-off, a scene with no real necessity. Neo and Trinity could have easily taken down a few guards, so adding this lengthy battle sequence felt like it destroyed the film's intellectual depth. But this gunfight scene was just the beginning of the final climax. Neo and Trinity had already made their way into the guard crowd, rushing in like lightning. Neo, in his black sunglasses and coat, moved with incredible speed and style. Trinity, in her black sunglasses and tight leather outfit, was swift and sharp. The two combined gunfights with close combat, completely overturning traditional Hollywood action tropes. They showcased a level of style, coolness, and sexiness that was taken to the extreme. If the opening gunfight had only introduced the concept, Neo and Trinity, fighting 2 versus 100 plus, were given a full showcase with rapid slow motion, flash editing, and various techniques by Duke. Gunplay, inverted crucifixions, and rapid-fire kicks. A series of moves with both gun and hand-to-hand combat pushed the atmosphere in the theater to its peak. "Oh my God, I swear." Miley trembled as she gripped Amanda's arm. "I'll definitely watch this film again. It's even more thrilling than sex and drugs." The atmosphere in the theater was chaotic but filled with excitement. "They are so cool." In the front row, Spielberg whispered to Lucas, "Duke is about to lead a new trend. I believe future movies will." "Definitely. Gun fu," Lucas reminded. "Gun fu will definitely be imitated and even overused," Spielberg said. Hearing this, George Lucas rubbed his beard. "I think this could work in Star Wars, right?" Further ahead, Irene Lauder whispered to Duke, "You seem to be about to create a trend." She looked back after saying that. After watching so many films, aside from the tear-jerking sensation from Titanic, this was the first time she had seen such a wild reaction from the audience. "Too bad it's an R-rated film," she said, feeling a bit regretful. If it were PG-13, I think it could have swept the world. Things in this world don't always follow our will, Duke said casually. But Irene Lauder's words made sense. The audience's reaction was so strong. After The Matrix, there would certainly be countless copycat films. Hollywood's imitations were just as intense as any other film market in the world. In fact, it was even more so, as Hollywood's big-budget productions were often built on the foundation of hundreds of bad films each year. After the pure gunfight and gun-fu, Neo and Trinity made their way to the hall, took the elevator to the top floor, and planted bombs. A massive explosion nearly destroyed the lower floors of the building. As Duke had promised during post-production, this explosion was unlike anything seen in previous films. I knew it. How could Duke's sci-fi film not have explosions? Anthony waved his arm excitedly as the explosion's flames flowed. Like liquid, he didn't find anything wrong with it, since it was a Matrix world. Ugh, back to the same old routine, Kenneth Turan lamented. It could have explored philosophy and worldview more deeply, but now it's back to explosions, gunfights, and fights. Is that really the essence of a sci-fi film? But the audience around him wasn't concerned with these intellectual debates. Following their instincts, they felt the film still had a long way to go before it ended. With Duke's style, there were bound to be even more surprises ahead. The screen didn't make them wait too long. The climax scenes kept coming. Neo and Trinity reached the rooftop, where they encountered resistance from the agents in front of the helicopter. Trinity, help me. With the previous build-up, everyone knew that in the Matrix world, Neo was no match for the agents, and the agents' guns were already aimed at him. Chapter 299. Chapter 299. Chapter 299. The surrounding explosive bullets shot out from the agent's gun. Neo leaned back to dodge. The camera instantly slowed down, yet it still felt fast. The trajectory of the bullet was clearly visible, and the camera rotated around Neo 360 degrees, showcasing every detail. Although most people had already seen this scene in the trailer, they were still wide-eyed in amazement. Even though this wasn't the first time bullet time appeared on the big screen, no previous film had done it so well. This is bullet time, many viewers murmured, and shortly after the Matrix trailer appeared, the media named this scene. I don't know what to say anymore. Miley weakly shook Amanda's arm, seemingly too stunned to speak. My highlights for the next month are already spent on this movie. Amanda, far from disagreeing, actually agreed, saying, "This summer, watching The Matrix alone is enough. We'll watch it again and again." The final part of the film had no intention of letting the audience catch their breath. When Trinity was piloting the helicopter and Neo fired a Vulcan cannon at the agents, the slightly subdued mood of the audience was immediately pushed to new heights. The flames from the six-barrel Vulcan cannon, the shell casings falling like a storm, all stimulated the audience's emotions. As for who they were saving, would they make it? In such a cool scene, it already seemed unimportant. Trinity in her black leather jacket, Neo in his black trench coat, and Morpheus with his unique, eye-rolling expression were all fully demonstrating what it meant to be cool. Morpheus broke free from his restraints and rushed towards the helicopter, but was shot in the leg by Agent Smith. Neo jumped up at the crucial moment and saved Morpheus. The helicopter became the next victim of Agent Smith's gunfire. Neo began to show his savior traits and saved Trinity as well. The crashing helicopter hit the building, followed by an explosion of glass and fire, and before the audience could marvel, another amazing explosion took place. Morpheus and the others exited the building and ran towards the subway phone booth as directed by the tank. But as soon as they reached an intersection, multiple police cars arrived at the scene, screeching to a halt near them. Dozens of officers used the police cars for cover and drew their guns, ready to aim and fire. These officers were no match for Neo's speed. Neo removed his trench coat, which was lined with grenades, pulled the pins, and threw both the coat and grenades at the gathering police cars. "Run!" With a shout, the three of them sprinted away. The camera once again slowed down, and the scene quickly switched to the trench coat falling from the sky in the background. As the police watched, the coat landed just in front of several police cars, and before it even fully hit the ground, it exploded with a deafening roar. The grenades exploded, sending flames and shockwaves toppling the police cars. Glass shattered, and police officers were sent flying into the air. At the same time, the camera circled the explosion scene, allowing the audience to see the flying glass shards and metal debris in 360 degrees as they mingled with flames and shockwaves, hitting nearby buildings, shattering storefront windows, and piercing through police officers' bodies. This was a spectacular sight of flying police cars and officers. It was a 360-degree rotating shot that presented the explosion details as if in a ballet dissection with the intense motion. Frozen in time, yet still maintaining a sense of motion. The audience in the theater, experiencing this visual impact, were left stunned. This is simply. Anthony could not find the right words, and the theater, which had quieted down, became chaotic again. Some couldn't control their excitement and started shouting, needing to release their extreme emotions. Applause erupted from somewhere and soon gathered into a wave. It seemed that this was the only way they could express their excitement after almost 2 hours of high energy without disturbing the movie. "I'm done for." Miley's face was flushed, her eyes dazed. This is just too freaking awesome. Not only the ordinary audience, but even Spielberg felt a bit dizzy from the experience. The visual shock The Matrix brought was too strong. Gunplay, cyberpunk, bullet time. Especially the recent explosion, Duke had truly taken visual effects to an entirely new level. Harkins was still savoring the 360-degree explosion. My God, is this the kind of shot only heaven could produce? Since Neo's scene was called bullet time, should this one be called explosion time? This was a surprise that Duke had specially prepared. The film was all about coolness, so why not take it even further? Originally, this scene wasn't in the script. Duke later came up with the idea for the explosion and specifically called together Keanu Reeves, Charlize Theron, Lawrence Fishburne, and the team from Industrial Light and Magic, spending 2 extra weeks reshooting it. "Duke," Irene Luter rubbed her tired eyes. "I thought you took explosions to their peak in Independence Day, but you've pushed it even further." She took a deep breath, calming her excited emotions. "You actually took explosions to a new level." "Thank you." Duke smiled and patted her hand. Even the climax battle at the end couldn't keep the audience's excitement going forever. Everyone has limits, and the film needed some ups and downs to maintain a good flow. On the screen, the tension softened. Neo, Trinity, and Morpheus used the explosion to temporarily escape the agents and police. The phone rang, and Morpheus left the Matrix. The film then moved into a talking scene. In many cases, both heroes and villains are killed by their own dialogue. Trinity wanted to confess her love to Neo, but was interrupted by a passing subway. After she returned to reality, Agent Smith followed, taking advantage of his special programming and shooting Neo's phone. Having successfully rescued Morpheus and Trinity, Neo's confidence increased. This time, he didn't run away but bravely faced Agent Smith. The final battle between the opposing sides had arrived. Miley blinked. "Neo seems to believe he's the savior now." "Yeah," Amanda said. "I think so too." Neo and Smith charged towards each other, and once again, the scene froze with a 360-degree display. Then both sides engaged in gunfight, but this time it was different. Their movements were nearly face-to-face attacks, dodging each other's bullets by mere millimeters. A lot of high-speed slow motion was used to clearly display the trajectory of the bullets, allowing the audience to experience the thrill and danger. After the bullets were spent, Neo and Smith began hand-to-hand combat, with both using various martial arts. Especially Neo, who, when at a disadvantage, even employed a segment of Tai Chi. Of course, with Keanu Reeves' background, the Tai Chi was at best just a way to amuse the Western audience. He still can't beat the agent. Seeing Reeves being beaten so badly on the screen, Miley couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Is Neo really the savior? Neo will turn the tide. Just after Amanda said this, the situation in the film suddenly changed. Neo used an oncoming subway to narrowly send Smith under the subway wheels. Is it over now? Many audience members frowned. If the ending was just like this, it felt like something was missing. Just as Neo was about to leave the subway station, the subway braked, and Smith walked out from the carriage. The special program he represented seemed to never die. Then came Neo's escape, with Smith and 2 other agents chasing behind. Neo grabbed a phone to contact the hovercraft and finally obtained the address to exit the Matrix. But just as he managed to shake off the two agents and reach the hotel room, the phone rang with the life-saving call. Neo pushed open the door, only to be met by Smith's gun. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and Neo was shot. What? The audience seemed unable to believe this scene. The main character is dead like this? Is this a tragedy? The gunshots continued, and Smith's agents almost turned Neo into a porcupine, ensuring he was dead. After waiting so long, is this the ending? Of course not. In Hollywood films, true love can save the world, save all things in the world. For Neo to become the savior, he must take an extraordinary path. So, Trinity whispered, "I love you," and kissed the Neo in the real world, who was also in crisis aboard the hovercraft. True love once again saved the world in the movie, and Neo revived. The savior has arrived. He is the one. Voices rose from the audience in the theater. Neo, now revived, fully activated his savior mode. The bullets shot at him by the three Smith agents were easily frozen in front of him. Smith, rushing in for close combat, was completely powerless, his movements slow like a snail compared to Neo's. In the end, Neo leaped into the air, tearing the segment of code representing Smith into pieces, and the other two agents fled in panic. Neo also returned to the real world just in time. "I know where you are. I can feel you. You are afraid. You fear me. You fear change. I will make everyone witness the real world." The film was nearing its end, with Neo having a direct conversation with the Matrix. Then, he soared into the sky. In the Matrix, he possessed unparalleled abilities. As the credits rolled, applause erupted, and at the moment the applause began, no one knew who shouted the first words, but soon the whole theater was chanting the same name. Explosion Maniac! Explosion Maniac! Explosion Maniac! Amid the applause and cheers, Duke and Robin Grand led the cast and crew to the stage for the curtain call. Chapter 300, Sci-Fi Masterpiece. Chapter 300, Sci-Fi Masterpiece. The world in the Matrix is all presented in a deep green to make it seem unreal, unnatural, yet not too obvious. At the press conference after the premiere, perhaps the world depicted in the film was so strange that the entertainment reporters rarely focused their questions on the film itself. Duke gave some technical explanations. Colors can trigger many emotions. Deep green not only makes the skin look pale and lifeless, but it also reminds people of digital rain, like deep green digital rain flowing into every object in the Matrix world. Just as Duke finished speaking, a reporter asked, "According to the time setting in the film, it's a future era. Why does human technology appear so dilapidated and backward? In the future world ruled by the Matrix, our civilization has been destroyed by machines." At this point, Duke smiled at the hundreds of reporters in the hall and continued, "Some technologies have survived, but they can only be salvaged from the ruins of the old world. We can't produce brand new computers or other hardware, so humans have no choice but to make the most of what's left." He pointed to the hovercraft poster behind him. "They connect cables together and use mismatched monitors, keyboards, and CPUs to piece together computers, making them look like the internal organs of a computer scattered everywhere. This is in stark contrast to the orderly machine world. This is the world that Agent Smith despises, where, to him, the human world is chaotic, messy, and unbearable. But under such conditions, this is all humans can do. It's an imperfect world." Another reporter stood up. "Director Rosenberg, how did you approach creating the unique world and scenes in the film? Computers are no longer a novel thing for us today. The internet, as a brand new world space, has started to influence human society both philosophically and aesthetically, giving rise to cyberpunk culture." Duke thought for a moment before organizing his words. "Personally, I believe the most significant impact the internet has on human society is that, in terms of time and space, it has flattened the world into a single plane in a virtual way. It's like America, where diverse cultures from around the world mix together on the internet. The Matrix presents just that." After pausing slightly, he continued, "Western hard sci-fi elements, a fresh interpretation of Eastern metaphysics, future weapons, and the oldest combat method, physical martial arts. I thought they should all blend together in the same movie, and that's how this film came to be." The conversation then shifted to the most impressive scene in the film, the enhanced bullet time explosion scene. Given today's technical environment, this required extensive preparation. Our original plan for the scene was one thing, but the final result was something entirely different. Duke briefly touched on this before directing the conversation to the 360-degree explosion scene. As you saw in the film, when Neo throws the trench coat bomb and the police cars flip over, people flying through the air, everything had to be precisely calculated so that, at a particular moment, at a specific camera angle, an actor would be flying through the frame. The difficulty of designing this scene was unprecedented. "So what was your intention in creating this shot?" a reporter asked. Without hesitation, Duke replied, "I wanted the audience to feel what it's like to be blasted away. I just wanted to design a scene that would leave people dumbfounded in their seats. I think it worked pretty well." The film not only excited the audience, but also these perceptive entertainment reporters, who sensed that a major hit, perhaps a classic, was on the way. After answering a few more questions, Duke stepped aside and handed over the interview table to the main cast, including Keanu Reeves, Charlize Theron, and Hugo Weaving. Back in the lounge, Duke saw Irene Lauder preparing to leave and asked, "Wait a moment, we can leave together." Irene winked playfully at him. "You're one of tonight's stars. There's sure to be a swarm of paparazzi outside, and I don't want to be turned into your rumored girlfriend." She took a step forward, lightly squeezing his arm. "Amazing movie. I'll have someone escort you." Duke waved to Tina Fey on the other side. Irene Lauder nodded and stood quietly beside Duke. It was a trip well worth it for her to witness such an impressive film. She was genuinely happy for her friend. After the previous media frenzy, Duke had undoubtedly been under enormous pressure. But as long as the film succeeded, the pressure would dissipate. Was The Matrix a success? Even though Irene was past the age of being dazzled by coolness and action, she still found the film incredibly impressive. She knew her tastes were more mainstream. "So, what are you thinking about?" Hearing Duke's question, Irene smiled. "Nothing, I'm leaving. I'll be back in New York tomorrow, so no need for goodbyes." Safe travels. Irene Lauder wasn't the only one leaving the theater. A large crowd of moviegoers also rushed out, eager to share their excitement after witnessing such a brilliant film. Many of these young people turned to the internet as their primary platform for sharing their thoughts. Norman walked home alone, while Huggins didn't join him. The guy had gone straight to a nearby cinema after the premiere to catch the midnight screening. Upon arriving home, Norman immediately sat down at his computer. As it booted up, he cursed the slow startup of the Microsoft system. Thankfully, it didn't take long before he was logged into his favorite Explosion Maniac chatroom. It was bustling there, with many people who had attended the premiere hanging out. Duke has built an astonishing sci-fi world. The concepts and scene designs are just awesome. Women will have an orgasm watching it, and men will ejaculate. From the messages flooding in, Norman could tell that the participants were still in an excited state, which was completely normal. If this wasn't his second time watching, he probably wouldn't be much different. "I was totally blown away by Charlize Theron and Keanu Reeves' looks." Seeing this, Norman couldn't resist sending his own message. Now that the internet is just starting to rise, Duke's setting and ideas about the internet are already 100 years ahead of their time. He's simply amazing, an unbelievable real world, a mind-blowing concept that'll reshape everything. Does the spoon really exist? Are you half awake? There's no denying that the logic is pure genius. It's truly a sci-fi masterpiece. "Yes," someone else replied. "The Matrix is definitely a sci-fi masterpiece, especially the explosions and fight scenes. I think it's going to redefine Hollywood's action genre." We all call Duke the explosion maniac, and he totally lives up to that title, especially with the explosions in The Matrix. He surpassed himself. "Yeah, that explosion, sorry, I can't find the right words to describe it." Another person chimed in. "This film is so cool. I think watching it 10 times wouldn't be enough." Duke's imagination is just mind-blowing. The chat room was buzzing with activity. Many people who hadn't seen the film were being piqued by the excitement. "I've decided. I'm going out now to catch the midnight show." "Me too. Me three." Norman briefly left the chat room and went to another website, which had quickly become one of the most popular movie review platforms. He had been paying attention to it for a while and had the relevant account and qualifications. On IMDb's front page, he easily found The Matrix, clicked on it, and immediately gave it a perfect 10. With 3 test screenings and the premiere tonight, a significant number of people had seen the film, and those who attended these screenings were undoubtedly true movie fans. Many had already rated the film, 115 users, with an average rating of 9.75. There were also some comments left. The settings and plot that Duke Rosenberg created in The Matrix were amazing. Actually, I've had similar thoughts myself. Maybe everything around us is an illusion, and we're living in a virtual world while the real world is unknown. That's why this film really resonates with me. Duke's return to the summer blockbusters didn't disappoint. As always, it was incredible, but The Matrix is still an American hero's journey. A small person awakens and saves the world. But only. This film could make it so cool, and the action and explosion scenes are beyond words. The Matrix is a film that, like its director Duke Rosenberg, is destined to leave a lasting mark on film history. I'm not sure about others, but after watching it, I really started to question the reality of the world around me. Norman quickly glanced at IMDb before returning to the chat room. It was even livelier now, with more people who had attended the premiere coming back home. After getting home, I regretted not going to see the midnight show again. Anyone in Los Angeles planning to go for a second round of The Matrix? A lot of people immediately signed up. Seeing this, Norman suddenly felt an itch. He turned to look at his black trench coat and sunglasses hanging on the rack. With a decisive move, he shut down his computer, put on his gear, and quietly slipped out of the house to the nearest cinema to catch The Matrix again. That night, many people across the U.S. chose to head out before midnight, all heading straight for the theaters. Chapter 301, Midnight Show Box Office Record. Chapter 301, Chapter 301, Midnight Show Box Office Record. It won't be very high. I'm mentally prepared for that. Sunlight filtered through the window, falling into the dining room. Jeff Robinov took the glasses from his daughter's hand and sat at the dining table. After all, it's an R-rated film, so the audience is relatively limited. It's such a pity, Dad, that you didn't go to the premiere last night. Amanda Robinov put down the newspaper with a look of regret. You know how intense the audience's reaction was, right? My classmate, the one who came over to our house, Miley, she almost went crazy. Jeff Robinov picked up his coffee cup and looked at his daughter. Amanda continued, it wasn't just her. All the young people at the premiere were freaking out. I never thought a film could be so cool, so stylish, and so fun. Darling, don't read the newspaper during breakfast. A middle-aged woman walked in. Amanda cheekily stuck out her tongue. Mom, I'm already done with breakfast. Lise, hasn't Doug Walter called yet? Jeff Robinov asked his wife. Lise Robinov sat down next to him and shook her head. Doug Walter just called. The statistics company ran into a small issue, so the box office data might take a little longer to arrive. Are you talking about the Matrix Midnight Show box office? Amanda asked curiously. Yeah. When she heard her father's words, Amanda's eyes lit up. Dad, what's your expectation for the Midnight Show box office? Jeff Robinov put down his coffee cup and replied, I said it won't be very high. Warner and I expected around $5 million. What about the opening weekend? $35 million. Amanda pursed her lips. You guys are too conservative. You don't know how popular Duke's films are among young people. Darling, don't forget, this is an R-rated film. Before Jeff Robinov could finish his sentence, a servant came into the dining room holding a fax. Lise Robinov took it and placed it in front of her husband. The statistics are here, she said. How much? Amanda asked curiously. Looks like I was indeed a bit too conservative. Adjusting his glasses, Jeff Robinov said, $7.85 million. If I remember correctly, this is the highest box office for an R-rated midnight show. Yes. Amanda raised her fist in excitement. That's awesome. Seeing her parents look at her, she shrugged playfully. I'm just happy for the movie I love. Then, she picked up her bag from the other side. I'm going, Dad. Mom, I made plans with my classmates last night. Where are you going? Lise Robinov asked. Amanda turned around and said, We're going to watch The Matrix. We plan to stay in the theater all day. After the girl left, the dining room returned to silence, with only the sound of Jeff and Lise chewing their food. It wasn't until breakfast was finished and Jeff Robinov was preparing to leave for work that the sound of conversation returned to the room. Congratulations, dear, Lise Robinov said to her husband. Warner has another film that's going to be a big hit. Just the midnight show, though? We'll have to see the opening weekend to judge the North American trend. The Santa Clara Cinema is a chain theater under the Emperor Entertainment Group. Located in the southern part of the San Francisco Bay Area, it's close to Silicon Valley and Stanford University, making it one of the top 5 cinemas in terms of foot traffic in the entire San Francisco area. Joe Exine works at this cinema, handling the concessions counter. Although he is a first-generation immigrant, he is gradually blending into the local society, both linguistically and in terms of living habits. After parking his car and walking to the cinema entrance, Joe Exine noticed the cinema wasn't open yet, but there were already people waiting outside. What's even more exaggerated is that San Francisco's May weather is rarely cool, yet some people were wearing long black coats. However, when he thought about the film that was going to be widely released today, Joe Exine understood what was going on. It's just a knockoff, still different from Neo's version. He shook his head and entered the cinema. After completing the usual attendance check, he went straight to the warehouse and brought out boxes of merchandise to be displayed in the concession stands, including coats, sunglasses, figurines, keychains. Why are there phones? A colleague walked by and curiously glanced at the items. George, when did we start selling phones with our merchandise? Do you think they'll sell? Who knows? Joe Exine shrugged and, aside from displaying 2 sample phones, placed the remaining 50 Nokia flip phones at the bottom of the container. When the clock hit 9 a.m., the cinema officially opened. Although it was a Friday in the summer, the morning crowd was usually not large. However, as soon as the doors opened, nearly 100 young people rushed in. Most of them didn't even look at the posters of other films. They went straight to the ticket counter. I want The Matrix. I'll take a ticket for The Matrix. Similar voices echoed, as if everyone was here specifically for this film, which was being widely released today. Since few people asked about the concessions, and because his position faced the hallway leading into the theaters, Joe Exine idly estimated the number of people walking into different screening rooms. Taxi had about 3 viewers in its first showing. Deep Impact, although it had been playing for a week, had 6 viewers for its first morning screening. Cold-Blooded Soldiers didn't sell a single ticket, and it probably wouldn't even be shown anymore. The Matrix, well, forget about it. There were just too many people to count. Generally, a small theater with about 6 viewers can cover its screening costs. But for today's first screenings, the cinema could only hope for The Matrix to make a profit. On the other side, a colleague at the popcorn counter asked, George, is the show open yet? No. Joe Exine shrugged and looked enviously at the ticketing section, where more and more people were walking into the screening rooms. Words like cool, explosive time, Neo and Trinity, and illusion versus reality echoed through the halls. Watching the new The Matrix merchandise on display, Joe Exine sighed. His income was closely tied to sales performance, and it wasn't a good sign that there had been no sales yet. Maybe things will change after The Matrix finishes? After nearly 2 hours of waiting, Joe Exine finally saw the crowd of men and women coming out of the first showing of The Matrix. They didn't look tired like usual moviegoers, but were instead excited. No, they were ecstatic. To use his pre-immigration words, it was like they had been injected with adrenaline. The crowd chattered loudly, and every sentence seemed to have the word cool in it. It seemed like that was the only word they could use. Where did you get that coat? Adam asked his companion. It's still very different from Neo's, but when you were outside the cinema, Roman, I thought you looked cool. After watching the movie, he shook his head. This was made by my sister based on the poster using my dad's old coat, Roman replied, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. But Adam didn't pay attention to his words and hurried forward, his eyes gleaming as he spotted Neo's black coat hanging on the display. The placement of the merchandise counter in front of the theater hall entrance wasn't without reason. Hey, I want that coat. Like many others, Adam came to the merchandise counter, squeezed to the front, and shouted loudly. Do you have the sunglasses? Do you have Neo's boots? If you do, I'll take a pair, my size is. In just a few minutes, Joe Exine, who had previously had nothing to do, was suddenly overwhelmed with customers. There were over 20 people crowding the counter, most of them buying coats and sunglasses, and some girls even picked out Trinity's leather jacket and boots. Even the limited edition coat, priced at $999, sold out twice. With the coat and sunglasses in hand, Adam immediately tried them on and felt like the savior. When he was about to pay, he heard the sales assistant mention, "We also have Neo's phone. Is it the Nokia flip phone?" Adam eagerly asked. "Yes." Joe Xian immediately pulled out a sample. "Genuine Nokia flip phones, first day of sale. Never mind. I'll just live on bread for the next month." Thinking this, Adam gritted his teeth and said, "Give me one. I've been wanting a phone." When they arrived, they wore different outfits, but when they left, they were all dressed as Neo and Trinity. This was basically the day in a nutshell. After sending off this group of customers, Joe Xian was no longer idle. As more people watched The Matrix, merchandise sales surged. By the time he was almost done with his shift, not only had the cheaper items like coats and sunglasses sold out, but all 50 Nokia phones were gone as well. "Boss, we need to restock as quickly as possible." He dialed the cinema manager's number and briefly said, "We need more sunglasses, keychains, coats, and phones. Otherwise, there will be no merchandise to sell tomorrow." After hanging up, Joe Xian let out a sigh of relief and started tallying his sales. When he finished counting, his eyes widened. He had sold $58,950 worth of the Matrix merchandise that day. This was nearly the same as a typical workday's box office revenue during the off-season. Because he wasn't working at the ticketing counter, Joe Xian had no idea how many tickets for The Matrix had been sold, but he was certain that with the merchandise selling so well, the box office performance wouldn't be bad either. Chapter 302, Box Office and Merchandise. Chapter 302. Chapter 302, Box Office and Merchandise. How many times have you watched it? I saw it twice yesterday and plan to watch it again today. On the TV screen, a young man outside the cinema was being interviewed by a reporter. "See this? I bought it especially for today." "Cool, huh?" The May's sun seemed to have no effect on him. The young man was dressed exactly like Neo, wearing a black trench coat, the same Ray-Ban sunglasses, and solid black leather boots. He even carried a Nokia phone, as if Neo had stepped out of the movie screen. "You really like The Matrix?" "Absolutely, I love it." He looked at the reporter asking the question as if they were an idiot. Perhaps to show off, or to imitate, he picked up his Nokia phone, pressed a button, and the phone cover popped open. Then, mimicking Neo's mannerisms, he dialed a number. Steven Spielberg grabbed the remote, turned off the TV, and leaned back on the sofa, his eyes once again falling on the North American box office statistics in his hand. These were the figures for yesterday, Friday, and the top spot was no surprise, though the numbers were far beyond what Warner Brothers and the industry had anticipated. The Matrix, 3,122 theaters, Friday gross, $18.67 million, North American total, $18.67 million. Deep Impact, 2,014 theaters, Friday gross, $4.52 million, North American total, $41.11 million. City of Angels, 1,522 theaters, Friday gross, $3.22 million, North American total, $45.87 million. Titanic, 757 theaters, Friday gross, $2.41 million, North American total, $611.14 million. Every film in theaters at the moment was clearly impacted by The Matrix, especially Deep Impact. Spielberg speculated that DreamWorks' Blockbuster would see at least a 50% drop in its second weekend North American box office compared to its opening weekend. Its opening numbers weren't ideal, and the second week was looking even worse. Fortunately, there was someone more unlucky in this list, giving Spielberg a sliver of comfort. Taxi, a French film distributed by Lionsgate and successful in Europe, was released in North America alongside The Matrix. In 455 theaters, it only grossed a pathetic $82,156. Spielberg shook his head, throwing that slight comfort away. Lionsgate clearly didn't have high expectations when they released Taxi during this period. European films rarely performed well in North America. Barring any surprises, Taxi was destined for a quick exit from North American theaters. Spielberg's focus returned to The Matrix and Deep Impact. By now, DreamWorks had no power to change the box office trajectory of these two films. He could only hope that Deep Impact would break even. As for The Matrix, he had no idea how high its final box office might go. But from the feedback he received from last night to this morning, The film's merchandise was even hotter than Titanic and rivaled the Jurassic Park series. If this trend continued, Warner Brothers and Duke Studios could probably recoup their production costs just from the merchandise collaborations with various manufacturers. Why do films from Duke Studios always succeed, while DreamWorks struggles with every step forward? Frowning deeply, Spielberg sighed. He knew the reasons all too well, but wasn't ready to give up easily. However, some people had reached the point where they needed to quit. Picking up the phone, he called David Geffen. "David, I suggest." His tone was extremely serious. "DreamWorks should never work with Martin Bob again in the future." The underwhelming performance of Deep Impact had many reasons, but the project's most direct leader was him and Martin Bob from CAA. Spielberg didn't want this project to reduce his influence within DreamWorks, so Martin Bob was the best scapegoat. And he wasn't the only one who needed a fall guy. David Geffen and Jeffrey Katzenberg also needed someone or something to explain to shareholders and investors. As Saturday arrived, the buzz surrounding The Matrix grew. Its single-screen occupancy rates further increased, particularly due to its post-release promotions where the internet became a key battleground for Warner Brothers and Duke Studios. News and discussion posts about the film were everywhere on major websites and forums. In an era when online bots weren't rampant, this kind of promotion was highly effective. Especially Duke Studios' online PR team, led by Penny Callis, whose hired armies almost dominated important film discussion spaces like IMDb. Though IMDb's voting system wasn't as simple as calculating averages, influencing it wasn't particularly hard, as proven by the many vote wars the site had experienced. For more than a day since its release, The Matrix had maintained a rating of 9.7, with audience reviews overwhelmingly positive. To many, the film was profoundly philosophical. Critics like Kenneth Turan even praised its intellectual depth. However, its marketing focused on something entirely different, using the shallow but catchy tagline: cool, stylish, thrilling. No film can please everyone, and The Matrix had its share of criticism. Its R rating undoubtedly affected its appeal to some viewers, especially families with children, who wouldn't choose such a film. This also impacted the box office, preventing The Matrix from having the explosive daily numbers of a movie like Independence Day. Fortunately, the merchandise sales were more than making up for it. "We just got some rough statistics." Robin Grand rushed into Duke's office, pulling over a chair and sitting down across from him. Yesterday alone, The Matrix's North American merchandise sales reached approximately $7.8 million. Many retail outlets reported selling out. "What's our sales royalty agreement with the manufacturers?" Exhausted from a poor night's sleep and managing the heavy workloads of both The Lord of the Rings and The Matrix, Duke's head felt foggy. "Why can't I remember clearly?" 30%. Tina Fey reminded him. Duke nodded, sipping his strong coffee. "Looks like the merchandise revenue won't be an issue." "Definitely not." Taking the coffee Tina handed her, Robin Grand expressed her thanks and continued. "Normally, merchandise sales peak about a week after a film's release. Also, if the global box office exceeds $500 million, sponsors will add another 10% to their contributions." Feeling unwell, Duke stood up. "I didn't sleep well last night. I'll head home now. Robin, you and Tina handle things if anything comes up." Leaving Duke Studios, Duke drove his newly purchased Bentley onto the crowded streets of Burbank, heading toward Malibu. Along the way, he purposely passed by 2 theater locations. While there weren't Titanic-style lines, the area around the theaters was filled with people cosplaying Neo. The black trench coat and sunglasses seemed to be spreading outward from the cinemas. As his Bentley passed a theater in Burbank's western suburbs, leaving a trail of exhaust, several young people exiting the theater had no idea that the director of the movie they'd been discussing had just driven by. They were too engrossed in debating the film they'd just seen. "Neo's fighting was so cool," a person in black trench coat and sunglasses exclaimed, "especially his final showdown with Smith." Another, similarly dressed, replied, "Taylor, I think Trinity was even cooler. Her gun fu style was so light and agile, simply unbelievable." The only one dressed normally chimed in, "Taylor, James, all you noticed were those things? I think the coolest part was the director, Duke Rosenberg. But he wasn't even in the film." "Jerry," the first person retorted. Jerry sneered, "Don't forget, Duke was both the director and screenwriter. He created this world. To make a film this cool, don't you think he's cool? After thinking it over, the others nodded in agreement. Looking at his companions, Jerry added, and the story isn't over. What's going to happen with Neo and the Matrix? What about Zion? After a few more exchanges, they all suddenly stopped walking. Taylor said, I was so focused on the action that I realized I missed a lot. Me too, James agreed. Jerry was the first to turn around. Let's watch it again. Not everyone was just there for the action. Over time, many people began deeply analyzing the story. Online discussions especially saw countless theories that even Duke, the director, found mind-blowing. But this wasn't a bad thing. Many fans, believing they'd overlooked details, often bought tickets to watch it again. By early Sunday morning, when the Saturday box office figures came in, Duke had no choice but to stay home. He had fallen ill. It wasn't anything serious, just a common cold with a fever. But perhaps the accumulated fatigue of the past few years had finally caught up with him, or maybe it was just his weaker immune system. Regardless, the symptoms left him groggy and forced him to rest. Just give me the latest figures for the 3 most recently released films. After taking his medication, Duke slumped on the sofa and said hoarsely to Tina Fey, stay a bit farther away. I don't want to pass this on to you. Sitting on a sofa a good 10 feet away, Tina replied, The Matrix, $19.97 million, Deep Impact, $3.85 million, Taxi, $62,156. She glanced at Duke, got up to bring him a cup of hot water, and added, according to theater reports, Taxi will likely be pulled from North American cinemas tomorrow. As for Taxi, produced by Luc Besson, Duke wasn't surprised. He vaguely remembered that this film, which was relatively successful in other regions, had grossed less than $300,000 in North America. Foreign films like this rarely made it big in the US. Deep Impact probably won't recoup its costs, Tina said. Taking a sip of water, Duke lay back on the sofa. We'll know for sure when the weekend box office numbers come out. Chapter 303. First week box office exceeds expectations. Chapter 303. Chapter 303. First week box office exceeds expectations. For a quality film to achieve great box office success, it must be accompanied by corresponding promotional efforts. To achieve or even surpass the expected promotional effect, the strategy must be targeted. In simple terms, it is essential to identify the primary audience group for the film and devise strategies that can influence them effectively. Therefore, during the pre-release phase of a movie, various feedback surveys are conducted continuously. Ignoring the nearly flooded IMDb ratings of The Matrix due to manipulated reviews, the audience satisfaction rate published by related survey agencies 3 days into its first week remained around 90%, leaving no room for concern in this area. A detailed audience segmentation analysis revealed that the mainstream audience gave high ratings to The Matrix primarily because the film is very cool. Similarly, there is another group of viewers who love to delve into the details of the film, sometimes drawing conclusions that neither the writer nor the director had intended. This demographic, substantial in size, often becomes the main contributors to discussions on various film forums. Thus, on Sunday, Duke had a phone call with Warner Brothers. Head of Publicity, Jamie Johnson. Shortly after, analyses of The Matrix began appearing in online and traditional media. Articles like Details in The Matrix You Might Have Missed, Director Duke's Deeper Setting in The Matrix, The Matrix and Its Connection to Christianity, Interpretations of Buddhism in The Matrix, and the dichotomy and harmony between The Matrix and world rules became ubiquitous in media. Some of these articles were commissioned by Warner and Duke, written by hired writers specializing in movie analyses. However, many more were spontaneously created by fans who were inspired after being subtly guided by the marketing campaign. These articles might not significantly impact potential viewers who haven't yet seen The Matrix, but they are an excellent way to entice those who've already watched it to return to the theaters, seeking new details and answers. Outstanding films have never lacked fan interpretations. Yet during a hot release period, many seemingly sincere analyses often have unclear origins. Even Duke, a relatively seasoned Hollywood director, couldn't tell where some of these interpretations came from. Perhaps the best way to describe the various analyses surrounding The Matrix and similar films is this: publicity is everywhere. While The Matrix intensified its promotional push, the upcoming release of Godzilla was no exception. At the headquarters of Sony's Columbia Pictures on West Washington Boulevard in Culver City, Michael Ovitz walked into Shigeo Oga's office as if it were his own. After nodding a greeting, he sat on a chair across from him. Neither Ovitz nor Oga looked particularly pleased. "Is the problem with Jean Reno resolved?" Shigeo Oga asked. "It's been taken care of," Michael Ovitz replied, taking a sip of water handed over by the secretary to calm his slightly labored breathing. After paying some money, the charges against Jean Reno were dropped. He frowned and added, "Warner's Media isn't letting it go." Shigeo Oga, familiar with American ways, wouldn't have reached a high position at Columbia Pictures otherwise. With The Matrix and Godzilla clashing this weekend, Warner Brothers surely wouldn't miss an opportunity to attack us. Hearing this, both Oga and Ovitz looked grim. Is Duke Rosenberg's movie truly unstoppable? Oga couldn't help but ask. Despite all the pressure and negative publicity we've created with DreamWorks, The Matrix continues to surge. I think without our suppression and attacks, The Matrix's first-week box office would have been even higher. Tapping the armrest of his chair with his fingers, Michael Ovitz reflected aloud. Friday, $18.67 million. Saturday, $19.97 million. Sunday, $15.44 million. First 3 days, $54.08 million. This first weekend box office result ranks second among R-rated films. He tapped the chair arm harder, emphasizing, "If we hadn't intervened, The Matrix would have undoubtedly broken its own R-rated opening weekend record of $59.24 million set by Saving Private Ryan." Shigeo Oga fell silent. Despite their extensive behind-the-scenes manipulation, the competition had escalated into a heated confrontation, yet the results were still insufficient. Especially considering the performance of other films released the same weekend, Shigeo Oga couldn't help but feel powerless. Deep Impact saw a more than 50% drop in its second weekend, earning only $11.2 million, with a 2-week total of $48.59 million. Given the film's massive budget, this couldn't be considered a success. Taxi earned a mere $220,000 over 3 days and was promptly removed from theaters by the North American Theater Alliance by the end of the weekend. The weak performance of these contemporaries directly led to The Matrix expanding to 3,312 theaters on Monday, capturing over 60% of screenings nationwide. If The Matrix were merely a popcorn flick, Shigeo Oga wouldn't be so concerned. However, the film's strong audience reception had sparked a cultural phenomenon. Since yesterday, people dressed in black trench coats and wearing dark sunglasses could be seen everywhere, clearly fans of The Matrix. Sony's Columbia Pictures was also worried about The Matrix merchandise. In just 3 days over the weekend, merchandise sales reached $24 million, second only to the 2 Jurassic Park films in recent years. Beyond affecting the soon-to-be-released Godzilla merchandise, such merchandise success significantly boosted the film's box office. Box office revenue could drive merchandise sales, and merchandise success, in turn, could further fuel box office revenue. The most typical scenario involved curious onlookers seeing the unique attire and asking what it represented. Upon learning about it, some inevitably became potential moviegoers out of curiosity. Although confident in Godzilla, Shigeo Oga understood that the film's success hinged on withstanding the box office impact of The Matrix's second weekend. Given The Matrix's current strong audience reputation, this impact would not be small. Both Shigeo Oga and Michael Ovitz remained silent. The Matrix had far exceeded the estimated $35 million first weekend box office, placing real pressure on Michael Ovitz. From The Rock to Chicago, Duke's films consistently maintained strong, steady box office trends during their opening weeks, with no significant second-week drop-offs. Some countermeasures had to be taken to curb The Matrix's momentum. While Ovitz and Oga quietly discussed strategies at Warner Brothers Burbank headquarters, staff involved in The Matrix's promotion were all smiles. The film's first-week box office success almost guaranteed its overall success, promising substantial bonuses for everyone. $54.08 million. nearly $20 million above our expectations. In Warner Brothers' CEO's office, distribution head Doug Walter beamed brighter than the California sunshine. Duke is Duke, the king of the summer blockbuster. With him, we'll capture even more market share. Jeff Robinov uncorked a bottle of red wine, pouring some into 2 glasses. Handing one to Walter, he raised his glass. To our king of the summer blockbuster and another success. To Duke. Walter finished his wine in one gulp and remarked, Duke is unwell and unable to participate in the promotion. The film's momentum has already taken off. His involvement or absence won't make much difference. Putting down his wine glass, Robinov thought for a moment before saying, Tonight, let's visit Duke in Malibu. That's appropriate. Walter readily agreed. I think all Warner Brothers top executives should visit Malibu's Duke estate. Robinov chuckled. Though Duke loves creating explosions on screen, he doesn't enjoy chaotic environments in real life. Walter nodded knowingly. Then it'll just be the 2 of us. After tidying up the wine and bottle, Robinov remarked, Do you know? My greatest regret and luck are both tied to Duke. As a good subordinate, Walter listened attentively, a necessary skill. He immediately displayed curiosity. When Duke approached me with speed, and I rejected the project, that became my greatest regret, Robinov said with emotion, reminiscing. Later, when I disregarded opposition within the company and fully supported Warner Brothers working with Duke on The Rock, that was my greatest fortune. This wasn't a secret. Walter knew well that Robinov's rise to CEO had much to do with his push for The Rock and Independence Day, both massive successes. In fact, Walter believed that without collaborating with Duke Rosenberg, Robinov wouldn't be Warner Brothers' CEO today. As soon as work hours ended, Walter and Robinov headed to Malibu's Duke estate. Meanwhile, in Culver City, Ovitz's RV had just turned onto West Washington Boulevard when his assistant in the passenger seat handed him a newspaper. This is a local San Francisco paper, the assistant explained briefly. It's only circulated in California. On the second page of the entertainment section, there's a piece about The Matrix that I thought you might find interesting. Flipping through the newspaper, Ovitz found the article. After just 2 lines, his eyes lit up. Verify this immediately. I need to confirm its authenticity. Also, contact the editors of media outlets we're closely associated with. Chapter 304. The Matrix Shooting Incident. Chapter 304. Chapter 304. The Matrix Shooting Incident. Summer blockbusters, not a moment of peace. Putting down the newspaper in his hand, William Morris's agent, Martin Miller, looked at the long-faced man sitting across from him. But for us, this is good news. The long-faced man was the most promising director under his management. In Hollywood, he was nicknamed Little Explosion Man and the second Duke Rosenberg. His explosion scenes and fast-paced editing were highly refined, and he was already a well-known commercial film director. Take a look, Michael. He handed the newspaper to Michael Bay. To become as outstanding as Duke Rosenberg, it's not enough just to make good movies. I understand. At this stage, Michael Bay didn't have much influence. He nodded humbly and said, Hollywood competition is everywhere. Saying this, he opened the newspaper and quickly found the news Martin Miller referred to as good. Gunfire off the screen. The Matrix violence incident. Just the headline alone was striking and shocking enough. It was undoubtedly bad news for The Matrix. Since the start of the summer blockbuster season, The Matrix has become the first major hit, sparking a frenzy among teenage audiences. Media and viewers are all abuzz about the film's plot, setting, and visuals, but they are ignoring its excessively violent elements. Just last Sunday, a shooting incident occurred in San Francisco. Josh Cook, only 19 years old, bought a gun similar to the one used by Keanu Reeves' Neo in the movie and used it to kill his landlord and the landlord's wife. According to witnesses, Josh Cook believed he was living in the Matrix and was convinced he was the chosen savior. He thought the landlord and his wife were agents sent by the Matrix to persecute him and that he had to kill them to restore the real world. Michael Bay stopped reading further. The news seemed true, and the timing of its release was clearly aimed at countering the immense popularity of The Matrix. This is just one of the many newspapers covering this incident. Martin Miller pointed at a thick pile of newspapers in front of him. They're all hyping this shooting. If I'm not mistaken, it's likely Sony Entertainment trying to Suppress the Matrix. I think so too, Michael Bay nodded. Knowing Martin Miller wouldn't bring this up without a reason, he frowned and asked, "Do you think we should get involved?" "Michael, your new film Armageddon will be released the weekend before Memorial Day." Pushing the newspaper aside, Martin Miller said slowly, "That's the second weekend for Godzilla and the third weekend for The Matrix. Competition is everywhere in Hollywood." Having transitioned from advertising to Hollywood for several years now, Michael Bay deeply understood this point. Warner Brothers won't just sit back. They'll likely have some explanation or countermeasures. "What should we do? Target Godzilla?" "No." Martin Miller shook his head without hesitation. "Godzilla has Michael Ovitz backing it, but I don't think it'll achieve massive success. The Matrix is the real threat to Armageddon." Initially, Martin Miller thought Deep Impact would pose the greatest challenge to Armageddon. The two films were similar in theme, and if the former achieved great success, Armageddon would be seen as a copycat. However, DreamWorks couldn't withstand the siege by the Big Six studios. Before Deep Impact could generate significant buzz, it was nearly overshadowed by the impact of The Matrix, leaving minimal influence on Armageddon. From this perspective, Martin Miller felt they owed some gratitude to Duke's film. However, The Matrix's strong word of mouth and solid weekday box office performance posed a severe threat to Armageddon's release 2 weeks later, making them direct competitors. When dealing with competitors, attacks are inevitable. "Michael, have you seen yesterday's box office statistics from Monday?" Seeing Michael Bay shake his head, Martin Miller said, "Deep Impact's daily box office has already dropped below $3 million. Meanwhile, thanks to its overwhelming word of mouth and an expanding number of screenings, The Matrix's Monday box office fell less than 10% compared to Sunday, earning $14.51 million. This is impossible." Michael Bay couldn't believe what he had just heard. "That's almost Titanic-like performance." Martin Miller raised his voice. "It won't become another Titanic, but it's a bigger threat to us than Godzilla." "What can I do?" Michael Bay asked. "Join me in pressuring Touchstone Pictures, the production and distribution arm for Armageddon, under Walt Disney." Martin Miller had clearly thought this through. Let Disney join the effort to suppress The Matrix. With a production cost of $140 million, Armageddon was produced by Disney's Touchstone Pictures and distributed by its Buena Vista Pictures division. With such a huge investment involved, how could Disney-affiliated media stand by and do nothing? After Michael Bay left, Martin Miller made a call to Walt Disney's management. The two sides quickly reached a consensus. When certain corporate forces want to push an already sensational incident, related news will spread across North America and the entire Western world at lightning speed. The popularity of The Matrix in North America wasn't just affecting the domestic market. The competition extended to a much broader overseas market. When crazy directors do terrible things, we need to reflect on the kind of messages we're conveying. Some films' violence and fantasy have led to this tragedy. Hollywood filmmakers must be more responsible. The Matrix bears undeniable blame for this social violence. When cinematic violence translates into real-life behavior, should films be held accountable? Not only were print media outlets reporting on the shooting incident, but Duke also saw related reports during ABC's primetime segment. Although the reports didn't name The Matrix outright, their implications were clear, and there was no doubt about the subject. In the favorable situation where The Matrix grossed $14.51 million on Monday and $12.78 million on Tuesday, bringing its North American total to $81.47 million, the reports about the shooting undoubtedly cast a shadow over its future prospects. Having lived on this land for so long, Duke knew all too well that sensationalism was not exclusive to any one country. North American media were just as adept at it. Rubbing his still reddish nose, Duke looked out at the dark night sky through the floor-to-ceiling window. His gaze shifted to Panny Callis, Nancy Josephson, and Jamie Johnson, who had finished their discussion. The trio had already wrapped up their plans. In fact, from the moment the newspapers started widely reporting the incident yesterday, Duke and Warner Brothers had launched their crisis PR efforts. However, uncovering the truth, investigating the shooter's background, and devising effective countermeasures took time. The only department to respond quickly was Panny Callis's online PR team. They spread targeted promotional material on the internet, encouraging the Matrix fans to defend the movie online. Even so, traditional media still held an overwhelming advantage. "Duke, leave the PR to us," Nancy Josephson said. "Combining your input with the shooter's background, we've developed a comprehensive strategy to redirect public attention toward family issues. I've always had faith in you." Before he could finish speaking, Duke started coughing. Tina Fey quickly brought him a glass of water and handed it over, saying, "Your top priority right now is to recover." Duke nodded. In such matters, he could at most offer suggestions. The actual execution was best left to professionals. A common cold was a minor illness, but recovering from it could be a hassle. After Nancy Josephson and the others left, Duke took his medication, instructed Tina Fey to monitor the situation, and went upstairs to rest. Regaining his health was more important than anything else. In fact, PR wasn't complicated. Just like how John Hinckley Jr. was influenced by Taxi Driver to assassinate Reagan back in the day, tragedies like this are rarely caused by a single factor. The next morning, NBC's Today show featured an in-depth analysis of the incident. A well-known American mental health expert discussed Josh Cook's mental health issues based on his psychological records. The shooting by Josh Cook cannot simply be blamed on any one factor. This tragedy is largely related to the suspect's unhealthy personality. Any incident he encountered could have become the trigger for his emotions. He couldn't distinguish between the virtual and real worlds. Based on the information we've obtained, Josh Cook suffered from severe depression and mental illness. Meanwhile, the New York Times and Los Angeles Times focused on Josh Cook's family background and some incidents during his tenancy. Josh Cook, a mixed-race individual of Asian and Latino descent, grew up in a broken family. He was fostered in multiple households, where he experienced some level of abuse. Later, he found a job and rented a place in San Francisco, where he was often mocked by his landlords. This again highlights the harm of broken families on minors. Josh Cook was merely a victim of family dysfunction. Warner-affiliated and sympathetic media used various angles to divert attention from the shooting's cause, much like how the opposing side exploited Josh Cook's belief that he lived in the Matrix. Both narratives were based on fact. Discussions about cinematic violence were not new in North America, and Warner's crisis PR efforts gained considerable approval. Even so, it was impossible for such an incident not to have a negative impact on the film. The most direct manifestation was its box office performance. The shooting incident is based on a real event, although it occurred after the release of the second film. Chapter 305, Monsters vs. Matrix. Chapter 305, Chapter 305, Monsters vs. Matrix. On Monday and Tuesday, The Matrix achieved $14.51 million and $12.78 million, respectively, showing a steady trend. However, the widespread coverage of the Josh Cook shooting incident directly caused a fluctuation in the film's box office performance on Wednesday and Thursday. Particularly on Wednesday, the daily box office plummeted by 33%, earning only $8.56 million. By Thursday, with Warner Brothers and Duke Studios launching crisis PR efforts, the box office trend did not drop further, stabilizing at this level with a daily gross of $8.59 million. By the end of its first week in North America, The Matrix had accumulated $98.62 million, on the brink of breaking $100 million. Originally, Warner Brothers' adjusted forecast based on the first-week box office expected The Matrix to surpass $100 million by now. However, it fell slightly short. Neither Duke nor Warner Brothers is the type to passively endure attacks without retaliating. Where did the negative news come from? Who is pushing it behind the scenes? There's no need for speculation or investigation. It's already blatantly obvious. With Sony Entertainment-affiliated media going wild and Walt Disney fanning the flames. During the 2 days of The Matrix's box office turmoil, Warner Brothers' media efforts under Time Warner, apart from crisis PR, focused largely on targeting Sony Columbia Pictures' Godzilla. The Matrix and Godzilla were set to collide head-on that weekend. The Jean Reno incident is in the past. Rehashing old news won't generate interest or attract attention. Moreover, Morgan Freeman's incest scandal has already diluted its impact. Even while unwell, Duke stayed updated on the situation through Tina Fey, offering timely suggestions. While speaking to Jamie Johnson, head of Warner Brothers Publicity, he said, "What we need to do is simple. On a large scale, repeatedly remind the public that Godzilla is an imported product, a Japanese monster. Japanese culture does have some influence in North America. It's arguably the most prominent East Asian culture in the region, which can create the illusion that Japanese cultural products can seamlessly adapt to the North American market. But is that truly the case? In this era, it's not obvious. Sony Columbia Pictures and Michael Ovitz have teamed up, ambitiously trying to turn Godzilla into a franchise similar to Jurassic Park. Quite a few people in Hollywood support them. From Duke's past experiences, Japanese culture has attempted to establish itself in North America multiple times. While there have been profitable ventures, none have achieved massive success on par with Jurassic Park or even one or two levels below it. Monster movies like Godzilla, video games like Resident Evil and Final Fantasy, mecha films like Pacific Rim, and hand-drawn animation like Spirited Away all fell short of that mark. The simplest and most effective way to counter Godzilla is to remind audiences before its release that Godzilla is not an American or Western creation. This is bound to influence some viewers' decisions. Of course, Duke was aware that North America's monster movie craze is a real phenomenon. Godzilla was certain to clash fiercely with The Matrix, and it was hard to predict which would emerge victorious in the end. Late May brought bright sunshine, and North America saw a significant rise in temperatures, mirroring the growing heat in the movie market. There are plenty of films to watch this weekend. By the Riverside Stone Table in Central Park, a group of young students gathered. One standing member said, "We're not considering low-budget films, right? Come on, Frank," someone complained. "It's summer. We're obviously watching blockbusters." Frank, clearly influential in the group, said, "Then we have three options: Deep Impact, The Matrix, and Godzilla." Bill, Bryce, Hardin, Zach. He looked at each companion, seeking their opinions. "Deep Impact is out of the question," said Bryce, removing her eyes from the New York Times. "I don't want to see Morgan Freeman's ugly face." "Yeah, what he did was disgusting," Bill chimed in. "That so-called gentleman of color? He's even worse than Sean Connery, the fake gentleman." Seeing that everyone disliked Morgan Freeman, Frank continued, "Then it's between Godzilla and The Matrix." "Godzilla, I guess. I've already seen The Matrix," Hardin said. Feeling the group's questioning gazes, he quickly added, "I swear, I'm a Matrix fan. I've watched it twice already." "I've seen it twice too," Bill said, taking over, "but I'd still watch it a third time." The group was divided over whether to watch Godzilla or The Matrix, unable to reach a consensus. "Stop arguing. Listen to me first." Bryce flipped to the entertainment section of the New York Times and placed it in front of her friends. "There's something you might have overlooked. Godzilla is a Japanese creation, a monster born from Japanese imagination." "A Japanese creation?" Bill shook his head first. "No interest." The others followed suit, shaking their heads. "What's interesting about a Japanese monster?" Finally, all eyes were on Hardin, the sole supporter of Godzilla. With disdain, he said, "A movie about a Japanese monster as the protagonist? No thanks." Frank suddenly laughed. "Hardin, you made a wise choice. Let's go watch The Matrix." As many North American schools began their summer break, the movie market heated up. Even on the first day of the weekend, Friday, theaters were packed with large crowds. To attract audiences, big-budget productions pulled out all the stops to promote themselves while attacking rivals. Meanwhile, small productions tried to survive in the cracks, hoping for a taste of the profits. Starting Friday, Godzilla rolled out on a large scale, bringing the number of films with production costs over $80 million in North America to 4. Unfortunately, Deep Impact was in evident decline, with theater counts dropping to 1,520 and a daily box office of just $2.4 million before the weekend, effectively exiting the primary competition. Titanic was still screening, but no one considered it a strong competitor at this stage. The weekend's main contenders were Godzilla and The Matrix. The former opened in 3,310 theaters, while the latter maintained its massive 3,220 theater release. The battle between the two pervaded every aspect of the film industry, from audiences to media to theaters. The Matrix is not just a milestone in special effects history, but also a foundational, leading force for 21st century sci-fi films. NBC praised The Matrix in its movie recommendation segment. Meanwhile, CBS aired an exciting clip from Godzilla. Godzilla delivers a roller coaster thrill akin to a theme park ride. While promoting their own films, they also didn't forget to critique their competitors. Godzilla, an oversized and exaggerated monster, leaves the film devoid of surprises, excitement, or thrills. It's just a dull, unscary Japanese lizard. The New York Times. The core of The Matrix, what's real and what's virtual, has been explored in earlier films. Duke Rosenberg merely wrapped it in the emerging computer network aesthetic to make it look a bit more innovative. At its heart, it's the same old Hollywood formula. The Chicago Sun-Times. Beyond these reviews, both sides worked on spreading negative audience perceptions of their rivals' films. Hi, I'm Steve from CNN. A CNN reporter under Time Warner stopped a visibly displeased viewer exiting a Godzilla screening. Could you share your thoughts on the film you just watched? It's trash, absurd, exaggerated, and lacking humor. Watching it was incredibly dull, the young moviegoer said angrily. What a waste of time. I honestly suspect this film was made by Japanese people. It's so boring. The interview aired live on CNN, reaching countless households and viewers. After watching this, Michael Ovitz switched to Columbia Television, where a similar program was running. Standing opposite a CBS reporter was a family audience group. The father said, "I deeply regret taking my kids to watch The Matrix. Its violent scenes were overwhelming, with endless depictions of death and gunfights. I advise families like ours to avoid this movie." As the interview continued, the living room door suddenly opened. Michael Ovitz's most important client, Martin Scorsese, entered, glanced at the TV program, and sat across from Ovitz. "You seem confident," Scorsese said. "You know me, Martin. I never lack confidence, not even against Duke Rosenberg and the king of summer blockbusters." Turning off the TV, Ovitz continued, "As for who will be this weekend's winner, we'll know when the box office numbers come in." Scorsese, intrigued by the ongoing rivalry, asked, "What's your prediction for Godzilla's opening day and weekend gross?" "Based on my analysis, the opening day should fall between $13 million and $15 million, Ovitz confidently replied. "The weekend total won't be less than $40 million, though I'm leaning toward $45 million. Chapter 306. The Stinging Sales Data. Is there anything I can help you with? Inside the Santa Clara Cinema, as Friday's workday was about to end, Joe Exine welcomed another batch of customers. "What do you need?" "Neo's coat, sunglasses, and boots," the customer immediately replied. "And a backpack and keychain." "Oh, yes, a set of Neo and Trinity figures as well." After completing this transaction, Joe Exine barely had time to catch his breath when another customer said, "I also want some of the Matrix merchandise." The final evening show had just ended, and as usual, a considerable number of people who had just watched The Matrix came over to select some merchandise. Coats, sunglasses, figures, backpacks, keychains, and even Nokia flip phones were all bestsellers. After serving over a dozen customers purchasing the Matrix merchandise, Joe Exine exhaled slightly. The sales boom over the past week had been overwhelming. "Can you show me the Godzilla model?" Finally, after serving over 10 customers, someone inquired about Godzilla merchandise. Joe Exine chatted with the customer briefly and managed to close the sale. The sales of these merchandise items were directly tied to Joe Exine's income. Originally, he thought that with the arrival of the new weekend and the powerful release of Godzilla, having both Godzilla and the Matrix merchandise would surely boost sales significantly, earning him more commission. However, reality often diverges greatly from one's optimistic expectations. After seeing off another customer purchasing the Matrix merchandise, Joe Exine glanced toward the sales counter he was responsible for. The shelves for the Matrix merchandise were almost empty, while those for Godzilla were still full. "Hey, George, time to clock out." A boy from the popcorn sales counter approached with a friendly smile. "Need help with inventory?" "Sure, Peter." The two were good friends, and Joe Exine saw no reason to decline. "You handle the Matrix, and I'll take care of Godzilla merchandise." "The Matrix stuff even needs cleaning up?" Glancing at the merchandise area, Peter complained. "It's practically empty, and your side is still full. I remember those Godzilla items were stocked this morning." "Can't sell them." Joe Xian could only shrug helplessly. The Godzilla merchandise was just too disappointing. A dark night enveloped the North American continent. When the sun rose again from the horizon, Saturday quietly arrived. At Sony Columbia Pictures headquarters on West Washington Avenue in Culver City, the atmosphere had been tense since the workday began, especially when the secretary delivered coffee to the office of Executive President Michael Ovitz. She didn't dare breathe loudly, as if the two men in the room, Ovitz and Daiga Shin, were as terrifying as Godzilla on the silver screen. After delivering the coffee, the secretary quickly left the office. Both men sat in silence on their respective sofas, staring at the statistical report in their hands. Michael Ovitz, in particular, showed subtle signs of unease, with the corners of his eyes twitching slightly if one observed closely. He had anticipated a Godzilla opening day gross of $13 to $15 million and considered this a conservative estimate. However, after receiving yesterday's statistics, his eye twitching hadn't stopped. This wasn't excitement, but disbelief, unwillingness, and disappointment after realizing the numbers were real. Having worked in the industry for so many years, Ovitz knew well that statistical data was more truthful and reliable than anything else in Hollywood. But this truth, much like Neo's struggle to accept the harsh reality revealed by Morpheus, was too much to bear. Godzilla opened in 3,310 theaters across North America, but only managed $8.42 million on its first day. This is far below expectations. Looking at the numbers on the report, Ovitz couldn't help but think, even if it doesn't meet expectations, at least breaking $10 million would have been better. With a production cost of $130 million and nearly $30 million already spent on marketing, such an opening day gross was crushing. This was Ovitz's first major project since returning to the entertainment industry. How could he face the consequences of failure? Why? Daiga Shin suddenly broke the silence. Why did this happen? Why? Why indeed? Ovitz could only offer a bitter smile, unable to provide a definitive answer. Their disappointment stemmed not just from the opening day failure, but also from the movie's poor audience reception. On its first day, Godzilla had an audience approval rating of only 64%. And this was just the first day. As more people watched the film, this rating was bound to drop, likely falling below passing levels. A poorly received film typically struggled to maintain box office momentum. More concerning was the report from Ovitz's young assistant, who mentioned that on IMDb, the largest film review site online, Godzilla had a score of only 5.3. This indicated a particularly poor reception among the younger demographic. Of course, as someone with a more traditional approach, Ovitz wasn't yet familiar with the concept of online review bombing. All he knew was that Godzilla was in trouble. Meanwhile, its biggest competitor, The Matrix, despite being embroiled in debates about violence, continued its steady march forward, much like its director, resolute and unwavering. Even with Columbia Pictures and Ovitz's agency pulling all the stops within legal bounds, they couldn't slow it down. The Matrix, screening in 3,220 theaters, grossed $12.35 million in North America yesterday alone, solidifying its position as the weekend's leader. Its audience approval rating, even after over a week of release, remained at a solid 90%. Looking at the statistical report, Ovitz suddenly felt out of touch, as if he could no longer grasp the dynamics of the market. Before the summer season began, both he and Spielberg had believed that Deep Impact and Godzilla would be strong contenders against The Matrix. But now, Godzilla was faring better than Deep Impact, whose Friday gross was a mere $3.12 million. Pitiful for a weekend. Spielberg's face was probably even harder to look at than his own. Even in this situation, Ovitz couldn't help but console himself with others' misfortunes. Seeing Daiga Shin's bitter expression, Ovitz realized he needed to act. After all, this was his project, and failure would strain relationships with Sony Entertainment and harm his agency's reputation. Daiga, box office revenue is only part of a film's earnings, Ovitz reminded. Don't forget, Godzilla has merchandise. As long as merchandise sales soar, we can still achieve profitability. Yes, Daiga Shin nodded. Just then, someone knocked on the office door, and an assistant walked in with a document. Mr. Shin, here's a rough estimate of yesterday's merchandise sales. Hearing this, Shin immediately said, "Let me see." Taking the document, he glanced directly at the numbers, while Ovitz tried to sneak a peek, eager to see the results. At some point, the assistant had left. Ovitz, unable to see the document, turned his gaze toward Shin's face. Initially calm, Shin's face turned pale, then red, and then pale again. Daiga, Ovitz couldn't help but speak. Shin handed the document over directly. See for yourself. Taking the document, Ovitz's sharp eyes caught the data immediately, and he felt a sudden dizziness. Fortunately, his experience allowed him to quickly regain composure. But the numbers seemed to stab at his eyes. Yesterday's Godzilla merchandise sales totaled $570,000. Although this was a rough estimate and typically conservative, even the final figures wouldn't likely exceed this by more than 20%. Less than $1 million in merchandise sales was a slap in the face to their massive investment in merchandising. What's more, another data point turned Godzilla's merchandise sales into a mockery. The Matrix merchandise had an estimated daily sales total of $8.79 million. Briefly recalling the figures, Ovitz realized that the Matrix not only earned $12.35 million on Friday, pushing its total North American gross to $110.97 million, but its merchandise sales in North America had also surpassed $60 million. Was Duke Rosenberg truly unbeatable? Was his title of King of the Summer box office the truest reflection of reality? Ovitz sighed inwardly but forced confidence into his voice. Daiga, this is only the first day. We mustn't lose hope. Godzilla still has a chance to turn things around. Shin looked at Ovitz, then nodded gently. Sony Entertainment's plan was to make Godzilla as successful as Jurassic Park. No matter what, continuing to promote the film was their only option. This weekend, Sony Columbia Pictures ramped up Godzilla's promotional efforts. The monster's image dominated media and advertisements everywhere. Godzilla, an unprecedentedly colossal monster. Its film is unbelievably magical and thrilling. Similar advertisements and hype campaigns flooded the market, while Warner Brothers, as a competitor, wasn't idle either. Chapter 307, Matrix Defeat Monsters. Chapter 307, Chapter 307, Matrix Defeat Monsters. North America is the most mature commercial film market in the world. Since the 1990s, the population of the North American continent has not significantly increased, meaning the audience base for films hasn't grown substantially either. If one film attracts a large number of viewers over the weekend, it will inevitably cause a decrease in viewership for other films. Godzilla ramped up its promotional efforts, and Warner Brothers certainly couldn't just sit idly by. However, compared to the various promotional strategies employed by Sony Columbia Pictures, Warner Brothers, following Duke's advice, responded with the simplest and most direct approach. Godzilla receives rave reviews. Audiences call it thrilling and exciting, fueling the monster craze. This was the media hype created by Sony Columbia Pictures, while Warner Brothers countered with, Godzilla is a native Japanese monster. Godzilla earns nearly $10 million on its opening day, leading the summer box office. Godzilla is a native Japanese monster. The lead actors were so scared by Godzilla during filming that their legs went weak. Godzilla is a native Japanese monster. Monsters invade Manhattan. Iconic landmarks reduced to rubble by Godzilla. Godzilla is a native Japanese monster. Cultural differences are an objective reality, especially in North America, where isolationism still holds significant sway. Additionally, although the internet is emerging, it has not yet reached the point of connecting the world. Foreign cultures are inevitably rejected on North American big screens. It's not just Godzilla, the Japanese monster. Even Taxi, a Western-style commercial film produced by Luc Besson, a director hailed as France's Hollywood export, only lasted 3 days in North American theaters. As for the actual trends of Godzilla and The Matrix, the box office report published on Monday in the Los Angeles Times Entertainment section made everything clear. The third weekend of May continued to see a vibrant North American box office market. Although it didn't achieve the feat of all top 3 weekend films surpassing $20 million, the overall market remained robust, thanks to The Matrix and Godzilla, nearly matching the same period last year when The Lost World, Jurassic Park opened. As of this weekend, The annual North American box office is up 7% compared to the same period last year, painting an optimistic picture. Last weekend, Sony Columbia Pictures' $140 million monster film Godzilla made a strong debut, challenging the previously successful The Matrix. Over Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it grossed $8.42 million, $10.12 million, and $8.25 million respectively, earning an impressive $26.79 million in its opening weekend. However, this achievement wasn't enough to crown Godzilla as the weekend box office champion. That title once again belongs to The Matrix, Warner Brothers and Duke Studios' joint production, directed by the renowned Duke Rosenberg, showed strong momentum with their sci-fi action film, The Matrix. Despite the formidable challenge posed by Godzilla, the film's second weekend pulled in $39.89 million, effortlessly securing the weekend crown and breaking through the $150 million mark in North America, reaching a staggering $150.86 million. Buena Vista's low-budget film, The Horse Whisperer, proved to be this weekend's biggest surprise, surpassing the third weekend performance of Deep Impact, with a $13.68 million box office haul, securing third place. Meanwhile, DreamWorks' Deep Impact continued its disappointing run, earning only $5.61 million in its third weekend. Its North American box office total stands at $56.22 million, far from recovering its costs. Another surprise came from the long-running Titanic. The big ship seems to have no end in sight, earning another $3.56 million over the weekend from 521 theaters, pushing its North American box office to $632.55 million and continuing to break new cinematic records with every step it takes. From the box office data, it's clear that over the past weekend, Godzilla and The Matrix jointly dominated the market. However, the two films have elicited drastically different responses from audiences. Since its release, The Matrix has sparked a cyberpunk culture wave across North America. It has been widely acclaimed since its test screenings. Director Duke Rosenberg has masterfully combined philosophical reflections with sci-fi elements, heralding a new era for sci-fi films. Even George Lucas believes that The Matrix will become a milestone in the history of sci-fi cinema, with a status no less significant than Star Wars. Moreover, this fan-favorite film continues to garner astonishing reviews 2 weeks after its release. The audience approval rating has remained above 90%, and the renowned film website IMDb rates it at a staggering 9.5. With such strong word-of-mouth support, $200 million is definitely not the endpoint for this sci-fi blockbuster's North American box office. In contrast, while Godzilla achieved a decent opening weekend box office, it can't ignore its declining reputation. On its opening day of wide release, the audience approval rating was only 63%, which dropped further to 58% by the end of the weekend. On IMDb, the audience score is a mere 5.6. Based on this, breaking $100 million at the North American box office would be considered a victory for Godzilla. The Matrix has now achieved 2 consecutive summer weekend box office championships. As North America approaches the Memorial Day holiday weekend, the $140 million sci-fi blockbuster Armageddon, produced by Touchstone Pictures and distributed by Buena Vista, is about to hit theaters. Whether it can challenge The Matrix remains to be seen. Not only the North American market, but over the past weekend, The Matrix also began its rollout in international markets. Filmed entirely on location in Sydney, it received an especially enthusiastic response in Australia, grossing $7.52 million over the weekend, the second highest opening weekend box office in Australian film history, only behind Titanic. In the UK, the response to The Matrix was similarly strong, with an impressive $11.2 million opening weekend box office. Globally, where the internet is not yet prevalent, some concepts in The Matrix might be difficult for those unfamiliar with the internet to understand. However, Duke avoided delving deeply into these two worlds, instead focusing on a strategy that highlighted style and flair, which gave it an advantage. The action scenes and explosions alone are enough to thrill audiences. Over the same weekend, The Matrix grossed $6.84 million in France, $7.85 million in Germany, $6.55 million in Spain, $5.67 million in Italy, $7.44 million in Russia, $7.11 million in Argentina, $7.26 million in Brazil, and $5.66 million in Mexico. Although The Matrix has not yet entered the Asian market, its overseas box office has already accumulated $74.89 million in just one weekend, bringing its global total to over $220 million. Actually, box office figures are not the most important thing. After discussing the next steps regarding Martin Bob, the conversation in the office shifted to The Matrix. Martin said to Pat Kingsley, "The media and the public are ignoring the merchandising revenue of The Matrix. Warner Brothers hasn't disclosed last weekend's merchandising sales data," Pat Kingsley said, pouring herself a cup of coffee. "Do you have last weekend's merchandising figures?" "I obtained some rough merchandising statistics for The Matrix through my connections at Warner Brothers," Martin said, handing a document to Pat Kingsley. "Take a look for yourself. Warner Brothers and Duke Studios are set to make a fortune this time. Over $25.6 million in merchandise sold in North America last weekend alone." Even Pat Kingsley was taken aback. She took a sip of her coffee to calm her breathing and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the total merchandising sales for The Matrix in North America have already surpassed $100 million. That's correct. It has indeed surpassed $100 million. With a touch of amazement, Martin rubbed his temples and said, "I have confirmed information that Duke Studios signed a 30% revenue-sharing agreement with various manufacturers. This means nearly $30 million from the merchandise sales can be considered pure profit. The share of profits from merchandise sales for blockbuster films is becoming increasingly significant," Kingsley sighed. Martin added, "And don't forget, this is just North America. Moreover, the DVD, VHS, and television rights for The Matrix haven't been sold yet. I believe the merchandising revenue for this film might surpass its box office earnings within a year," he added. Pat Kingsley nodded and, after a moment of thought, said, "Not signing an agency contract with Duke Rosenberg back then was the biggest mistake in CAA's history. Unfortunately, we didn't have the authority back then." At this point, Martin's gaze flickered repeatedly. "That's fine. The more successful Duke becomes, the more uneasy the partners will feel, and the more they'll believe someone should be held accountable for past mistakes. And the person responsible had a lackluster year with Spielberg's package project. Our opportunity is coming." Not far from their office, Martin Bob sat alone in his office, his face filled with worry. Even with the most reliable Spielberg as a collaborator, he couldn't escape the string of bad luck that had plagued him for years. Success seemed increasingly out of reach, and he was on the verge of becoming a laughingstock at CAA, practically a synonym for failure. Facing fierce external competition and surrounded by wolves within, Martin Bob could feel the looming crisis. Even though he was the largest shareholder among CAA's partners, when opposition grew strong enough, he would have no choice but to step down in disgrace. He didn't want to end up like Michael Ovitz, who left Disney as a failure and was driven out in humiliation. A small mistake made years ago, abandoning a seemingly insignificant individual, had now become the harbinger of his downfall. Duke Rosenberg, could he really be unbeatable? Those who ascend to high positions are invariably individuals of firm resolve. Martin Bob had no intention of conceding defeat just yet. Chapter 308. The theme of the new project. Chapter 308. Chapter 308. The theme of the new project. "Hand it to me, Emma." Taking the silver pot from the housekeeper, Tina Fey walked through the garden toward the seaside. She reached a thick palm tree, sat on one side of an oak table, picked up Duke's teacup, refilled it, and slid it back to him. "Thank you." Briefly glancing away from his laptop screen, Duke nodded at his assistant. "When did you get here?" "Just now." The sea breeze was a bit strong, and Tina Fey tied up her long hair behind her head. After the first week, Sony Columbia significantly reduced its resources on Godzilla, which eased the criticism surrounding The Matrix. The studio can finally relax a bit. She looked at Duke, hesitating for a moment before saying, "You've just recovered, and you're already back to work." Anything in the world can be squandered because there's always a chance to start over, Duke said, saving the script he had just written and raising his teacup. Before taking a sip, he added, "But time, once wasted, can never be recovered. Following a boss like you." Tina Fey joked, "I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse." Seeing Duke smile and shake his head, Tina Fey changed the topic. She pointed to his laptop curiously. "A new script?" "Yes, a new script," Duke nodded. "I remember you have several scripts registered with the Writers Guild," Tina Fey remarked as she opened the document on Duke's laptop. As she skimmed through it, she added, "You haven't finished those, and now you have new ideas?" "This is an experimental project," Duke said as he poured a cup of tea for Tina Fey. "It's based on an incident you personally experienced." "Thank you." Tina Fey scratched her cheek. "I can tell. No wonder you asked me so many details about that shooting incident and even had me gather materials from the LAPD. You were preparing for this." Duke lamented slightly. "It would have been better if we could get the video footage from ABC television." "They refused?" Tina Fey asked, raising her eyebrows. "Did you try Robert Iger?" "Unless I accept their investment." Duke shook his head decisively. "Disney wouldn't provide the footage otherwise, so I gave up." He turned his gaze toward the sea. "This is just a small adaptation with minimal investment. The content won't entirely align with the North Hollywood shootout. I merely want to use this small-scale, multi-narrative production as practice." "Practice?" Tina Fey said matter-of-factly. "With your current skills, do you still need practice?" "Dear, don't overestimate my abilities," Duke said, always remaining clear-headed. "Who knows when I might fail? But I don't want that failure to happen on a big project like the Lord of the Rings trilogy. According to my plan, the next 2 films in the series will feature extensive multi-narrative storytelling. Narration has always been my weak point, and I'm well aware of it. That's why I need enough preparation." At this point, Duke suddenly asked, "Tina, are you interested in playing yourself in this film?" "Me?" Tina Fey was momentarily stunned before shaking her head. "I don't want to be an actress. I prefer working on the business side." When she first entered Hollywood, she dreamed of fame, but seeing the true face of the industry and its fierce competition quickly changed her mind. She knew her talent was average, and even with Duke's support, becoming a second-tier actress wasn't impossible. However, she clearly understood the importance of being a senior executive at Duke's studio compared to being a minor star. She had earned Duke's trust and respect through her performance. Anyone in Hollywood with inside knowledge knew how much weight her words carried with Duke. Even stars like Naomi Watts and Charlize Theron, who were at the peak of their fame, treated her with utmost respect. Why settle for being a star dependent on others? She wasn't that naive. Duke had no intention of letting his trusted assistant go. He merely asked out of courtesy and quickly dismissed the idea. After discussing the unfinished script briefly, the two shifted their focus to the next phase of work. "Tina, notify the team members in advance," Duke instructed. "Regroup in New Zealand by mid-August." After The Matrix premiered, Duke gave the staff who had been working tirelessly in New Zealand for nearly a year a nearly 3-month-long vacation. Only a few were left on guard duty. Closing his laptop, Duke thought for a moment and added, "Also, contact a real estate agent to find suitable housing in Wellington. We'll be based there for the next few years." "What about this project?" Tina Fey gestured toward his laptop. "Will it also be prepared in New Zealand?" "American banks won't let us film shootouts in front of their doors." Picking up his laptop, Duke headed toward the villa. When Tina Fey followed with the silver pot and cups, he added, "We'll find suitable streets in Wellington or build sets and studios for the shooting. The Laurel Canyon Boulevard area is one of Los Angeles's financial centers. Considering a bank robbery had occurred there not long ago, it would be a nightmare for any bank if a film crew staged a shootout on its doorstep." With the script far from complete, Duke planned to begin preparations only after arriving in New Zealand. He intended to spend minimal time filming and producing this $8 to $10 million experimental low-budget film. Sitting in the villa's bay window, Duke looked out at the sea, contemplating the script. With The Matrix maintaining its momentum and Warner Brothers backing it, he didn't need to focus too much energy on it. Instead, his attention was now on how to develop his new project. Unlike his previous works, this project had little to draw from past experiences or memories. It was entirely an original creation. According to his plan, the investment would cap at $8 to $10 million, and the film would be a realistic depiction of a gunfight. But after thinking for a while, Duke noticed problems in his draft. Classical gunfight styles had long fallen out of favor. Furthermore, adapting a true story dictated that it couldn't feature the romanticized action of The Matrix or other cinematic gunfights. Realism was a must. Realism, however, often lagged behind the times. A film of this nature would struggle to achieve substantial profits. At this thought, Duke slapped his forehead. As the owner of a film studio, profit was a natural consideration. Yet for this experimental film, perhaps he could set aside the pressure of profitability and focus entirely on his vision. Even if the movie ended up losing money, it wouldn't matter much to him. Taking the coffee Emma brought over, Duke savored its aroma while recalling information on the people he intended to depict as main characters, particularly Larry Eugene Phillips and Emil Matasareanu. Like most criminals, neither of them was born evil. Their heinous crimes resulted from various factors, one of which was their troubled families. Family. A complete and happy family has an immense impact on a person's growth and decisions. Family is also a widely embraced value in North America. Why did Saving Private Ryan resonate so strongly with the media? Why did it wield such enormous influence? Beyond its humanitarian message, the film's theme of protecting family unity played a crucial role. Every film needs a theme, even the most commercial ones. Family is undoubtedly an ideal theme. As Duke's thoughts gradually cleared, he considered the contrast, broken families leading to tragedy versus happy ones. Finishing the last of his coffee, Duke grabbed his laptop from the coffee table in the living room and headed to his study. He planned to revise the already written portions of the script based on the materials he'd gathered. While Duke was drafting the new project's script, The Matrix continued raking in revenue. Like the previous weekend, The Matrix's main competitor remained Sony Columbia's Godzilla. However, Godzilla's rapidly declining. Audience reception exposed its lack of stamina. By the start of the second week, its daily box office numbers plummeted significantly. On Monday, Godzilla grossed $5.2 million, a sharp 37% drop from its $8.25 million Sunday haul. The Matrix, meanwhile, maintained steady momentum, experiencing less than a 20% drop and earning $8.21 million. Over the next 3 weekdays, Godzilla's daily earnings kept declining. $5.12 million on Tuesday, $4.95 million on Wednesday, and $4.66 million on Thursday. In the same period, The Matrix consistently outperformed Godzilla, grossing $8.01 million, $7.85 million, and $7.52 million, respectively. By the Friday of Memorial Day weekend, The Matrix had accumulated $182.45 million at the North American box office. In contrast, Godzilla, which had been out for a week, stood at $46.72 million. Earlier release Deep Impact had seen its daily earnings dip below $2 million and was barely holding on to about 1,000 theaters, with its North American gross at $65.12 million. Amid this fierce competition between three blockbuster films, The Matrix had already emerged victorious and was set to dominate the coming weekend, despite the release of Michael Bay's Armageddon. Chapter 309. The Battle Between Explosion Maniacs. Chapter 309. Chapter 309. The Battle Between Explosion Maniacs. The end of the world is approaching. Bruce Willis, playing the protagonist, becomes humanity's last hope. At the most critical moment, he presses the control button for the nuclear bomb. A massive explosion fills the screen, illuminating the theater. The images on the screen switch rapidly, showing the excitement of the people saved on Earth. The film clearly uses explosions to stir emotions, and the sharp, quick cuts easily manipulate the audience's feelings. The Earth is saved. The movie ends. Alan and Jones walk out of the theater. Why does this feel so familiar? Jones asks Alan while heading toward the exit. Continuous rapid camera cuts, crazy explosions, cities destroyed by the blasts. Alan picks up the conversation. This film feels so much like Duke's early style. Speed, Independence Day, and The Rock were all like this. Exactly, Jones nods in agreement. Michael Bay is indeed the little explosion maniac. It seems he learned a lot from Duke. Unfortunately, What he learned is outdated. What Duke no longer uses, Allen's size. Duke has long moved past relying purely on sensory stimulation to attract audiences. Michael Bay is just a second-rate Duke Rosenberg. The gap between Armageddon and The Matrix is clear, and the gap between Michael Bay and Duke is even greater. At the turn of the century, various doomsday rumors were circulating in society. Deep Impact and Armageddon emerged as timely products. However, due to different distributors, the two films received vastly different treatments. The former, backed by DreamWorks, faced suppression from major companies, while the latter, a Walt Disney production, opened in 3,127 theaters. In his early career, Michael Bay conquered countless North American viewers with dazzling editing and insane explosions. Yet, the path he continues to tread is one where the first person gets the meat, the second person chews on bones, and those who follow might only get to sip the soup. Armageddon is undoubtedly a culmination of Michael Bay's early work. It even pushed the genre of summer blockbusters, combining emotional explosions with other tacky elements, to a new peak. But the situation has changed. Since the early 90s, North American audiences have been bombarded by Duke's explosion-heavy visual effects films, which significantly lowered expectations for this type of movie. No one denies that Armageddon is a solid summer popcorn movie, but its first-day box office performance fell short of matching its $140 million production cost. On its Friday opening, Armageddon grossed $9.66 million across 3,127 theaters. This asteroid impact movie barely outperformed the opening of the similarly themed Deep Impact. Undoubtedly, the steady box office performance of The Matrix influenced the subsequent releases of films like Armageddon. On the opening day of the new weekend, The Matrix, which had been steadily declining, saw a rebound. Showing in 3,110 theaters, its Friday box office rose 27% from Thursday, earning $9.7 million, just ahead of Armageddon. The rebound of Godzilla's box office also affected Armageddon. The monster film saw a 25% increase on Friday, earning $5.43 million. Compared to The Matrix and Armageddon, Godzilla has fallen behind. This weekend's North American market is a battle between the first two films. Online discussions and interpretations of The Matrix are heating up. At this stage, there's no need for internet water armies to guide public opinion anymore. Duke knows that the main audience for this type of film is teenagers, and the internet is most influential among this demographic. Penny Callis's online PR department sprang into action right after Armageddon's premiere, leaving traces of their activity across major sites and forums, including IMDb. Armageddon is painful to watch for the senses, brain, and anyone simply wanting a good film. Finding flaws in a film like Armageddon is like using a pea shooter against an elephant. All the fatal flaws, absurd plot lines, weak character development, baffling performances, and deafening chaos are present in abundance. Let me count how many reasons there are to hate Armageddon. 1, 2, 3. Armageddon feels confusing and lacks exciting plot pacing and character performance. This is largely due to aesthetic fatigue. Michael Bay is blatantly imitating young Duke Rosenberg, and doing so poorly. On the relatively free platform of the internet, within just one day, negative commentary about Michael Bay and Armageddon spread everywhere. For traditional corporations, slow to adapt, this new virus-like method of spreading negativity caught them off guard. Under these critical posts, many stirred-up netizens left comments. For most viewers, Michael Bay indeed seemed to be imitating Duke's early style. Michael Bay is just copying Duke. His movies have no originality. I went to see Armageddon. Yes, there were a lot of explosions, but those are techniques Duke discarded long ago. Compared to The Matrix, what garbage is Bay making? Walt Disney had heavily participated in last week's shooting incident coverage, with its subsidiary ABC being one of the most active. Even now, Disney's media outlets continue to milk the event, influencing many audience decisions. Competition is everywhere in this industry, especially in the crucial summer season. While no one could criticize Disney's actions, Warner Brothers was not content to play defense. Aside from Duke's online campaigns, Warner actively smeared Disney's major production in traditional media. Armageddon, though spectacular and noisy, lacks any originality. Michael Bay's techniques are all methods Duke Rosenberg abandoned long ago. Both are known for their explosions, but the difference between them is obvious: time. This is indeed a sci-fi movie, but the science in Armageddon is grounded in an absurd reality. We just want to ask, how implausible is the plot? Is there anything more ridiculous than sending ordinary oil drillers into space to drill on an asteroid? Los Angeles Times. Michael Bay today lags far behind Duke in every way except age. Traditional media's influence on teenagers may be diminishing, but in North America, the birthplace of the internet, the web has become indispensable to many teenagers and office workers alike. For commercial films, Saturday's box office usually surpasses Friday's. Yet, impacted by this string of unfavorable factors, Armageddon's Saturday earnings dropped by 12.7%, bringing in $8.44 million. Meanwhile, The Matrix continued its steady trend, with a slight increase in Saturday earnings to $10.11 million, once again surpassing Armageddon. The competition for this weekend was already leaning in The Matrix's favor. Sunday came, and the trend became even clearer. Armageddon fell further, earning $8.11 million. Even The Matrix followed typical market patterns, ending its weekend rebound and earning $9.21 million on Sunday. Los Angeles Times reported. In the just-concluded fourth weekend of May, The Matrix maintained its strong performance, grossing $29.02 million in its third weekend, surprisingly achieving a three-week streak at the top of the box office. Impacted by The Matrix's success, this weekend's Armageddon failed to meet Disney's expectation of $40 million, closing its first weekend with $26.21 million, ranking second at the box office. Ranking third is Sony Columbia Pictures' mega-budget Godzilla. A steep drop in audience reviews caused a massive 50% decline, bringing in only $13.15 million. The Matrix has accumulated $211.47 million in North America, temporarily holding the year's top spot. Overseas, the film has grossed $156.99 million, pushing its global total to nearly $400 million, the highest-grossing film of the year so far. With Monday, the traditional Memorial Day holiday in North America, most films saw minimal declines. The Matrix earned another $8.95 million, pushing its North American total to $220.42 million. Armageddon performed steadily with $8.05 million, raising its total to $34.26 million. Godzilla added $4.95 million, bringing its North American gross to $64.82 million, with a strong chance of eventually crossing $100 million. DreamWorks emerged as the biggest loser of the summer season so far. Deep Impact, after spending 4 weekends battling the combined pressure of the 6 major studios, failed to meet the psychological thresholds of theater owners in terms of per theater and total gross. As a result, it became the target for forced removal from theaters by the North American Theater Alliance, with a final gross of $70.06 million. Chapter 310, Super Gold-Making Machine. Chapter 310, Super Gold-Making Machine. The summer season, particularly in June and July, is a time when blockbuster commercial films are released almost every weekend. Some competition is inevitable and unavoidable. After Memorial Day, the fierce battles of May have temporarily subsided, but the ever-escalating passion of the market doesn't mean the competition has ended. The slate of blockbusters scheduled for every weekend in June is no less formidable. Before the first weekend of June arrived, Duke set aside his screenwriting and other work and once again stepped onto the red carpet of a premiere. The film Mission: Impossible, in which he and Tom Cruise held the major investment shares, was officially released. Congratulations, Duke. Just as he stepped into the VIP lounge of the theater, Tom Cruise approached him enthusiastically, his face brimming with energy. Another 3-time summer box office champion. I'm already starting to regret not playing Neo. Facing Cruise's smile, Duke wasn't stingy with his own. I think Ian Hunter will also become a classic on the big screen. Thank you. Tom Cruise let go of Nicole Kidman's hand and walked over to give Duke a firm hug. Thank you for supporting me wholeheartedly. With Cruise's personality, avoiding conflicts with Paramount Pictures during filming was almost impossible. For most of the production, Duke had his representatives in the crew stand firmly on Cruise's side. As the saying goes, no one wanted mission impossible to succeed more than Tom Cruise. Moreover, his film instincts around the turn of the century weren't bad, especially with Pat Kingsley constantly advising him. "Hello, Mary." "Hello, Duke." After hugging Tom Cruise, Duke shook hands with Nicole Kidman. It seemed that the couple had finished their social rounds and stayed by his side, continuing to chat. "I think we can collaborate again," Cruise said, his eyes showing a mix of emotions. "To this day, I still haven't starred in a single film with a North American box office exceeding $200 million. But you," he sighed softly. "The Matrix hasn't even been in theaters for a month, and its North American box office is approaching $300 million. Hey, Tom, you're exaggerating." Cruise's enthusiasm left Duke a bit unaccustomed, so he replied with a smile. "The latest statistics are just over $230 million, which is still quite far from $300 million. The Matrix couldn't defy the natural rules of commercial films like Titanic had. With the passage of time, its hype was clearly beginning to wane. Breaking the $300 million barrier in North America would be challenging. After all, it was the fiercely competitive summer season. Once the film's hype cooled, theater chains would inevitably reduce screenings significantly. In June, movies like Mission Impossible, Mulan, and Dr. Dolittle, which were strong contenders in memory, would be released, undoubtedly impacting The Matrix's box office. "I have confidence in you." Cruise seemed more optimistic than Duke. He turned to Nicole Kidman and said, "Mary and I have discussed this many times. There's a good chance you'll snag the annual box office champion title again this year." Nicole Kidman flashed a cooperative smile. "That's exactly what I believe." Looking at Tom Cruise, and then Nicole Kidman, Duke suddenly felt the two of them were more harmonious than when he'd last seen them. But this had nothing to do with him. Duke quickly dismissed the thought and continued discussing films with the couple. Before they could say much, Paramount Pictures CEO Sherry Lansing walked over. "Congratulations on another big hit," she said, extending her hand. Duke shook it lightly and replied, "Thank you." Despite The Matrix receiving a mixed rating and Paramount's involvement in hyping up gun-related controversies, and despite Duke touching on Paramount's interests with Braveheart and Titanic, both he and Sherry Lansing smiled brightly in this setting as if past competition had never existed. This was actually the norm in Hollywood. This year's partners might very well be next year's competitors due to clashing release schedules. If one were to glare at every competitor, survival in this industry would be impossible. "It's clear The Matrix is a franchise," Lansing said during the conversation, tentatively suggesting, "Duke, would you consider handing over the sequel to Paramount Pictures? Our terms." Indeed, she was eager to secure the sequel rights to The Matrix. She wasn't alone. Many in Hollywood shared the same desire. Blockbuster films with great box office success appear every year, but those that see massive success in merchandise sales are rare. In recent years, as promotional costs have risen, the profit margin from ticket sales has shrunk, making merchandise and licensing a growing share of revenue. In 1993, Steven Spielberg alone earned $200 million from Jurassic Park, yet Universal Pictures still made a fortune because its merchandise sales were extraordinary. Her eyes were set on The Matrix not for its box office performance, but for its merchandise sales. Although overseas sales figures weren't yet finalized, Hollywood insiders had already seen North American merchandise sales for The Matrix. For weeks into its release, excluding Nokia phones, merchandise like sunglasses, trench coats, and stationery had generated $180 million in sales. Duke Studio could claim 30% of that, $60 million, plus the $20 million in early advertising sponsorships. Even before ticket revenue was accounted for, The Matrix had already recouped its production costs. Was there any reason not to be envious? Moreover, Warner Brothers and Duke Studio were still negotiating with various distributors. The North American television and home video rights for The Matrix would undoubtedly fetch astronomical prices. And that's just North America. The overseas market, which had already surpassed North America in revenue, was still untapped. Merely thinking about the potential earnings made Sherry Lansing feel dizzy. In her eyes, Duke wasn't a director but a super gold-making machine. Though Lansing laid out an enticing offer, Duke politely declined by saying he needed time to consider. Her promises seemed attractive, but how many Hollywood promises actually materialized? This way, let me introduce you to the cast and crew, Tom Cruise said, inviting Duke to meet the team. Given their thawing relationship and 2 collaborations, Duke saw no reason to refuse. Inside the theater, he moved to the front row, shaking hands with the main cast and crew as Cruise introduced them. After all, he was one of the film's producers. "Hello, Jean," Duke said, greeting a French actor with a prominent nose. "Your performance in Lawn, the Professional, was impressive." Even though Duke's studio had been among the most aggressive in undermining Jean Reno weeks ago, both parties shook hands calmly. Such intense behind-the-scenes competition paired with superficial normalcy was standard in Hollywood. At Cruise's introduction, Duke met many of the cast. Finally, he reached a young actor about his age, whose chiseled, rock-like face and broad, muscular frame almost matched Duke's height. Beneath his tailored suit, hints of explosive strength were visible. "This is Gerard Butler," Cruise introduced. Duke, intrigued, gave Butler a second look after their handshake. He then turned to his assistant. "Tina, track down Gerard Butler's agent's contact information later." "Understood," Tina Fey replied softly. "A new project? I need someone physically imposing, with decent acting skills and a rugged appearance, for those 2 robber roles. He fits the look." Glancing at the screen, Duke added, "If his performance in this film is acceptable, we can send him an audition invitation." The rugged leader of the red-caped army, Leonidas, seemed perfect for such tough roles. Duke only worried about Butler's acting skills. However, as the film began and Butler appeared in several scenes, Duke's concerns eased. While Butler's acting wasn't outstanding, it met Duke's relatively low standards. Besides, according to Duke's plan, the robbers would spend much of their screen time masked, minimizing the need for exceptional acting. Moreover, to align with mainstream values, he wouldn't emphasize these robbers excessively. After briefly pondering the casting for his new project, Duke shifted his focus to the screen. Although Mission Impossible was delayed by 2 years, some scenes and plot points had changed. What remained constant was the film's overall style and Ethan Hunt's array of stunts and charm. Tom Cruise's star power was formidable at this time, as evidenced by the gasps and cheers from teenagers in the back rows. As an investor, Duke, like Cruise, wanted the film to succeed. Based on his industry experience and judgment, he predicted the film might not receive stellar reviews, but its box office prospects seemed promising. It might not be a blockbuster hit, but a total of $100 to $150 million appeared achievable. The combination of Mission Impossible's genre and Cruise as its lead actor would undoubtedly pressure competing or upcoming releases. It too would have to thrive amidst fierce competition. Chapter 311. Approaching 500 million. Chapter 311. Chapter 311. Approaching 500 million. Just as Hollywood constantly undergoes a transition between old and new eras, new releases inevitably encroach upon the space of films already in theaters. Most of the time, as long as the new releases boast high quality and effective promotion, they can easily overshadow previously released films. The newly released Mission Impossible is a case in point. Despite criticism from the media and some competitors rallying fans of the original TV series to protest against the film adaptation, the movie's quality is solid, the marketing was well executed, and Tom Cruise's star power remains immense. By the end of the weekend, Mission Impossible emerged as the new winner. The film opened in 3,055 theaters across North America and grossed $46.65 million over the weekend, taking the top spot on the weekly box office chart from The Matrix, which had previously held the title for 3 consecutive weeks. Although The Matrix lost its box office crown, its earnings remained exceptionally stable and healthy, bringing in $18.55 million over the same weekend. Its North American box office total reached $252.14 million, still leading the annual rankings. The impact of Mission Impossible also affected Armageddon and Godzilla. Over the weekend, they grossed $16.25 million and $9.65 million, respectively, with their North American totals reaching $72.11 million and $82.33 million. Despite the large-scale productions, these films vary greatly in audience reception. After nearly a month in theaters, The Matrix saw a slight decline in audience reception, but still maintained an impressive 87% approval rating. On IMDb, 3,025 users had rated the film, giving it a high score of 9.35. Of course, with the active participation of a massive number of fake reviews, the IMDb rating held little significance. Mission Impossible, still in its opening week, received decent audience feedback with an approval rating of 85%. Meanwhile, the audience approval ratings for Armageddon and Godzilla had fallen below 70% and 60%, respectively. This summer, Tom Cruise, much like Duke, was destined to shine. However, unlike Tom Cruise, who was embarking on a North American promotional tour, Duke missed The Matrix's promotional events in North America due to illness. Even as Keanu Reeves, Charlize Theron, and other cast members headed overseas, Duke remained in Los Angeles, preparing for his next phase of work. An old acquaintance specifically visited the Duke studio. "Duke, we're old friends," said Christopher Lee, his tall frame seated beside Duke in the office. In a resonant voice, he declared, "I earnestly request the chance to play Gandalf. It's a dream of mine. I've been imagining this moment for 20 years. I'm willing to play the role for free." Looking at Christopher Lee, with his white hair and age spots, Duke frowned. As a passionate fan of The Lord of the Rings, he had watched the films and behind-the-scenes footage countless times and naturally remembered that Lee's top choice was Gandalf, not Saruman. However, Duke had no intention of casting him as Gandalf. It wasn't that Lee wasn't suitable, it was simply that he was too old. After some thought, Duke said, "Lee, Gandalf has a lot of action scenes." Christopher Lee started to speak, but was interrupted by Duke raising a hand. "Let me finish. Action scenes can indeed use stunt doubles, but many of the scenes involving trekking through the wilderness or struggling against blue-screen backdrops require the actor to perform personally. Lee, don't forget, you're about to turn 80, Duke stated bluntly. "As a director and producer, I must consider the safety of the actor and the welfare of the entire production team." Duke's words were an unchangeable fact. Considering his own declining health, Christopher Lee couldn't help but show a trace of disappointment on his face. "It's always been my dream to collaborate with you again," he said earnestly. "I'm willing to play any role in your films for free." After The Rock, Christopher Lee's reputation soared, but in recent years, he hadn't had any outstanding projects or roles. At his age, the saying "the older, the wiser" described him perfectly. Starring in one of Duke's films meant attracting significant attention, with subsequent benefits likely far exceeding the lack of a paycheck. Duke merely smiled. He wouldn't consider the offer of working for free. Hollywood never operated without expecting something in return. "Lee, let your agent contact Charles Roven," he said slowly. "Start preparing for Saruman." Christopher Lee didn't stay long after that. Duke turned to Tina Fey on the other side of the office and said, "Notify Charles. Stick to the usual rules." Tina Fey understood the meaning behind Duke's words and noted it in her work log. The Lord of the Rings trilogy required a massive cast. While temporary actors and minor roles could be recruited closer to filming, the main actors and their stunt doubles needed to be finalized early to undergo extended physical, swordsmanship, and archery training. In particular, swordsmanship and archery required professional instructors. The Lord of the Rings trilogy was a purely Western work, and Duke wouldn't consider incorporating any elements of Eastern martial arts or other combat styles. Including Eastern martial arts or similar styles in a classic Western fantasy work like this would only be laughable. Sitting behind his desk, Duke reflected on the cast of the original The Lord of the Rings and said to Tina Fey, "Send audition invitations to Elijah Wood, Viggo Mortensen, Orlando Bloom, Ian McKellen, Sean Davies, Cate Blanchett, Hugo Weaving, Billy Boyd, Sean Astin." It had been so long that some names inevitably escaped his memory. After listing the names, Duke suddenly thought of another key figure, the original Hollywood master of motion capture. "Also, Tina," he added, "find me a profile on Andy Serkis." Andy Serkis? From her expression, Tina Fey seemed familiar with the name. She said, "I heard Naomi Watts mention him when we were having tea. I think he's working on King Kong." Working on King Kong? Duke frowned, then chuckled. That was good news. If he guessed correctly, Peter Jackson was likely using motion capture technology, which would only enhance Andy Serkis' expertise in that field. Make sure to send an audition invitation to Andy Serkis as well. After a moment's thought, Duke added, as for new projects, besides Gerard Butler, send an audition invitation to Liam Neeson. Tina Fey jotted down everything in her work log. However, when Duke mentioned new projects, she asked, Doug Walter called me. Warner Brothers is asking about the script's progress. They want to expedite the review process. Tell them I'll deliver the draft script by the end of June. After completing the first third of the script and outlining the plot and character settings, Duke handed the project to the Duke Studios' earliest department, the script review division. Multiple writers were now filling in the details according to the template. This highly experimental film was already slated for review by Warner Brothers, which had decided to greenlight the project after procedural approvals. As a commercial enterprise, Warner Brothers wasn't engaging in charity. The overwhelming success of The Matrix gave them immense confidence in Duke. When they learned he had a smaller project planned before the Lord of the Rings trilogy, CEO Jeff Robinov visited Duke Manor 3 times, insisting the project be handled entirely by Warner Brothers. This was the inevitable result of continuous success. Duke's aura was now on par with that of Spielberg and James Cameron. Although the new project was a small, real-life-based production, Warner Brothers was clearly confident it would yield high returns, just like Chicago, which Duke had successfully commercialized. Duke didn't object to someone funding his uncertain project. However, their agreement was only tentative. Everything depended on the completion of the script and its approval by Warner Brothers' review committee. While Duke prepared for his new film, the summer box office competition remained fiercely contested. On the second weekend of June, Walt Disney's 4-year hand-drawn animated epic Mulan debuted in the North American market, joining the fray of this chaotic battle. Disney's animation studio pinned high hopes on the film to end its recent slump. However, Mulan fell short of such expectations. Although the animated film opened in 2,888 theaters with a weekend gross of $22.74 million, taking the top spot on the North American box office chart, its per-theater average of $7,876 was far from stellar. The decline of hand-drawn 2D animation was inevitable. In its second weekend, Mission: Impossible grossed $21.62 million, narrowly missing the top spot. Meanwhile, The Matrix, still screening on a large scale, saw its theater count drop significantly for the first time, reducing to 2,655 theaters this weekend. It earned $11.2 million over the 3-day period, and including weekday earnings, its North American total reached $270.2 million, closing in on the $300 million milestone. By Monday, the film's theater count fell below 2,500, a common scenario for any commercial film as its popularity wanes. Internationally, The Matrix was also cooling down. However, its overseas gross officially surpassed $200 million, bringing its global total to $470.55 million. Moreover, starting this week, the film was set to release across major markets in East Asia, including Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and the Philippines. International revenue was expected to climb further, likely pushing The Matrix past the $500 million global milestone. Chapter 312. The Agent Abandoned by His Actor. Chapter 312. Chapter 312. The Agent Abandoned by His Actor. Welcome to ABC's weekly box office report. During the just-past Independence Day weekend, The Mask of Zorro topped the charts with an opening weekend gross of $22.52 million. However, the most talked-about film this week isn't this new release, but the nearly 2-month-old The Matrix. Over the weekend, The Matrix earned $5.41 million across 1,455 theaters, bringing its domestic box office total to $301.03 million. This makes it the first film in 1998 to surpass $300 million domestically and breaks the 2-year trend. Since 1996 of no R-rated movie achieving this milestone. Moreover, The Matrix is poised to challenge the $325.79 million domestic R-rated record set by Saving Private Ryan, also directed by Duke Rosenberg. Additionally, judging from the release schedule for the rest of the year, The Matrix is virtually guaranteed to claim both the domestic and global box office crowns for 1998. Overseas, the film has already grossed $256.22 million, bringing its global total to over $550 million. After switching styles with Saving Private Ryan and Chicago, Duke Rosenberg's return to summer sci-fi blockbusters has proven incredibly powerful. Why is The Matrix so popular with audiences? To delve deeper, we've invited Robert Iger, the head of Walt Disney's Touchstone Pictures, to give us a professional analysis. Hello, Mr. Iger. In your opinion, what makes The Matrix such a huge success? Why the success? The Matrix delivers ultra-cool action and visuals unlike anything we've seen before. It profoundly explores the relationship between humans and technology, the virtual world, and the human soul, making it a sci-fi classic. But in my opinion, the film owes much of its success to its extraordinary visual effects. The black trench coats, sunglasses, frozen time slow-motion sequences, these elements are visually stunning. The exaggerated destruction during explosions hits audiences like a hammer to the eyes. Additionally, the bullet time and explosion time techniques are the film's standout features and will undoubtedly inspire countless imitators. The era of action films has been redefined by director Duke Rosenberg. Sitting before the television, Steven Spielberg maintained a blank expression. His film Deep Impact was in direct competition with The Matrix, and the stark contrast between the two couldn't be more obvious. DreamWorks, in collaboration with CAA, was utterly defeated in this head-to-head competition. Although Deep Impact faced attacks from multiple sides, even Spielberg had to admit after seeing both films that the disparity between the two was glaring. To even claim they were on the same level would be self-deception. Sighing deeply, Spielberg came to terms with the primary reason for their failure. Hollywood has only one James Cameron, one Steven Spielberg, and one Duke Rosenberg. How could a director like Mimi Leder possibly compare to Duke Rosenberg? This competition had already ended in DreamWorks' defeat. Spielberg, feeling deeply dissatisfied, recognized that this loss could impact DreamWorks' future. Perhaps it was time for him to personally step in. Should he personally direct a film? Face off against Duke Rosenberg directly in the future? Perhaps because the loss stung so much, Spielberg couldn't shake this idea from his mind. It grew stronger and stronger. "Sir, there's a call for you." A maid interrupted his thoughts. "It's from Martin Bob of CAA." Just hearing the name made Spielberg feel irate. "Tell him. I'm already asleep. What a loser." Recalling the projects Martin Bob packaged in recent years, such as Interview with the Vampire and Braveheart, none of which achieved massive success, Spielberg couldn't help but curse himself as a fool. Why had he been persuaded by Martin Bob to greenlight Deep Impact? He vowed never to collaborate with Martin Bob again. Spielberg wasn't the only one unwilling to work with Martin Bob. Actors from Deep Impact, who were forcibly included in the project by CAA, shared similar sentiments. As the sun rose and the workweek began, a young actor with an extremely likable, baby-faced appearance entered the Century City CAA offices, accompanied by his lawyer and guardian. Having scheduled an appointment in advance, they headed straight to Martin Bob's office. "Elijah, are you sure about this?" the middle-aged man asked the baby-faced actor. "Yes, Dad. I've already made up my mind." Elijah's expression was resolute. "Martin Bob is just one of my agents. Besides, I'm under 18. According to the contract terms, if he places excessive restrictions on me as a minor, we have the right to request a new agent or even terminate the CAA contract. Don't forget, the penalty fee is negligible for us." But crossing Martin Bob, seeing his father still hesitate, Elijah firmly stated, "Dad, don't you understand? The person inviting me to audition is Duke Rosenberg, one of the most successful directors on the planet. Look at the actors he previously invited to auditions: Nicolas Cage, Keanu Reeves, Naomi Watts, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Will Smith, Charlize Theron." After rattling off a long list of names, Elijah continued, "Not only did these people gain fame through his films, but they also became top stars. Dad, choosing between Martin Bob and Duke Rosenberg isn't hard, is it?" Their lawyer, an old family friend, chimed in. "Wood, I think Elijah is making the right choice. This is his best opportunity to advance his career." Wood, the middle-aged man, nodded, falling silent as he followed his son and lawyer into Martin Bob's office. There, in the outer reception room, they met the famed CAA head. After a few pleasantries, Elijah got straight to the point. "Mr. Bob, I don't understand why you want me to refuse Duke Rosenberg's invitation. Right now, anyone in Hollywood would jump at the chance to audition for him. Why should I give up such a great opportunity?" Hearing this, Martin Bob's already sour expression darkened further. "I have a clear plan for your future. That role doesn't suit you." His tone was low and severe. A few years ago, his intimidating demeanor would have silenced anyone, even second-tier actors. But times had changed. "No, Mr. Bob," Elijah immediately countered. "I think I should seize this opportunity." Martin Bob's face grew so dark it seemed about to drip ink. "Elijah, are you sure about this?" Elijah met his gaze firmly, while Martin Bob's eyes twitched as he suppressed his anger. "You will not attend this audition. I've already arranged for you to join an acting workshop." "Sorry, Mr. Bob. I'm not going." Elijah interrupted before he could finish. "I now seriously doubt that you're letting personal grievances interfere with my contract obligations." Elijah ignored Martin Bob's furious expression and continued. "I demand to terminate our agency contract." "Boy," Martin Bob spat through gritted teeth. "Elijah Wood, have you considered the consequences?" Baby-faced Elijah glanced at his lawyer, who nodded reassuringly. "I'm still under 18 and protected by child labor laws," Elijah said with a fleeting smirk. "I understand your point, Mr. Bob, but the person inviting me to audition is Duke Rosenberg. Nobody would be foolish enough to reject his offer. I know you're influential and can affect many productions, but I doubt even you can sway Duke Rosenberg." Standing up, he declared, "I'll pay the penalty fee. My lawyer will handle the details with you." Without waiting for a reply, Elijah left the office with his father, leaving only the lawyer behind. Like any office, gossip spread rapidly within CAA. News of Elijah Wood's demand to terminate his contract with Martin Bob over Duke Rosenberg's audition invitation quickly reached every corner of the company. For a young actor to openly challenge the authority of CAA's leader, it was clear to everyone that after consecutive failures, especially the disastrous Deep Impact, Martin Bob's influence had plummeted, even losing the trust of his own clients. "Elijah Wood is just the beginning," remarked Eno Martin, in high spirits in another office, to visiting Pat Kingsley. "More actors will question Martin Bob next." "I've never liked Duke as much as I do now," Pat Kingsley said with a faint smile. "Was this intentional? Who knows?" Eno Martin shrugged. "If I were in Elijah Wood's position, I'd kick Martin Bob to the curb and choose Duke too." After some joking, Eno Martin turned serious. "Our partnership system is closely tied to the stars we manage. Martin Bob is being abandoned by his clients. The next partner meeting will be our opportunity." Chapter 313. Adults Only Weigh Pros and Cons. Chapter 313. Chapter 313. Adults Only Weigh Pros and Cons. As July approached its end, the intense summer movie season in North America gradually cooled off. After The Matrix surpassed $300 million in North American box office revenue, its popularity waned significantly, and growth slowed to a crawl. From Independence Day weekend to now, 2 weeks later, it only grossed a little over $6 million. While the North American box office did exceed $310 million, its market potential was nearly exhausted. Overseas, the growth rate also showed a clear decline. The Far East became The Matrix's final box office haven. Now, its global box office total stands at $585 million. But to break the $600 million milestone, the remaining markets must continue to perform. As the box office cooled, The Matrix's merchandise sales also saw a steep decline. To date, merchandise sales in North America have reached a staggering $288.5 million, and overseas merchandise sales have surpassed $200 million, totaling $221.5 million. However, with the film's peak season over, future merchandise sales will depend on slow accumulation over time. Even so, based on the 30% royalty agreement that Duke's studio signed with various manufacturers, the film has already earned $127.5 million from merchandise sales. Adding $20 million from advertising sponsorships and an additional 10% sponsorship increase of $2 million for films that gross over $500 million globally. The film has already brought in nearly $150 million in revenue from merchandise and advertising alone. This figure may seem modest compared to the nearly $600 million box office total. But remember, box office revenue must be shared with theaters, distributors, and marketers, whereas this income is almost pure profit. As long as a film's box office is substantial, merchandise often becomes a low-cost, high-return product. Some so-called luxury sets or limited edition collectibles, like Neo's limited edition trench coat, aside from the collection value driven by the film's popularity, are extremely inexpensive for manufacturers to produce and generate astonishing profits. The enthusiasm of major manufacturers to participate in film merchandise production, investing significant funds to obtain character licensing while also agreeing to a cut of sales for the film production and distribution companies, is not without reason. A prime example is the companies involved in The Matrix. Upon hearing that Duke's new project had been approved by Warner Brothers, they immediately approached Warner Brothers and Duke Studio to request sponsorship opportunities once again. As long as their proposals align with the overall film's requirements, Duke will not refuse these manufacturers. Seeing your films always become hits and their merchandise generate huge profits, I can't help but consider investing in Hollywood myself, Lady Leah remarked, standing on the long pier of the beach at the estate, glancing at Duke and Scarlett Johansson, who were holding fishing rods. But rationality tells me you're an exception. Duke chuckled lightly and said nothing. He knew his mother was simply expressing her thoughts. Lady Leah checked the time, rose from her seat under the shade of the beach umbrella, and said, "I'm going to make a call." The gentle sea breeze blew in from the west, bringing a rare hint of coolness to Southern California's scorching weather. Duke reeled in his fishing line and, seeing the empty hook, rebaited it and cast it back into the water. No luck. Scarlett Johansson, seated on the other side of the beach umbrella, removed the sunglasses perched on her face and took a big sip of her iced drink before saying, "Your luck is awful. You haven't caught a single fish so far." Hearing her comment, Duke turned to her and said, "The fish don't like me." The blonde girl pursed her lips but said nothing more. Time, indeed, is an invisible killer. Duke only saw Scarlett a few times each year when his mother visited. Inevitably, their relationship became more distant. The 14-year-old girl had not only grown taller, but had also started developing rapidly, gradually taking on the appearance Duke remembered from before. Corresponding to her physical changes were her facial expressions. Scarlett Johansson's eyes were almost always indifferent unless she was looking at her mother. Her chatterbox habit from childhood had nearly vanished. She was now mostly silent. Duke understood the catalyst for these changes. The pain of a broken family could only fade with time. "What are you staring at?" Noticing Duke's gaze, Scarlett turned her head and asked, "Don't recognize me anymore?" Duke shook his head and pointed to his nose. Scarlett immediately understood, touched her nose, and said, "Last year, I was in a really bad mood for a while, so I got one with a few classmates. But Godmother didn't like it, so I took the nose ring off and threw it away." Hearing this, Duke sighed inwardly and comforted her. "Darling, everything will pass." "Yes, everything will pass," Scarlett murmured, shaking her head lightly. Then she suddenly smiled bitterly and said, "I just don't understand. Even if he wanted to divorce Mom, he could have left quietly. Why did he have to go to court to divide assets? He was the one who cheated, who made the mistake. Do people who make mistakes always get to act so self-righteously?" Scarlett seemed genuinely puzzled. Duke shook his head at her and said, "Darling, you must understand that, often, children distinguish between right and wrong, but adults only weigh pros and cons." "Oh." Scarlett thought for a moment and then nodded. She suddenly scratched her cheek and asked, "Is that how it is with your collaboration with Warner Brothers too? What do you think?" Duke took a sip of his iced drink, feeling the coolness spread through his chest and stomach, then changed the subject. "Scarlett, your performance in The Horse Whisperer was excellent." Talking about movies brought a smile to Scarlett Johansson's face. "Yes, Sophia told me the same thing when I saw her recently. She even invited me to act in her new film." The sun gradually moved westward, getting closer to the horizon. Duke packed up his fishing gear and, carrying the net bag, walked back toward the villa with Scarlett Johansson. Inside the net bag, a few small fish were still jumping. Fishing was one of Duke's rare leisure activities amidst his busy schedule. His mother, also busy with work, didn't stay in Los Angeles for long before returning to New York. Meanwhile, Duke's studio entered a critical moment as investors and marketers began settling the North American profits for Titanic as of the end of June. Although the film was still showing in North America, from July onward, the production and distribution companies would no longer share in the film's North American box office. All subsequent earnings would go entirely to theaters. It's impossible for a film to remain in theaters for such an extended period without incurring certain costs. Even for Titanic or Star Wars, which had the most widespread re-releases in history, during its later re-releases, Lucasfilm could only earn a nominal share of the revenue. However, every large-scale re-release triggered a surge in merchandise sales. Duke's studio had already collected $40 million from the previous North American box office share. In this final phase, with theaters taking the lion's share, and after deducting promotional expenses and James Cameron's share as director, Duke Studio received only $15 million. This concluded the North American box office revenue settlement, with Duke Studio earning a total of $55 million. However, overseas earnings were destined to be the main focus. In the same settlement, Duke Studio received $125 million in overseas box office shares, plus $75 million from other revenues, including TV, DVDs, and VHS sales in some countries and regions. Even though substantial income would continue to flow in, Duke's $50 million investment had already generated several times the profit. According to projections by relevant agencies, within the next year, aside from Titanic's current North American box office of $665.62 million and overseas box office of $1.2152 billion, it is expected to generate at least $1.5 billion in merchandise revenue. Duke's accountant, David, also made some forecasts. He estimated that Duke's $50 million investment could yield pre-tax profits of around $400 million to $550 million. In late July, Paramount Pictures and 20th Century Fox jointly released Titanic's DVD and VHS versions. The film's influence was astounding. In its first week of release, the DVD sold $35.25 million, while VHS sales reached $32.30 million, totaling $67.55 million. Additionally, the film's first-round TV broadcasting rights were purchased by CBS for a staggering $8 million. Once again, the facts prove the immense power of the ship and its limitless market potential. By August, Titanic was still sailing in North American theaters, while The Matrix, 3 months into its run, was nearing the end of its theatrical release. The film, shown for 14 weeks, was about to exit theaters. This was partly due to the rapid decline in box office revenue, and partly because Duke's studio and Warner Brothers wanted to capitalize on the fading Matrix craze to quickly release DVDs and VHS tapes to rake in profits. Starting in late July, Duke re-edited the theatrical version, adding some appropriate scenes and cutting behind-the-scenes footage. This was also to enhance the appeal of the DVDs and VHS tapes to viewers. VCDs had never gained traction in North America. For years, VHS tapes dominated until DVDs emerged in 1996. With aggressive promotion by Sony and other manufacturers over the next 2 years, VHS's dominance began to wane. Especially by 1998, as DVD player sales increased in North America, DVD revenue began to catch up to VHS. Hollywood initially resisted DVDs, but upon seeing their enormous storage capacity and low production costs, the profit-driven studios immediately embraced them enthusiastically. DVDs were already on the rise in North America. Duke remembered clearly that in the next decade, DVDs would become Hollywood's cornerstone of profitability. Many box office flops could recover costs and even turn a profit through DVDs, thanks to their low production costs and high margins. Chapter 314, Time Warner's Opinion. Chapter 314, Time Warner's Opinion. In recent years, ancillary markets, particularly video and DVD sales, have accounted for an increasingly significant proportion of a film's revenue. Major Hollywood studios have responded to this shift, the most notable change being the cessation of selling multi-year video distribution rights. Instead, they have either expanded or established their own video and DVD distribution divisions to maximize profits. Warner Brothers already had such a department, which has now been expanded into a subsidiary exclusively responsible for distributing Warner Brothers and its partners' DVDs and videos. With the vast platform of Time Warner at its disposal, this subsidiary has no issues with production capacity or distribution logistics. On August 13, 1998, The Matrix concluded its North American box office run at $327.58 million, breaking the previous R-rated box office record of $325.79 million held by Saving Private Ryan. On the same day The Matrix left theaters, its DVD and video versions were officially released in North America. Though its sales didn't reach the staggering heights of Titanic, they were impressive enough to make other companies envious. Within the first 4 days of release, The Matrix generated $23.54 million from video sales, $28.02 million from standard DVD sales, and an additional $58 million from 580,000 copies of the $199 Ultra Deluxe commemorative DVD set. Combined, these formats brought in a total of $63.1 million in revenue. Meanwhile, Duke Studios concluded negotiations with NBC Television Network, which purchased the film's North American broadcast rights for the next 3 years at a total price of $20 million. A blockbuster film with strong ancillary sales can generate staggering profits. Warner Brothers and Duke Studios were undoubtedly the biggest winners of the summer. In comparison, Godzilla, released around the same time, was still struggling to push its North American box office past the $95 million mark to reach $100 million. Disney's Armageddon fared better, with a North American gross approaching $150 million. Considering international and post-release revenues, profitability was not an issue. Director Michael Bay, dubbed the Little Explosion Maniac by the North American media, seemed to be returning to his previous path. However, in terms of ancillary revenue, even if you combined Armageddon, Godzilla, and the earlier released Deep Impact and multiplied their total by 5, they would still fall short of The Matrix. Given the phenomenal success of The Matrix, a grand celebration party was inevitable. On the 1-week anniversary of the film's DVD and video release, Warner Brothers spent a fortune to host a celebration party at a private Malibu club. Duke, who had already traveled to New Zealand for work, returned to North America specifically for the event. At the party, Duke was naturally the focus of everyone's attention and praise. After mingling with the guests, he finally managed to retreat to a quiet corner, only to find Jeff Robinoff, CEO of Warner Brothers, sitting across from him. Jeff Robinoff, familiar with Duke's personality, got straight to the point. "Have you ever considered merging Duke Studios into Warner Brothers?" Duke pondered for a moment before asking. "Jeff, is this your personal opinion?" No. Jeff Robinoff waved his finger. "I'm here to represent the views of the entire Time Warner Company." Duke remained silent, deep in thought. Jeff Robinoff continued, "We propose a stock swap. Warner Brothers would exchange an equivalent value of its shares for your shares in Duke Studios. So, Warner wants 100% ownership of Duke Studios?" Jeff Robinoff nodded immediately in response to Duke's question. "Exactly." Duke crossed his arms, resting one hand under his chin, and thought for a moment. He quickly understood Warner's intent, which was straightforward and directly tied to The Matrix, the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and the Harry Potter series. The Matrix was a financial juggernaut, and clearly the start of a franchise. Though the Lord of the Rings trilogy was touted as the most challenging fantasy adaptation to produce, its steady progress had evidently bolstered Warner's confidence. The Harry Potter series, meanwhile, was already gaining explosive momentum thanks to aggressive promotion by the Harry Potter studio. Warner clearly aimed to bring the rights to these 3 franchises entirely under its control, even offering Duke more shares in Warner Brothers to achieve this. Should Duke consider Warner's proposal? He had to deliberate carefully. Duke lacked both the ambition and the capability to expand Duke's studios significantly. Trading his studio for a stake in Warner Brothers, allowing him to continue benefiting from these franchises' success, seemed more advantageous than disadvantageous. However, The Matrix had only released one installment, and both The Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter were still in the preparation stages. Warner would not offer sufficient compensation at this stage. The timing was not right. Jeff, Duke smiled. I'll need some time to think about it. Of course, Jeff Robinoff said, solemnly. No matter what, Warner will respect your decision. After Jeff Robinoff left, Duke considered the matter for a while longer before deciding to postpone it until a more opportune moment. A tall figure passed behind him and took a seat across from him, handing him a glass of champagne. Charlize Theron smoothed her long hair and said, I came here specifically to thank you. Duke clinked glasses with her. You look more beautiful and confident. That's all thanks to you. After Duke drank his champagne, Charlize downed hers as well. Without you, there would be no Charlize Theron as she is today. How does it feel to be a superstar? Duke asked with a smile. Absolutely amazing. Charlize set down her glass and signaled a waiter to bring 2 more glasses of champagne. I've never felt this good in my life. Everywhere I go in North America, I'm met with countless fans, both men and women, screaming for me, she said, leaning in slightly. Even in the Far East, the cheers and screams haven't diminished. In The Matrix, Duke had ensured that Neo's screen time was prioritized to maintain the film's balance. Still, Trinity's role had been significantly expanded compared to the original, particularly with the gun-fu and fight scenes specifically tailored to Charlize Theron's physique. These were undeniable crowd-pleasers. One of the many changes brought about by The Matrix was the elevation of Charlize Theron to the same superstar status as Keanu Reeves. For some at Warner Brothers, Duke's return from New Zealand presented a rare opportunity to discuss collaborative projects in person. Doug Walter approached him soon enough. Duke, how long will your new project take to complete? He asked. Starting in September, 2 months for preparation, 2 months for shooting, and 2 months for post-production and promotion, Duke replied after some thought. It'll definitely be done before next year's Oscars. Summer release? Doug Walter pressed further. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, Duke said, Come on, Doug. This is just a small-budget film. It'd be completely drowned out in the competitive summer season. I think your small project can compete with other directors' blockbusters. Doug Walter turned to Charlize Theron. Don't you agree, Miss Theron? I think Mr. Walter has a point, Charlize said earnestly. Who would dare underestimate you now? Hardcore Lord of the Rings fans. Duke spread his hands helplessly. Ever since news leaked, many hardcore fans have opposed my decision to adapt the series for the big screen, fearing I'll ruin their beloved fantasy classic. Doug Walter shook his head. Every era has its traditionalists. They never understand that only by looking forward can one achieve success. Didn't you hear? Duke said with a wry smile. Some hardcore Lord of the Rings fans are organizing a protest in New Zealand. They can't stop you from succeeding. Doug Walter had just finished his sentence when someone whispered something in his ear. He nodded to Duke. I have something to handle. Excuse me for now. With the area slightly quieter, Charlize Theron and Duke continued their conversation over drinks. The Matrix just finished its North American run, she remarked curiously. And you're already preparing a new project? Just a small project to hone my skills, Duke said casually. Since mid-August, when he arrived in New Zealand, Duke had been assembling a team to prepare for the project. Warner Brothers' approval had come at the end of last month, with an initial $8 million budget and accompanying financial supervisors and production managers quickly put in place. His return was not just for the celebration party, but also to sign a director's contract with Warner Brothers. For such a small production, Duke had only taken a symbolic $500,000 fee to minimize the project's upfront costs. Of course, a performance-based, tiered revenue-sharing agreement was essential. As with The Matrix, the maximum revenue share could reach 20% of the global box office and 15% of ancillary income. However, even with confidence in his abilities, Duke dared not guarantee the success of the new project. At this stage, Duke held stocks in Apple, Yahoo, and Microsoft, was a major shareholder in Victoria's Secret and Warner Brothers, and possessed a personal fortune in the billions. His 6 completed films had grossed nearly $3 billion worldwide. Even a failure, whether on a small or large scale, would hardly affect his standing in Hollywood. Moreover, to ensure the Lord of the Rings trilogy's success, using a multi-narrative small project as practice was a necessary choice. As the party wound down, Duke and Charlize Theron exchanged no words. Instead, they tacitly boarded the same car and headed west toward Burbank. "Have you heard, Duke?" Charlize asked. "Sony Columbia Pictures is planning to cancel the Godzilla sequel and temporarily shelve the franchise." Chapter 315. The Importance of Black People in Movies. Chapter 315. Chapter 315. The Importance of Black People in Movies. Oga Shinobu looked at Michael Ovitz with a somewhat cold gaze. "Don't you know why, Michael?" Gone was the welcoming smile he used to show when facing Ovitz. Instead, his face was tightly drawn. "Yes, I know. Godzilla's box office performance wasn't as good as expected." Michael Ovitz had faced this kind of gaze countless times. His thick skin was immune. "But I'd like to remind you, Godzilla's North American box office is nearing $100 million, and it's about to surpass it in the next few days. We still have international box office earnings and merchandise sales. Within a year or two, recouping costs and even making a profit is entirely possible." As he spoke, Oga Shinobu's gaze turned from indifferent to mocking. Michael Ovitz pretended not to notice and continued. "Now that the first Godzilla has gained a certain level of recognition in North America, the chances of success for a sequel have significantly increased. This is not the time to terminate." Everyone in Hollywood knew Sony Entertainment was ambitious about turning Godzilla into a series like Jurassic Park, handing the project to Michael Ovitz for packaging. If the sequel was halted, it would send a clear signal to the industry that Ovitz's attempt at packaging this project had failed completely, a result he couldn't accept. After listening to Michael Ovitz's persuasive and compelling arguments, Oga Shinobu remained unmoved. He simply asked indifferently, "Michael, just state your purpose directly." "To continue the Godzilla series," Michael Ovitz declared firmly. "To have it entrusted to me for further packaging and management." Oga Shinobu suddenly laughed. Tapping lightly on the desk, he said, "Actually, in Sony Entertainment's high-level meetings, the project wasn't entirely rejected. The chairman's opinion is quite clear." "What opinion?" Michael Ovitz asked eagerly. "Michael." Oga Shinobu stared at him intently, his tone unusually serious. "As long as you can get Duke Rosenberg to direct the sequel, Sony Entertainment will not only continue with the Godzilla sequel, but will also entrust this project to you for packaging." "Get Duke Rosenberg?" Michael Ovitz frowned. Thick-skinned as agents are, begging Duke Rosenberg was no issue for him. But who in Hollywood didn't know that Rosenberg was currently preparing the Lord of the Rings trilogy? A colossal project. Of such scope, perfectly aligned with his style, would undoubtedly demand vast amounts of time and energy. How could he possibly take on Godzilla, especially a sequel? After all the back and forth, the issue circled back to square one. The answer Ovitz ultimately got was to find the man who had caused his failure to solve the problem. Would he really have to go to New Zealand? Leaving Sony Columbia Pictures, Michael Ovitz thought to himself. Regardless of whether Michael Ovitz would travel to New Zealand, Duke's busy schedule there remained unchanged. After returning from North America, the first thing he did was visit a villa recommended by a real estate agent. Shortly afterward, he bought it. For the next few years, he'd be residing in New Zealand, and living in hotels daily would drive anyone insane. With his residence sorted, Duke returned to the Wellington outskirts studio. This modest studio had been entirely taken over by the Lord of the Rings team and Weta Workshop. Various preparations were progressing methodically. Duke, who frequently commuted between locations, was involved in every stage and made adjustments as needed. For instance, instead of using Queenstown as the filming base, the team decided on Wellington, prioritizing locations in its surrounding areas. Over the past year, every preparatory detail for the Lord of the Rings trilogy eventually converged on Charles Roven and Tina Fey before Duke made the final decisions. From the moment Duke approached Weta Workshop, more than a year of preparation had passed. Yet the enormous, intricate tasks were only halfway done. Upon his return to Wellington, Duke focused on casting key roles, especially members of the Fellowship of the Ring. Jimmy Carter had already brought in a Scottish swordsmanship expert and an archery coach. Over the next several months, they'd train Aragorn, Legolas, and others. Casting for The Lord of the Rings wasn't particularly challenging. The production wouldn't feature any A-list stars. Its ensemble format didn't require major celebrities. Moreover, Tina Fey reported that every actor invited to audition had accepted without exception. They would begin arriving in New Zealand this week for auditions. Strictly speaking, except for Orlando Bloom, the invited actors, including the young Elijah Wood, had relatively extensive acting experience. Their skills were undoubtedly above the average standard. As for Bloom, though his acting skills were unremarkable, his formal training as a professional ensured he wasn't entirely incompetent. Legolas needed to appear cool and stylish more than anything else. If Tom Cruise popularized the concept of a male heartthrob, Orlando Bloom's portrayal of Legolas brought the appeal of a male heartthrob to its peak. Following the release of the first film, Peter Jackson convened the crew for reshoots. Nearly half the scenes shot involved Legolas drawing his bow and firing arrows. Within a week, Duke reviewed these actors' auditions and quickly finalized casting choices like Viggo Mortensen as Aragorn, Orlando Bloom as Legolas, and Elijah Wood as Frodo Baggins. He then delegated further additions to casting director John and assistant director Anna Prinz, letting them and the other two producers select smaller roles. Duke turned his attention to auditions for a new project. The project, already named Critical Emergency, had a dual meaning. The urgent situation of a bank heist involving police and the tense relationships among the characters' families. As Duke envisioned, it would be a film wrapped in the guise of a heist, but focusing on the influence of familial dynamics. Don, if you were a police officer, Duke asked a black actor named Don Cheadle in front of the audition camera, what would you do when facing two heavily armed robbers? Ensure my own safety, Don Cheadle answered without hesitation. And call for backup. Don Cheadle wasn't working with Duke for the first time. Years ago, he'd had a small role in Independence Day. Over the years, he had struggled in Hollywood. Unlike Will Smith and other comedic black actors, Cheadle boasted considerable talent. Duke nodded toward Tina Fey beside him. The female producer spoke immediately. Mr. Cheadle, the audition is over. We'll notify your agent with the results soon. After Don Cheadle left, Tina Fey leaned in. Is it him? Notify Dario to begin negotiations with his agent, Duke instructed. Dario, of course, referred to the production manager Warner Brothers assigned to this project. Since the film was set up as a multi-narrative ensemble drama, the black police officer would be one of many central characters. In most Hollywood mainstream productions, black characters are indispensable and often play significant roles. Careful observation reveals the formulaic nature of Hollywood's assembly line. For example, in major commercial productions, you'll often find an indestructible male protagonist, an attractive yet vapid female lead, a kid or two causing trouble, and a black character who proves crucial at a critical moment but miraculously survives. In short, unless aiming for a cult or alternative vibe, some formulaic elements are almost unavoidable. Next, Duke met with Liam Neeson, discussing his role in detail. As the biggest name in the cast, Neeson's acting skills were beyond question. Willing to lower his salary for this project, he agreed to a reduced fee of $1.5 million. Though still costly, Duke decided to cast him as the most prominent police officer in the story. The script will be in your hands soon, Duke assured Neeson at the studio while overseeing the construction of the U.S. Bank's Los Angeles branch set. Your character is a single father dealing with family crises and an unruly teenage daughter. And my character is based on. Neeson asked, aware of the infamous robbery. I'll provide the reference material along with the script. Duke clarified. This is a film based on the North Hollywood bank robbery, so some discrepancies between characters and real events are inevitable. The material is just for inspiration. Hollywood has produced countless biographical and event-based films. Yet, how many truly adhere to facts? If a film manages to retain even 50% accuracy, it's considered remarkable. In reality, many such productions merely borrow names or incidents and rewrite them according to Hollywood conventions. Oh, one more thing, Liam. As Neeson prepared to leave, Duke reminded him, once your contract is finalized, I'd like you to return to Wellington for police training. Despite the distance, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department showed great enthusiasm for the film. They provided professional firearms experts and trainers, aiming to influence the media, public, and state government to authorize semi-automatic or automatic weapons for regular officers. While walking toward the production office, Duke suddenly remembered something. Tina, contact Victoria's secret management later. I want their angels to make an appearance in this film. Chapter 316, A Star-Studded New Crew. Chapter 316. Chapter 316. A star-studded new crew. In the process of assembling a luxurious new film crew, Duke reached out to Victoria's Secret Angels, not for the small-scale production Critical Emergency, but for the Lord of the Rings trilogy. This fantasy epic features elves, a race known for their delicate and ethereal beauty. Duke not only invited linguists from the United Kingdom to specialize in Tolkien's Quenya language, but also sought numerous strikingly attractive men and women to portray the elves. The casting team was actively scouting in New Zealand and Australia for suitable models, but in terms of quality, the Victoria's Secret Angels were undoubtedly the best. This was merely a simple cameo appearance, a mutually beneficial collaboration in Duke's eyes. The film would gain promotional buzz, while Victoria's Secret could leverage Duke's reputation and the movie's eventual success to expand their influence. As a major shareholder of Victoria's Secret, Duke personally called Sharon Jester Turney, the brand's CEO, after Tina Fey made the initial contact. Their communication was remarkably smooth, reaching a consensus in no time. At an appropriate juncture, Victoria's Secret executives would orchestrate a high-profile gathering of their angels in New Zealand. However, before finalizing Critical Emergency's cast, Duke concentrated on locking in the main actors. Gerard Butler had attended 2 auditions, and Duke decided to cast him as the complex character Emile de Matasurinho. The other robber, Larry Eugene Phillips, also had a fitting candidate, a British-born American actor with a rugged appearance and a distinctive receding hairline. Though his acting wasn't exceptional, his strong physique and sharp features exuded a menacing aura. After the audition, Nancy Josephson, who had flown to Wellington specifically, handed Duke the actor's profile. He initially started as a diver and even won a world diving championship. Knowing Duke's preference for physically fit actors, she was well prepared. He was part of the British diving team for 12 years before transitioning into modeling. He has good camera presence and some acting experience. Nancy closed the file and added, he appeared in Guy Ritchie's black comedy Lock, Stock, and 2 Smoking Barrels this year, performing quite well. Have you seen that film? Duke shook his head, prompting Nancy to smile. I made sure to bring a copy along. You should watch it when you have time. Jason's. No need, Nancy. Duke interrupted her. Jason Statham meets my requirements. You can negotiate with Dario. Don't get too greedy. You know my style, Nancy replied with a broad smile. I believe in his potential. Switching off the camera monitor, Duke exited the audition room first, heading toward the office area on set. Nancy Josephson followed closely behind. Although Duke wouldn't entertain any agency's bundled actor strategies, he naturally prioritized actors recommended by his team, especially when the conditions were comparable. In Hollywood, mutual interests form the strongest bonds. Prioritizing one's own people is standard practice for all Hollywood directors and producers. I heard you're looking for someone to play Liam Neeson's character's daughter? Walking beside Duke, Nancy asked, any promising candidates? Not yet. Duke frowned. The actress needs to be between 15 and 18, and the role requires some acting skills. There are very few girls in that age range with standout talent, and those who do are currently unavailable. This wasn't a simple eye-candy role. Liam Neeson's character, Michael, is a father, and his family forms a central part of the narrative. The emotional bond between him and his daughter carries significant weight. This role couldn't just be handed to a random actress. In truth, among 16 to 18-year-old actresses in Hollywood, only a handful excel in acting. Christina Ricci, Kirsten Dunst, Natalie Portman. But none were available. Since last week, Duke had auditioned several young actresses, but none met his expectations. One of the more striking candidates, recommended by Eno Martin, was Jessica Alba. While her looks were decent, her complexion and acting skills didn't fit the role. Especially her complexion, it was clear she was of Latin descent. Standing next to Liam Neeson, it would be impossible to convince the audience they were father and daughter. Moreover, as per mainstream Hollywood norms, an important character in this storyline needed to be a traditional white figure, not a Latina. Don't underestimate the importance of ethnicity and complexion. Even for decorative roles, they make a significant difference. Duke asked Nancy, do you have any recommendations? Nancy shook her head helplessly. A large-scale open audition might uncover some hidden gems, but if we're sticking to known names, you're right. There are only a few suitable candidates. If no one suitable turns up, Duke said with a hint of frustration, then we'll hold an open audition. I'll try to help once I'm back in Los Angeles, Nancy replied. Following Duke into an office, Nancy sat near Tina Fey's desk and said, I'll do my best to help you find someone suitable. Duke nodded, then remembered something. What about the female lead? You said you had someone in mind for me to consider. She'll arrive in Wellington this afternoon. Nancy flipped through her files. I wanted you to meet her first. She handed Duke a profile and continued. She's a British actress who studied at Oxford University. She's been acting in films since 1993 and is willing to play the role of a mother. Duke glanced through the profile. She's a bit young for a mother role. She's okay with it. I've already explained the situation to her, and she doesn't mind, Nancy replied earnestly. You underestimate how much the name Duke Rosenberg appeals to actors aspiring to fame. Closing the profile, Duke didn't comment further. Roles like playing a mother in Hollywood movies often stand out, but young actresses typically avoid them. In this industry, catering to mainstream audiences is crucial, leading to various taboos. For example, while racial discrimination exists in society, casting a black actor as the primary antagonist in a film could spell disaster. Similarly, children cannot be shown firing guns on screen without severe age restrictions like NC-17. Likewise, actresses who take on the role of a mother to older children often struggle to land romantic lead roles afterward, a sort of unwritten rule. For female stars, romantic leads often command the highest paychecks. In this instance, the daughter for the mother role had already been cast. A Canadian agent from ICM recommended an 11-year-old girl from Canada. Despite her age, her appearance was peculiar. She looked more like a 7 or 8-year-old, possibly due to stunted growth. By the afternoon, Duke met Nancy's recommended actress in the audition room. Her acting skills were decent, not extraordinary. However, her role wasn't particularly demanding, and she had some experience and a solid foundation. Combined with her affordable fee, Duke decided to cast her as the mother. For the next few days, Duke remained immersed in auditions, balancing work on both Critical Emergency and The Lord of the Rings. He found himself constantly shifting between the realms of fantasy and realism. Simultaneously preparing two films was a grueling task, pushing him to the brink of exhaustion. Fortunately, Critical Emergency was a small project. Otherwise, the workload would have been overwhelming, possibly leading to burnout. Human time and energy are finite. Directors cannot detach themselves from pre-production responsibilities. Even though The Lord of the Rings had Charles Roven and Zack Snyder managing its overall progress, Duke still felt the strain. This dual production workload left Duke determined. This would be the last time he attempted to juggle two projects simultaneously. Unless absolutely necessary, he vowed never to repeat this grueling process. The only solace he found was that years of collaboration and shared success had forged a deep bond of mutual interest between Warner Brothers and himself. This major Hollywood studio placed unwavering confidence in him, providing robust support for both the Lord of the Rings trilogy and Critical Emergency. Moreover, his team's seamless coordination played an integral role. Their synergy was a critical component of Duke's success. Anyone familiar with filmmaking understood that creating a blockbuster required far more than a competent director and a solid script. After another week of auditions, Duke finally secured the sixth and final principal actor for Critical Emergency, Liam Neeson's on-screen daughter. She came recommended by a friend of Nancy Josephson and had appeared in I Know What You Did Last Summer the previous year. Admittedly, her acting was only adequate, and her age leaned toward the upper end of the desired range. However, the difference between a 16-year-old and a 19-year-old white actress wasn't substantial. With makeup and camera tricks, any issues could easily be resolved. With that, all 6 of Critical Emergency's lead actors were finalized. Reflecting on the cast with a future-oriented perspective, Duke realized the lineup was impressively star-studded. Chapter 317, A Back That Shines Brighter Than the Sun. Chapter 317, Chapter 317, A Back That Shines Brighter Than the Sun. Looking at the past, although Liam Neeson was the only one in the crew who truly became a first-tier actor in the future, the others, even after 10 more years, could still be considered some of the more outstanding second-tier actors. According to the script, the film is divided into three storylines. The two main ones are the police officers Michael and James, and the robbers Larry Eugene Phillips and Emil Deckball Matasalino, with Liam Neeson, Don Chandler, Jason Statham, and Gerard Butler playing the four roles. Then, there is the subplot with the mother-daughter duo, Catherine and her daughter. The names of the mother and daughter were not unfamiliar to Duke. The actress playing the daughter was Ellen Page, though given her young age, it was hard to tell if she was the same person he remembered. The actress playing her 30-year-old mother, though she would likely never gain much fame or status in Hollywood, was extremely well known in the East, much like an Asian diva. She was Catherine Beckinsale, or as it would be called in American terms, Kate Beckinsale. Of course, Duke didn't find anything extraordinary about such an actor lineup. If you watched Hollywood movies, or even Broadway and overseas theater productions, you'd often see a lot of familiar faces. For example, Duke remembered that Natalie Portman, when she was a child, once served as a backup in Britney Spears' musical, and after patiently waiting for Britney to leave, Christina Ricci stole the chance to make her appearance. Hollywood stars, especially those who started as child stars, likely couldn't even recall how many famous stars they had crossed paths with before they made a name for themselves. In the midst of all the busyness, more than half of September passed, and after finalizing the actors for Critical Emergency, Duke insisted that all the main cast members stay in Wellington for preparation work and early rehearsals. Actors like Liam Neeson, Don Chandler, Jason Statham, and Gerard Butler also had to undergo a series of firearm and other training. Compared to the Lord of the Rings crew next door and the Finnish The Matrix, the training for Liam Neeson and others was much simpler. They only underwent basic training in handling guns, shooting, and police lingo, and even the oldest, Liam Neeson, didn't find it particularly strenuous. Compared to training, I find the dramatic scenes more troublesome, Liam Neeson said, standing with Duke as they watched two robbers learning to use AK rifles. Duke pulled his attention away from Jason Statham and Gerard Butler and looked curiously at the taller Liam Neeson, a sharp, capable police officer with a rebellious daughter who needs to quit her drug addiction. Remembering the character setting in the script, Liam Neeson spread his hands. The father-daughter relationship is extremely tense and could break at any moment. It really is a unique experience. In Hollywood, behind every successful hero, Duke crossed his arms and glanced back at the training area. There's always a broken family. Liam Neeson, a veteran in Hollywood, understood immediately and said, and then the hero uses his actions to save his career and reclaim his family and relationships. Exactly, Duke laughed. There's one emotion that resonates with everyone, family and relationships. After chatting for a while, Liam Neeson checked his watch and excused himself. I've arranged to meet a father whose daughter has a drug history. He might be able to help me. Duke nodded approvingly as Liam Neeson walked off. People outside the circle see the glamorous and carefree side of Hollywood stars, but how many know the effort they put in behind the scenes? Not to mention a dedicated actor like Liam Neeson. Even Jennifer Love Hewitt, who played his daughter, frequently visited a drug rehabilitation facility in the suburbs of Wellington through connections provided by the crew. She spent time talking with young girls there to prepare for her role. By the afternoon, Duke also left the set and, accompanied by John Schwartzman, Hannah Serena, and production manager Dario Moan, went to several filming locations in the western suburbs of Wellington to inspect the spots for the upcoming shoot. Since the film would be shot in Wellington, several key scenes would be shot on outdoor sets. The most important scene, in front of an American bank, required building several scenes that were difficult to recreate. These would be shot using green screen techniques, and in post-production, the background would be replaced. With the development of CGI technology, the cost of green screen techniques was steadily dropping. Aside from the gunfight scenes, the film didn't require many special effects. John, when shooting outdoor scenes, Duke said, standing by the road next to typical Western-style houses and several conspicuous signs indicating Wellington, speaking to his cinematographer, try to use close-up shots. No wide-angle shots. Our budget is limited. I understand, John Schwartzman nodded. After inspecting 2 residential areas and 3 main roads, Duke and the others left the western suburbs of Wellington and returned to the set. They had already inspected the locations a few times. After this last visit, they confirmed the outdoor shooting spots. Duke, John Schwartzman and Hannah Serena exchanged opinions, especially about the places that needed to be redesigned, and Hannah was instructed to make changes based on Duke's requirements. Back at the set, Duke then went to a studio where the Lord of the Rings crew had begun actor training to check on their progress. At this stage, the main actors involved in training were Viggo Mortensen, Sean Davis, Orlando Bloom, and other members of the Fellowship of the Ring, along with their stunt doubles. The training mainly focused on horseback riding, physical fitness, running, and swordsmanship and archery. According to Duke's plan and the actual preparation progress, shooting for the Lord of the Rings wouldn't begin until April or May next year. Most of the main actors and stunt performers had already been confirmed, but others wouldn't join the set until closer to the shoot. Some of the actors still had other commitments. For example, Ian McKellen, who played Gandalf, had also been cast as Magneto in the 20th Century Fox film X-Men. Although Duke frequently interacted with these main actors, he didn't want to disturb their training. Instead, he found the assistant director, Anna Prinz, who was in charge of this area. "How are you doing with finding the stunt doubles?" Upon hearing Duke's question, Anna Prinz immediately responded. Charles's assistant contacted a circus and found 4 dwarf actors. From the photos sent, they should meet the requirements for Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin. Duke nodded and reminded her, "Once they arrive, notify me immediately." Various technical aspects, such as forced perspective shots, could make actors of different heights appear the same on camera. However, in scenes without clear close-ups, using actors of similar height to hobbits was time-saving and efficient. Duke stood by, watching the actors, training for a while before asking stunt coordinator Jamie Carter to come over. After thinking for a moment, Duke said, "Jamie, can we adjust the archery slightly, as long as it's still within reason?" "Adjust?" Jamie Carter asked. "Right now, Orlando is mainly practicing posture and accuracy." "Accuracy isn't as important," Duke waved his hand. "Archery effects rely on editing and special effects. The props used are soft bows without any real power. What I need is for Legolas archery to look stylish, and every time he pulls the bow, I want all the girls in the theater to scream." "I got it," Jamie Carter replied confidently. "Don't worry, I'll redesign it." As the sun set, a long day of work ended. The tasks for both films intertwined, and Duke's mind felt a little scattered. He walked to the parking lot, took his car, started the engine, and drove toward the hotel where he was staying. The villa he had bought was still under renovation, so he wouldn't be able to move in for a while. The hotel wasn't far from the set, only about a 10-minute walk, and the area around it was a relatively safe tourist zone in Wellington. As Duke drove by, he noticed several crew members walking toward the hotel. Not far down the road, Duke saw a familiar figure ahead. It was a female actress from the crew. She was wearing a white short shirt and tight blue jeans, paired with black laced long boots. Her brown long hair flowed behind her, occasionally fluttering in the wind. She was tall and slender, her legs not only straight, but astonishingly long. Even from behind, she could overpower the brilliant September spring sunshine in Wellington. Duke slowed down. As his car approached, he honked. The tall woman on the sidewalk immediately turned around and looked in his direction. Duke waved at her through the windshield, then hit the brake. The car stopped just a little distance away from her. "Hey, Kate." The two had exchanged words about their roles over the past few days and had become familiar with each other. Duke opened the passenger door. "Hop in, I'll give you a ride." Kate Beckinsale hesitated for a moment, but seeing Duke's sincere expression, she nodded slightly and got into the car, sitting in the passenger seat. As she buckled her seatbelt, she said, "Thank you, Director Rosenberg." "No problem." Duke started the car again and gradually accelerated. He glanced at her and said, "You can call me Duke." Since the hotel wasn't far, just a few minutes later, they entered the hotel parking lot. After walking into the hotel and waiting for the elevator, Duke tentatively asked, "Would you like to join me for dinner?" Chapter 318. Chapter 318. Duke and Cruz. You cannot deny that most of what has been passed down and is still regarded as a classic is tragedy. In the hotel's Western-style restaurant, Kate Beckinsale had long put down her knife and fork, sipping a glass of water. For example, Shakespeare's Four Great Tragedies and the Diary of Anne Frank, which you mentioned. Tragedies indeed evoke resonance more easily. How does one communicate with a beautiful woman who once majored in literature at Oxford University and find common ground? For someone like Duke, who possesses enough directorial and artistic literacy, it wasn't difficult. He asked just the right question. Why is it that only tragedies can become classics? Tragedies have a long tradition and deeply systematic inheritance. Kate Beckinsale put down her glass and said with great interest, "Tragedy is the focus of aesthetic studies. Tragedy is profound." Aristotle considered tragedy the art of arts. Schopenhauer also believed that tragedy is the pinnacle of art. Tragedy has always been a difficult point in aesthetic research. Since the ancient Greek myths, tragedy has already been created and imbued with philosophical color. For example, in Oedipus Rex, the tragedy of trying to escape one's fate but ultimately failing to do so. "Let's talk about Hollywood," she continued. "If Titanic didn't have the tragedy of Jack and Rose, it would not have achieved such glorious classic status." I agree with that. Putting down his knife and fork, Duke picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and said, "An imperfect ending is always more memorable than a happy one. What is unattainable or lost becomes a regret, but also unforgettable." Exactly. It seemed like she hadn't encountered such an engaging conversation partner in a long time. Kate Beckinsale said enthusiastically, "Imperfection is a special kind of beauty. It makes people think and reminisce." She suddenly smiled and asked Duke, "As a great director, how do you view tragedy and comedy?" Duke frowned slightly and thought for a moment before saying, "Tragedy is about destroying what is valuable in life for others to see, while comedy destroys what is worthless in life for others to see." "That's a very targeted perspective," Kate Beckinsale asked curiously. "Is this your own viewpoint?" "Of course not." Duke shook his head. Kate Beckinsale seemed intrigued. "Who expressed this opinion? I've never come across it." "An Eastern literary scholar." Duke mentioned a country and name. Seeing her look puzzled, he said, "You probably haven't heard of him." "If I have the time, I'll look for his works," Kate Beckinsale said. "Do you read often?" Duke asked. She nodded. "It's my biggest hobby. Reading can make people smarter." Duke pointed to his forehead. "Unfortunately, I've been so busy with work in recent years that I rarely have time to read. In fact, there haven't been particularly outstanding literary works in recent years," Kate said. She finished the water in her glass and pointed to a Harry Potter poster on the restaurant wall. "Nowadays, commercial literature is flourishing, and the survival space for true literary works is shrinking." Before Duke could respond, she glanced at her watch and said, "Thank you for the dinner. It was very pleasant talking to you, but it's getting late. I should be leaving now." "So early?" Duke invited. "How about we go to the bar next door for a drink?" "Another time," Kate Beckinsale declined politely. "I still have to go back and study the script and the character." She smiled and joked, "I don't want you to regret choosing me for this role when filming starts. You won't disappoint me, will you?" As they spoke, Duke stood up and went behind her, taking the coat hanging on the booth's rack. "I'll walk you to your room." After escorting Kate Beckinsale back to her room, Duke returned to his own not long after and received a call from North America. The caller was Tina Fey, who had returned to North America some time ago to handle some investment matters on Duke's behalf. Not long ago, when Duke's investment agent, David, attended Yahoo's shareholders' meeting on his behalf, he heard about two Stanford students seeking investment for something related to internet search. After learning about it, Duke immediately had Tina Fey return to North America to meet those two students with lawyers and David. He wasn't sure if the search engine in the hands of those two students was the Google he remembered. He only vaguely recalled the company's founders were named something like Page or Sergey. Without certainty, he decided to have his people make contact first. One is named Larry Page, and the other Sergey Brin. Tina Fey detailed the two individuals' profiles. Over the phone, they are looking for investment to establish a private company to design and manage an internet search engine. "Tina, stay in North America and negotiate with David and them," Duke instructed. The initial funding wouldn't require much money. Though Duke couldn't be certain, he decided to take a risk. Find an investment plan acceptable to all three parties. Apple, Microsoft, and Google. These were the three companies Duke remembered most clearly. After all, during the internet age, there weren't many people online who didn't know about these three companies. These common memories were among his limited investment opportunities. Microsoft didn't need much explanation. Duke merely held some scattered shares, which mainly served as an asset preservation tool. Apple was his largest investment target. In previous years, Apple was mired in difficulties, and many people wanted to offload their shares. A significant portion of Duke's earnings from his earlier films had been invested in Apple. When Steve Jobs returned to Apple, he raised funds externally and took $25 million from Duke. Jobs, ever the shrewd businessman, clearly didn't want anyone besides himself to hold significant power in Apple. Yahoo's situation was similar to Microsoft's. By the time Duke got involved, Yahoo had already gone public, and its stock showed a clear upward trend. Apart from buying scattered shares on the market, Duke only got a small portion left over from major investment institutions. As for Google, it was essential to reach a mutually agreeable plan among the involved parties. Otherwise, even if he knew it was Google, what good would it do? In Hollywood, plenty of people invested in IT industries. Not all Hollywood celebrities were as financially clueless as Nicolas Cage. Many celebrities and directors had wealth far beyond what media-released income rankings would suggest. In this era, with things still somewhat distant, some of Duke's less vivid memories had faded. However, he knew that during the later internet age, Leonardo DiCaprio and Ashton Kutcher were major winners in IT investments. The latter, in particular, made 10 times more money from investing in websites than from his acting income. Having spent so many years in North America, even if Duke wasn't highly skilled in business, he could see that traditional industries, such as General Electric, oil, insurance, media, and finance, had long been divided up. Investing in these fields offered very limited opportunities. Did more experience change society's rules? Did anyone truly think the whole world revolved around one individual? In contrast, emerging industries that hadn't been adequately valued, like internet products, still offered opportunities. Particularly the internet industry, which had a freedom far beyond any other sector. While Duke wasn't particularly knowledgeable or proficient in internet matters, he understood that it was an industry poised to transform the world. Even the most conservative traditional groups had to adapt to it, either voluntarily or forcibly. Failing to do so meant eventual extinction. Duke didn't harbor unrealistic aspirations to control an internet conglomerate. He simply wanted to grab a small slice of the pie during this booming period and use his relatively substantial wealth to achieve asset appreciation. From the day he set his goals, Duke knew his strengths lay elsewhere. The film industry was not only his greatest passion, but also his future. As September 1998 came to a close, the maritime epic Titanic, which broke both North American and global box office records, officially exited theaters, concluding its North American run with a final gross of $675.22 million. Duke's involvement made the film's promotional efforts even stronger, resulting in higher North American box office revenue than before, though it didn't surpass the numbers later achieved by the 3D re-release. Nevertheless, the film could still be converted to 3D and re-released in the future for more earnings. As long as the film continued generating revenue, Duke's studio could enjoy a quarter of its proceeds. A little earlier, another film Duke had invested in also exited the North American market. Starring Tom Cruise, Mission Impossible grossed $181.59 million domestically, second only to Duke's The Matrix, $327.58 million, and Michael Bay's Armageddon, $189.22 million, ranking third in the North American yearly box office chart. Though the film's production budget was a hefty $80 million, its domestic earnings alone weren't enough for investors to recover costs. However, its international box office revenue had already reached $232.5 million and was expected to make a profit through box office returns, along with substantial earnings from ancillary licensing deals. More importantly, Duke firmly held part of the rights. The Mission Impossible series, one of the most successful franchises, had become a long-term financial ticket for him. Moreover, if Tom Cruise wanted to produce a sequel, he needed Duke's consent. At the start of October, Tom Cruise called Duke. The success of Mission Impossible made him eager to produce a sequel. After a phone call, to secure Duke's full support, Cruise and Nicole Kidman even chose to vacation in New Zealand. After the confrontations during The Rock, The mutual defamation of Interview with the Vampire, the direct competition of Independence Day, the collaborative effort to outdo Mel Gibson, the reconciliation during Chicago, and the close partnership in Mission Impossible. Even Tom Cruise, with all his arrogance, realized the immense value Duke could bring and seemed intent on taking their relationship to a new level. Chapter 319, Changing the Cruises. Chapter 319, Changing the Cruises. Tom Cruise and his wife toured both the South and North Islands of New Zealand. When they arrived in Wellington, Duke had just moved into his newly renovated villa. He decided to host a party there, inviting some members of the two crews. The event celebrated his move and also welcomed Tom Cruise and his wife. Given Duke's pragmatic approach, no matter how sharp his previous conflicts with Tom Cruise had been, they were now partners with shared interests. In the face of sufficient mutual benefits, past disputes were trivial and insignificant. It was better to look forward and see how far their collaboration could go. It was mid-October, and New Zealand was entering summer. In the villa's expansive garden, all the lights were turned on, illuminating the 5-acre estate. "This is a beautiful house," Nicole Kidman remarked from her seat at the edge of the party. "When did you buy it? The design and renovations are really unique." "I only acquired it in August," Duke replied, glancing at the villa nestled among the green trees not far away. "Besides making some minor changes to the interior decor, I haven't done much. Most of it was left by the previous owner." The party attendees could tell that Duke had something to discuss with the Cruises, so they kept their distance. Only Tina Fey, who had just returned from Los Angeles, approached with a bottle of New Zealand wine and 4 glasses. She poured wine for everyone before silently sitting beside Duke, as she often did. "Mary and I took a tour around New Zealand," Tom Cruise said after everyone had a glass. After a round of drinking, Tom Cruise began, "The scenery here is beautiful, perfect for a vacation. After seeing your house, I'm tempted to buy property here myself." "The housing market here has one advantage," Duke said with a smile, putting down his glass. "It's incredibly cheap. Compared to the outrageous housing prices in the greater Los Angeles area, the real estate in Wellington could be described as a bargain." This port city wasn't very large, with a population of just over 400,000. New Zealand's lack of heavy industry meant the climate and air quality here were vastly better than the densely populated, dry, and hot Los Angeles region. Still, this place was only suitable for vacations. For Hollywood stars and celebrities, leaving the world's entertainment hub permanently was out of the question. "Tom, are you planning on making a sequel?" Duke shifted the topic to movies after some more casual conversation. "Do you have any plans yet?" Tom Cruise didn't answer directly but instead asked, "What do you think, Duke?" "If it gets approved this year, the earliest production could start next year," Duke said. "And the earliest it could release would be 2000, 2 years after the first film. That's an ideal time frame for a sequel." Looking at Cruise, Duke added, "Tom, I fully support you making a sequel." "Duke, I also want to make a sequel." After some hesitation, Tom Cruise frowned. "But, can I ask what's holding you back?" Duke was curious. This hesitation was uncharacteristic of the usually confident Tom Cruise. "If it's inconvenient to share." No, Cruise interrupted him. "Everyone in Hollywood knows how skilled you are with movies, Duke. We're partners now, right?" Noticing Nicole Kidman clutching Tom Cruise's arm, Duke began to understand and nodded without hesitation. "Yes, we are now tightly bound as partners. I thought you might have some advice for us." Nicole Kidman chimed in briefly before falling silent. Cruise continued, "I received an invitation from Stanley Kubrick. It's hard to refuse." He explained, "The Mission Impossible sequel can wait, but Kubrick's invitation is a rare opportunity." Nicole Kidman added, "Kubrick invited both of us. The film involves a married couple." Watching the couple, Duke gradually understood their concerns. Perhaps these were ripple effects from delaying Mission Impossible. After their 2 successful collaborations, Tom Cruise seemed optimistic about working with Duke. Now, an invitation he might have accepted without question was causing hesitation. What advice could Duke give? That was simple. His suggestions needed to align with his own interests. If the Cruise couple worked on Stanley Kubrick's film, it wouldn't align with Duke's interests. Keeping the Cruises as a golden couple with a positive public image would maximize Tom Cruise's star power, bringing greater benefits to the Mission Impossible series. Why did the Cruises divorce? Was it because of a film? Or because of Scientology? Besides the couple themselves, their agents, and publicists, few people truly knew. Duke recalled seeing rumors online about Kidman's health. Anyone with common sense would recognize them as fabricated nonsense. If Nicole Kidman truly had health issues due to Kubrick's film, where did her two subsequent children come from? One might have been born via surrogacy, but consider Keith Urban. Could someone who became a country music superstar be a fool? Directors might not need perfect public images, but major stars like Tom Cruise absolutely did. For him, image was his foundation. The longer the Cruises' marital crisis was delayed, the better it would be for the Mission Impossible sequel. Ideally, their issues would surface only after Mission Impossible 2 was released. Within seconds, these thoughts raced through Duke's mind. Whether the Cruises followed his advice was out of his control, but it was worth a shot. After all, they came to him for his opinion. "Tom, Mary, have you heard?" Duke began after a moment, speaking calmly. "Stanley Kubrick's health has been poor in recent years. Earlier this year, he had a serious illness. What if he can't finish the film?" Though phrased gently, the reality was that Kubrick's health was indeed failing, and he could pass away at any time. Tom Cruise seemed to consider this, his face showing a trace of hesitation. "Tom, what are you lacking the most right now?" Duke pressed on. "Blockbuster hits and recognition from the Academy." He shrugged and continued. "Kubrick's films are neither known for box office success nor for awards. In fact, since 2001, A Space Odyssey, his works have leaned more toward niche audiences. Tom, given your current status." Duke didn't need to spell it out. Tom Cruise's desire to work with Kubrick likely stemmed from a wish to enhance his artistic prestige. But as an A-list star, he didn't need to take that route. Kubrick's films wouldn't expand his influence or boost his chances at the Oscars. Tom Cruise fell silent, weighing the pros and cons. After a few minutes, he said, "I heard from Pat that Kubrick's health is indeed critical. If we take the roles and he can't finish the project." He seemed to be convincing himself as much as Nicole Kidman. "Tom, let me be frank," Duke added at the right moment. "We're partners now, our interests tied together. The greater your influence, the more profit the Mission Impossible series brings me. I'd rather see a consistently successful Tom Cruise than one who wastes time on a potential failure." But Brian De Palma has clearly stated he won't return to direct Mission Impossible. Tom Cruise suddenly looked at Duke. "The series needs a new director. Tom, as you can see, I can't take on another project myself." Duke spread his hands, feigning helplessness. "But if you decide to move forward, I can recommend a director with a suitable style." Tom Cruise didn't make an immediate decision. A matter like this required careful consideration. However, he asked, "Who's the director?" "John Woo," Duke replied. Seeing Tom Cruise's puzzled expression, Duke elaborated, "The director of Broken Arrow and Face/Off. His gunfight scenes and action sequences are excellent. I won't hide this from you. The Matrix drew some inspiration from his style." Hearing this, Tom Cruise nodded solemnly. "I'll think about it." After this, he suddenly changed the subject, looking at Nicole Kidman beside him. "Do you have any roles here that might suit Mary?" From their shared glance, Duke could tell the couple's relationship seemed to have improved somewhat. Still, Nicole Kidman's ambition was evident. Even if Scientology or other issues hadn't intervened, how long their marriage would last was uncertain. Duke wasn't keen on casting a high-fee actress with limited box office appeal. Smiling, he replied, "If a suitable role for Mary comes up, I'll give you a call." Chapter 320. Training the Actors. Chapter 320. Chapter 320. Training the Actors. The Cruise couple didn't stay long, and soon returned to Los Angeles. By late October, Tom Cruise gave Duke a definite answer about continuing with the Mission Impossible sequel. Duke's words undoubtedly played a role, as did the overseas box office performance of Mission Impossible. It must be said that during this era, Tom Cruise's star power was astonishing. As long as the film and role allowed him to perfectly showcase his cool and suave persona, it was guaranteed to be a box office hit. The North American box office for Mission Impossible was just over $180 million, but by late October, its overseas box office had already reached nearly $300 million and was still climbing. To not produce a sequel for such a smash hit would make Tom Cruise nothing short of a fool. Duke left the sequel's work to the Duke studio. Meanwhile, after 2 months of preparation, his new project in Wellington studio was ready for filming. The set in front of the camera was a messy room. After the first test shot ended, Duke walked to the center of the room and called Jason Statham and Gerard Butler over. Jason, your character is taciturn and primarily modeled after Emil. You need to maintain that silence. Though there were 2 robbers, all films inevitably have a primary and secondary focus. Duke's setting was no exception. Turning to Gerard Butler, he added, Jerry, your performance had some issues. Circling the set, Duke stopped and continued to address Gerard Butler. Emil's extreme mindset stems from his family circumstances. He also suffers from epilepsy after being beaten by a psychiatric patient. However, his epilepsy is controllable. In daily life, he isn't an irritable person. As the backbone of this duo, he remains relatively calm. Your earlier performance, Duke held up one finger, was overly fierce. This was just a casual, everyday life scene. Emil is only with Larry, his longtime robbery partner. There's enough trust between you two, even a special kind of camaraderie. Gerard Butler thought for a moment and then asked, Can you give me 5 minutes? Sure. Duke nodded and returned to the director's monitor. Gerard Butler paced the set, practicing his blocking according to the instructions. After some thought, he called Jason Statham over, and the two began discussing their characters and the upcoming scene. 5 minutes passed quickly. Seeing Gerard Butler motion to him, Duke instructed an assistant director to notify all departments to prepare. Filming officially began. Critical emergency, Scene 1, Act 1. The assistant director placed the clapperboard in front of the camera lens. Action. As with previous films, John Schwartzman personally operated the camera. Duke sat behind the director's monitor, watching the footage. Sunlight, controlled by the lighting crew, poured through the window into the room. Gerard Butler, lying on the sofa, suddenly woke up. His face showed a mixture of panic and ferocity, as if he had relived the family events he wanted to forget or the beatings from psychiatric patients in his nightmares. His movements startled Jason Statham, who was lying on a single-seater sofa. With a cold expression, Statham's face softened slightly only when looking at Butler. "Another nightmare?" he asked. "You look awful." "I've had dreams like this for over a decade." Gerard Butler slowly sat up. "You get used to it after a while." He grabbed a large metal box, opened the lid, and casually tossed a pistol onto the sofa. Rummaging through a pile of bullets, he found his epilepsy medication, took out 2 pills, and swallowed them. Afterward, he held up the bottle and gestured to the other side. "Want a couple? They'll calm you down." Jason Statham shook his head, got up, walked over to a table, and picked up an AK-47 with a drum magazine. Pulling the charging handle, he reminded, "Let's find our next target." "Cut." Duke called for a halt. Seeing the 2 actors look his way, he said, "Jerry, Jason, your performances were good, but I want them to be better. You have 5 minutes to adjust." Filming had just begun, and the crew needed time to adapt, especially the actors, who had to find their rhythm. Private rehearsals and acting in front of the camera were completely different. Having directed so many films, Duke understood this well. Through guidance, blocking, and other methods, he tried to get Gerard Butler and Jason Statham into the right mindset. His expectations weren't high. Even at their peak, these 2 actors weren't known for their acting skills, let alone now. This 2-minute shot took the entire morning to complete before Duke finally called it a wrap. The director's demands are so strict. Standing at the edge of the set, a girl in a hoodie held her mother's hand and whispered, "If I don't perform well, will he scold me, Mom?" "Sweetheart, don't you have confidence in yourself?" Before her mother could reply, Kate Beckinsale walked up from behind, reached out, and ruffled the girl's hood. "You did great during rehearsals." The 10-year-old girl turned and smiled mischievously. "Hello, Mom." Kate Beckinsale laughed as well. "Don't worry, Ellen. Duke is one of the most patient directors in Hollywood. He's very kind, and you're talented. He'll like you." "Do you know him well, Kate?" Ellen Page tugged her hand, curiosity in her voice. "You've been eating and chatting with him a lot recently. Is he pursuing you?" "Sweetheart, you're overthinking." Kate Beckinsale's gaze shifted to the set. She and Duke often discussed literature and film together, but she wasn't naive. She could guess his intentions. After all, The Rosenberg director was a well-known playboy. "Hey, Kate, want to grab lunch?" As filming paused, someone passing by invited her. "Join us at the restaurant." After lunch, Kate Beckinsale entered the makeup trailer to prepare for her scenes in the afternoon. In a police station set, actors in uniforms and plain clothes moved about. Liam Neeson, a seasoned Hollywood actor, quickly adjusted his state and found his character after a few test shots and one break. This scene, consisting of 5 shots, was completed in just over an hour. "How was my performance?" Liam Neeson asked, standing behind the monitor. "I've been in contact with 2 plainclothes detectives from the LA County Sheriff's Department and agents from the FBI's Los Angeles field office. It's given me some insight." After an assistant handed him a cup of coffee, Duke replied, "You naturally exude a rare sense of righteousness. You're born to play roles like Jedi Knights or law enforcement agents." "Thanks." Liam Neeson took a sip of coffee. "I prepared for this role much more than I did for Kagan Jinn. If there's a chance in the future," Duke turned off the monitor, "we can work together again." "What kind of role?" Liam Neeson joked. "Another cop? How about a secret agent?" Duke joked back. "Or someone doing something terrifying in the name of justice." "Whenever you need me." Liam Neeson dropped the joking tone, speaking earnestly. "Duke, I'm at your service." Duke smiled and instructed his assistant, "Notify the crew to move to stage 3. While Liam Neeson went to redo his makeup, Duke headed to stage 3, located in the southeastern corner of the studio. This set was designed as a cozy, middle-class home typical of North America. Cameras were set up, lights adjusted, and the director's monitor placed. Soon, the area buzzed with activity. Half an hour later, everything was ready. 3 actors arrived, and Duke briefly discussed blocking with Ellen Page and Kate Beckinsale, who were the first to appear before filming began. The scene was straightforward, showcasing a mother-daughter duo enjoying a happy and warm family life, meant to sharply contrast with the tragic news Liam Neeson would bring in the following scene. For an experienced actress like Kate Beckinsale, this scene was simple. However, for Ellen Page, appearing in her first film, it was different. Despite her stunning audition, the actual filming process was a new experience, and she appeared visibly tense and stiff. Cut. Duke temporarily halted filming and walked onto the set. Ellen Page looked at him, her tension visibly increasing. Children and animals were notoriously difficult to direct. Duke understood this and knew that a stern attitude would backfire with child actors. Sitting on a prop sofa, Duke gestured to the other side. "Ellen, Kate, have a seat." Director Rosenberg. The young girl's gaze showed a hint of fear. "Hey, sweetheart, take a seat," Duke said with a kind smile. "Am I that scary? Or am I so ugly that you don't dare look at me? I'm not Godzilla, am I?" The girl forced a smile, pulling Kate Beckinsale with her as they sat across from Duke. Chapter 321. The biggest surprise during filming. Chapter 321. Chapter 321. The biggest surprise during filming. "Did I hear that you went back to Canada a few days ago?" Sitting casually on the sofa, Duke asked Ellen Page in a conversational tone. "It's almost winter over there, right?" Ellen Page nodded. "It's already snowing back home, but here it's about to be summer. The world really is fascinating. Filming movies is one way to experience the wonders of the world," Duke smiled. "You can witness the magic of shifting from winter to summer and understand why others feel happy or sad." After casually chatting with the little girl and seeing her gradually relax, Duke shifted the topic. "I heard from Kate that you had a great time with her." "Yeah, I even call Kate Mom most of the time." She hugged Kate Beckinsale's arm. "Kate really likes me, and I really like Kate." "Then you must be happy when you're with Kate," Duke guided her. "Why were you so tense earlier?" Ellen Page shook her little head. "I was just a little nervous." "Kate is your mom," Duke said, giving Kate Beckinsale a look. She immediately chimed in. "Yes, sweetheart, you weren't nervous at all when we were together before." She lowered her head. "I was afraid I wouldn't perform well." "And now?" Duke asked. "I'll prove myself. At around 10 years old, children are naturally competitive. Just wait and see." "I'm waiting," Duke said, tapping her lightly with his finger before preparing to return behind the monitor. The girl suddenly leaned closer, lowering her voice so only the 3 of them could hear. "Can I ask you a question? I've been curious for a long time, and if I don't know the answer, my curiosity will keep bothering me. Go ahead, Duke replied nonchalantly. Ellen Page glanced at Kate Beckinsale, stuck out her tongue, and then asked, "Are all Hollywood directors as patient as you?" "You'll understand someday," Duke said with a smile, walking away. In the subsequent filming, Ellen Page's performance was still a bit stiff, but it was much better than the screen test. Talent, after all, is something that effort alone cannot replace. With each take, her performance improved significantly. Duke felt that if she reached the right state in the upcoming shoots, she could absolutely match Scarlett Johansson's performance as the artistic girl in The Horse Whisperer. Particularly after the third take, during the fourth, her remarkable progress was evident to everyone. Compared to this incredibly talented young girl, Kate Beckinsale's acting clearly seemed like she was merely performing. Duke wasn't entirely sure what her greatest talent was, but it certainly wasn't acting. In a scene opposite Liam Neeson, who played the officer Michael, her shortcomings became even more apparent. Liam Neeson, having spent so many years in Hollywood, wasn't exactly known for his outstanding acting skills. His talent was only average, but compared to him, Kate Beckinsale was clearly on a different level. Watching the footage on the monitor, Duke didn't immediately call for a cut. Kate Beckinsale's character, Catherine, had just been enjoying time with her daughter when she's suddenly informed of her husband's death. Her husband, a bank security officer, was killed during a robbery. Officer Michael delivers the devastating news, and the happiness in the household is replaced by overwhelming grief. According to the script and scene requirements, Kate Beckinsale needed to display emotions like shock, disbelief, denial, and heart-wrenching sorrow. However, her beautiful face seemed too stiff. While she managed to portray the expressions, her performance felt overly forced, as though she was acting for the sake of acting. Cut. Duke finally called for a stop and asked the assistant to bring Kate Beckinsale over. Pointing at the playback on the monitor, he asked, "Can you spot the problem?" "Yes." Kate Beckinsale watched for a while and nodded. "You have 10 minutes to adjust." After Duke finished speaking, Kate Beckinsale headed to a temporary rest area, with a makeup artist following to touch her up. 10 minutes passed quickly. When filming resumed, her performance improved slightly, though the progress was minimal. Capturing the range of emotions during moments of great emotional impact is one of the most demanding tasks for an actor. Within just a few seconds, portraying multiple transitions of expression is challenging for even seasoned actors. For Kate Beckinsale, it was nearly impossible. Duke saw no need for further coaching. The scene's requirements were straightforward, and as a professional actor, she was already more skilled than Duke himself. Cut. After yet another take, Duke's usually calm voice carried a hint of frustration. Half the afternoon had been spent on one shot, and the entire crew couldn't afford to waste endless time on a single actor. "I'm sorry." Recognizing that she was at fault, Kate Beckinsale came over to apologize. "Maintain your best condition," Duke advised after considering the situation. "I'll make appropriate adjustments." Anger wouldn't solve anything. Duke decided to adjust the shoot, which would have minimal impact on the film but might affect the actor. The adjustment was simple. Instead of using close-ups of Kate Beckinsale's face, the camera would focus on her full body and film from a side angle. This would help mask her shortcomings in acting. Generally, directors avoid treating lead actors this way. Close-ups are essential for leaving a deep impression on audiences. Unless the director wants to intentionally make things difficult or the actor is truly lacking, it's rare to replace close-ups with side shots for main roles. Yes, Duke could have continued shooting the scene, and the schedule had enough flexibility. However, after nearly 20 takes, it was clear that Kate Beckinsale's potential was limited. The incremental progress wasn't worth the time investment. As expected, roles that required looking pretty or playing a stiff-faced vampire suited her best. Duke concluded that acting, like most professions, requires talent. Without it, people often need to put in 10 times the effort to achieve notable results. Kate Beckinsale might improve her craft after 5 to 10 years in the independent film circuit, but no significant progress could be made during the brief filming period of a single movie. Moreover, with her looks and basic acting skills, she could easily enjoy a comfortable career if luck was on her side. How many actresses would trade the ease of being a vase for fame and wealth, and instead immerse themselves in the low-income, chaotic independent film world to refine their craft. And even if they did, how many would actually succeed? Noticing the crew adjusting the camera angles, Kate Beckinsale quickly understood Duke's intentions, and her expression soured. But Duke didn't care about her feelings. Wasting time equates to wasting money. And as the director and producer of the crew, second only to Warner Brothers, his decisions required no explanation. The filming resumed, and after only 2 takes, Duke approved the scene. The day's shoot concluded. Filmmaking is a long process, and the director is the driving force behind the production. At Duke's level, he was the absolute master of the set. Like other productions, Out of Time required a period of adjustment. After a somewhat slow and clunky start in the first week, the crew gradually found their rhythm by mid-November. Most of the cast also hit their stride, allowing the production to proceed smoothly overall. However, after that adjustment, it was clear that Kate Beckinsale had developed some resentment toward Duke. He didn't care. What mattered more, the film or an actress? The choice was obvious. In contrast to Kate Beckinsale's obvious acting flaws, Jennifer Love Hewitt offered Duke some pleasant surprises. Over the past month, besides rehearsing and studying her role, she had spent most of her time at a rehabilitation center for young drug addicts in the Wellington suburbs, interacting with real-life girls dealing with substance abuse. Effort doesn't always guarantee results, but without it, results are impossible. Jennifer Love Hewitt's portrayal of a rebellious, drug-addicted daughter turned out to be the biggest surprise of this shoot. "I really value this role," she said earnestly during a break, occasionally chatting with Duke about other topics. "From the start, people saw me as a youthful idol, which has been my greatest asset. But transitioning from an idol to a serious actor is incredibly challenging. It took me so long to find a role like this." Jennifer Love Hewitt looked at Duke seriously. "I know my days as a youth idol are almost over. If I don't seize this chance and work hard, Hollywood will soon forget who I am. I'll do whatever it takes to meet your expectations. If you think my performance isn't convincing enough, I can even try using drugs before filming the scene where the character spirals out of control." Chapter 322, The End of the Torment. Chapter 322, Chapter 322, The End of the Torment. Jennifer Love Hewitt filming after taking drugs? Duke may be a workaholic, but he wasn't truly crazy. These remarks from the other party were just a way of showing their attitude to him as the director. However, Jennifer Love Hewitt's hard work was indeed commendable. Her excellent performance not only earned Duke's approval, but also gained recognition from the entire crew. In front of the camera, Jennifer Love Hewitt, playing the daughter, was having a heated argument with Liam Neeson, who portrayed the police officer father. "Now you care about me?" Standing unsteadily in the room, she seemed to vent her dissatisfaction with her father through her posture. "Isn't your focus always on your work? LAPD, huh? Are they your real family? A justice-serving cop? You couldn't even keep my mom around." Saying this, she glanced resentfully at Liam Neeson, then turned and walked toward the room, the cross pendant of a necklace swinging to her back. Liam Neeson watched his daughter's disappearing back, but had no idea how to communicate with her, let alone knowing that she had started using drugs. The door slammed shut. "Great." Duke rarely spoke words of praise. "Jenny, Liam, well done, both of you. Outstanding." As time passed, filming continued, and Duke discovered that Jennifer Love Hewitt's potential far surpassed that of Kate Beckinsale. However, transitioning from a teen idol was a steep climb, not just for her, but even Britney Spears hit roadblocks when trying to break away from her teen pop image. Jennifer Love Hewitt was talented and hardworking, but Duke remembered clearly that her career nosedived quite quickly. In Hollywood, opportunities often mattered far more than effort. If she encountered a role as suitable as Ellen Page's in Juno, she might soar to new heights. Without such a role, she could very well fade into obscurity. Of course, if this film succeeded, it might change her career trajectory. By late November, Duke led the crew to Wellington for on-location shoots. The film didn't require extensive outdoor scenes. For wide-angle shots, Anna Prince had already gone back to Los Angeles to handle them. It's challenging to identify a city solely from unmarked close-up shots. However, wide-angle views are unmistakable. While the plot of this film aligns with the North Hollywood shootout only about 50% of the time, Duke was careful not to make the rookie mistake of passing off Wellington as Los Angeles in panoramic shots. The on-location shoot in Wellington's streets lasted just over a week. Afterward, the crew returned to the studio to prepare for the most pivotal and climactic scene, the chaotic shootout. In the open studio to the west of the main soundstage, the set and props teams had recreated the American Bank's Los Angeles branch and part of Laurel Canyon Boulevard through intricate set dressing and models. Several repurposed and scrapped cars were placed where they needed to be. From a close-up perspective, it looked strikingly similar to the morning of the real bank heist. This scene involved nearly 100 police officers, hundreds of bystanders, dozens of reporters and cameramen, and hundreds of vehicles. Over 1,500 rounds were fired, leaving 14 people injured and 2 dead, one of the most chaotic bank robberies in Los Angeles and U.S. history. However, for Duke, who had directed realistic war scenes in Saving Private Ryan, such large-scale scenes posed no real challenge. In fact, the overall filming of this movie wasn't difficult. The real challenge lay in post-production editing. How to piece the filmed material into a coherent triple-thread narrative. If not for honing his skills in triple-thread storytelling, this project would have little significance for Duke. The shootout sequence was broken into countless small segments, each filmed separately and later stitched together during editing. This approach was the simplest and most time-efficient. Though Warner Brothers had confidence in Duke and added $2 million to the initial budget, raising the total to $10 million, Duke, accustomed to handling $50 million-plus projects with massive spectacle, knew that lack of meticulous planning could easily lead to budget overruns. Although the filming had only lasted a little over a month, faster than initially planned, Duke was eager to wrap things up as quickly as possible because the process had become a torment. During filming, Duke also had to stay fully involved in the preparation for The Lord of the Rings. Unlike during The Matrix, when The Lord of the Rings was only in its planning and conceptual stages, the trilogy's pre-production was now entering a critical execution phase. Even if he wasn't directly responsible for specific tasks, he still had to personally inspect and approve props, sets, costumes, visual effects, and locations to ensure they met requirements. Without his oversight, issues with props or locations would inevitably arise during filming. This kind of workload wasn't just exhausting for Duke, but also for his cinematographer John Schwartzman and production designer Hannah Selina, who were essential partners during these inspections. If this grueling pace continued, Duke believed the team's nerves would snap. Humans aren't machines, and while he might endure the stress of simultaneous productions, others might not. Fortunately, this realistic shootout scene wasn't overly difficult for Duke and his team. Jason Statham and Gerard Butler, playing the 2 bank robbers, had the toughest time. Larry Phillips and Emil Matasareanu were armed to the teeth during the real heist, wearing at least 2 layers of Kevlar armor, with each man's load exceeding that of a Navy SEAL. They looked like bloated humanoid beasts. While Statham and Butler didn't have to carry such extreme weights, they were still heavily padded to match the robbers' appearances. Shooting in Wellington's summer heat, even with breathable materials, was far from comfortable. Thankfully, Wellington's summers weren't excessively hot. Shooting under Southern California's blazing sun would have been a nightmare. Even so, Duke called for breaks every hour, allowing Statham and Butler to shed their heavy gear and breathe. Though it slowed filming, actor health issues could cost even more time. In the 3 days of shooting the shootout, noise became the defining feature of the set. Cars turned into Swiss cheese, and gunfire and shattering glass filled the air. During a break, Duke called over Liam Neeson. "Did I mess up?" Neeson asked upon arrival. "No, you did great," Duke said, glancing at Neeson's suit. In the next scene, Liam, "Keep this in mind. Saving the wounded always comes first." Neeson nodded knowingly. Understood. Aside from the climactic shootout, Duke's script had largely diverged from the real-life event. However, the shootout wasn't just about action. It had to showcase human bravery, especially from the LAPD. While on the surface, 2 heavily armed robbers nearly overwhelmed 100 officers, giving the impression of LAPD incompetence. The reality was different. Many officers were injured protecting civilians, earning public and media praise. In the film's conclusion, the LAPD would be depicted as resilient, brave, and unwavering heroes who triumphed through sheer willpower over superior firepower. As the movie ended, they would receive the full Hollywood-style hero treatment. Gunfire, shattering glass, panicked screams, and cries of pain dominated the set for the next week as the remaining scenes dwindled, bringing the shoot to its conclusion. On December 18th, after Don Cheadle's SWAT team surrounded Jason Statham's character and shot him down, Duke finally announced the end of filming, completing the shoot in just over a month and a half. Duke moved faster than planned. However, neither he nor cinematographer John Schwartzman could hide their exhaustion. A break was necessary. Yet Duke couldn't leave New Zealand just yet. Even his downtime had to be spent in Wellington. A wrap party was planned at a large rented beach, giving him some space to rest quietly. After instructing Anna Price to send the day's footage to a bank vault, Duke returned to his office and called Tina Fey, who had updates on negotiations with Google and The Matrix's worldwide box office results. Chapter 323, Ellen Page's Gift. Chapter 323, Ellen Page's Gift. Duke had no idea how Google developed in its early days, who invested in the two relatively poor students, or how much equity they gained from it. After all, even in an era where the internet had already become globally transformative, unless one was a person with particular interest, who would spend their time researching this. What Duke knew about Google was its later status as one of the largest internet companies in the world. Although he couldn't remember whether Tina Fey and David's negotiations had involved Larry Page and Sergey Brin, the founders of Google, he did remember that for a small sum of $2 million, he had gained a 30% stake. Such a risk was worth taking. Even though financing in the future would dilute the shares, as long as it really was Google, it was still a guaranteed profitable venture. Furthermore, according to the agreement, he could continue investing in the future. The company name has already been decided. Those two founders had thought of it long ago. Under a beach umbrella, Tina Fey, who had just flown from Los Angeles to Wellington, lay on a beach chair next to Duke. She briefly introduced the negotiation process and said, "It's called Google." Hearing the name, Duke nodded. It seemed they weren't mistaken. Tina Fey turned to look at Duke. "You seem tired. Work from 2 sets in the past few days piled up. I've been pretty busy." Trying to relax on the beach chair, Duke avoided thinking about his work for the Lord of the Rings. "The surgical emergency has been wrapped up, and I'll rest for a few days now that you're back. I'll have a bit more peace." Tina Fey, though rolling her eyes, actually felt a slight sense of joy. When a world-famous director like Duke made her feel important, it was a sign she truly was. "Did your flight get delayed again?" Duke asked. Tina Fey sighed helplessly. "Flights everywhere are like that." After a moment's thought, Duke turned to her. "Have Nancy or David find a suitable private jet vendor to place an order." In recent years, Duke had frequently traveled, and with his residence in Los Angeles and his mother in New York, having a private jet would certainly be convenient. Given his current wealth and how fast he was making money, maintaining a private jet was a trivial matter. After discussing the private jet matter, Tina Fey shifted the conversation back to the film. The Matrix has been pulled from the global market. Jeff Robinov wants to know when the sequel can be prepared. Let Warner know that the Duke Studios editorial team is already working on the sequel script. As for the Matrix sequel, Duke had already planned ahead. After filming the Lord of the Rings trilogy, Zack will move on to the Matrix sequel. The Lord of the Rings trilogy was such a massive fantasy epic that it required too many shots. Duke needed experienced assistant directors with styles similar to his own. Not only would Duke oversee preparations, but during filming, Zack Snyder and Anna Prinz would each have their own teams. They would take on a significant portion of the shooting tasks. "Hey, Tina." "Hey, Duke." The party on the beach continued, and Liam Neeson walked over. "It's pretty quiet over here." Tina Fey greeted Liam Neeson, took off her white long t-shirt, and said to Duke, "I'm going for a swim in the sea." Having spent so much time with Duke, Tina Fey knew exactly when to do what. "Make yourself comfortable, Liam." Duke pointed to a white plastic chair next to him, adjusted his beach chair slightly, and moved in the other direction. He reached into a cooler on the table, grabbed a beer, and handed it to him. "Didn't join the revelry? Something up? At my age, I prefer a quieter environment." Opening the beer, Liam Neeson took a big gulp. "Nothing important. I heard the Matrix has been pulled." so I came over to congratulate you. Duke grabbed another beer, moved a plastic chair, and sat across from Liam Neeson. No need for that. It's not just being polite, Liam Neeson chuckled. It's envy. This year, The Matrix will likely be the North American and global box office champion again. At this point, Liam Neeson really felt something. The Matrix had a North American box office of $327.58 million and a global box office of $665.87 million, breaking the previous R-rated North American and global box office records that Duke had held. With most of the major releases for the year already out, The Matrix was certain to take the title. You're not even 30 yet, Duke. Looking over, Liam Neeson clinked his beer can with Duke's and took another long sip. And you've already won 3 box office crowns. 1994's Independence Day, 1995's Saving Private Ryan, and this year's The Matrix. These 3 box office champions didn't seem like much. But Liam Neeson still found it astonishing because, in total, Duke had only had 6 films released. If he recalled correctly, the other 3 films, Speed, The Rock, and Chicago, also all made it into the North American top 10 annual box office rankings. How many directors in Hollywood could achieve that? Liam Neeson's purpose in coming over was clear, to flatter Duke. Not long after he left, another major actor walked over. Gerard Butler had generally performed well in his role, and Duke had decided to keep casting him. Since Sean Bean had declined the role of Boromir due to scheduling issues, Gerard Butler would join the training for the Lord of the Rings Fellowship after a short break. Duke, I just wanted to express my gratitude. Gerard Butler didn't say much, leaving only these words. Thank you for giving me these 2 opportunities. If you need anything in the future. He made a gesture as if to make a phone call, then smiled and excused himself. Hey, Duke. A little girl holding balloons came over. Hey, Ellen. Duke lightly rubbed his forehead after glancing at Ellen Page. The little girl walked up and suddenly extended her hand toward him. This is for you. For me? Duke extended his hand, curious. What is it? You gave me a lot of direction and help during filming. The little girl tilted her head and said very seriously, so I wanted to give you a gift I personally prepared. As she spoke, she placed a small shell, about an inch in size, into Duke's hand. This is something my mom and I found at the beach. I asked the props team on the Lord of the Rings crew to help me turn it into what it is now. Isn't it pretty? Thank you. Duke held the shell up to the sunlight. The shell's colors were vibrant, and its surface was smooth and bright, clearly processed at least minimally. It's very beautiful. I really like your gift. Take good care of it, okay? Ellen Page reminded him. I will treasure it properly. Duke nodded seriously. Ellen Page smiled sweetly and waved her hand. I'm going to play by the beach now. See you, Duke. In the distance, music from the ongoing party could be heard. The crew's wrap party would likely turn into a wild celebration. If Duke had been younger and full of energy, he would definitely have gone over to join in and perhaps find someone to connect with. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from working on both the Lord of the Rings trilogy and filming another movie at the same time, or perhaps it was the growing age and changing mindset. Either way, Duke just wanted to stay here quietly, rest well, and be as far away from the noise as possible. He was indeed tired. Slipping on a pair of dark sunglasses, Duke lay back in his beach chair, slowly closing his eyes. He decided not to think about Hollywood's fame and fortune, not to think about the alluring women, and not to think about the work he had completed or still had ahead. He just let his thoughts drift, carried by the gentle sea breeze, floating toward the azure sky, the white clouds, and home in New York. Duke fell asleep, dreaming of returning home. Around mid-afternoon, Tina Fey woke him up. He shook his head groggily and accepted the damp towel she handed him, wiping his face to help him feel more awake. Tina, give me the satellite phone. After getting the satellite phone, Duke dialed the number for New York. As usual, the person who answered wasn't his mother, but one of her assistants. Duke briefly spoke with her, confirming his mother's holiday schedule before hanging up. Looking over at the ongoing party, Duke still couldn't muster any interest. He stood up, put on a t-shirt, and slipped into a pair of sandals. We're leaving, he told Tina Fey. Of course, someone would come to clean up. Tina Fey grabbed her bag, and Duke, with a backpack on his back, walked with her toward the parking lot outside the beach. As they walked, Duke spoke to Tina Fey. I need to take a long break. Let Charles know that the work for the Lord of the Rings will temporarily be his and Zach's responsibility. Contact me through video calls for anything important. Reaching the car, Duke opened the passenger door. I'm a bit tired, Tina. You drive. As the car pulled onto the road, Duke added, I'll be spending Christmas and New Year in New York. Tell Mike Dawson that the critical emergencies post-editing can wait until after the new year. Chapter 324. A terrifying return on investment. Chapter 324. Chapter 324. A terrifying return on investment. Light footsteps landed on the thin layer of snow, leaving faint footprints. Duke braved the occasional snowfall from the sky, crossed the plaza in front of the villa, and jogged into the family garden. Having just returned to New York from summer in New Zealand, he found himself unaccustomed to the harsh winter cold, feeling as if the air he inhaled was freezing his lungs. Still, Duke pressed forward, just as he had been doing all these years. After jogging a lap in the snow-white garden, the clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and sunlight began to shine down. The winter sun appeared closer than usual, seeming particularly vivid and dazzling, yet its warmth seemed chilled by the snow, never truly heating up. Running another lap around the garden, Duke returned to the villa, took the hot towel handed to him by a servant to wipe his flushed face, changed out of his snow-covered running shoes, and slipped into cotton slippers before entering the dining room. Taking today's newspaper, he skimmed through it for a while until his mother walked in from outside and sat across from him. A servant soon served breakfast. Leah glanced at him and said, You seem much better than a few days ago. I only feel relaxed when I'm home. Duke took a big gulp of skim milk. I feel much better now. When I was in New Zealand, I felt like a mountain was pressing down on me, and my mind was consumed with work. It was as if I had turned into a computer CPU, constantly running, unable to pause for rest. You're putting too much pressure on yourself. After swallowing her food, Leah looked at Duke for a moment and said, Darling, don't push yourself too hard. That's why, Mom. Duke focused on the eggs on his plate, a rare relaxed smile appearing on his face. I escaped New Zealand and came home to recharge. Leah didn't eat much, and Duke ate quickly. Breakfast ended in no time. As they left the dining room, Leah asked, What are your plans for today? Still hiding at home. I don't feel like going out. Duke escorted his mother to the villa's door. Before she got into the car, he added, I'll hide at home for a few days to recharge. Right now, I don't want to do anything. Then let's do this, Duke. About to step into the car, Leah turned back and said, There's a New Year's gala tonight, an upper-class New York event, not just an ordinary party. Join me. No problem. Duke agreed immediately. Watching his mother's car drive away, Duke returned to the villa and slouched on the sofa in the living room. He picked up today's newspaper and started flipping through it. It wasn't serious publications like the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal, but rather one of New York's most gossip-filled tabloids, featuring countless stories about celebrities and socialites. One article even featured him, a photo of him entering a Wellington restaurant with Kate Beckinsale. The tabloid confidently claimed he had a new romantic interest. Duke had never cared about such potentially true or false gossip. Reading them was merely a way to relax and stop thinking about his work in New Zealand. Between reading, napping, and spending time in the gym, the day passed quickly. By the time his mother returned in the evening, Duke had changed into a tailored suit, his earlier casualness replaced with his usual polished demeanor. The New Year's gala for New York's elite was held at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. When Duke entered the grand ballroom arm in arm with his mother, it was already half full. Many faces looked familiar, business elites from financial media or heirs of prominent families. Regardless of personal relationships, everyone greeted each other courteously and exchanged pleasantries in such formal settings. Anyone attending such an event, even those who might not always act sensibly, would have someone level-headed accompanying them. Though there may be individuals foolish enough to act out, the likelihood of encountering such behavior here was less than 0.1%. For instance, Duke saw Michael Ovitz here. Godzilla had faltered against The Matrix, with box office results far below expectations, prompting Sony Columbia Pictures to halt the series. This dealt a significant blow to Ovitz's new company's first package deal. Coupled with the animosities he had accumulated during his time at CAA, it was inevitable that Ovitz harbored some resentment toward Duke. However, the two of them behaved like old friends, warmly shaking hands and chatting as if no conflicts had ever existed. Even figures like Larry Ellison, notorious for his antics and disdain for New York elites, remained civil here, presenting himself as a gentleman. While many of these elites and their descendants engaged in less than admirable behavior in private, none would risk their reputations in public settings. Accompanying his mother, Duke met many of New York's elite. Events like this served a clear purpose. Even business tycoons needed to network and expand their circles. Deals and investments often began at such gatherings. Director Rosenberg. Please, just call me Duke. The person Leah had just introduced was an investment manager from Goldman Sachs. As he looked at Duke, it was as though he were staring at stacks of green bills. Your films are practically guaranteed hits, and your investments in Titanic and Mission Impossible were both major successes. That big ship alone must have earned you at least $300 million last year, right? Duke simply smiled without responding. When will we collaborate? The manager's focus shifted to investments. Goldman Sachs is interested in funding your films or co-investing in projects you find promising. I hear you're preparing the Lord of the Rings trilogy? If you're short on funds, don't forget about Goldman Sachs. If I need funding, you'll be the first to know, Duke replied politely. They had exchanged business cards earlier. The manager, still persistent, added, the film industry is high risk, but Goldman Sachs trusts you. Have you thought about expanding Duke Studios? We can provide financial support. Any external funding would need Warner Brothers' approval. Without hesitation, Duke shifted responsibility onto Warner Brothers. I can't make decisions alone. Finally breaking free of the Goldman Sachs representative's persistence, Duke returned to his mother's side. While greeting others, they made their way toward the banquet area. The Waldorf Astoria's grand ballroom featured nearly 100 oak round tables, each spaced far enough apart to allow easy mingling. Hey, Duke, over here. As they approached their table, a familiar voice called out. Duke excused himself to his mother and walked over. Hi, Irene. Didn't expect to see you here. You've been hiding at home these past days. Irene Lauder greeted him warmly, dressed in a short blue evening gown. Not used to New York's winter chill? Just tired and in need of rest. Duke replied with a smile before complimenting her. You look stunning tonight. Thank you. Irene gestured toward the people behind her. Let me introduce you. Sure. Following her lead, Duke was introduced to her family members. This is Jane, my sister. And this is Robert, my cousin. After making introductions, only the Lauder sisters remained by Duke's side. When's your next movie coming out? Jane asked eagerly, her curiosity resembling that of a regular fan. What about the Matrix sequel? The new film should be out in spring. Before Duke could finish, Irene tugged his sleeve gently. Your mother's calling us over. Duke turned to see Leo waving at them. We'll chat another time. I have to go. After Duke left, the Lauder sisters returned to their table and began whispering, their conversation revolving around him. He invested in Titanic, right? Jane asked curiously. Irene, you're close with him. Do you know how much he made from it? The returns must have been enormous. Initially intending to brush off the question, Irene relented under her sister's insistence. He mentioned that by Christmas, his $50 million investment had earned $380 million from Titanic's box office and merchandise. More will come later, though not as substantial. Nearly an eightfold return. Even Jane, raised in a commercial dynasty, was stunned. That's terrifying. Terrifying, Irene remarked matter-of-factly. Which of his film ventures hasn't been? On the other side of the ballroom, Duke had returned to his table and seated himself to Leah's left. Is something wrong, Mom? I wanted to introduce you to a few people. Leah gestured to her right, where a middle-aged man with short golden-brown hair sat beside a tall, long-haired young woman. Even seated, the girl's height was striking. Duke glanced at them and immediately recognized them as a father-daughter pair he had seen before. Chapter 325, You Don't Match My Aesthetic. Chapter 325, Chapter 325, You Don't Match My Aesthetic. Hello, Mr. Trump. No need to be so formal, just call me Donald. Duke shook hands with the middle-aged man wearing his signature smile and casually complimented him. Your inspiring life story is a model for young people to learn from. You've done quite well yourself. As the rumors suggested, Donald Trump showed no trace of humility. He spoke in an exaggerated manner, saying, I've always admired you. Duke gave a subtle smile, refraining from engaging further. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the side. This was Donald Trump's daughter. Judging by her appearance, she was probably still a teenager, or perhaps it was simply her natural look. Her face had a noticeable roundness from baby fat. Her curly golden hair was neatly styled into an updo, and a delicate diamond necklace adorned her smooth neck. She was a typical white girl, tall, broad-shouldered, and full-chested. "Hello, Miss Trump." Duke stood up again, extending his hand. Ivanka Trump lightly shook it. "Hello, Director Rosenberg." Unlike Donald Trump, she appeared cautious and reserved, at least on the surface. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Duke said again. "You can call me Duke." "All right." Ivanka nodded and returned to her seat. "No need to be so formal," Donald suddenly interjected. "We're all old friends here." He glanced at his daughter. "Duke, you can call her Ivy." "Sure." Duke's gaze briefly lingered on her face before returning to his meal with a faint smile. From Donald's remarks, Duke gathered that their relationship was purely business-oriented. Someone like Donald Trump, given his personality, was unlikely to form genuine friendships. Regardless of whether the legendary New York real estate tycoon still had billions in assets, his words were over the top. Even if his audience was limited, self-promotion and showmanship seemed to be second nature to him. "I hope the federal government can bring real change. I merely want my participation in the election to shake up the Republican and Democratic parties for treating politics as a joke." After just a few sentences, Donald Trump had already shifted the topic to his grand show. "Politics needs reform, not stagnation. I'm not interested in the presidency. Once I see the American public awakening, I believe my purpose in running has been fulfilled, and I can gracefully withdraw." With Leah socializing elsewhere, Duke became one of the only two listeners left at the table. Not wanting to be impolite, he asked, "Donald, will you run in the next election?" "Of course I will," Donald Trump declared with great righteousness. "When the time is right, I will compete for the presidency to bring the necessary changes America needs." Suppressing a laugh, Duke took a sip of water. The man before him seemed more suited for an Oscar for Best Actor, or rather, a Golden Raspberry Award for Worst Actor. Though Duke wasn't sure if Donald Trump would run again in the future, he was certain that his high-profile campaign for the presidency was just a show, a commercial publicity stunt for the entire American public. Suddenly, Donald leaned closer and lowered his voice. "If you're interested, we could be running mates. Duke, with your influence in the film industry, you'd undoubtedly garner significant support." "Sorry." Duke shook his head without hesitation. "I've never considered going into politics." Donald Trump's publicity stunt was a common marketing strategy in this country, but Duke had no interest in being anyone's promotional gimmick or stepping stone. Realizing that Duke wasn't someone who could be swayed with mere words, Donald Trump offered a parting remark before moving to another table to continue his show. This left only Duke and Ivanka Trump at the table. "Your father is quite a humorous man," Duke said as he cut into a small pastry. "He's steady, determined, and resilient. It's no coincidence he managed to overcome difficulties." Ivanka turned her head to look at Duke. "Do you really think so?" Duke shrugged. "Anyone who achieves success has qualities worthy of respect and learning." "Director Rosenberg. Call me Duke." "Duke." She looked at him seriously. "Even though I'm only 17, I've worked part-time as a model and have plenty of social experience. I won't be flattered by a few sweet words." Setting down his utensils, Duke picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. "Ivy, do you think I'm trying to flatter you? Aren't you?" She raised an eyebrow. "Anyone who's followed you in America knows you're a playboy who changes women more often than clothes. You think I'm interested in you?" Duke gently tapped his forehead, feigning disbelief. "There are far more beautiful women in Hollywood. To put it bluntly." He raised a finger for emphasis. "With just a beckoning gesture, half of them would come running to me." With that, he shook his head and resumed his dinner. Ivanka clearly misunderstood Duke's meaning and asked, "Are you saying I'm not attractive?" "Of course not." Looking up, Duke met her gaze. "Ivy, that's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" she pressed. Setting down his utensils again, Duke decided to be direct. "You simply don't match my aesthetic. Beauty, appearance, and looks are sensitive topics for all women." Ivanka's expression darkened instantly, clearly displeased. "So, you're saying I'm not attractive?" She kept her eyes on him. Duke sighed, evidently helpless. But Ivanka wasn't ready to let it go. Why do you think so? Are you sure? Duke didn't answer right away. Ivanka tilted her chin slightly, like a proud princess. Yes. Duke tilted his head and studied her until Ivanka squirmed uncomfortably. Finally, he said, your face is too broad, your shoulders are too wide, and your back is too thick. If you weren't nearly 6 feet tall, you'd look quite bulky. The last comment hit the hardest. Ivanka's face immediately turned sour. Are you saying I'm fat? Teenage girls at the tail end of their rebellious phase could be the most challenging. Duke closed his mouth, unwilling to argue further. You think I'm fat? She stood up as she spoke. Thankfully, she moved slowly, so her actions didn't seem abrupt in the bustling room. Wearing what appeared to be towering heels, Ivanka looked especially tall once she stood, easily around 6 feet 4 inches. Duke quickly gestured for her to sit. Ivy, do you want us both to cause a scene here? Unlike Paris Hilton, Ivanka glared at Duke before reluctantly sitting back down. Seeing her still looking annoyed, Duke sighed and added, my comments reflect only my personal opinion. My aesthetic doesn't represent everyone else's. He left it at that. If she insisted on misinterpreting his words through a rebellious lens, he saw no need to explain further. Hi, Ivy. A voice came from behind Duke. Irene Lauder approached, sitting beside him. Is Wharton on break? No. Ivanka smiled immediately. I came back specifically for this. My dad insisted I attend the banquet. She glanced at Duke and asked, do you two know each other? We're friends. Seeing Duke had no intention of answering, Irene smiled and said, we've known each other for years. After exchanging pleasantries with Ivanka, Irene quickly turned back to Duke. What happened between you two? She asked curiously. Duke glanced at Ivanka, who kept sneaking glances at them, and replied in a low voice. She thought I was pursuing her. I wasn't interested and pointed out a few things that don't align with my aesthetic. The rebellious teenager turned into a prickly cat. Irene grew more curious. What did you say? I just said her figure seemed a bit bulky. Hearing this, Irene lightly touched her forehead and gently patted Duke's arm. That's a taboo topic for any woman who loves beauty. Duke nodded in agreement. Which is why I have no intention of continuing the conversation. Footsteps approached from the other side. Donald Trump returned, greeting Irene warmly before sitting beside his daughter. A few minutes later, Leah also returned, and after a brief exchange, Duke left with Irene to expand his social circle. Attending events like this would be a waste otherwise. After making a round, particularly among the younger generation of business families, whom Irene introduced as key contacts, Duke met several names he had only heard or read about before, like Nikki and Paris Hilton. Duke only shook hands briefly with the Hilton sisters. To him and Irene, they were just two girls who knew nothing but partying. Though the banquet was close to New Year's, Duke didn't leave New York immediately, as his vacation was far from over. Chapter 326, The Big Winner of the Rankings. Chapter 326. Chapter 326, The Big Winner of the Rankings. The turn of the century was inevitable. Just after entering 1999, the doomsday rumors that had been circulating among the public and media were in full swing, even becoming a trend. In a religious society like the West, doomsday theories always had a market. Statements about the devil's return to the world and Satan's descent into humanity were frequently thrown out by many famous religious figures and then sensationalized by tabloid media. Even the internet and computer industries, which were considered America's sunrise industries, were plagued by rumors of the Y2K bug. Computers had permeated all walks of life in the United States, and if the Y2K bug truly erupted, American society would undoubtedly fall into chaos. However, for the business and financial worlds, these issues were minor and negligible in the face of commercial profits, especially in Hollywood. As before, it continued operating as usual. As the old year passed and the new year began, apart from the ongoing busyness of stars, directors, and major companies, magazines such as Vanity Fair, Entertainment Weekly, and The Hollywood Reporter, which focus on Hollywood, released their year-end summaries in special New Year editions. Vanity Fair published Hollywood's annual income rankings. Entertainment Weekly released the Hollywood Power Rankings, which it had been running for 10 years, and The Hollywood Reporter revealed the North American box office rankings for 1998. Duke was not only included in all three rankings, but was also at the top of each list. In the Hollywood Reporter's North American box office rankings for 1998, The Matrix ranked first with a North American box office gross of $327.58 million, far surpassing Michael Bay's Armageddon, which earned just over $189 million, less than half of Duke's achievement. Besides box office results, The Hollywood Reporter also provided commentary on the film. Last summer, we witnessed an awe-inspiring movie, The Matrix. We marveled at bullet time, explosion time, and ultra-cool 360-degree kicks. We experienced one of the most revolutionary moments in film history. Now, director Duke Rosenberg and his Matrix have been worshipped by fans worldwide. Audiences revisit every detail of the movie repeatedly, analyzing the metaphors in every line of dialogue and beginning discussions on existentialism and nihilism. Contemporary philosophers are delving into the film's philosophical connotations, with books like The Matrix and Philosophy continuously being published. Its religious undertones are receiving increasingly enriched interpretations, and debates about self-awareness in a future digital world have even become fashionable in religious circles. Although several films released during the Thanksgiving and Christmas seasons were still showing in North America, no one expected films like Patch Adams or Shakespeare in Love to gross $300 million at the box office. It was indisputable that The Matrix would take the annual box office crown. In addition to topping the box office rankings, Duke also secured the #1 spot on the annual income rankings. Vanity Fair's annual income list only accounts for salaries earned in the film industry, excluding investments and other asset appreciations. With his base directing fee and profit shares from The Matrix, Duke earned a pre-tax income of $125 million, solidly securing the top spot. Next on the list was James Cameron. As before, Cameron had waived his directing fee but retained profit shares. He earned $85 million in pre-tax income from the staggering box office and merchandise revenues of Titanic, placing second on the list. Vanity Fair commented, "Duke Rosenberg is setting a new benchmark for commercial director earnings in Hollywood. Not only has his directing fee reached unprecedented heights, but it continues to push further." According to insiders, his total remuneration for the Lord of the Rings trilogy as a screenwriter, director, and producer amounts to $45 million, with a stepped revenue-sharing agreement capped at an unprecedented 25% in Hollywood. However, in another ranking, James Cameron managed to reverse Duke's advantage. In Entertainment Weekly's new Hollywood Power Rankings, James Cameron secured the top spot with the enormous success of Titanic. This complex ranking considers income, fame, and influence. Ranked second was Leonardo DiCaprio, who had become a global sensation. Third was Tom Cruise, who further cemented his status with Mission Impossible. Keanu Reeves, riding the wave of The Matrix's success and his cool savior persona, placed fourth. Duke, as the film's director, was ranked fifth. Since Titanic was released in 1997, Duke was the only individual to make it into the top 5 of these three heavyweight rankings. Meanwhile, various media outlets were publishing an array of eccentric rankings. Many people or elements associated with The Matrix emerged as winners on these lists. For example, Charlize Theron made it into the top 3 of Men's Journal's 100 Sexiest Women. The New York Times Top 10 Classic Movie Moments of 1998 had Explosion Time firmly at #1. Even Duke himself was ranked among the world's 50 sexiest men in a gossip magazine. Having decided to take an extended break, Duke stayed in New York from before Christmas through the new year. Apart from exercising, he spent most of his time reading, browsing newspapers, or chatting and having tea with Irene Lauder. He even visited Philadelphia to check in on Sofia Coppola's film shoot. Her first feature-length film, The Virgin Suicides, was being filmed at a high school near the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. "You don't look any different than before," Sofia Coppola remarked during a break in shooting. "I've been much better lately," Duke replied, sitting next to Sofia and glancing at the students watching the shoot. He continued, "Maybe all the accumulated fatigue from these years was triggered by intense work. Last Christmas," he sighed, "not just physically and mentally, but I felt my drive was faltering too." "Darling, you're too hard on yourself," Sophia said earnestly, gripping Duke's arm. You keep pushing yourself forward without ever stopping to relax. Over the years, even during vacations, you've kept your nerves tightly strung. Among all Hollywood directors, not even the famously hard-working Spielberg is as relentless as you. Duke thanked Sophia's assistant for the hot coffee, leaned back in his chair, and said, I always have this sense of urgency. I want to keep succeeding. From a young age, I've understood that success doesn't come by chance. To succeed, you must work hard. Sophia rolled her eyes. You're already plenty successful, which is why I've thrown all my work aside for now, Duke said after a sip of coffee. I've given myself a long vacation. Duke then shifted the topic to Sophia's film. Is the shoot going smoothly? Overall, it's going well, Sophia said, pointing to several actresses touching up their makeup. I spent 2 years preparing the script and production plan. Your advice and my father's were invaluable. The cast is performing brilliantly, especially Kirsten Dunst. She's in fantastic form and undoubtedly one of the best actresses of the post-1980s generation. As Sophia spoke about her actresses, Duke suddenly remembered someone he had overlooked. Where's Scarlett? I haven't seen her around. She doesn't have any scenes today, Sophia replied after asking her assistant. She was here this morning, but left before lunch. She's probably touring the Wharton School nearby. Someone came over to speak with Sophia, and she turned to Duke. Feel free to look around. I need to get back to filming. Since Duke was only there to visit and not disrupt Sophia's shoot, he conscientiously stayed away from the set and wandered around the area. There wasn't much to see. Sophia chose this school for its historical background and classic architecture to depict a story set. In Michigan, Duke circled the library, eventually feeling bored. He pulled out his phone and dialed Scarlett Johansson's number. I'm having coffee at Wharton CAF with Mary. Are you coming over? All right, I'll wait for you. After hearing Scarlett give the name of the CAF, Duke ended the call, left the school, and asked a crew driver to take him to the Wharton School. Inside the school, he asked a few students for directions to the CAF, which he found after nearly 10 minutes. Pushing open the CAF door, Duke immediately spotted a blonde girl waving at him from a table near the window. He walked over quickly. Hello, Director Rosenberg. Scarlett Johansson's agent, Mary, hurriedly stood up to greet Duke. He nodded in acknowledgement and pulled out a chair to sit across from the blonde girl. Did you come here just to see me, Duke? Scarlett asked expectantly. Yes, Duke replied casually. I came to visit you and Sophia Coppola. The CAF was a bit crowded, so Duke pushed his chair back and said to the approaching server, A latte, please. The server, an exceptionally tall woman, suddenly stared intently at Duke and asked, Why are you here? Chapter 327, Lucas Gets Hurt. Chapter 327, Lucas Gets Hurt. Who is she? Scarlett Johansson asked curiously as she watched the blonde waitress leave. She seems to have a grudge against you, Duke. A girl I met in New York. As soon as Duke said this, Scarlett immediately revealed a knowing expression. Your ex-girlfriend? Scarlett. Duke looked at her, and Scarlett lowered her head. Oh, I guessed wrong. The waitress quickly returned with their coffee. Her professionalism was commendable. Apart from her initial surprise, she demonstrated the attitude expected of a qualified coffeehouse server. She politely placed the coffee in front of Duke. Sir, your latte. Thank you. Looking at her slightly chubby face, Duke asked curiously. Ivanka, how come you're here? I'm a student at Wharton Business School, Ivanka Trump replied. Duke didn't ask further, but gestured to her server attire. Ivanka Trump understood, shrugged, and said, I'm working to earn my living expenses. She added, anything else? If not, I need to go. My shift is over. Hey, Ivanka. A girl from a billionaire family working to earn her living expenses? Duke couldn't help but feel a bit more positive about her. Do you have some time? Can we talk? I think there might be a small misunderstanding between us. Ivanka Trump hesitated for a few seconds before slowly nodding and walking away. Duke, who is she? Scarlett Johansson asked curiously. Ivanka Trump. Seeing Scarlett shake her head in confusion, Duke explained, her father is Donald Trump. Oh, so she's the daughter of that pretentious billionaire. Hearing this, Scarlett couldn't help but wonder aloud. She comes from a wealthy family, so why would she work in a place like this? Just as not everyone from a slum becomes a robber or addict, not all wealthy heirs are like Paris Hilton. Even Hilton herself eventually put effort into her career. Some outstanding individuals honed themselves through various methods during their growth. Scarlett Johansson's curiosity was soon answered after Ivanka Trump sat down next to Duke. Since 11th grade, my father required me to be responsible for part of my living expenses. She twirled the glass in her hand and took a sip. After entering Wharton Business School, aside from necessary tuition, I have to cover all my living expenses. You're quite similar to Duke, Scarlett Johansson chimed in. After he turned 16, my godmother required him to earn his living expenses too. Oh, my godmother is Duke's mother. Ivanka Trump turned to Duke, seemingly doubtful. Really? Really? Duke nodded. The similar experiences eased some of the initial tension between them. He added, overall, it wasn't too bad. My family covered my expensive tuition fees. Since high school, I've been the school's quarterback and earned some scholarships. The private schools he attended, like Mountain High and California Institute of the Arts, were well-respected but outrageously expensive, costing tens of thousands of dollars yearly. This was one of the reasons for the entrenched social classes in North America. The poor often couldn't afford quality education. The so-called educational equality, like freedom, was just empty talk in this land. I also have a scholarship. Seemingly competing with Duke, Ivanka Trump added, but my expenses are a bit high. I understand. Looking at Ivanka's clothes and handbag, Duke nodded knowingly. Girls tend to have larger expenditures. Ivanka Trump didn't explain further and just drank from her glass. Duke suddenly recalled their conversation from that night and asked, I remember you mentioned working part-time as a model? The income should be decent, right? Only for a short while. Lifting her head, Ivanka Trump tucked her golden hair behind her ear and said, after a few photo shoots for minor magazines, I quit modeling. The modeling world. She shook her head. It's too chaotic and doesn't suit me. But it can bring you fame, Duke deliberately asked. Don't you want to use modeling as a stepping stone to enter the entertainment industry and become a star? Do I need to? Though in the tail end of her rebellious phase, her mind was still clear. I'm not like that Hilton girl who only knows how to spend money. I have no interest in being a star. Taking a sip of coffee, Duke slowly said, few can resist the temptation of fame. My goal is business, Ivanka Trump firmly stated, not becoming a celebrity. She smiled confidently. Although achieving success in business is much harder than becoming a supermodel or star, that's what gives me motivation and makes the effort worthwhile. That was true. As the daughter of Donald Trump, a mogul in the business world, gaining fame would not be difficult for her. After chatting for a while, Duke's impression of her improved. Anyone willing to work hard deserves respect. He extended his hand toward Ivanka Trump. Ivanka, I suppose you don't mind that little misunderstanding, right? Ivanka turned her head and lightly shook his hand. As long as you don't think I'm fat. Seeing the previously tense atmosphere between the two dissipate, Scarlett Johansson subtly rolled her eyes and muttered to herself, another woman falling for his charm. Suddenly, her phone rang. Scarlett's agent, Mary, answered and then said, Director Coppola asked us to return to the set. All right, let's go, Scarlett said, finishing her juice and getting up. She waved to Duke. Goodbye, Duke. Goodbye, Ivanka. As Scarlett left the CAF, Ivanka Trump glanced at her watch. I should go too. So soon. Duke gestured toward the campus outside. I was hoping you could show me around this famous business school. Hearing this, Ivanka Trump looked a bit wary. You didn't come here just for me? Duke showed an innocent expression. My friend, Sofia Coppola, has her crew at a nearby high school. You saw Scarlett earlier. I came here to find my mom's goddaughter. Ivanka Trump stood up. All right, let's go. I'll show you around. Leaving the CAF, they walked along a relatively quiet path on campus, passing an old building and heading toward the spacious school plaza. As they walked and chatted, the misunderstanding between them was soon forgotten. However, before they had gone far, Duke's phone rang. After taking the call, he gave Ivanka Trump an apologetic smile. Sorry, but I need to leave now. Something urgent has come up, and I have to rush back to New York. He extended his hand toward her. Thank you for being my guide. You're welcome. After bidding farewell to Ivanka Trump, Duke quickly left the campus, got into a waiting car, and headed straight to the airport to catch the nearest flight back to New York. At New York's JFK Airport, his family's car was already waiting. Once Duke got in, The car swiftly navigated through the crowded streets toward a hospital in the Upper East Side. As soon as the car stopped at the hospital entrance, Duke got out and walked quickly into the building, where Tina Fey was waiting in the lobby. "How's the situation?" Duke asked anxiously. "Follow me." Tina Fey led the way and explained, "It's not serious." During an event, the fans were too enthusiastic and caused chaos, leading to the accident. The two moved quickly, heading up to the third floor. Tina Fey continued, "George was just bumped by a fan and fell, resulting in some scrapes." "That's good." Reaching the third floor, they entered a room. Duke first saw Liam Neeson and nodded at him before walking to his mother. "Where's George?" "He just fell asleep." Leah pointed to a chair opposite her. After Duke sat down, she said, "I've already informed George's girlfriend. She's on her way from Los Angeles." Duke had rushed back from Philadelphia after receiving a call from his mother that George Lucas had been injured. The cause was simple. Fans were eagerly anticipating Star Wars, Episode I, The Phantom Menace, set to release this summer. While George Lucas and some cast members were promoting the film, the security personnel proved insufficient, and the overwhelming number of fans caused a commotion. When Lucas was about to get into a car to leave, several overzealous fans rushed toward him, knocking him down. Given his age, the suddenness of the incident and the force of the impact left George Lucas nearly unconscious. Considering the long-standing relationship between the Lucas and Rosenberg families, Duke felt compelled to come as soon as he could since he wasn't far away. Fortunately, after examination, George Lucas was only found to have sustained superficial scrapes. Duke stayed at the hospital until late. After George Lucas woke up, Duke spoke with him briefly. Once his girlfriend arrived from Los Angeles, Duke returned home with his mother. With this trip back to New York, Duke's vacation officially ended. He prepared to return to New Zealand to work on the post-production of Critical Emergency, tackling the challenge of editing a 3-storyline narrative. Chapter 328, A New Investment Target. Chapter 328, A New Investment Target. After returning to Wellington, Duke first worked with Charles Rowan and Zack Snyder to review the progress of the Lord of the Rings trilogy preparations. This process lasted an entire week before he shifted his focus to the post-production of Critical Emergency. Duke's dedicated editor, Mike Dawson, had also come to Wellington, and the two resumed their collaboration on the film's post-production. This film required very few visual effects in post-production. The primary tasks were music, dubbing, and editing. Especially crucial was how to seamlessly align the two main storylines and one subplot, ensuring smooth and natural transitions between scenes. As a film rooted in realism, the editing needed to strike the right balance. Like the cinematography, long takes would be heavily utilized. According to Duke's plan, the plot would progress through 3 narrative threads. The two criminals, the father-daughter duo played by Liam Neeson as Officer Michael, and the mother-daughter pair played by Kate Beckinsale as Catherine. These 3 threads would intertwine, diverge, and eventually converge. Although the early storyline deviated significantly from real-life cases, it embodied the hallmark of a Hollywood adaptation. In the true events, the two criminals began robbing in the early 1990s, primarily targeting armored trucks. During one heist, they killed several security guards before disappearing, only to re-emerge later. In the film, Duke shifted the events closer to the time of the North Hollywood shootout. Catherine's husband becomes the leader of the armored truck team, and Officer Michael is one of the policemen involved in the case. The 3 parties intersect at the beginning of the film, sparking emotional collisions within their respective families or individuals. This drives the 3 threads forward, culminating in a climactic gathering at the American Bank branch on Laurel Canyon Boulevard. Why structure the story this way? The reason is simple. Duke intended to use this film as a practice ground for multi-threaded narratives, preparing for the storytelling complexity of The Lord of the Rings. The progression from an initial intersection to divergence and final convergence mirrors the narrative structure of The Lord of the Rings. How much of the film aligns with reality? How much is fictionalized? Ultimately, these questions are secondary. What's important is that Duke uses this project to refine his skills. Perhaps true geniuses exist in this world, but there are no omnipotent geniuses. Duke understood that he had a knack for filmmaking, but wasn't arrogant enough to believe that any subject matter or narrative structure would succeed just because it passed through his hands. Although this film had evident experimental qualities, Warner Brothers, as the investor, wouldn't miss the opportunity to aggressively market it. Duke's previous successes had given them tremendous confidence. When Duke confirmed that all post-production work would be completed by late February, Doug Walter from Warner Brothers' distribution department came to Wellington specifically to discuss promotional and release strategies with him. "Duke, we've been discussing your new film over the past few weeks." In the office at the Wellington studio, Doug Walter looked at the poster of two humanoid monsters wielding AK-47s on the wall and said, "We've come up with two general distribution plans. Let's hear them." Duke had never been the type of director to operate in isolation. Even for an experimental project, he added numerous mainstream elements, such as poignant familial relationships and an intense, realistic final shootout. However, realistic shootouts had seen lukewarm reception in recent years, and Duke couldn't guarantee audience approval. "The first option is a standard release strategy," Doug Walter began, wasting no time. "Given the genre and budget, the film's initial theater count won't be high. It may need to go through limited releases across about 100 theaters before scaling up, depending on the final cut and our campaign efforts." After pausing briefly and seeing Duke remain silent, Doug Walter continued, "The second option is the film festival route. Warner Brothers could secure a spot for the film in the competition section at Cannes or at least in the out-of-competition screenings, and then—" Duke raised a hand to interrupt. "Attending a film festival is too time-consuming. I can't afford to be away from New Zealand for long." "I understand. This was just Warner Brothers' suggestion." Doug Walter, familiar with Duke's likely choice from past interactions, was prepared for this response. "I'll coordinate with theaters to hold test screenings as soon as the film is complete." The marketing and distribution tasks naturally fell to Warner Brothers. After Doug Walter left New Zealand, Duke resumed work on the film's post-production. From his entry into Hollywood to now, Duke had completed 6 films, accumulating significant experience. He was no longer the novice he was when making his first 2 movies. Although editing a multi-threaded narrative was more complex than his previous work, it wasn't as challenging as he had imagined. After all, he was no longer a rookie director. Warner Brothers soon relayed their decision. The film's release date would be in March, traditionally a low season. Though Warner Brothers had faith in Duke, they weren't blind to the film's limitations in terms of subject matter and budget. They wisely avoided the blockbuster-heavy peak season, opting for a quieter release window. While busy with Critical Emergency's post-production and The Lord of the Rings pre-production, Duke used his limited downtime to convene with his investment team to discuss upcoming ventures. Calling it a discussion might be generous. It was more of Duke issuing orders. By late January 1999, Duke recalled the IT stock crash happening around the turn of the millennium. He wasn't sure of the exact timing, but vaguely remembered it being related to the Microsoft antitrust case. A January news report mentioned the federal court's ongoing investigation into Microsoft. Duke estimated that the market crash wasn't far off. What about selling stocks a few months before the crash? Even with limited financial expertise, Duke knew this was an unrealistic fantasy. The stock market's unpredictability aside, dumping his holdings, amassed steadily over the years, might trigger a chain reaction. A long-term, gradual, and planned divestment was a relatively prudent strategy. Setting aside Apple and Microsoft, Duke's Yahoo shares alone, acquired since 1996, had skyrocketed to over $100 million in value. Duke planned to hold on to his Apple shares for the long term as they were initially bought for preservation and growth. His priority was to offload Yahoo, Microsoft, and other IT stocks recommended by David. Per Duke's directive, David and his team had to liquidate all these stocks before the new millennium dawned. "If the market trend holds, and there's no crash, Duke, you'll see substantial returns," David assured him in the office. However, holding cash was not a wise financial strategy. David suggested finding new investment opportunities. New targets? Google? But Google wasn't planning another round of financing anytime soon, and its founders would undoubtedly limit the shares he could acquire. Who else? He vaguely recalled something called Facebook, but that seemed far off. Holding large amounts of cash was undoubtedly foolish. given the rapid devaluation of the US dollar. Increasing his stakes in Warner Brothers and Victoria's Secret, Duke was already the largest individual shareholder in both companies. Without substantial incentives, their management would certainly resist further investments. He also had last year's earnings from The Matrix, including royalties and bonuses. Although tax season was approaching, even after purchasing a private jet and co-investing in the Lord of the Rings trilogy with Warner Brothers at a 1-to-1 ratio, millions of dollars still remained in his account. Now, Duke realized another issue. Compared to other young, spendthrift millionaires, he wasn't great at spending money. After dismissing these thoughts, Duke wrapped up the meeting with David. Shortly after, David returned to North America to formulate a detailed plan to translate Duke's amateurish requests into practical actions. By February, the crew resumed extensive casting for non-combat roles. Duke quickly confirmed Cate Blanchett as the first choice for Galadriel after seeing her costume photos. Christopher Lee also arrived in Wellington. With a willingness to reduce his pay, he quickly reached an agreement to play Saruman, the White Wizard of the White Council. Meanwhile, the core members of the Fellowship of the Ring and their stunt doubles, who had been undergoing training, were given a long break. Some actors had other contractual obligations, forcing the production to accommodate them. For instance, Gandalf, Ian McKellen. "I'm leaving this afternoon and came by to say goodbye," the veteran actor courteously informed Duke in the editing room. "If you need anything, just have someone contact me. I'll coordinate my schedule between the two roles." Two roles. Duke felt like he had missed something. "You've been busy, so it seems you forgot," McKellen said with a smile, lowering his voice slightly. "Besides Gandalf, I've also taken on the role of Magneto in X-Men." X-Men? Magneto? After McKellen left, Duke quickly pieced things together and couldn't help lamenting his poor investment foresight. In the IT industry, he had only thought of familiar names like Microsoft, Apple, and Google. In film, his focus remained solely on close collaborators like Warner Brothers. He had never looked far enough ahead to the era when superheroes would dominate the big screen. Chapter 329, Marvel Plan. Chapter 329, Chapter 329, Marvel Plan. For most people, past events are often too distant and irrelevant to their current plans, making them easy to forget. Only when someone or something triggers these memories do they resurface, just like Duke's situation now. X-Men and Magneto. He had probably heard Ian McKellen mention them before, but he didn't pay much attention at the time. Only when he needed to find suitable investment opportunities and was reminded of Gandalf and Magneto did they finally catch his interest. However, this also shows that he's just one of countless ordinary people in the world, and his mind isn't necessarily sharper than others. What does X-Men represent? Duke then had Tina Fey look into it. The X-Men was still a property of 20th Century Fox, while a certain Little Spider's copyright was firmly held by Sony Columbia Pictures. After the discontinuation of the Godzilla series, Sony Entertainment planned to push the Little Spider onto the big screen. After understanding the current situation of these superheroes, Duke naturally turned his attention to their parent company, Marvel Comics, Warner Brothers' rival under DC Comics, which was currently referred to as Marvel Comics and would later be renamed Marvel. Only the Chinese name was changed. This company had applied for bankruptcy protection a few years ago and now survived solely by selling the copyrights to its superheroes. Since Batman and Robin suffered both box office and audience reception failures, superhero films, which had never dominated the mainstream market, disappeared from Hollywood for a time. After Marvel-related memories resurfaced, Duke realized that X-Men would change all this. When Spider-Man was released, the flawed and relatable Marvel heroes would, with the advancement of special effects technology, fully shine and become the mainstream of the commercial film market. Marvel Studios would even become one of the most dynamic and profitable production companies in Hollywood in over a decade. Iron Man, The Incredible Hulk, Thor, Captain America. At this point, Duke suddenly realized that perhaps because Scarlett Johansson often appeared beside his mother, he had grown accustomed to it and forgot about Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. That's now Marvel's business. After confirming his objective, Duke once again sent Tina Fey back to North America, instructing her and David to investigate and make contact with Marvel. Of course, Duke did not plan to purchase Marvel outright. For one, He couldn't possibly invest all his cash flow, and secondly, Marvel's management wouldn't be foolish enough to sell themselves to a director or a small film studio. Besides, the backing of this film studio was their rival's parent company. Indeed, Marvel's management and shareholders might entertain the idea of selling themselves, but the buyer had to be the right one. Duke simply wanted to approach Marvel to see if they were interested in financing or accepting outside investments to escape their predicament. From the initial information Tina Fey gathered, Marvel had been teetering on the brink of bankruptcy for years. Without the revenue from selling character rights, they might have already gone under. Like countless large and small investment institutions in North America, Duke wanted to invest in Marvel and hold some shares, hoping for significant returns in the future. How much did Walt Disney ultimately spend to acquire Marvel Comics? Duke couldn't remember, but it should have been in the billions. Afterward, Duke shifted his focus back to the post-production of Critical Emergency. Having the opportunity to invest in Marvel was lucky. If there was no opportunity, he wouldn't force it. After all, he wasn't the center of the universe. By mid-February, David formally engaged with Marvel. Since the comic industry's winter in 1995, Marvel had experienced withdrawals from several major investment institutions. Although bankruptcy protection kept them from falling into the abyss, it eroded investors' confidence. Apart from selling character copyrights, they could only use their famous characters as collateral to obtain bank loans. However, superhero movies had never succeeded on the big screen, and mere paper copyrights couldn't secure substantial loans from banks. Marvel's predicament provided a basis for investment cooperation, but the amount and the resulting shareholding changes required negotiation and bargaining. These matters were naturally handled by professionals, and Duke never relaxed the necessary oversight measures. When it came to commercial transactions involving substantial interests, he wouldn't trust anyone easily, not even Tina Fey. As February approached, Duke and Mike Dawson collaborated closely on Critical Emergency's post-production. Progress was unexpectedly smooth. Both had honed their skills through past projects, and after overcoming the initial adjustment phase, the actual progress was well ahead of schedule. On February 20th, after adding the opening and closing credits, all production work on Critical Emergency was completed. Warner Brothers specially sent a team to escort the film back to Los Angeles for subsequent test screenings and copy production. Duke wouldn't return to North America for the time being, as much of the preliminary work for the Lord of the Rings trilogy had reached its final stages, requiring his personal oversight. After more than a year of extensive preparation and countless hours of effort from the crew, the Lord of the Rings trilogy's preliminary phase was nearing completion. It was a colossal and complex undertaking. After the official establishment of the Middle-earth Workshop in Wellington, Duke and Robin Grande began the final review of completed tasks. Even the review process was a demanding task, as the Lord of the Rings trilogy involved countless details. Take costumes, for example. Designing distinctly styled attire for every race in Middle-earth was no easy feat. The film would feature hundreds, if not thousands, of characters played by real actors. Divided among 9 unique races, each culture averaged 500 costumes. The sheer volume was staggering. Over the past year, the costume designers led a team of over 80 tailors, embroiderers, shoemakers, and jewelers to create functional, yet visually appealing costumes for each character. According to the filming plan, many characters required 2 sets of identical costumes, one for the actors and another for their differently built stunt doubles. For just a few lead actors, the costumes alone could fill a truck. Frodo had 64 sets of clothing, Aragorn 50 sets, the Ringwraiths 30 sets, and the 9 members of the Fellowship needed 150 traveling bags. Each stunt double also had an average of 20 sets of clothes. If the director didn't participate in pre-production and left everything to others, costume issues alone could delay filming for a long time. When shooting a film, wasting time equates to squandering a significant amount of money. Those rumors about directors who never participate in pre-production, take over the work done by assistants, and successfully deliver blockbuster hits? Duke believed there were only 2 possibilities. Either God intervened, or Satan appeared. Even during the final review, when Duke walked into the costume warehouse, the costume designer continued explaining the design concepts and materials used, so Duke could have a clear picture during filming. Approaching 20 plastic mannequins about half the height of an average person, costume designer Angela Dixon pointed to the Hobbit costumes and began explaining to Duke. The Hobbits revere nature. These costumes incorporate a lot of natural materials, like linen, and the design draws from ancient European styles. The clothing primarily features green, yellow, and brown tones, symbolizing nature. She touched the ornaments on the costumes and added, "Duke, you mentioned that the costumes should highlight the Hobbits' playful and whimsical personalities. So, I added some quirky details. For example, their pants and sleeves are short, the buttons are oversized, the collars are asymmetrical, and I deliberately sewed their pockets higher. This way, when they put their hands in their pockets, they'll look amusing." As she spoke, Angela demonstrated a similar gesture, making Duke and Charles Roven laugh. The next set of costumes belonged to the elves, showcasing a completely different style. The elves' outfits needed to exude elegance, so Angela used moss-like greens, tree bark browns, and light crimson hues to create a neutral and ancient aesthetic. After touring most of the warehouse, Duke was generally satisfied with the design and production of the costumes, as there had been sufficient communication in earlier stages. The costume team had done an excellent job. However, when he reached the mannequin representing Gandalf, Duke frowned and took down the wizard hat. The hat adhered to the traditional European wizard design, but seemed excessively large. "This is just a prototype," Angela Dixon explained. Duke put the hat back and said, "Angela, I want Gandalf's wizard hat to be a striking accessory. It should look ancient and magical, but not too exaggerated. Your current design makes the wizard look like he's wearing a large boat on his head." After thinking briefly, Duke added, "Redo the design. I want a hat that combines functionality with a sense of mystery." Angela Dixon immediately noted it down in her work journal. Lastly, Duke examined the costumes for the film's two most important female characters, Galadriel and Arwen Unmeal. According to Duke's requirements, their costumes needed to exhibit a metallic sheen while being flowing and ethereal, making them appear angelic in Middle-earth. For the Queen's attire, Duke had already seen Cate Blanchett's makeup test photos, and the effect was overall quite satisfactory. However, as for Arwen Unmeal, the actress playing Arwen had yet to be decided. Duke had no intention of using the former model, whose bloated figure didn't align with the slender, ethereal depiction of elves. Chapter 330, Stepping Down in Disappointment. Chapter 330, Chapter 330, Stepping Down in Disappointment. Although Duke and Warner Brothers never officially announced the filming of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, Duke, as a frontline director, had always been a media focal point. Last year, a large number of second- and third-tier actors frequently traveled to and from New Zealand, with some even receiving scripts. All of this ensured that the project would inevitably be leaked. The media's reaction was quite subdued. After all, it wasn't particularly unusual for Hollywood to invest in films of this nature. It was merely routine reporting. However, there was one group that couldn't remain calm upon hearing the news. "He will destroy this magical world. He will ruin this great work." Muttering softly, Brad Miller walked into his study and sat at his desk, turning on his computer. Yet his brown eyebrows remained tightly furrowed, as though faced with an intractable problem. As Windows 98 booted up, his gaze moved away from the monitor to a thick stack of 3 hefty volumes on his desk. These were Tolkien's fantasy masterpieces, The Lord of the Rings. Though not yet 50, Brad Miller was a diehard fan of the series. Since reading the books in his teens, he had been captivated by the Middle-earth world Tolkien depicted. He was intimately familiar with every race, place name, and battle described within. He could even recount every single action performed by Legolas, the least described member of the Fellowship. Now, the series was about to be adapted for the big screen. When this news first broke, Brad Miller felt no joy, even though the director was one of Hollywood's top talents, with several glorious achievements to his name. The reason was simple. Nearly every literary work adapted for film ended up unrecognizable. If an adaptation retained 50 to 60% fidelity to the original content, Hollywood was considered to have done a conscientious job. The Lord of the Rings trilogy, however, was too lengthy and contained far too much material to be fully captured in a short film. Many parts would inevitably have to be sacrificed. Based on Hollywood's usual practices, The Lord of the Rings would undoubtedly be altered beyond recognition. But if such a version no longer aligned with the original, could it still be called The Lord of the Rings? Rather than witnessing a film so detached from the books, he would rather see no adaptation at all. For those who felt the same, some might choose to simply ignore the films. But Brad Miller was different. As a devoted fan of the original, he felt a duty to defend its authority and prevent Hollywood from ruining a classic. Thus, ever since rumors of a Lord of the Rings adaptation began circulating, he had been protesting, not just alone, but alongside many like-minded fans he had met over 2 decades of attending Lord of the Rings fan conventions across the United States. When his computer finally booted up, Brad Miller began checking and sending emails. One by one, impassioned messages spread across the internet to every corner. We cannot sit idly by. We must unite and do something for this masterpiece. Let us rally more people to protest this adaptation in New Zealand. Every time Hollywood adapted a classic, there were always die-hard fans who protested. Given the Lord of the Rings status, not as a highbrow literary masterpiece, but as a cornerstone of popular fantasy with a vast readership, the outcry was even greater. The devoted fans' efforts to organize significant protests would require time. But at that moment, CAA and Hollywood's famous talent agency giant had no time left to spare. A CAA partners meeting was being held at the Four Seasons Hotel in Beverly Hills. The agency's shareholders and partners had grown weary of stagnant business and repeated failures with packaged deals. They now hoped for a stronger leader to take the helm and guide CAA toward greater market share and profits. Martin Bob sat in his seat, his usually composed face now ashen. He could do nothing to stop Eno Martin, who held speaking rights, from delivering his address. Ladies and gentlemen, CAA's total revenue for 1998 was $165 million. The partners looked equally displeased, but Eno Martin continued unfazed. Compared to 1997's $163.5 million, there has been no growth. Despite an overall increase in client paychecks, our revenue remains stagnant. Why? Because our core revenue stream, comprehensive package deals, has been failing repeatedly. Last year, our flagship project was DreamWorks' major production, Deep Impact. His tone was measured but left no room for interruption. To date, that film has been a financial loss, meaning CAA hasn't earned a cent from its commission. He turned his sharp gaze toward Martin Bob. I believe someone must be held accountable. I will take responsibility for my actions, Martin Bob said slowly. Over the past 5 years, my package projects have indeed encountered various issues, causing some negative impacts on the company. However, I've recently secured a partnership opportunity with Walt Disney. They are prepared to. Apologies, Mr. Bob. Another senior partner interrupted him abruptly. This isn't the time to discuss business. I believe CAA has reached a point where change is imperative. Indeed, CAA must undergo reform. We need someone with outstanding leadership to guide CAA forward. One after another, partners holding over 5% of the company's shares voiced their opinions, leaving Martin Bob's expression darker than ever. While he was CAA's largest shareholder, the agency operated under a partnership model, and his stake didn't even reach 25%. If the partners voted no confidence against him, he would have no choice but to step down. I think there's one thing everyone has overlooked. Pat Kinsley, who had been silent, suddenly stood up and fixed her gaze on Martin Bob. Let me remind you all of the gravest mistake in CAA's history. Yes, we should never have let Duke Rosenberg go. Another partner chimed in immediately. If Duke Rosenberg were with CAA, things would be different. Think of the profitability of his films. If he were under CAA, we could take a 10% cut through package deals. Hearing this, Martin Bob sneered internally. Why hadn't CAA signed Duke back then? Package deals. If a CAA agent dared propose a package deal to Duke, they would have been shown the door immediately. But he said nothing. Explaining wouldn't change his current situation. Rather than wasting words, he preferred to retain some semblance of dignity. Even if he left CAA, he wasn't without prospects for a comeback. The partners' meeting continued as one proposal after another was raised. Eno Martin exuded confidence. After waiting years, he had finally seized his chance. As expected, the results were in his favor. Partners representing 65% of the shares voted no confidence in Martin Bob, forcing him to step down. Leaving the Four Seasons Hotel, Martin Bob sighed as he waited for his car. From that moment on, he would be just another passerby at CAA, like Michael Ovitz before him. The days of wielding influence seemed to be fading away. In Hollywood, everyone experiences ups and downs. How many truly remain at the top forever? Though initially melancholic, he was seasoned enough to adapt. At least outwardly, he appeared composed. As his car pulled up, Martin Bob got in and instructed his driver, home, North Hollywood. Just as he gave the command, before the car had even merged onto the main road, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, his brow furrowed. What could he want? To mock him? Or to congratulate him on becoming another disgraced ex-executive? Answering the call, he was met with a familiar voice, that of his old friend and former partner. Martin, the meeting's over? Michael Ovitz's voice was as robust as ever. Do you have any plans? Or are you considering retirement? It didn't surprise Martin Bob that Ovitz had learned of his dismissal so quickly. I've never considered retiring, he replied coolly. Interested in joining AMG? Ovitz's voice came through again. We founded CAA together and seized half of Hollywood's talent. Agency market. We can do it again. Start over? Martin Bob frowned, but didn't immediately respond. After a few moments of thought, he said, Michael, I'll need to consider it. As the car entered Hollywood, Martin Bob continued to weigh Ovitz's proposal. Perhaps this was indeed a chance to rise again. Laurel Canyon Boulevard was as congested as ever. Near the American Bank's Los Angeles branch, traffic forced the car to stop. Looking out the window, Martin Bob was drawn to a crowd of reporters with cameras and microphones gathered nearby. It seemed a media event was underway. That's a commemorative event sponsored by Warner Brothers, said his assistant from the passenger seat, seizing the moment to provide some context. Today marks the second anniversary of the North Hollywood shootout. Warner Brothers, American Bank, and the Los Angeles County Police Department organized this ceremony together. Pointing to a large poster hanging in front of the bank, the assistant added, Warner Brothers is involved to promote their new film. Duke Rosenberg adapted a movie based on the North Hollywood incident. Gazing at the large poster and the actors and police officers surrounded by reporters, Martin Bob sighed inwardly. The rival who had partly caused his downfall was about to release yet another film. Chapter 331, Media Silence. Chapter 331. Chapter 331, Media Silence. Due to the limited production budget of the film, Warner Brothers' investment in publicity was not significant. Utilizing opportunities like commemorating the shooting incident, they carried out several promotional activities. However, a film like Critical Emergency could never receive the overwhelming marketing campaigns typically seen with major summer blockbusters. The film held 2 test screenings in early and mid-March for audiences and theater-related media. Duke, busy with the final preparations for The Lord of the Rings in New Zealand, did not attend. With several lead actors present and the strong cooperation of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the promotional efforts didn't lack headlines. Following the screenings, Warner Brothers promptly relayed the results to New Zealand. Audience approval rating, 84%. Theater's overall commercial rating, B+. Standing behind Duke, who was examining the cave troll model, Tina Fey quickly summarized the screening's general reception. Media screening rating, A-. The film will be released in North America with a 2,200 theater scale after the Oscars ceremony. Better than I expected. Satisfied with the troll's design overall, Duke moved to another section, where a lifelike giant spider awaited. I thought it would start with about 300 theaters and then expand based on performance. Perhaps due to his habit of considering the worst-case scenario, the test screening feedback for Critical Emergency was slightly better than Duke had anticipated. This was evident from the resources committed by the theaters, resources they wouldn't allocate without seeing potential profit. Walking up to Shelob, the giant spider model, Tina Fey remained rooted in place, clearly repulsed. There's some new news from New York. When Duke began leaving the model warehouse, Tina followed, saying as they walked, Director Lucas has invited you to attend the Star Wars premiere in May. Leah has confirmed her attendance. Victoria's Secret sent a proposal involving the Angels and the Lord of the Rings that needs your review. Irene Lauder also sent a trial version of a men's skincare product from her brand. That woman. Stepping out of the warehouse into the bright sunlight, Duke muttered, "She's using me as a guinea pig." "What about Marvel?" Heading toward the weapons warehouse, Duke asked, "When can we officially sign the agreement with them?" After months of back and forth with Marvel, the two parties had reached a general agreement on Duke's investment. Lawyers and accountants on both sides were working out the details. Otherwise, Tina Fey wouldn't have returned to New Zealand. "No specific date yet," Tina said, flipping through her work schedule. "But according to the preliminary agreement, the formal signing should happen no later than the end of May." Also, she reminded Duke, "This is a $200 million deal for a 25% stake. You don't have that much liquid cash on hand. We'll need to wait for David to finalize the Yahoo stock transfer agreement. Keep an eye on it." Giving her a quick instruction, Duke entered the weapons warehouse. After greeting several weapons craftsmen, he moved to the storage area and added, "Once the Yahoo stock transfer is complete, finalize the Marvel deal quickly." In Duke's judgment, investing in Marvel was a guaranteed success. No one could promise Marvel would evolve into a massively successful brand, but one thing was certain. Advancements in film special effects were progressing rapidly, providing a solid foundation for Marvel's superheroes to shine on the big screen. Even if the Avengers didn't assemble, Marvel's cinematic value wouldn't be lacking. Moreover, once he secured an investment stake, Duke could guide Marvel's management toward ensuring they eventually sell at a premium, possibly to Disney or another major studio. Walking through the warehouse, Duke examined weapons used by the main characters. All were handmade, some crafted from alloy steel, some from aluminum, and others entirely from rubber. Yet, even the rubber props looked indistinguishable from metal weapons at first glance. After reviewing the props, Duke returned to his office at the set, where he found several proposals from Victoria's Secret. The brand's executives proposed that once the Lord of the Rings trilogy began production and gained significant traction in North America and worldwide, their angels could make a grand appearance in New Zealand. Ideally, a TV network would broadcast the event live. One idea was to rent a fleet of convertibles, allowing the angels to throw kisses from their New York headquarters to Kennedy Airport before boarding a luxury jet to Wellington. Media coverage on both ends would ensure maximum exposure. After jotting down his thoughts, Duke asked Tina Fey to fax them to Victoria's Secret's management. A successful blockbuster always required an effective publicity campaign. With the Lord of the Rings trilogy carrying a $350 million total investment, large-scale promotional activities were indispensable. Accompanying the Victoria's Secret proposals was a portfolio of angels. The roster had changed significantly over the years, and the executives hoped Duke would identify the most suitable candidate. Flipping through the profiles of tall, slender models, Duke suddenly realized that the role of Arwen was still uncast. Perhaps they could find a pure-looking angel with long legs and a slim waist? The character didn't require exceptional acting skills, not even above average. And frankly, did the previous Arwen possess any notable acting talent? After addressing Victoria's Secret's business, Duke pondered briefly before saying to Tina Fey, "Reply to George. I'll attend the Phantom Menace premiere." With his mother attending, he had no reason not to go. Lastly, Irene Lauder had sent samples of her men's skincare line, a brand she had established under Estee Lauder and over which she held absolute control. While Duke had offered financial support if needed, Irene hadn't sought his help. She seemed to be on a solid commercial trajectory. Duke admired her resilience. Irene Lauder was clearly forging her own business path. In truth, no society offered equal opportunities. Some people were simply born with advantages. Not just Irene Lauder. Duke himself knew his Hollywood directing journey would have been 10 times harder without the privileges of his wealthy background. The hardest step was always the first, especially securing initial funding for any venture. Duke had been fortunate to have his mother's unwavering support. Opening Irene's skincare products, he placed them aside after a quick look. Familiar with his habits, Irene had sent only simple men's products like sunscreen. "Tina, purchase some New Zealand specialties and send them to." After a brief pause, he continued, "Send them to my mom, Irene, and Ivanka Trump. Each should get a package." As preparations for the Lord of the Rings concluded, more people arrived in New Zealand. Meanwhile, the number of journalists and paparazzi outside the Wellington set grew exponentially. After all, The Lord of the Rings was a cornerstone of Western literature and often deemed the most unfilmable novel. Coupled with Duke's fame as a director, the project naturally attracted attention. Particularly, gossip tabloids sent dedicated paparazzi to tail him. Everyone in Hollywood knew Duke never shied away from flaunting his relationships. However, since The Matrix, he had noticeably toned things down. This unusual behavior piqued the tabloid's curiosity. The New York Post even claimed that Duke, tired of his chaotic lifestyle, was secretly dating someone and planning to settle down. But whether it was gossip or serious coverage, none of it distracted Duke from his work. As per the promotional plan, he imposed a strict media blackout on the crew, prohibiting any unauthorized interviews. Even when Duke returned to Los Angeles for the critical emergency premiere, he only discussed the film during interviews, avoiding any mention of The Lord of the Rings. The premiere reflected the film's budget, modest in scale and held at a medium-sized theater in downtown Los Angeles. There were no heavyweight guests, just an ordinary spring release premiere. Critical Emergency was set to release at the end of March, shortly after the Oscars. The time slot lacked heavyweight competitors, although numerous low-budget films crowded the theaters, diluting resources. Still, this release strategy fit the theater's approach. Without major blockbusters to attract audiences, theaters gambled on smaller films, ready to back any breakout hit. With Critical Emergency opening in 2,200 theaters, more than any other release that weekend, the trust Duke had built with theaters played a key role. Ultimately, however, the film's fate, whether it expanded its reach or saw its theater count shrink, depended entirely on market performance. Chapter 332, Three-Line Narrative. Chapter 332. Chapter 332, Three-Line Narrative. Jane, you're half an hour late. In front of an AMG cinema in Manhattan, Ivanka Trump complained to the person walking up to her. You're the one who asked me out to watch a movie, yet you're the one who's late. Hey, Ivy, you know how New York traffic is. With an apologetic smile, Jane Lauder linked her arm through hers and headed toward the cinema. Hurry up, the screening I booked is about to start. What movie? Ivanka asked curiously as she followed her into the theater. What has you so eager? Duke Rosenberg's new film. As they approached the ticket counter, Jane Lauder led Ivanka Trump in. It was a Friday afternoon, so the cinema wasn't crowded. After collecting the pre-booked tickets, Jane pulled Ivanka into the screening hall and found 2 suitable seats, ready to watch the film. Seeing Ivanka Trump remain silent, Jane suddenly asked, I heard you had some unpleasantness with Duke at the New Year's party? Just a small misunderstanding. Ivanka adjusted herself into a more comfortable position and said, I met him later at Wharton Business School, and we cleared the air. Wharton Business School. Jane Lauder immediately looked curious. He went there just to find you? No, Ivanka shook her head. It seems one of his director friends was shooting a film near Wharton, and we bumped into each other. That must have been Sofia Coppola, Jane Lauder deduced immediately. Now it was. Ivanka's turned to be curious. Jane, you seem to know a lot about him. He doesn't have many friends, just a few close ones. One of them is Irene. Rolling her eyes, Jane said rather helplessly, when you have a sister who constantly talks about him, it's hard not to know. As young women, they naturally had an inclination for gossip. Ivanka probed further. Is he pursuing Irene? No, he and Irene are just friends. At this point, Jane Lauder gestured toward the big screen. No more talking. The movie is about to start. Ivanka Trump let out a soft breath. Some time ago, she had received a package from New Zealand. She hadn't expected him to still remember her. Shaking off those irrelevant thoughts, she glanced around the theater. There were only about 10 other people in the hall. Isn't Duke very famous? As the opening credits rolled, Ivanka whispered, Why are there so few people here to watch his movie? Sweetie, it seems you don't know much about the film industry, Jane Lauder said, adopting a lecturing tone. This is just a $10 million low-budget production. Warner Brothers didn't do much marketing for it, and it's the off-season for movies. Fans of big-budget blockbusters aren't likely to come to see something like this. Then why did you drag me here? Ivanka asked. Jane Lauder answered without hesitation, Because I'm a fan of Duke. Are his films really that good? Hearing Ivanka's somewhat doubtful tone, Jane Lauder turned to her expression serious. They're even better than you can imagine. Moved by her friend's praise, Ivanka Trump focused her attention on the big screen. The logos of Warner Brothers and Crown Pictures had just flashed across the screen when the sound of a violent crash erupted in the theater. A powerful off-road vehicle rammed into an armored car parked outside a bank, just as its door opened. Two men wearing hoods and Kevlar vests jumped out of the off-road vehicle, armed with drum magazine-equipped AK-47 automatic rifles, robbing an armored car in broad daylight. Ivanka had just started forming this thought when the rapid gunfire began, as relentless as raindrops hitting glass. The two robbers wasted no time on words or unnecessary actions, mercilessly spraying bullets at the armored car. Several guards and security personnel fell immediately, and the supposedly bulletproof armored vehicle became riddled with holes. No hesitation, no mercy, no humanity. The two seemed more like monstrous figures than men, relentlessly firing their weapons. It wasn't just the guards and security who suffered. As the camera quickly switched perspectives, nearby pedestrians were also caught in the crossfire. Some were hit by stray bullets, and vehicles had their windows shattered. The entire area around the bank descended into chaos. Finally, the two robbers stopped shooting. The ground around the armored vehicle was drenched in blood. One of them reloaded while keeping watch, and the other stepped over corpses to enter the vehicle, emerging with only one bag of cash. Just one bag of money. Even through the hood, you could see the anger in his eyes, as though he was ready to spray bullets again in a fit of rage. Fortunately, his partner retained some sense, reminding him that the police could arrive at any moment. The two quickly ran to a Chevrolet parked nearby and sped off. The entire robbery, from start to getaway, took less than 5 minutes. After driving 2 blocks away, the robbers removed their hoods, revealing their fierce faces, perfectly matching the public's perception of hardened criminals. One of them opened the money bag, only to find it stuffed with small bills, far less than expected. If they didn't get much this time, they'll definitely strike again. The scene shifted back to the bank, where Liam Neeson's character, Officer Michael, surveyed the aftermath. The suspects have automatic weapons loaded with armor-piercing rounds. The scene of carnage drove home the robbers' ruthlessness. This heist resulted in 3 deaths, 2 critically injured, and 3 with minor injuries. Given the severity of the incident, the entire LAPD was mobilized. As the case's interim leader, Michael also had an additional task, notifying the families of the victims. Since the deceased were too disfigured to be viewed immediately, the police chose to break the news first to prepare the families emotionally. Just as in mainstream media portrayals, the LAPD was given a respectable image in the film. Duke is a mainstream director and never attempts to tread the non-mainstream path. The film's theme was straightforward, the classic Hollywood narrative of justice triumphing over evil. It explored social issues like family dynamics while lightly touching on the psychological and ideological states of the robbers, inspired by Larry Phillips and Emile Matassarino. This is different from Duke's usual films. The pacing is a bit slow, Jane murmured softly. Ivanka Trump heard her, but didn't respond. She wasn't a die-hard movie fan, just a casual observer. Still, the film's opening reminded her of the real-life North Hollywood bank robbery case that had been reported in the media. Compared to her impressions, the film seemed to take significant creative liberties. Sneaking a glance around the theater, Ivanka noticed that the dozen or so attendees were all engrossed in the screen. It seemed the movie was captivating enough. Ivanka wasn't interested in shootouts. She just wanted to see how the story unfolded. The robbers' inhumane massacre at the start had already ignited her sense of justice, making her eager to see them brought to justice. This was precisely why Duke handled the opening scenes the way he did. The film clearly delineated good from evil, with no ambiguity or attempts to justify the robbers' actions. A mother and daughter appeared on screen. The mother was cooking dinner, waiting for her husband to return home, while the daughter watched cartoons, occasionally laughing and chatting with her mother. A warm, happy family. Then came a knock at the door. Officer Michael delivered the devastating news, shattering the family's happiness. The mother transitioned from shock to disbelief, then grief, despair, and finally collapsed onto the sofa. The daughter, sent away by her mother, hid at the staircase, her large tears silently rolling down her cheeks. "I promise, I'll bring the perpetrators to justice." Faced with the grieving Catherine, Michael could only offer these words of comfort. It was a promise he had made countless times before, rarely fulfilling them. But seeing this broken family ignited an unprecedented determination in him to capture the criminals. "I promise I'll catch them." The grieving widow, the silently weeping child, and the determined officer became inextricably linked from that moment on. "That child actor is really good," Jane commented, adopting the air of an expert. "Much better than her stiff-faced mother." Ivanka Trump gave her a sidelong glance, refraining from any comment as she continued watching. After portraying the sorrow of a broken family, the camera followed Officer Michael home. Like most Hollywood heroes, the protagonist came with his own set of family issues. While the girl in the scene wasn't the typical problem child, her indifferent demeanor and strained communication with Michael highlighted a tense father-daughter relationship. Their conversation revealed the family's backstory. Due to his demanding job, Michael had neglected his family, leading to the breakdown of his marriage. His daughter, Lily, who lived with him, was in her rebellious phase, harboring resentment toward him and his profession. She believed it was being a police officer that had torn apart their once happy family. Their argument ended in mutual frustration. Michael, burdened by the case and his inability to connect with his daughter, spent a sleepless night tossing and turning. Like many fathers, he deeply loved his daughter but struggled to express it in a way she could understand. Meanwhile, beneath Lily's cold exterior was a heart yearning for familial love. The pain of her broken family drove her to drugs. She started with marijuana and had now moved on to cocaine, using substance abuse to numb her anguish. Every family has its struggles. As the camera shifted, the other two narrative threads also began to unfold. Chapter 333. The film isn't dull. Chapter 333. Chapter 333. The film isn't dull. The narrative pacing is still too fast. Why can't it slow down and deeply explore the characters' emotions and inner worlds? In another theater in New York, the New York Times film critic Richard Chris frowned as the film switched to another storyline. The grief of Catherine and her daughter was depicted in just about 5 minutes, which made him furrow his brow. The film should slow down even more. Unlike Richard Chris, the audience around him felt the pacing of the film was somewhat slow. It lacked the exhilarating tension of Duke's previous films. Although the emotional conflicts resonated with them, the pacing was indeed slower. This was not a purely commercial film. With its 3-line narrative structure, each storyline had to be adequately accounted for. Ultimately, Critical Emergency, as a small-budget production, attracted viewers largely because of Duke's own influence and the most intense police shootout in American history depicted in the film. To put it bluntly, most of the audience came to see the shootout, and Duke had already proven that this was his forte. However, a film cannot consist solely of shootouts. Such an approach would inevitably lead to visual fatigue. Duke had to use this film as practice, and some content was indispensable. Moreover, once the story delved into characters' inner emotions, the pacing naturally slowed. The narrative shifted to the two robbers, Larry and Emil, with the latter being the focus. This was a dream sequence, depicting Emil Matasarenu's childhood and adolescence. At an early age, he experienced the pain of a broken family, living with his mother in a psychiatric hospital. For a child, this was like hell. Even worse, he was beaten by a mentally ill patient, which resulted in epilepsy. In mainstream Hollywood films, no one is inherently evil. Emil's descent into his current state was not solely his fault. "He's a bit pitiful," remarked Ivanka Trump. Although she had lived a privileged life, she was no naive socialite. There are reasons why he ended up like this. Yet her sympathy was shattered as soon as Emil awoke from the dream. The harsh reality of his actions crushed any rising compassion. Emil found his epilepsy medication in a metal box filled with guns and bullets. After taking it, he calmed down. But this calmness only made him more ruthless. He convinced Larry to rob another bank, starting their preparations. Handguns, automatic rifles, thousands of bullets, and double-layer Kevlar vests. Even the arms and legs were outfitted with custom double-layer Kevlar material. The two were determined to steal $1 million, vowing in their dialogue to turn anyone who gets in our way into Swiss cheese if police or others intervened. "SWAT teams take time to arrive," Emil said confidently. "In all robbery cases, the first responders are always patrol officers, and regular detectives. They don't carry automatic weapons, only pistols and a few shotguns. Those can't hurt us. The two began scouting suitable banks and armored trucks for their next heist. What's this supposed to be? As the film switched back to Officer Michael, Richard Chris frowned even more. Why not delve deeper into the criminal's inner worlds? Since you've introduced it, you should explore it further instead of just skimming over it. However, the film refused to follow his expectations. Officer Michael's relationship with his daughter seemed on the brink of collapse. Yet he couldn't focus on that, preoccupied with tracking every lead in the robbery case. Everything pointed to the conclusion that the two merciless criminals would strike again. The inner lives of the robbers were partially explored, as Richard Chris had hoped, but only to a limited extent. For instance, both were fitness enthusiasts, and their childhood environments were miles away from happiness. But every time their past and psyche were explored, the film quickly shifted back to their cold preparations for the next big heist, shattering any fleeting sympathy with brutal reality. They should be shot on sight. Around Richard Chris, many viewers expressed similar sentiments, leaving the renowned critic visibly displeased. No matter his opinions, the film continued unfolding as planned. At her husband's funeral, Catherine and her daughter once again met Officer Michael. Faced with a family overwhelmed by grief, Michael could only make a dry promise to catch the culprits. Before Michael could track down the criminals, he encountered another problem at home. He discovered his daughter using cocaine. The conflict between father and daughter erupted completely. Michael, stubborn by nature and hardened by his profession, insisted on sending Lily to rehab. Their argument reached a fever pitch when he received a call about a new lead and had to leave abruptly. "You've never cared about me." "Never." Watching her father leave, Lily's eyes filled with despair. "All you care about is work." "I'm not your family. Your family is the LAPD." She sat in agony on the couch. Even being sent to rehab would feel better than this. Michael's partner uncovered a clue, and Michael deduced that the robbers might target a bank in North Hollywood. But without evidence, his superiors dismissed the idea. North Hollywood, one of Los Angeles's busiest districts, couldn't be locked down based on a hunch. Still, the department decided to deploy surveillance helicopters the following morning. Meanwhile, Larry and Emil settled on robbing an armored truck at a Bank of America branch the next day, coldly preparing for their heist. At home, Catherine planned to take her daughter to the bank the next day to sort out her late husband's financial matters. At dawn, Michael called home to confirm that Lily was still there before heading to North Hollywood with his partner. It was the last Friday in February. North Hollywood buzzed as usual. At the Bank of America on Laurel Canyon Boulevard, Catherine arrived early. Reluctant to enter, her daughter stayed in the car while Catherine went inside. Nearby, a white Chevrolet slowly parked along a route leading to the bank. Larry and Emil, more heavily armed than before, had an AK-47 with a drum magazine in the back seat, waiting for the armored truck. On the congested Laurel Canyon Boulevard, Michael and his partner, in plain clothes, drove past the bank but stopped due to traffic. Seeing nothing suspicious, they contacted the helicopter team, which reported a nearby car accident causing the gridlock. At the LAPD, Officer James had just picked up equipment for his SWAT team, preparing for their daily training. In a Los Angeles neighborhood, Lily woke up after a night on the couch. She freshened up in the bathroom and turned on the TV. ABC's news anchor was reporting the city's terrible traffic conditions via helicopter footage. It was an ordinary morning. Everything seemed routine. No one realized that a crime that would shock the nation was about to unfold. Richard Chris glanced at his watch. The movie had only been on for about 50 minutes, yet the director had reserved 40 minutes for the shootout. This was an unforgivable mistake. The film should have dedicated more time to exploring the characters' psychological transformations rather than chaotic gunfights. Based on a true story, Duke Rosenberg was utterly wasting the material. Angry, Chris noticed the audience around him was brimming with anticipation. They trusted the director's ability to handle large-scale scenes and were eager to see how the infamous shootout would be portrayed on screen. The multi-narrative structure earlier felt slightly drawn out, Jane Lauder remarked to Ivanka while waiting for the climactic scene. But the depiction of the robbers' past and present lives, highlighting their cruelty and ruthlessness, wasn't bad. At least the setup wasn't dull. Although, The pacing was a bit slow. It's much better than Heat, which dragged on endlessly and nearly put me to sleep. Chapter 334, True Love in Critical Emergency. Chapter 334. Chapter 334. True Love in Critical Emergency. After the development of the three plot lines, the protagonists converged near the Los Angeles branch of the Bank of America through different means. The emotions and conflicts that had been foreshadowed earlier were about to erupt. Life is not a movie, but sometimes life indeed mirrors movie plots, filled with all kinds of coincidences. According to the original plan, Larry and Emil merely intended to rob a relatively easy armored vehicle. However, the heavy traffic in North Hollywood caused the armored vehicle to arrive late. Impatient, the two decided not to leave empty-handed, and Emil chose to rob the Bank of America directly. A series of coincidences unfolded rapidly. Larry and Emil, with bags of drum magazines strapped to their waists and clad in double-layer Kevlar vests, carried AK-47s equipped with 100-round drum magazines and walked toward the Bank of America. Due to the over 40 pounds of equipment they carried, their movement was slow, triggering a chain reaction. A woman walking her dog nearby noticed them and immediately dialed 911. Michael and his partner were stuck near the Bank of America. The bank had already been a focal point for Michael, and the two robbers fell under his watchful eyes. Michael acted immediately. Of course, he didn't rush out to take down the robbers like Stallone or Schwarzenegger. The robbers were armed with automatic rifles, while he only had a pitiful M9. Charging in would be suicidal. Instead, Michael immediately called for reinforcements. The Los Angeles Police Department, LAPD, reacted swiftly, and patrol cars in the North Hollywood area converged rapidly. Inside the bank, Larry and Emil unleashed a barrage of bullets at the ceiling, easily taking control of the situation. Catherine lay on the ground, terrified as she looked at the two robbers, realizing they might be connected to her husband's death. However, she forced herself to remain calm. Cooperating was more important than anything else. After all, she had a daughter to take care of. Her only hope now was that her daughter, bored in the car, wouldn't come inside looking for her. In a robbery, banks are required to cooperate with the robbers to avoid unnecessary casualties. The bank manager opened the vault, only for Larry to find far less cash than expected. Due to recent robberies, the bank had reduced its cash reserves. Additionally, the manager tampered with the money placed in the bag, mixing in dye packs that would explode and ruin the money once removed from the vault. Inside the bank was a scene of terror, while outside was bustling with activity. More and more police officers gathered, evacuating nearby vehicles and pedestrians. Police helicopters circled overhead, joined by the ABC television helicopter, which covered Los Angeles aerial footage. In her living room, Lily had just prepared some aluminum foil when the sudden change on the television caught her attention. The police were clearly implementing a large-scale control operation. According to the host, it seemed related to a bank robbery. In a fleeting shot, Lily thought she saw her father. She suddenly recalled the robbery her father had been investigating and couldn't help but worry. Lily stared intently at the screen, forgetting the cocaine she had prepared until the sound of gunfire erupted on TV. Her fists clenched tightly. She couldn't bear the thought of losing her father. Catherine, sharing similar emotions, was locked in the vault with the other hostages after the robbers noticed the police outside. Hearing gunfire from outside the bank, Catherine felt regret and despair. Her daughter Luda was still in the car in the parking lot outside the bank. Catherine wanted to rush out, but was helpless, trapped in the vault. Her husband had just passed away, and now she faced the risk of losing her daughter. Catherine was on the verge of breaking down. Luda was indeed in great danger. From the moment Larry and Emil stepped out of the bank, they opened fire indiscriminately at any movement. Shell casings rained to the ground like drops of water, bullets riddling cars with holes. More and more people were injured. This was a gunfight filled with a mix of realism and classicism, focusing on Larry, Emil, and Michael. As the film reached this climactic stage, the sharp transitions of short shots dramatically accelerated the pace. A film with profound themes turned into a typical Duke Rosenberg production. Watching this scene, Richard Chris could barely stand it. If he weren't planning to write a full review, he would have left the theater. Gunfights, explosions, big scenes. Without these, he can't make a movie. In another theater, Jane Lauder was thrilled. Oh, so realistic gunfights can be shot like this. Ivanka, indifferent to gunfights, turned her gaze toward the other audience members. Those who had occasionally whispered earlier were now completely captivated by the gunfight on screen. The camera frequently switched between gun muzzle flashes and ejecting shells, showcasing the effects and power of the shots through shattered car glass and bullet-ridden vehicles. Combined with the screams of injured police and civilians and frantic calls for help, the urgency of the situation was emphasized. Larry and Emil dominated with their firepower, penetrating vehicles with steel-core armor-piercing rounds. Dozens of police officers were suppressed, and many were injured. Amid the chaos, the film also interspersed scenes of the LAPD prioritizing the rescue of citizens and wounded officers. This deliberate focus reflected the real events of that day. Many people had witnessed the incident through live broadcasts, which later earned the LAPD widespread praise. Amidst the chaotic gunfight, the camera centered on the main characters, villains Larry Phillips and Emil Matasareanu, and, of course, the protagonist, Michael. Armed with only a standard-issue M9 pistol, Michael took cover behind cars, repeatedly hitting the robbers. However, the pistol rounds couldn't penetrate the double-layer Kevlar from a distance. He noticed something unusual, a frightened girl in a car riddled with bullet holes near the bank entrance. Recognizing her, he decided to risk a rescue to prevent a tragic family from falling further into despair. Michael slowly approached the bank in his car. SWAT began their operation. James led his team toward the scene, but struggled with the notorious Los Angeles traffic. A car is approaching the bank. It looks like a rescue mission. The TV broadcast aerial footage from the helicopter. Lily clasped her hands tightly to her chest. She recognized the car. It was her father's. Gunfire erupted again, shattering the car's windshield, but it didn't stop moving. No! Lily screamed. Her father had to be inside the car. Fear and panic overwhelmed her. At that moment, she realized how important her father was to her. Her only comfort was that the car kept moving. When the camera switched to another angle, the police were firing intensely to provide cover. In just half a minute, though it felt like an eternity to Lily, the car stopped. A man bent down, pulled a 10-year-old girl from another vehicle, and they both returned to the car. The figures were blurry, but Lily recognized them. It was her father. She stared at the screen, dazed, then suddenly ran out. At that moment, she didn't care what she could do. She just wanted to be closer to her father. The gunfight continued. The dye packs in the robber's money bag exploded in colorful smoke, ruining all the cash. Furious, Larry and Emil wanted to return to confront the hostages, only to remember they had locked everyone in the vault. "I'd rather die than go to prison," Emil said to Larry. "They won't catch me." The two charged out again, heading toward their car. Larry drove while Emil provided cover fire. Meanwhile, Michael, after rescuing Luda, circled around to intercept the robbers. He almost came face-to-face with Emil. By sheer luck, or Emil's misfortune, his AK-47 jammed, forcing him to switch to his pistol. Michael, thinking quickly, targeted Emil's unprotected leg, hitting his mark. As Michael aimed for Emil's head, the latter pressed his M9 against his chin. Both guns fired simultaneously. Emil was dead. The SWAT team finally arrived. Larry Phillips' fate was sealed. Facing the heavily armed SWAT, he had no advantage. During a shootout behind a police car, James, lying on the ground, managed to shoot him in the leg. Larry Phillips, too, succumbed to death after heavy blood loss, receiving no medical assistance from the police. The film briefly showed his lifeless body in a pool of blood, shifting the focus to Michael. Michael exchanged greetings with James and returned to the bank, where the hostages had been rescued. Catherine clutched her daughter's hand tightly and walked up to Michael. "I don't know how to thank you enough," she said with teary gratitude. "You saved my daughter and my family." "It's my duty," Michael reassured her, giving her a comforting hug. "It's what I should do." In Hollywood movies, love always prevails in moments of crisis. This love could be between a man and a woman or a parent and child. True love always finds redemption. Lily arrived just in time to witness this scene. She rushed to her father. "Dad, you have a wonderful father," Catherine told Lily. As the camera pulled away, Catherine and her daughter embraced, as did Michael and Lily. The final scenes depicted the Los Angeles authorities honoring the police, with Michael and Lily entering a rehab center together. Chapter 335, Personal Worst Opening Performance. Chapter 335, Chapter 335, Personal Worst Opening Performance. What do you think? As they walked out of the cinema, Jane Lauder put on her sunglasses and asked Ivanka Trump, "Did you like this film?" "It was okay," Ivanka replied, taking out her own sunglasses and putting them on. "But not as good as you said." Jane nodded in agreement. Compared to The Matrix, this film has a clear gap, but it's just a small-budget movie. She thought for a moment. The pacing in the first half doesn't feel like Duke's usual style. The gunfight scenes later on are typical Duke Rosenberg, though. That's why the film feels a bit odd, Jane added. The style shifts between the first and second halves. Ivanka hooked her arm around Jane's. "Let's stop talking about the movie and go shopping on Fifth Avenue." Sure. It wasn't far from Fifth Avenue, so they decided to walk. Jane asked, "What are your plans for the summer?" "Still working?" "Yes, but I don't want to do modeling anymore," Ivanka Trump said. "I haven't decided what to do yet. Finding something with good pay and meaningful learning opportunities isn't easy." "I heard from Tina," Jane said, recalling something. "There's an internship program in New Zealand. You could check it out. In the relatively cold spring season, especially the weekend after the Oscars. Although there are enough movies released, the production cost is not only more than $10 million, but even more than $6 million. There is only one film called The Critical Emergency. This was the least competitive period in the North American film market. Critical Emergency faced no significant rivals, and distributors typically wouldn't allocate substantial resources during this time. As the only truly notable and highest-budget film of the season, Critical Emergency naturally became a focal point for reviews. The next day, several media outlets published reviews of the movie. As one of the first critics to watch the film, Richard Corliss wasted no time in sharing his thoughts. The final 40 minutes of gunfights have the flair of Heat, even surpassing it in intensity and duration. But compared to Heat's detailed depiction and subtle pacing, Critical Emergency feels more like a hastily made summer blockbuster. This is inseparable from Duke Rosenberg's directing style. With his skills, he could have turned this nationally significant story into a profound exploration of humanity and societal issues. Gunfights aren't unnecessary, but they could have been brief. There was no need for such prolonged action. He's ruined a topic that could have become a classic. The summer blockbuster season is when critics have the least influence. In recent years, many have ignored Duke's films released during this period. Now, faced with a relatively mediocre small production, they went all out. Why didn't he remove all the build-up and just film the gunfights? For Duke Rosenberg, his films don't need plots, just shallow gunfights and explosions are enough. Todd McCarthy, The Hollywood Reporter. The three-thread narrative structure in the beginning was refreshing, especially the portrayal of family and emotions, which is rare in Duke Rosenberg's films. But once the gunfight started, the entire film fell apart. The gunfights were too long and too noisy to sit through comfortably in a theater. Kenneth Turan, Los Angeles Times. This is a heavily fictionalized adaptation. It fails to delve into humanity or the deeper issues behind the event. The family and emotional elements remain superficial, much like the explosions in Duke Rosenberg's films, designed purely to provoke emotion. And Hornaday, The Washington Post. Is this considered professional criticism? On Saturday morning, Duke sat in the living room of his Wellington home, sipping tea. He casually set the facts aside and asked Tina Fey, who was working on her computer, "Are there any other reviews?" Tina glanced at him, then pointed to a website on her screen. "There's a new movie review site that launched last year. It aggregates professional reviews from various media and uses a rotten or fresh rating system." "Does it include Critical Emergency?" Duke asked, intrigued. "Yes," Tina replied. "But you might be disappointed. So far, the site has collected 54 professional reviews, with over 60% negative. Critical Emergency has a Rotten Tomatoes score of rotten, with a freshness rating of only 54%. That's low," Duke murmured, sipping his tea. "Does the site only provide this metric?" "There's also a section for audience ratings," Tina said, her tone shifting slightly. "Congratulations, Duke. For the audience approval metric, Critical Emergency currently holds a popcorn score of 81%. Not bad, Duke remarked. This was, after all, an experimental film. Duke hadn't expected it to receive overwhelming acclaim from audiences. Better than I anticipated. The film had only been out for a day, and most of the viewers so far were either fans of Duke or the actors involved. It was normal for supporters to give high ratings. As more people watched the movie, the ratings would inevitably drop. Regarding the Rotten Tomatoes score, Duke didn't care. In his experience, Rotten Tomatoes was a niche platform with limited influence compared to IMDb. Over time, it would become even less relevant, often ignored by filmmakers and studios. The fax machine buzzed again. Tina stood up to retrieve the new document. Box office data? Duke asked. Compared to abstract ratings and critiques, he cared more about concrete numbers. It's data from Warner Brothers, Tina confirmed. She knew Duke's priorities and quickly summarized. An audience survey of 50,000 people shows a 79% positive response, with an overall score of A-. She glanced at Duke, whose expression remained calm. Tina recalled that this was Duke's lowest opening day audience rating since his debut, and the first time it had dropped below 80%. And the box office? Duke asked, unfazed. On its opening day in North America, the film grossed $4.21 million across 2,200 theaters, averaging $1,913 per screen. This was also Duke's lowest opening day box office performance, aside from his debut film, Speed. Not bad, Duke said, leaning back on the sofa with a smile. Better than I expected. Tina rolled her eyes at his nonchalant attitude. Duke was usually confident, but this film seemed to be an exception. Any other stats? Duke asked. Tina skimmed through the facts. Warner Brothers surveyed audiences about the film's strengths and weaknesses. Over 90% said the pacing was too slow, which they found the most frustrating aspect. Over 92% praised the gunfight scenes as exceptionally well designed, with the final sequence being the most popular part. This aligned with Duke's expectations. If he had followed the critics' advice, the film might have garnered critical acclaim but lost its audience. No director wants their film to earn glowing reviews while flopping at the box office. The most obvious example was Michael Mann's Heat, which received widespread critical acclaim but performed poorly in North America. While its gunfight scenes were well received, the slow pacing and excessive build-up were unbearable for most viewers. Years later, as life's pace quickens, only fast-paced films will thrive. Even with Critical Emergency's relatively faster narrative, Warner Brothers' survey indicated that most viewers still found the pacing too slow. In the end, Duke believed that adhering to his instincts and prioritizing audience preferences was the best path forward. Chapter 336. The Calm and Stable Market Trend. Chapter 336. Chapter 336. The Calm and Stable Market Trend. Critical Emergency? Yes, that's the movie I just watched. In front of the cinema, Norman was being interviewed by reporters. He had mixed feelings about the film he had just seen. In my opinion, it's a movie with a lot of highlights. The final gunfight and the happy ending were done very well, but the pacing is an issue. He paused slightly, seemingly organizing his thoughts. If Critical Emergency were directed by someone else, I would say they made a successful film. However, for a director of Duke's caliber, this film feels somewhat mediocre. In short, from my perspective, Critical Emergency is the most average work in Duke's portfolio. After thinking for a moment, Norman added, "We're all eagerly awaiting the Matrix sequel. A movie like Critical Emergency really doesn't satisfy us." This opinion from a diehard Matrix fan undoubtedly represented the sentiments of many moviegoers. Critical Emergency wasn't bad, far from it, but compared to the expectations set by The Matrix, it fell short of being truly outstanding. Critical Emergency has some standout moments, exciting gunfights. However, its flaws are equally apparent, its slow pacing. While the film isn't disappointing, it also doesn't bring as many surprises as The Matrix. From its budget to its production time, it feels like a movie Duke didn't invest much effort in. This comment from a fan on Duke's personal website, gaining countless replies, was pushed to the top and echoed the feelings of many. Still, perhaps because there were no other notable films released during this season, or because of its undeniable highlights, the movie, while not a blockbuster, had no shortage of viewers. However, compared to the explosive success of summer blockbusters. Critical Emergency's occupancy rates and box office performance were relatively subdued. After earning $4.21 million on its opening Friday, the film saw a brief peak on Saturday, with daily earnings increasing by 27% to $5.34 million. By Sunday, Critical Emergency followed the typical market trend, with box office receipts dropping 21% to $4.41 million. An opening weekend gross of $13.96 million, with a per-theater average of $6,345. At Paramount Pictures, Michael Ovitz and Martin Bobb sat next to CEO Sherry Lansing. The former said, "In this slow season, such box office numbers could be considered a success for most directors. But this is Duke Rosenberg's film, and these numbers can only be described as very average. Sherry, no one can succeed forever, and no one fails forever either." As in their early days at CAA, Martin Bobb and Ovitz worked seamlessly together. Martin continued, "The professional score for Critical Emergency is only 5.2, and its audience approval rating has dropped to 75%. For Duke Rosenberg, such reception is a failure. Critical Emergency has set new lows in his directing career across all metrics. Sherry, you know this very well. Every director has their creative highs and lows, even someone as great as Steven Spielberg." Looking at Sherry Lansing, Michael Ovitz maintained his confident demeanor. "It's clear that Duke Rosenberg is entering a slump. I know many industry professionals, including Roger Ebert, believe Duke's next few films are likely to continue this downward trend." Sherry Lansing's brows were slightly furrowed, her eyes flashing with contemplation. She didn't respond to the remarks from these two giants in the talent management world. After leaving CAA, Martin Bobb had once again become a trusted aide to Michael Ovitz following a period of reflection. "So, Sherry, the conditions you've proposed carry significant risks." Ovitz continued his relentless persuasion. "You're insisting on bringing Duke Rosenberg on board before entrusting Star Trek Enterprise to me for packaging and management." Sherry Lansing firmly nodded. The Star Trek series was undoubtedly Paramount's flagship franchise, but the last installment, Star Trek First Contact, barely broke even despite years of revenue and had terrible audience reviews. Paramount wanted to revive the series rather than ruin it further. Their original plan was to wait for Duke's schedule to open up rather than hastily handing it off to someone else. However, Michael Ovitz had incredibly reliable sources. Sherry Lansing had no idea how he obtained the information, but he had been persistently appearing before Paramount executives. "If you let me handle Star Trek Enterprise, I'll select the right actors and director, creating an entirely new team," Ovitz said. "I can also sign a new profit-sharing agreement with Paramount. If the movie fails to meet your minimum profit expectations, the artist's management group will forfeit its share of the earnings." Ovitz wasn't coming across as naive, and Sherry Lansing was a competent studio executive. "Michael, I'll consider it," she replied. Knowing the conversation could go no further today, Ovitz and Bobb shook hands with Lansing before leaving Paramount. "Don't rush, Martin," Ovitz said after getting into the car. "The trajectory of Critical Emergency won't explode, which will definitely influence Paramount's original plans." Martin thought for a moment. "Compared to Paramount, I'm more concerned about Disney. I hear Robert Iger at Touchstone Pictures is considering giving that big World War II project to William Morris." "They're not after William Morris. They're eyeing Michael Bay," Ovitz replied, signaling the driver to start the car. "Iger's favorite director is Duke Rosenberg, but since they can't get Duke, they opted for the mini explosions guy instead." "You mean?" "It's simple," Ovitz said with a grin. "I've already been in touch with Michael Bay. Everything's negotiable." Critical Emergency grossed $13.96 million in its opening weekend, with a per-theater average of $6,345. Though not outstanding, it outperformed other films in this sluggish season. The only film comparable was Miramax's She's All That, which had been out for 3 weekends and earned just $5.28 million that weekend. By Monday, Critical Emergency expanded to 2,652 theaters in North America. However, weekday box office numbers started to decline, with Monday bringing in $4.01 million, a slight rebound to $4.15 million on Tuesday, then dropping to $4.02 million on Wednesday, and finally falling below $4 million on Thursday, earning $3.98 million. After a week in theaters, the North American box office total reached $30.14 million. In its second weekend, Critical Emergency still had no strong competitors and remained the best-performing film in theaters. With Warner Brothers' efforts, its screening scale expanded further. Over the weekend, the theater count rose to 2,892, leading to a nearly unchanged second weekend gross of $13.56 million. After 10 days in theaters, Critical Emergency grossed $43.7 million domestically. With a production budget of $10 million and marketing costs of only $6 million, the film recouped its costs in just 10 days. While not a blockbuster, the film wasn't a failure. Although audience approval had dropped to 73%, its box office performance remained solid. From a certain perspective, it was even a standout film in the spring season. During the following weekdays, the film grossed $11.25 million. In its third weekend, it expanded to 2,966 theaters as the pre-summer season drew closer. By the third weekend, its box office began to decline more noticeably, earning $10.35 million over 3 days. By the fourth week, with summer blockbusters on the horizon, Critical Emergency's box office dropped sharply, earning just $7.85 million over 4 weekdays. By then, its domestic box office total reached $73.15 million. Duke's reputation undoubtedly played a significant role in this achievement. This performance ensured substantial profits for both Duke and Warner Brothers. The film was set to release overseas shortly. However, with the first weekend of May marking the start of the summer season, Critical Emergency saw a sharp reduction in theaters. Several highly anticipated blockbusters were about to premiere, most notably Star Wars: The Phantom Menace. After years of absence, George Lucas's Star Wars saga was finally embarking on a new journey, eagerly awaited by countless fans. Duke also accepted an invitation to return to New York, attending the premiere with his mother. Chapter 337, We Are Alike. Chapter 337, Chapter 337, We Are Alike. A black Bentley stopped in front of the red carpet, and as Duke stepped out of the car, he linked arms with his mother and strode toward the theater. This was the premiere of Star Wars, and he was merely an invited guest, with no intention of interacting with the fans around him. He moved quickly toward the interview area at the end of the carpet. As one of Hollywood's top directors, the media waiting there wouldn't just let him leave without a few words. Duke understood that his mother disliked dealing with the media, so he stepped forward and spoke a few lines. Star Wars is a great series. It has opened a new era for science fiction films. Since he was standing there, Duke couldn't help but praise George Lucas a little. The world George created is both wonderful and unique. Star Wars is not just a movie. It's a global cultural phenomenon. I'm a Star Wars fan, and I've been waiting for this day for a long time. When asked about his new film, Duke deflected the question. This was someone else's premiere, after all. He found his mother waiting near the theater entrance and, under the guidance of the staff, headed toward the VIP lounge. As they walked to a quieter area, Leah suddenly asked, "Why did you decide to invest in Marvel Comics?" "I believe in the future of comic book movies." Knowing his mother was concerned, Duke briefly explained, "Mom, the speed of development in film special effects is incredible. It won't be long before those scenes and special abilities that exist only in imagination or on paper can be easily brought to the big screen with special effects." Leah nodded without saying more. She had a vague idea of Duke's real wealth and understood that the significant funds for this investment came from stock market transactions. Even if the investment failed, it wouldn't hurt him financially. Besides, Duke had already signed the investment agreement with Marvel Comics after returning home yesterday, securing a 25% stake. Any further discussion was pointless now. Duke had come back to New York partly to attend George Lucas' Star Wars premiere and partly to finalize his personal investment agreement with Marvel Comics. After months of protracted negotiations, Marvel, strapped for cash and unable to secure a new copyright-backed loan from the bank, finally reached an agreement with Duke's representatives. However, even after signing the agreement, Duke didn't foolishly announce that superhero films would be a massive success in the future, as if he were some kind of prophet. This was the business world, governed by data and tangible benefits. Even with his current status and reputation, empty promises wouldn't convince many. Once X-Men and Spider-Man proved their worth, Marvel's executives, unless they were utterly clueless, would know what to do next. At that point, he could suggest something like a superhero ensemble film, and it would be much more impactful than bringing it up now. Since reclaiming the rights to X-Men and Spider-Man was impossible, Duke decided to let those projects wake up Marvel's leadership. Entering the VIP lounge, neither Duke nor Leah was in the mood to socialize. As soon as they found a quiet spot to sit, a young girl accompanied by a middle-aged woman approached them. "Hello, Leah." "Hello, Sherry." Leah greeted the woman warmly. After the brunette girl respectfully greeted her, she nodded and said, "Hello, Nat." "Hi, Duke." Seeing his mother and Leah engrossed in conversation, Natalie had no choice but to sit beside Duke. Duke lightly shook her outstretched hand. "It's been a while, Nat." The girl sitting across from him seemed taller, though her slender, delicate frame remained unchanged beneath her dark cocktail dress. Her brown hair was casually tied into a loose braid. At first glance, her appearance seemed effortless and laid back. Their last conversation had ended unpleasantly, making the atmosphere between them somewhat awkward. Leah then turned her attention toward Duke. "I'm going to see a few friends with Sherry. Soon." Only Duke and Natalie were left in the lounge. "What brings you here?" Looking at Natalie, Duke curiously asked, "Shouldn't you be on the red carpet, taking group photos with the cast and giving interviews?" Natalie Portman was the only Star Wars cast member in the lounge. "I don't want to face the media." After a brief hesitation, Natalie softly explained, "I don't want the media to trouble me. I'm about to take the SAT. If George hadn't insisted, I wouldn't have come today." Hearing this, Duke could only admire George Lucas' patience. If one of his actresses pulled such a stunt, he would have deducted part of her remaining salary without hesitation. Thinking about Natalie Portman's past experiences, Duke suddenly became intrigued. He deliberately asked, "Why take the SAT? Are you not planning to stay in Hollywood?" "I plan to apply to Harvard," Natalie replied without hesitation. "Acting won't be my main career. I want to study clinical psychology at Harvard." "What a shame," Duke sighed, as if genuinely regretting it. "Hollywood is about to lose a talented actress." Suddenly, Natalie turned to look at Duke, staring straight into his eyes. "Do you really think so?" Duke shrugged without saying anything. Their conversation was far from smooth. Truth be told, neither Duke nor Natalie Portman was remotely close to being the kind of simple, kind-hearted person they could easily trust. "Nat, we haven't interacted much." After half a minute of silence, Duke finally spoke directly. "With someone as shrewd as Natalie, beating around the bush was pointless. But my interest in you hasn't diminished. In fact, it has only grown." "Why?" Natalie couldn't understand and asked bluntly. "I'm not beautiful. Compared to the actresses you've been rumored with, I'm just an ugly duckling." "Because we're alike," Duke said, pointing at his face and then his chest. Natalie's expression darkened. "You might be two-faced, but I'm not." "Nat, are you really not interested in Hollywood? Are you going to Harvard to become an academic? Do you truly plan to become a clinical psychologist?" Perhaps Natalie was still less experienced than adults like Nicole Kidman, but Duke believed she surpassed them in scheming at the same age. If that's true, why not quit acting altogether? Starring in Star Wars will only disrupt your academic plans. "Why are you saying all this?" Natalie's voice softened. "We're not even friends." "Because I'm interested in you and like you." Taking off the mask of a complex girl like Natalie Portman was undeniably entertaining. Duke stared into her eyes and deliberately said, "I want us to communicate more. Honestly, instead of speaking meaningless lies and dancing around the point. You like me? You're interested in me." Natalie's lips curled in a fleeting sneer. "Are you going to formally pursue me?" Duke thought for a moment. "No." "How honest." Natalie's mocking smile flashed briefly. Typical playboy. "Would you leave Hollywood?" Ignoring Natalie's sarcasm, Duke asked seriously, "If you really intend to be a scholar or give up acting, I'll pursue you with everything I have." "Why should I quit?" Natalie tugged the corners of her mouth into a small smile, keeping her voice low. "I vowed a long time ago to succeed as an actress. I won't give up on Hollywood. So, Going to Harvard is just to add a layer of prestige to yourself? After so much probing, Duke finally got Natalie to admit her intentions. Let me guess. After you enter Harvard, you'll probably avoid the media but occasionally release stories through classmates or professors about how you're trying to adapt to school life as a regular student. You might even create some self-deprecating narratives to make yourself more relatable. Right, Nat? The girl next to him faltered for a moment, and Duke suppressed his amusement, maintaining a serious demeanor. If possible, you'll collaborate on some papers with your professors. When they're published, you might have the media conveniently omit their names, creating the image of an actress who balances intelligence and beauty without being dazzled by Hollywood fame. Duke wagged a finger, cutting her off. You're a traditional Jew. I assume you've got a plan. Let me guess again. How can you win over the Academy and Hollywood's Jewish community? After graduation, instead of returning to Hollywood, you'll study in Israel. Not for long. Just 6 months or a year will suffice. By then, all of Hollywood, no, all of America's Jewish community, will know, Duke said, leaning slightly closer. Natalie Portman comes from Jerusalem. Natalie Portman pressed her lips together, neither confirming nor denying it. She merely looked at Duke, her gaze growing more complicated. Some of the things he mentioned had never occurred to her, but others were indeed part of her plan, like why she chose Harvard. Even her mother and agent didn't know these details, yet he had figured them out. Suddenly, Natalie remembered what Duke had said earlier. Could it be true that they were alike? Duke, she finally spoke. Why are you telling me this? She didn't believe he genuinely wanted an honest exchange. Why? Duke furrowed his brows, pondering for a full minute before answering. Because I find it fascinating to see through the mind of a very clever, well-disguised girl. With that, Duke stood up. It's almost time. Let's head to the screening hall. Nat, I really enjoy chatting with you. Chapter 338, Counterattack. Chapter 338, Chapter 338, Counterattack. After a long wait, Star Wars fans finally got to see a new installment in the Star Wars series. However, ever since The Phantom Menace premiered, it has been incessantly criticized. Some extreme fans even accused George Lucas of personally destroying the cherished image of the series in their hearts. Despite the harsh critiques, it's still Star Wars. Although George Lucas isn't great at storytelling, he is one of the best technical directors. The special effects in The Phantom Menace are undoubtedly top-notch for this era. After attending the Star Wars premiere, Duke specifically participated in a high-level meeting at Marvel. He didn't say much, simply introduced his representative at Marvel Comics, and advised Marvel to temporarily halt the reckless licensing of their comic characters. With Duke's investment, Marvel's financial situation has greatly improved. Had the company not been struggling so severely in recent times, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, Marvel wouldn't have sold off its heroes so cheaply. That weekend, Duke stayed in New York. As the 3-day weekend concluded, the new weekly box office chart was released. Contrary to media predictions that The Phantom Menace would break the unprecedented $100 million opening weekend record, it only grossed $65 million, taking the top spot at the box office. Under the impact of Star Wars, other films released around the same time saw their revenues plummet, including Duke's Critical Emergency. With its North American screenings reduced to 2,023 theaters, it earned $5.98 million over the weekend, bringing its cumulative North American box office to $79.13 million. As more summer blockbusters are released, Critical Emergency's market share will shrink further. According to Duke's estimates, the film is sure to be profitable, but crossing the $100 million mark in North America seems unlikely. The weekend had just ended when Duke received an unexpected call. Someone wanted to meet him at a CAF in Long Island for a chat. The CAF was an old one with few customers. Upon entering, Duke noticed a girl wearing a baseball cap sitting in a corner, flipping through a newspaper. He walked over leisurely. A latte, please. Thank you. After casually ordering coffee, Duke sat on the hard wooden chair and looked at the person across from him. Natalie Portman was dressed simply in student-style denim, wearing a Yankees cap. Her face, with sharp features, was obviously makeup-free, allowing faint freckles and small moles on her cheeks to show clearly. Thank you. After receiving the coffee from the server and tipping them, Duke asked, What's this about? Nothing much, Natalie replied calmly. I just wanted to read something to you. Read something? Duke frowned curiously. On the night of the premiere, Duke's words had been deliberate, aiming to peel back her facade and see what lay hidden beneath. Moreover, engaging in such games amidst his busy work schedule was a nice diversion, wasn't it? Natalie didn't answer, but instead focused. On the newspaper, her clear voice began to read softly. After last weekend, Critical Emergency's cumulative North American box office reached $79.13 million, on the brink of surpassing $80 million. With a production cost of only $10 million, this film is undoubtedly a success. She deliberately coughed, seemingly to remind Duke to listen carefully. But the truth is quite the opposite. The film's success owes much to Duke Rosenberg's personal brand, established through past hits. According to a reputable survey, nearly half of the audience watched the movie because of the director. Critical Emergency's quality is far from matching its box office performance. Its success actually highlights how Duke Rosenberg is capitalizing on his credibility, a slippery slope for any director. Audiences might pay for Critical Emergency, but will they do the same for his next subpar work? At this point, Natalie suddenly stopped reading, a glint of pride flashing in her eyes as she looked at Duke. This is from renowned critic Roger Ebert's column. Oh, Duke remained indifferent. But Natalie wouldn't let it go. Any thoughts? Duke didn't respond directly. Instead, he calmly asked, Dear, what is it you want? Disappointment? Frustration? Defeat? Not at all. I never expected that. I know your thick skin makes these words ineffective. Closing the newspaper, Natalie glared at Duke. I just wanted to strike back, to show you I'm not so easily bullied. She stood, tossed the newspaper to Duke, grabbed her bag, placed a dollar bill on the table, and walked out of the CAF without looking back. Duke blinked in mild surprise, then shook his head and chuckled, realizing he had indeed provoked this Jewish girl. He also pulled out a bill, placed it on the table, and followed Natalie out of the CAF. The street outside was quiet and empty. Catching up, Duke walked alongside her. I'll call the police, Natalie said without glancing at him. Feel free. Duke pointed to a Bentley parked ahead. Nat, I think you've misunderstood something. My car's just up there. Natalie's expression darkened. Are you always this rude to women? No, Nat. Duke shook his head as he walked. I'm always polite, just not with you. You bring out this urge in me. Urge? Natalie stopped, her tone laced with sarcasm. An urge to sleep with me? You've misunderstood. Duke didn't stop. Walking past her, he said indifferently, I just want to see what lies beneath your clever, calm, and humble exterior. At the car, Duke opened the door and turned back to see if Natalie Portman is truly different from other actresses. Are you satisfied now? Duke ignored her question and gestured to the passenger seat. You didn't drive, right? Get in. I'll take you home. Natalie approached, stood by the car, studied Duke for a moment, then shot him a fierce glare. Circling to the other side, she opened the door and sat down. Home. Duke started the car. Or school. Take the second left ahead and go a mile forward, Natalie said, pulling her cap lower to cover half her face. I'll get off there. Following her directions, Duke soon reached the location. It wasn't a school, but rather what appeared to be a bar. Natalie opened the door, got out, and looked back at Duke. Coming in? I'll buy you a drink. Duke glanced at the bar's sign, then at Natalie. If he remembered correctly, she wouldn't turn 18 until next month. While such laws often seemed like a joke, they could cause real trouble if someone decided to make an issue of it. The sharp girl seemed to sense his thoughts. Raising an eyebrow, she suddenly teased, If I get drunk, you can take me home. Hearing this faintly provocative remark, Duke snapped back to reality. Standing before him was an underage, extremely shrewd girl. And this was New York. Maybe next time. I'll probably be back in New York next month. By then, she'd be 18. Duke flashed a bright smile. Let's find a spot then. We'll drink until we drop. All right. Natalie crossed her arms, raised an eyebrow, and said, You know my number. With that, she turned and walked toward the bar. Her brown eyes sparkled, thoughts racing in her mind. Upon reaching the bar, she glanced back, only to see the Bentley disappearing into the distance. Natalie had no intention of entering the bar. Changing direction, she headed toward her school. Lucky you, she muttered. In the following days, Duke stayed in New York. maintaining contact with New Zealand, handling investments and stocks, and advising his mother to diversify her assets if she held significant stocks. Meanwhile, he met with Victoria's Secret executives twice, aligning on plans for the Angels to appear in The Lord of the Rings and on high-profile promotional strategies. Unfortunately, with the Angels in Miami for an outdoor shoot, Duke missed meeting the newly joined Brazilian models. During this time, Critical Emergency's North American box office continued to decline. Following The Phantom Menace, it faced successive weekend challenges from The Mummy and Austin Powers 2. Despite Duke's name, the film couldn't compete with these major blockbusters. Famous directors might draw audiences, but they couldn't offset significant investment and genre differences. By late May, Critical Emergency's screenings dropped to 421 theaters in North America, with a cumulative box office of $88.13 million. Daily per-theater earnings fell below $100, and the film was inevitably pulled from most theaters. Ultimately, Duke's experimental film grossed $88.13 million domestically. The movie then entered overseas markets, performing similarly to North America. Across 45 countries and regions, it grossed over $90 million, with its global box office likely to surpass $200 million as screenings continued. Chapter 339. Wizard is not a profession. Chapter 339. Chapter 339. Wizard is not a profession. Duke returned to New Zealand after a long, 2-year preparation. The pre-production of the Lord of the Rings trilogy had come to an end, and filming was about to begin. During the period before filming started, Duke had a detailed discussion with several important crew members. As for the music, he once again brought in Howard Shore, who had just completed the score for Peter Jackson's King Kong. Although Shore wanted to take a break, with enough salary offered, taking on the trilogy's music was no issue. Next, Duke met with Andy Serkis, who had just finished King Kong as well. He seemed particularly interested in motion capture, and the team quickly signed him up to play Gollum. However, both of them needed a break and left New Zealand after receiving the relevant scripts. The trilogy, with an estimated production cost of $350 million, naturally came with significant publicity to match the massive investment. Before the Lord of the Rings trilogy began filming, Duke lifted the crew's media silence. Warner Brothers and Time Warner invited a large number of media outlets to New Zealand, ready to flood the public with coverage and witness the trilogy's launch. The not-so-harmonious part was that, on the day of the press conference, a large group of fans from the UK and US gathered outside the Wellington set, strongly protesting the adaptation of the series into a movie. Though there were some negative effects, it also stirred up more publicity for the film. In fact, just like Stars, a movie's worst, fate is not being talked about at all. The protesters were easy to ignore, but dealing with a large group of journalists took up a lot of energy. After the morning press conference, Duke felt as though his head was about to explode. If not for the fact that many questions were prepared in advance, the reporter's frenzy would have been unbearable. It was easy to understand the situation. No movie project had ever invested such an enormous sum, especially one involving the notoriously hard-to-adapt The Lord of the Rings trilogy. Following Hollywood's usual methods, even if a series is planned, they would typically film just one movie to test the waters. Otherwise, if something went wrong like with Cutthroat Island, a first film could bankrupt a second-tier film company. Filming all 3 parts at once was risky. Even Warner Brothers could not afford a misstep. Despite protests from fans and the inevitable criticism from the media, the trilogy's preparations were already too advanced to back out now. After the press conference ended, only a symbolic set was filmed, and then the day's work was done. The subsequent receptions and public relations were handled by others in the crew. Duke didn't need to get involved. He went straight back to the studio's office. There's a list of temporary assistants for the set. Seeing Duke enter the office, Tina Fey handed him a list. You should take a look yourself. These matters were usually within Tina Fey's authority, so Duke was a bit curious. Anything special about it? He glanced at the list, and his brows furrowed slightly. No duplicates? I've checked the temporary work contracts. Tina Fey affirmed. It's Irene's sister, Jane Lauder, and Donald Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump. What do they want to do? Duke asked, setting the list down. Are they in Wellington now? Should I call them? Tina Fey looked at him, and after Duke nodded, She picked up the phone and dialed. About 10 minutes later, two girls dressed in blue crew uniforms knocked and entered Duke's office. Ivanka Trump seemed a bit shy, while Jane Lauder greeted him confidently. "Hi, Duke." "Sit down, Jane." "Ivanka, feel free to sit." The two girls sat on the bench across from him, and Tina Fey poured them each a glass of water. Duke thought for a moment and asked, "So, how did you end up in New Zealand?" "We're on vacation." Jane Lauder thanked Tina Fey, flashing a bright smile at Duke. "We were looking for a job to gain some work experience." She glanced at Duke. Seeing no change in his expression, she gently nudged Ivanka Trump with her elbow. Since Ivanka remained silent, Jane continued, "It's hard to find a temporary job that not only provides experience, but also pays well. We heard your crew was hiring temporary workers, so we decided to try our luck." Duke nodded. These two girls weren't ordinary people, so he gave them a word of advice. "If you run into any problems, you can call Tina. Don't worry." Jane Lauder interrupted. "We'll work hard and won't cause trouble for the crew. Tina, leave your number with them." Once Tina Fey handed out her business cards, Duke waved them off. "Go back to work now." Jane Lauder paused for a moment. Duke looked at her and asked, "Is there a problem?" "No, nothing." Ivanka Trump pulled Jane along and said, "We won't disturb you anymore. Duke, we'll treat you to a meal sometime." Not long after Jane and Ivanka left, Duke made 2 phone calls to New York. Then he told Tina Fey, "Move them to your assistant team." As for Jane, she was Irene's sister, and Donald Trump was cooperating with his mother's Saint FIA company, so Duke knew exactly what to do. The Lord of the Rings crew was huge, and Duke controlled the entire set through his team. Hollywood crews were notoriously disorganized, and if these two girls were harassed later on, Duke wouldn't be surprised. However, Duke didn't expect that half an hour later, Irene Lauder called to say that Jane Lauder was leaving to catch a flight back to Los Angeles. In comparison, Donald Trump seemed very at ease with his daughter being there and even called in the evening to ask Duke to take extra care of Ivanka Trump. In New York, the wealthy were often closely connected, and even considering the Saint FIA partnership, Duke didn't refuse. At dawn, when the sun had just set, a large group of journalists gathered outside the Wellington set, but their treatment was very different from the previous day. They were completely blocked at the gate. These news-chasing individuals rushed toward Duke's car as soon as it arrived. If the driver hadn't slowed down in time, tomorrow's headlines might have been very different. Ignoring the journalists outside and the protesting fans holding banners, Duke sat in the back seat and quietly discussed work matters with Tina Fey until the car pushed its way through to the set, where they both got out and headed for the studio. The Lord of the Rings trilogy officially begins filming today. The first scene Duke prepared was the battle between Gandalf and Saruman. He entered a small studio set up mainly for the interior of Isengard and Rohan's Golden Hall. After holding a brief meeting with the assistant directors, the director of photography, the art director, and the lighting director, everyone began working with their respective teams to prepare the set. "Your coffee." An assistant came over with a coffee cup. Duke glanced at her. It was Ivanka Trump, who had been moved to the assistant team by Tina Fey. He nodded at her and said, "Thanks." He took a sip of the coffee, frowned slightly, placed it on the director's table without saying anything, and walked toward the group of actors. Although the scene only had Gandalf and Saruman, the crew had prepared 4 actors. Ian McKellen and Christopher Lee were both over 150 years old, and having them perform action scenes in person would be a strain on them. Naturally, stunt doubles were necessary. Using stunt doubles wasn't difficult. Both Gandalf and Saruman had long hair, and when fighting, their long hair would naturally cover their faces. As long as the stunt doubles were careful, the difficulty of filming wouldn't be high. This scene had been heavily criticized by fans, who believed it was ridiculous for wizards to fight like warriors. But they overlooked an important detail. Wizards are not professions, but races, and they have powerful melee abilities. Gandalf, Saruman, and even Sauron are melee, not the typical wizards seen in online games. So, when enemies attacked, Gandalf's first choice of combat was to draw his sword. Melee combat was one of the wizard's strongest abilities. Moreover, wizards in The Lord of the Rings don't need spells. Faced with enemies who also have strong melee abilities, would 2 powerful wizards waste time casting spells? This is a movie, not a video game. If the film were to be shot like a game, It would be a disastrous mistake. Why did Peter Jackson film this scene this way? Was he too poor to afford magical special effects? Of course not. He was simply following the original work's setting and the basic movie principles. Those who thought the battle between Gandalf and Saruman should have flashy magical effects were just naively romanticizing the idea. This movie is primarily aimed at Western audiences. Duke understood the makeup of the audience who would buy tickets, so the Lord of the Rings had to align with Western views. As for why wizards didn't use magic or why martial arts instructors weren't hired, those were not his concerns. The crew had spent 2 years preparing for this, and the designs for Gandalf and Saruman had been discussed and implemented countless times. Ian McKellen and Christopher Lee needed to focus on showing off their wizened faces on camera, while the fighting would all be done by stunt doubles. The unexpected battle between the wizards had no time for spells. It was all about powerful close combat. Chapter 340. Film is the art of deception. Chapter 340. Chapter 340. Film is the art of deception. The pre-production work took 2 years. The entire crew, along with the studio, invested great effort. The biggest benefit of this meticulous preparation was the smoothness of filming. The first 10 days before the shooting were full of difficulties, but once Duke adjusted the crew's condition, the filming proceeded smoothly. For the fight scenes, both the lead actors and the stunt doubles underwent strict training for a long time. Even Orlando Bloom, despite being more showy, displayed an archery pose that was both beautiful and accurate. For the stunt doubles, the crew found 4 dwarf substitutes for the hobbits and even made silicone headpieces for characters like Frodo. As long as it wasn't a close-up, the doubles could wear these headpieces and easily perform. The silicone headpieces were incredibly lifelike, and if seen at night, they would definitely scare someone half to death. After 10 days of shooting in the studio and outdoor sets, the crew left Wellington City and began filming on location. The crew was so massive, with dozens of large trailers, hundreds of actors, and nearly 100 horses, that every place they went became the focus of attention. The first stop for the crew's outdoor filming was near Mount Ruapehu, located in the central southern part of New Zealand's North Island. This intermittent volcano was chosen by Duke as the prototype for the apocalyptic volcano in the movie. Aside from filming the volcano, the crew would camp nearby in the wilderness for a while to shoot horseback scenes. However, once they reached this point, Duke decided to split the crew. Standing outside the crew's camp, Duke looked at the distant Ruapehu volcano. The black volcanic mountain, which would emit a sense of evil and death in the film, looked particularly majestic under the blue New Zealand sky, especially the snow-capped peak, which looked particularly enchanting. Zack. Duke's gaze moved from the distant view back to Zack Snyder, who stood to his left. You're still working with Ben Watts. You're best at using lighting and color to bring out the beauty of New Zealand. Zack Snyder nodded, but then said, Duke, I need a helicopter. The helicopter will be here by this afternoon. Duke checked the time. You go prepare. Zack Snyder would take a large part of the crew, including key members like cinematographer Ben Watts. This was also Duke's preparation for him to eventually become a director of photography. They had worked together on all the outdoor scenes of The Matrix. As the first assistant director, Zack Snyder's temporary task was to work with the team from Weta Studios to film New Zealand's pristine landscapes for the special effects scenes. Anna, you and sound designer David Farmer will go to the North Island Zoo. Turning around, Duke spoke to Anna Prince. The crew has already made arrangements for you. Go there to record animal sounds. Kangaroos, tigers, sea lions, cows, horses, and lions, as well as wolves. I need both their daytime and nighttime calls. You have an entire week, so record as many as you can. I understand. Anna Prince headed for her trailer to prepare for her trip to the zoo. The crew had just set up camp here, and they were temporarily unable to film. Because so many horses were accompanying them, the crew inevitably attracted the attention of animal rights activists in New Zealand. While not as difficult as their North American counterparts, these activists were still not easy to deal with. Standing here, looking out at the wilderness, Duke thought about the animal rights group he disliked the most. The crew would need someone to handle them. The person in charge couldn't be too prominent, or they'd get the idea that they were important. But the person had to be clever enough and unafraid of their pressure. Thinking of this, Duke had an idea and turned around, waving for Tina Fey and Ivanka Trump to come over. Duke gave Tina Fey a look she could understand and said to Ivanka Trump, "Ivy, what's your main purpose for coming to New Zealand? A flower in a greenhouse will wilt in the wind and rain." Ivanka Trump spoke mysteriously before answering, "To hone and improve my skills. Now, here's a perfect opportunity." Duke turned and gazed into the distance again. "I need someone to communicate with the animal rights group. They're a tough bunch. I'm willing to do it," Ivanka replied without hesitation. "Tina." Duke gestured behind him, and Tina Fey walked away with Ivanka to explain the basic things they would need to keep in mind. According to the animal rights group's demands, the horses could only work for 3 hours a day, with breaks every half hour and a longer rest after an hour and a half. If the crew followed this schedule, shooting scenes with horses would take at least 6 months. These people, who loved animals more than humans, never considered the human perspective. The crew's demands weren't high, just 5 to 6 hours of work for the horses each day. Even Duke himself had never considered mistreating the animals. Thankfully, there were no real half-orcs or ogres in this world. Otherwise, if the Half-Orc and Ogre Association protested, that would really be a problem. Shaking his head, Duke pushed these unhelpful thoughts aside and focused on the shooting schedule for the next day. The scenes here were relatively scattered, mainly involving the combination of humans and horses. After one afternoon and an evening, the crew set up camp and began preparing the filming locations. Any areas that didn't meet Duke's standards were adjusted by adding props or green screens to create the proper backgrounds during post-production. The next day, as the sun rose, the entire crew began working at full speed. Cranes, cameras, props, and weapons for the horses were brought to the first filming location, where the set crew quickly arranged green screens in front of the main camera and at a 45-degree angle. Duke walked by each camera station, checking the setup, then walked over to a horse trainer. "How's Bill doing?" The trainer was leading a gentle white horse, which stood quietly by his side. "His condition is excellent." The trainer gently stroked the horse's neck. Standing next to the trainer, Duke pointed to the main camera station. "When I say go, have Bill run at a 45-degree angle to the green screen over there." After getting the trainer's confirmation, Duke returned to the director's monitor, quickly asked the assistant director, and had the script supervisor call out action. The scene with Gandalf was not too difficult. The specially trained horse ran 3 times in front of the green screen, and Duke declared the scene done. Then Ian McKellen, in his white robes, white hair, and staff, arrived and performed a scene calling the King of Horses, followed by a moment with Bill, the horse. For both McKellen and the crew, this was an easy shot. After working for an hour, the representative of the animal rights group arrived to protest, claiming that the horse's continuous work was too much. Bill's owner and the trainer were present and had no objections to the work conditions. Duke didn't even bother to address the issue and handed it over to an assistant director and Ivanka Trump to handle, while he continued with the filming. "Cut," Duke called out. "I protest." Although the protest reached Duke's ears, he ignored it and swiftly moved the crew to a different location nearby, the Perrin Plains, to film the scene of Gandalf and Pippin riding to Minas Tirith. In addition to cranes and green screens, a new piece of equipment was added for the scene: a prop horse. The prop horse, powered by a continuous drive, wouldn't run but only simulated bouncing in place. It was just the horse's back and part of its head, designed specifically for Ian McKellen and Billy Boyd's stunt doubles. Duke righted. Billy Boyd, who wasn't short, joked as he tapped the prop horse. "Gandalf will never make it to Minas Tirith." "I'm old, Billy." Ian McKellen, holding his wizard's staff, walked over. "If I had Vigo's riding skills, I'd use a real horse." Duke looked up from his director's chair and called out, "Billy, we're starting the shoot." Billy Boyd, though fond of joking, knew when to be serious, so he immediately left the filming area. His dwarf double, wearing the silicone headpiece, climbed onto the white prop horse with the crew's help. Once Duke called action, the scene began. The prop horse bucked, and the close-up shot of Ian McKellen looked dynamic. After about a minute, Duke called for a stop, and the prop horse was moved aside. The crew shifted forward to continue filming the scene. Next up was Ian McKellen's stunt double for the wide shots. Riding the horse at full gallop was a piece of cake for the stunt performer. Duke called for 2 NGs, but that was due to issues with the camera track, causing the shot to misalign. This was a typical Hollywood filming method. Not every actor was a skilled writer like Viggo Mortensen. Most of the time, stunt doubles took on the horseback scenes. It was easy to tell when a stunt double was used. Wide shots of galloping horses were usually performed by doubles, while close-up shots showing only the back of the horse were often the actor. Film is a visual art, and it is also an art of deception. As filming progressed, more and more horses joined the set, and large-scale equestrian stunts followed. Chapter 341. The biggest enemy of the crew, the Ruapehu volcano. Chapter 341. Chapter 341. The biggest enemy of the crew, the Ruapehu volcano. The barren land within a 50-mile radius of the Ruapehu volcano became the battleground for the crew's frequent back-and-forth filming. A large number of horse battle scenes were shot in succession. The horses were trained by Magic Ring Studio in collaboration with 3 Wellington horse farms. As long as the contract is not finished, the crew needs to pay fees every day. Shooting a large number of horse battle scenes first was also for economic reasons. Peter Jackson, once lacking capital, received relatively limited support from New Line Cinema. The cost of each installment of the trilogy was kept under $100 million. Throughout the production of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, he was a model of frugality. Now, Duke's situation was worlds apart from Peter Jackson's, but compared to the Lord of the Rings trilogy and his usual filmmaking style, the $350 million total budget still required careful management. Horses were a significant expense. After shooting many horse-related scenes, the number of battle horses used in the following scenes could be limited, saving a large amount of expenditure. Of course, the final result looked very different from the actual filming. For instance, in the Battle of Pelennor Fields and the Gathering of the Rohirrim, only about 100 horses were used. The rest would be added with CGI and post-production. Additionally, the running of war horses would stir up large amounts of dust. Using fog or dust to obscure the details of the subjects was a surefire way to save on CGI costs. Compared to the relatively easy-to-complete Gandalf scenes, these 2 large-scale horse scenes took nearly 10 days to complete. Animals were indeed one of the most uncontrollable factors in filming. Even though the horses had undergone extensive training, when nearly 100 of them were gathered together, just dealing with their droppings and urine nearly drove the crew to madness. The smell of horse manure and urine floating in the wind was truly unbearable. Then, the cavalry formations had to be coordinated. No matter how orderly the arrangement was beforehand, once the cavalry moved, the chaotic formations that appeared on camera were always a sight to behold. In the end, Duke simply gave up on this shot and decided to use CGI in post-production. This Grand War scene was only partially filmed on location. The rest of the battle would be filmed in the studio and later combined with CGI. Almost all large-scale battle scenes used location shooting, multiple scene captures, and post-production compositing techniques. The battle between the Rohirrim and the Isengard Uruk-hai had just ended, with dead and wounded horses lying all over the battlefield. Rohirrim soldiers delivered finishing blows to the semi-orcs that had not yet died, some holding prop swords and stabbing at the wolf-shaped props wrapped in green screens. John Schwartzman's 2 assistants, holding steadicams, were capturing various angles according to their planned routes, as Duke observed the footage transmitted to the monitors, mentally adding to the scene he envisioned. All the shots of the moving Uruk-hai cavalry were not actually filmed. They would need to be captured with motion capture in the studio, with the actors serving as the motion capture subjects. The motion capture process required 4 steps: actors' movement, human motion capture, animation version, and finally, CGI compositing, before the war scene could be completed. "Cut!" Duke shouted. After the scene ended, the actors portraying semi-orcs immediately went to the side to touch up their makeup. Since motion capture was not feasible outdoors, the semi-orcs could only rely on makeup. They wore custom silicone headpieces, and the makeup process took over 8 hours, though filming typically lasted only for a few shots. With this scene wrapped, the crew was moving on to the next location. A large team of staff hurried to clear the battlefield, moving the horse corpses. Of course, these were not real dead horses. If they were, the animal rights groups would have surely come after Duke. The crew ensured no horses were harmed. The fallen heroes of the battlefield were actually wood-carved, crafted to look realistic. The crew moved 500 feet to the west, preparing to shoot Legolas' cool moment. Orlando's wig. Duke saw that Orlando Bloom's wig was a bit off as he walked into the shooting area. Restyle him. Several makeup artists immediately rushed over to fix Orlando's wig, while Duke stood by and gave Orlando instructions. Stand on the highest rock. Imagine that the incoming wolf cavalry is about to charge, and strike the coolest, most confident pose while drawing your bow. Sean Davis, who had already completed his makeup, stood nearby with his dwarf axe. Upon hearing Duke's words, he teased, "Orlando, in the original novel, your character is not very prominent. To highlight your image, Duke specially added more scenes for Legolas. Don't let the director down." During a brief break for the wig adjustment, Orlando Bloom turned to Sean Davis and made a shut-up gesture. Costume makeup for period films was far more complicated than modern films, and it took nearly an hour and a half before Orlando Bloom transformed from a bald man into the charming elven prince Legolas Greenleaf. Scene 42, Take 1. After Duke's signal, the script supervisor placed the slate in front of the main camera. Starting now. In front of 3 cameras, Orlando Bloom stood tall on a protruding rock, gazing ahead. John Schwartzman gave him a close-up of his elven eyes. Orlando then drew an arrow, strung his bow, and from the posture alone, he looked flawless. However, the camera would never capture what happened next. The arrow, which traveled more than 20 feet, fell to the ground, limp. Ivanka Trump stood outside the set, alongside a few security personnel from the crew, keeping a close eye on 2 representatives from animal rights groups. She had once thought these animal lovers were admirable, but after over a week of interactions, she realized how frightening these fanatics could be. Yesterday, during the scene of the Rohirrim cavalry preparing to face the Isengard wolf riders, the stunt doubles for Gimli and Legolas had fallen off their horses. These fanatics broke through the crew's barricade, rushing onto the set, completely ignoring the fallen actors and only concerned with the horses. One of them even stepped on the stunt double for Legolas, completely oblivious to the human actor. After this incident, Ivanka understood that what appeared to be a minor issue was actually a significant challenge for the crew. These individuals were undoubtedly the crew's #1 enemy. Even the most annoying and intrusive paparazzi, who had been sneaking around, kept their distance and did not disrupt the filming. But these animal lovers only had eyes for the animals. Since yesterday, Ivanka had changed her approach. No longer passively communicating with them, she had requested several strong security guards from Duke, specifically to deal with these 2 individuals. "Orlando is so cool." A low voice interrupted Ivanka's thoughts. It was Elijah Wood and Billy Boyd, 2 of the crew's most lively actors. "Yeah, so cool." Billy Boyd shook his head. "He's just impossibly cool. I'm jealous." Elijah Wood looked at Ivanka with a teasing grin. "So what do you think, Ivanka?" "Not bad," Ivanka replied casually. Elijah Wood suddenly winked at her. "Do you think Duke is cool, or Orlando?" "They're not the same type," Ivanka shrugged, avoiding the question. "You can't compare them." Billy Boyd and Elijah Wood whispered among themselves, and Billy, with his uncle-like tone, said, "I think Duke should cameo as a character, maybe an orc killed by Legolas." Ivanka remained silent, clearly not interested in joining the conversation. "I think Duke could play an elf too," Elijah Wood said. "Like Halder. They haven't cast anyone yet. He could compete with Orlando to see who's cooler." "That's too ordinary a role," Billy Boyd disagreed. "I think the cave troll is perfect, the one who stabbed you in Moria." "That's a good idea," Elijah Wood agreed, both of them looking toward Ivanka. "This has nothing to do with me." Ivanka quickly distanced herself from the conversation. "Hey, Ivanka, don't be like that." Billy Boyd pulled Elijah Wood over to her, lowering his voice. "We're going to shoot the Snow Mountain scene soon. Come ski with us." "Have you seen the concept art for the cave troll?" Ivanka nodded, and Elijah Wood hurriedly added, "Don't you think it would be fun for Duke to play the cave troll? You can give us your opinion too. He values your feedback." Ivanka rolled her eyes, realizing she didn't really have the right to offer suggestions in front of him. But the idea did sound interesting. After 3 more days of filming on the barren land, the crew finished the scenes for this location. The 3 helicopters the crew had rented arrived, and Duke boarded one to capture aerial shots with John Schwartzman. The crew then left the area around Mount Ruapehu and returned to Wellington, preparing to shoot snow-related scenes as New Zealand entered its winter season. It was at this time that the members of the Fellowship of the Ring, along with Ivanka Trump, his temporary assistant, came to join them. "Do you guys really think it would be fun for me to play the cave troll?" Duke asked, looking at the troublemakers. Somehow, they had even managed to convince Tina Fey and Charles Rowan, and both of them were now on board with the idea. Chapter 342, Key Turning Point. Chapter 342, Chapter 342, Key Turning Point. "We've never seen you act, not even in a cameo," said Elijah Wood, who had just joined the meeting in the large conference room after the brief next phase preparation meeting. "All of us want to collaborate with you, not just as an actor and director, but as actors working together." Duke tilted his head as he looked at the people around the table. "Why a cave troll?" Viggo Mortensen quickly continued. "Well, we're mainly worried about your acting skills." Seeing that Duke was still considering the proposal, Ivanka Trump nudged Tina Fey. Among everyone in the room, Tina Fey knew Duke best. Tina Fey didn't immediately speak. She glanced at Charles Rowan, who gave a nod, signaling her to continue. "Duke, Charles, and I, along with Panny, discussed this in Los Angeles. They all think it's a good idea." Turning to Duke, Tina Fey gestured for him to let her continue. "The beginning of a movie series is the hardest and also the most crucial," she said. "There are a lot of people doubting us, and some fans have been protesting. We think that you playing a prominent role will add more interest to the film and boost its publicity." Charles Rowan smoothly took over. "Your first role after becoming a Hollywood director will surely attract a lot of attention." Duke propped his chin up, thinking for a moment. He had to admit they had a point. Since he started directing films, not only had he never played a role, but he hadn't even done a cameo like other directors. With his current fame, playing a distinct character would definitely attract a lot of attention. Duke knew that while his skills in directing actors weren't top-notch, they were decent, but his acting? It could only be described as terrible. The cave troll would be done using motion capture. Duke remembered that Ang Lee had personally done motion capture for the Hulk, so maybe he could try that as well. Combined with publicity, it might be an eye-catching stunt. The scenes in the mines of Moria would mostly be filmed in a studio, and Duke was seriously considering the suggestion. He also asked Charles Rowan to communicate with Warner Brothers to come up with a more feasible promotional plan. By July, New Zealand was still in winter, the perfect time for snow-filled scenes. Duke only allowed the crew to rest in Wellington for 2 days before taking everyone on a helicopter to a ski resort near a mountain outside Wellington. One of Charles Rowan's assistants had already arrived the day before to prepare the set. As Duke and the others disembarked from the helicopter, the crew quickly went to work. A snow-covered ridge not far from the helipad would become the location for the close-up shots of Caraholas, while the panoramic shots would be handled by Zack Snyder's team, who were still busy traveling between the islands of New Zealand. Since it was an icy mountain location, the crew had to rely on handheld cameras supported by Steadicams. Fortunately, most of the scene was untouched nature, so no setup was required. Once the members of the Fellowship of the Ring finished their makeup, they could dive right into the shoot. While waiting for the actors to finish their makeup, Duke bundled up in a thick winter coat, goggles, and gloves. Having grown up in the dry, hot Southern California climate, he wasn't quite used to the damp and cold weather. Other actors had it easier with makeup, but Sean Davis, who played Gimli, had the most complicated process. However, since he wouldn't be in any close-up shots, there was no need for the time-consuming silicone headpieces and makeup. "This ski resort is great," Ivanka Trump said, gazing into the distance while waiting for the shoot to begin. "The scenery is amazing, much better than the ski resorts in Europe and Canada. I'll have to come here for a vacation next summer." "Can you ski?" she asked, turning to Duke. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, Duke, bored, was watching the prop crew prepare the pony for the expedition. He turned back to her and said, "I can do a little. I haven't practiced much, though. If you have time, I can teach you," Ivanka responded, seemingly delighted that she might have a skill to surpass Duke. She raised her chin slightly, adding, "It's really easy." Duke turned his gaze back to the horizon, the sky blue and the clouds white, absolutely stunning. He quickly walked along the path that the crew had cleared on the ridge, heading toward John Schwartzman's location. Since Tina Fey hadn't gone up the mountain, Ivanka Trump, as his assistant, followed him. John. Before he even reached John, Duke shouted over, "Capture some shots of the sky." Got it. John Schwartzman took the camera from under a waterproof cover and set it on his shoulder. "I'm looking for the best shooting spot." With that, he and his assistant made their way further up. "Do you often encounter unexpected situations during film shoots?" Ivanka asked, following behind Duke. Duke turned and watched John Schwartzman carefully step through the snow. "Sometimes, ideas suddenly pop up, and you have to capture them. If you let them go, it's hard to find them again." He changed the subject. "Ivanka, go check below and see if the actors are almost done with their makeup." Another half-hour passed before the fellowship finally finished their makeup and made their way up the ridge. After some quick adjustments, Duke started the first test shoot. On the snow-covered Carahola's mountain, the fellowship trudged through the snow, with Legolas in the lead as a guide, and Aragorn bringing up the rear to help Frodo. Suddenly, Frodo fell in the snow, rolling toward Aragorn. As Aragorn helped him up, they realized that the one ring, hanging from Frodo's neck, was missing. John Schwartzman immediately swung the camera toward Gerard Butler, who was playing Boromir. Gerard's character picked up the ring. "Cut!" Duke shouted stop and walked over to Gerard Butler. "Jerry, your expression is off." Gerard Butler's acting talent was average, so Duke took the ring from his hand and said, "Boromir, in this scene, should feel confusion, a bit of luck, and temptation. He believes the ring can save Gondor." Duke patted Gerard's shoulder. "Boromir isn't just a tough guy protecting Gondor, he's a character with complex emotions." "I'll work on it," Gerard promised. In the original text, this character was considered far from a hero, and many felt his death was deserved. But Duke didn't plan to handle him this way. Every film needs a climactic scene, and if that climax is memorable and widely discussed, it can elevate the entire film. Boromir's actions in the movie would serve as his redemption, making him a pivotal turning point in Aragorn's journey from Ranger to King. Filming resumed, with the focus on Boromir. Due to Gerard Butler's lack of experience, Duke had to call cut multiple times. The crew endured the freezing cold in the snow for nearly an hour before Duke was satisfied. During a break back at the ski resort CAF, Gerard Butler, despite being one of the less experienced actors in the fellowship, treated everyone to coffee and personally delivered it to each table. Actors know that becoming famous isn't just about acting skills. Take the two actors playing horses, for example. One was just as good as Viggo Mortensen, but only served as a background player. Indeed, the horses in the snow were two actors dressed as props. Bringing actual horses to a snow-covered mountain was too difficult, so Duke had found a way to work around it, knowing that the camera wouldn't focus on the horses anyway. The snow mountain scenes took nearly a week to shoot, with Duke and the team returning to Wellington after finishing up. There, he met up with Zack Snyder and Anna Prinz, reviewing their respective tasks. Zack, who had worked with Duke since The Rock, shared similar filmmaking philosophies, so there were no problems. Anna's task was simpler, recording animal sound effects with their longtime sound technician, David Farmer. After the grueling experiences on The Matrix and Critical Emergency, Duke, usually a workaholic, gave the crew a 4-day break, including the weekend. Some actors, like Ian McKellen, had other commitments, so they needed time off as well. Duke's private jet had also arrived, a Gulfstream V. While it wasn't as large as commercial jets, its nearly 100-foot length and 6,000-mile range were perfect for Duke's needs. Once the plane was ready, Duke left the Wellington crew under Charles Rowan's supervision and, along with two assistants, flew back to Los Angeles to meet with Warner Brothers PR chief, Jamie Johnson. They then flew to New York to meet with high-level executives at Victoria's Secret, aiming to launch a massive promotional campaign to generate buzz for the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Chapter 343, Donald's Show. Chapter 343, Chapter 343, Donald's Show. I need to know the progress of all the tasks. We only have 7 days left before flying to Wellington. In the presidential suites meeting room at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, Duke sat at the head of the table, looking at the heavyweight figures gathered here. This is a win-win publicity show. I don't want to see any mistakes from either the Angels models or the Lord of the Rings studio. Through continuous investments, Duke had become the largest individual shareholder in Victoria's Secret and was also a board member. Naturally, his words carried weight. Warner Brothers, on the other hand, gave him plenty of respect. Even with a small $10 million investment in a low-budget production, the global box office could surpass $200 million, leaving Warner Brothers no reason not to support him. Since returning to New York, Duke had fully entered work mode, remaining high profile from start to finish and attracting a lot of attention from entertainment reporters. To avoid being disturbed by overly enthusiastic reporters, he didn't stay at his house, but directly checked into the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. I'll start with Warner's preparations. Jamie Johnson spoke first, glancing at Duke and then at Rebecca Fenn, the representative from Victoria's Secret. The New York Times entertainment section will cover the event in full. CNN will interrupt its news programming for emergency broadcasts as the Angels leave the hotel. Warner TV will provide live coverage. Time magazine's cover next month will feature the collaboration between the Angels and the Lord of the Rings studio. And the newly established TMZ site by Time Warner has confirmed it will provide full coverage with text and photos. Jamie Johnson spoke for 3 minutes. With a total investment of $350 million in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, it had garnered the full attention of Time Warner Group. They had mobilized all their media and related media resources. In terms of media, this would be a massive show, one that had never been seen before, a joint super show between the modeling world and the movie industry. As for Warner's contribution and attitude, Duke had no complaints. He nodded seriously to Jamie Johnson, then looked at Rebecca Fenn from Victoria's Secret. This was a win-win collaboration, so it was only natural that Victoria's Secret would not just enjoy the benefits without contributing resources. All Victoria's Secret Angels will be participating in this event. Victoria's Secret was already prepared. Rebecca Fenn said, models who are set to appear at next year's Victoria's Secret fashion show will also participate. A total of 40 well-known models will be mobilized, and Victoria's Secret's private jet will be transformed into the Victoria's Secret and Lord of the Rings flight. The actor's pay, including the actress playing Arwen, will be fully covered by Victoria's Secret. She paused briefly, took a sip of coffee, and continued. If the Lord of the Rings studio wants to use fabricated rumors about the actors to promote the movie, Victoria's Secret will fully cooperate. Rebecca Fenn knew that Warner's contribution wasn't enough, so she added, before the release of the first Lord of the Rings movie, Victoria's Secret will organize a large-scale fashion show. The theme will be Lord of the Rings or Elves. Our designers are reading your script and concept designs. We will have sufficient design samples ready by 2001. With the major aspects agreed upon, the remaining details were quickly settled. After lunch, Duke's representative, Penny Callis, Warner's Jamie Johnson, and Victoria's Secret's Rebecca Fenn finalized the remaining details of the show. This super show featuring the Lord of the Rings and Angels would take place over the weekend. After lunch, Penny Callis accompanied Jamie Johnson to Time Warner, while Tina Fey had already gone to Marvel Comics for a meeting on behalf of Duke. The suite was left with just Duke and his temporary assistant, Ivanka Trump. Sitting on the living room sofa, Duke flipped through the schedule for the super show. Ivanka Trump walked past him and sat on a nearby armchair, as if she had something to say. The workday is over. Duke remembered she was from New York. You can go home. Just check in with Tina before the weekend. I already spoke to Dad on the phone yesterday. Having worked together for over a month and a half, Ivanka could tell that Duke treated those around him quite well. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke. Dad wants to invite you to dinner tonight. At my place, she added. Mr. Trump, Duke asked, somewhat puzzled. Why would he want to meet with him? It was true that his mother's St. Sophia advertising agency was handling the promotion for Donald Trump, but that had nothing to do with him personally. Sensing Duke's confusion, Ivanka quickly clarified. He wants to collaborate with you. Collaborate on what? If it were just using his fame to promote the so-called expensive Trump Tower, Duke had no interest at all. Dad learned about your event from his new girlfriend. At this point, Ivanka's face momentarily showed discomfort, but quickly returned to normal. After all, it wasn't a secret that Donald Trump was a notorious playboy. She continued, one of Victoria's Secret sign models told him about the event, and he wants to collaborate with you. Donald Trump was arguably the most attention-seeking and media-savvy billionaire in the U.S., always in the public eye. After thinking for a while, Duke agreed to visit Donald Trump's Trump Tower in Manhattan that evening. I've lost count of how many girlfriends he's had. In the car on the way to Trump Tower, Ivanka initiated a conversation about her father. But I believe this relationship won't last until Christmas. That's because your father is too outstanding, Duke casually remarked. Men naturally defend other men in such topics. Maybe. Ivanka turned her head to look out the car window. Since it wasn't rush hour, Manhattan wasn't too crowded. Anyway, he's a good father. I've made an agreement with him. He's not allowed to date anyone younger than me. I remember you're not even 18 yet, right? Duke asked. Ivanka Trump nodded. I don't want him to cause trouble because of a moment of foolishness. What about your father? She suddenly asked. I've never heard you mention him. To be honest, I don't even know where he is. The Rosenberg family was well known, and Duke didn't hide it. After he divorced Mom, he left North America. Maybe he's enjoying life in Northern Europe, or maybe he's still living it up in the Middle East. The car soon arrived at Trump Tower. Ivanka led Duke to the top floor, a luxurious penthouse that was Donald Trump's main property in New York. With some time before dinner, Donald Trump invited Duke to tour his apartment. Afterward, they entered a reception room. He was the epitome of an American businessman, direct and to the point, and quickly steered the conversation to the super show. Duke, I urgently request to be involved in this event. After Ivanka brought coffee, Donald Trump sincerely said, I believe I can be of help. I heard there will be a TV broadcast, and you haven't invited a heavyweight host. That's right. Duke took the coffee Ivanka handed him, nodding his thanks, and said, Victoria's Secret's top angel Heidi Klum will guest host. Don't you see a problem with this event? Here, Donald Trump changed his tone. Sorry, after hearing about it, I did some inquiries. No worries, Duke said, not minding. Warner and Victoria's Secret aren't keeping it a secret. Donald Trump immediately said, all the highlights are women, Victoria's Secret models. Duke, don't you think there's a missing green leaf among all these beautiful flowers? Duke looked at him, but didn't speak. Donald Trump surely had more to say. My eloquence is pretty good, my image is great, and I'm quite popular in the public eye. Donald Trump showed no signs of embarrassment as he spoke. I've also guest hosted a few talk shows. I believe I'm the most suitable host. Hearing this, Duke couldn't help but laugh lightly. Think about it, Duke, Donald Trump said dramatically, standing up and speaking with some flair. A group of Victoria's Secret Angels models surrounding the super-rich Donald Trump, starting the magical journey of Lord of the Rings. How captivating would that be? His fingers slowly tapped the armrest of the sofa, and Duke quickly realized his intent. As usual, Donald Trump was just using the show to promote his various Trump-branded properties through publicity and self-promotion. Though he was high-profile and vulgar, one had to admit it was an effective method of promotion. Donald Trump continued speaking passionately, while Ivanka Trump cleverly left the reception room. Listening to Donald Trump's impassioned words, Duke remained calm. If there was no benefit to his side, even if Trump offered Ivanka to him, he wouldn't. Okay, maybe he would consider it. Shaking off those idle thoughts, Duke seriously looked at Donald Trump, this businessman who seemed like a comedian but truly understood how to utilize the situation. Duke, I really appreciate how you've taken care of Ivanka during this time. She'll gain valuable experience with you. Donald Trump continued speaking without pause. But I won't mix business with personal matters, so you don't have to worry about Ivanka in our collaboration. Raising his hand, Duke interrupted Donald Trump's speech and asked in his usual manner, Donald, what's in it for me and my movie? Chapter 344. Chapter 344. Chapter 344. Picking up the coffee cup, Duke took a sip slowly, waiting for Donald Trump to convince him. Trump was a typical businessman, and it was clear that mere empty promises wouldn't work. People who reached their positions wouldn't soften unless they could foresee tangible benefits. There might be some fools in the world, or those who make hasty decisions after hearing an impassioned speech, but such people rarely achieve much. Their fate is only one, being sold out and still counting someone else's money. Simply put, this was a game of deception, not a child's play. Duke watched Donald Trump as he pondered for a moment before speaking again. I'm preparing a reality show with NBC. I will create targeted content before the film is released. After saying that, he looked at Duke, who remained unmoved, then continued, 1 month before the film's release, you can freely choose any billboard space on Trump Towers, Trump hotels, or Trump resorts across the United States. I won't charge any advertising rent for the month before and the month after the release." Upon hearing that, Duke's eyes brightened. Just like Manhattan's Trump Tower, most of Donald Trump's buildings and properties were located in the most prosperous areas of major cities in the U.S., and the advertising value of those locations was undeniable. For decades now, films were no longer simply about finishing the shoot and ensuring quality. Hollywood had many talented directors, many of whom remained underappreciated. No director's work could succeed without targeted promotion. Forget about The Lord of the Rings trilogy. Even James Cameron's films were classic examples of publicity and marketing. An opportunity to participate in hosting in exchange for advertising support on prime real estate in the U.S. was not a clear win or loss for either side, but rather a mutually beneficial deal. After considering it briefly, Duke said, "Donald, this is a joint venture. I don't have the final say." Donald Trump immediately laughed. "I can wait. I've always been patient." Even if a male host were to be added, Duke still needed to discuss it with Warner Brothers and Victoria's Secret. This wasn't a world where Duke could do whatever he wanted. He didn't have a special halo, nor was he the center of the world. After reaching an initial agreement, the atmosphere at dinner became more relaxed. Donald Trump even opened a bottle of aged red wine, but Duke couldn't really tell the difference in wine quality. After the meal, Duke didn't stay long at Trump Tower and soon left. "Thank you." Ivanka Trump, who was seeing him off, suddenly said. Duke shook his head. "No need to thank me. It has nothing to do with you." Coming from a business family, Ivanka understood this well. "Although we haven't spent much time together, I can see that when you put down the camera, you're a typical businessman. You don't mix personal factors into business negotiations." "As long as you understand," Duke said. Before getting into the car, he turned back to her and added, "If you choose to enter the business world, remember this." I'll remember that," she replied. Once Duke was in the car, she waved at him as the black Bentley slowly disappeared into the traffic of Manhattan. Back at the Waldorf Hotel, Duke had Penny Callis contact the high-level staff at Warner Brothers and Victoria's Secret separately. Warner Brothers quickly agreed, and the decision was passed by Victoria's Secret the next morning. Donald Trump was urgently brought into the final preparations for the Super Show. As the show's date drew nearer, Duke frequently appeared in public. Although he never said much to the media, he became a target for paparazzi. As the director of a $350 million film project, it was impossible for him not to attract attention. Since returning to New York, Duke had tried not to cause too much media trouble for his mother. He had only stayed at home for a few hours, and most of his time was spent communicating with Victoria's Secret since they were the focus of the show. The costumes specially sent from New Zealand had already arrived at Victoria's Secret, and the top models were adapting to the new styles. Donald Trump was also coordinating with the models. Behind every successful show and host was a massive amount of preparation. "This feeling is quite unique," Duke said while speaking with Donald Trump as they entered the photo area at Victoria's Secret. Photographers from several media outlets under Warner were already waiting, but they were nothing compared to what was opposite them. Duke glanced over and felt a bit dizzy. "Donald, we're going to be envied by every man." "Don't say that, Duke." Donald Trump, seemingly used to such scenarios, responded. "When you reach my age, you'll realize that such experiences are a valuable asset." Duke stopped and had a final discussion with Penny Callis. The Super Show would span more than just one day. From now on, they needed to appear frequently in the media to build hype for the grand finale. As Duke and Donald Trump walked past, the Victoria's Secret angels had curly hair and rosy faces, as if they had just gone through a perfect, seductive lovemaking experience. The dozen or so angels wore matching Victoria's Secret and Lord of the Rings short t-shirts, tight low-waist body-shaping jeans in blue or dark blue, and black knee-high boots that showcased their slender waists and shockingly long legs. They were natural attention magnets. "Hey, Donald." "Hey, Director Rosenberg." As they passed by the dressing room, the angels all greeted the two men. Makeup was essential for professional photographers, so after Duke changed into a white shirt and blue jeans, he and Donald Trump, dressed in black, entered the group of angels to take promotional photos for the Super Show 5 days later. Organizing any show was no simple task, and Duke had no issue getting involved personally when it came to making sure a film got the attention it needed for a big box office success. Besides, standing among a group of Victoria's Secret angels for a photo wasn't exactly difficult work. For styling, Duke didn't know much and simply followed the stylist's instructions. Thankfully, as a director with acting experience, he was comfortable in front of the camera. The professional attitude of the Victoria's Secret angels needed no mention, and Donald Trump was a master showman. After shooting for over half an hour, the stylist called Trump over for a solo shoot, then took photos of Duke with the angels. Following the stylist's request, Duke stood with his arms crossed, surrounded in a semicircle by the angels, a key shot for the promotional design, director Duke Rosenberg and his angelic models. After the shoot, the angels didn't leave right away. "It's been a while, Duke." Heidi Klum, the leader of the angel team, came over to greet him. "I didn't expect we'd have another chance to work together." "Hey, Heidi." Duke greeted her and lightly shook her hand. "You look even more beautiful." In truth, Heidi Klum, like most Germanic women, had aged quickly. As a major shareholder and board member, Duke knew that Victoria's Secret was preparing to end their contract with her after next year's show. Models were always relying on youth, and the turnover rate was far faster than in Hollywood. For Victoria's Secret angels to maintain public appeal, they constantly needed new faces, and as the previous generation of angels aged, new ones were rising. For example, Duke noticed one of the long-standing angels at Victoria's Secret, someone who would continue to be a leading figure for the brand for many years to come. "Hello, Director Rosenberg. I'm Alessandra Ambrosio from Brazil." Just as Heidi Klum walked away, a young girl who looked no older than 18 came over to greet Duke. "I'm a huge fan of your films. From Speed to Rush Hour, I've seen all your movies at least 5 times." "Thank you," Duke nodded politely. "It's an honor to have such a beautiful fan, Miss Ambrosio. Call me Colleen." Alessandra Ambrosio extended a slender, delicate hand to Duke. "Just call me Colleen." "You can call me Duke," Duke said as he lightly shook her hand. The touch wasn't as pleasant as it looked. Aside from her smooth skin, Ambrosio's hand felt almost entirely bony. Victoria's Secret angels might seem to embody beauty, but only those within the industry or familiar with it knew the true hardships these models faced. Duke wasn't involved in other shows, so he didn't know the specifics, but all the preparatory work for this one would be compiled and reported to him, including the angels' pre-show preparations. 2 months before, Victoria's Secret's management began implementing military-style training for the angels. In the final 2 weeks, drinking and indulgence were strictly prohibited, with violators being removed from the show. For the past 4 weeks, the angels were limited to liquid protein diets, strictly avoiding any carbohydrates or fats. Some aspiring models even resorted to drinking only water, dehydrating themselves to lose weight. And 12 hours before the show started, the models would stop drinking water entirely, just to avoid any possible bloating. Indeed, beauty came at a great cost. Chapter 345. I can't understand that beauty comes at a price. Chapter 345. Chapter 345. I can't understand that beauty comes at a price. The Victoria's Secret angels, whose beauty comes at a high cost, have not only become angels of Victoria's Secret, but also the angels in the hearts of many people. Sexy and beautiful models are adored by everyone, but Duke always prioritizes his career over women. From that brief conversation, Duke could sense that the newly joined Victoria's Secret model, Alessandra Ambrosio, was trying to please him. Perhaps she had ambitions in the film industry, or maybe she just sought excitement. However, none of that was on Duke's mind. Before the grand show organized by Warner Brothers and Victoria's Secret, nothing was more important than thorough preparation. Apart from a few isolated countries and regions, Duke wanted the whole world to pay as much attention as possible to the shooting of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. In recent days, Duke and the Victoria's Secret angels had frequently appeared in newspapers and media, and the promotional campaign had already begun. On Wednesday, with special arrangements by Warner Brothers, Heidi Klum and Adriana Lima from Victoria's Secret entered a photography studio in New York. When they came out, they publicly announced that they were participating in the auditions for the Lord of the Rings trilogy. On Thursday, both print and news media were buzzing about this story. When Duke visited Victoria's Secret's office building, he publicly stated that he believed Victoria's Secret angels were the most suitable for playing female elves. On Friday, the New York Times and NBC's The Today Show simultaneously reported that the Lord of the Rings studio had reached an agreement with the top brass at Victoria's Secret. The angels and models closely associated with Victoria's Secret would play numerous elf roles in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. A photo was also released. This photo caused a massive stir, attracting countless envious stares from men. In the photo, Duke stood proudly, surrounded by a dozen long-legged, slim-waisted, beautiful, and sexy models. Many media outlets directly quoted the photographer's setting name, Duke Rosenberg and his elf angels. As the summer blockbuster season ended in North America, this sparked another wave of attention toward the movie. On Friday afternoon, Time Warner and Victoria's Secret held a press conference at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, announcing their close cooperation on the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Tolkien's elves are ethereal, graceful, delicate, and captivating. Sitting at the interview table, Duke displayed his usual confidence. Angels are the perfect actors for female elves. I have no reason not to choose them. Not choosing the most elf-like angels for the Lord of the Rings trilogy would be a crime. Heidi Klum also spoke on behalf of the angel models. Having become a sensation in recent years, she was well prepared for the press, thanks to prior public relations coaching. I'm so excited. All of us are incredibly thrilled, she said, her voice trembling with excitement. The Lord of the Rings trilogy is an epic masterpiece, and we never imagined we'd get to be part of such a legendary work. Duke is a brilliant director. We've all dreamt of being in front of his camera. Director Rosenberg, can you share more about the film? Ms. Klum, what roles will you play? I heard that Mr. Trump will make a cameo. Is that true? Even though the journalists were excited, Duke and Heidi Klum made a timely exit, as the full revelations were never meant to come all at once. Jamie Johnson then represented Warner and Victoria's Secret to announce that the Victoria's Secret angels would depart on Sunday from the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. They would take a special Victoria's Secret and Lord of the Rings plane and fly, with Duke, to New Zealand. After the press conference ended, Penny Callis, the online media strategist for Duke, swiftly launched a campaign. Countless related messages and images spread across the major websites and forums in the U.S., like a plague. Warner's newly established TMZ website, focused on gossip, even released exclusive stories about Duke and the Victoria's Secret angels that couldn't be missed. After several consecutive days of hard work, Duke's schedule had momentarily calmed down after the press conference, and he could finally rest for a day before the grand show on Sunday. Back in his dressing room, just as he was about to catch up with Heidi Klum, Tina Fey came over to notify him that someone was waiting for him. She seems to be here just to see you. After taking the elevator to the floor of his suite, Tina Fey walked beside Duke, reminding him, I told her you were busy and suggested she come back another day, but she insisted on waiting for you. Entering the living room of the suite, a slender, weak girl was standing with her back to them, seemingly engrossed in a painting on the wall. She wore a simple gray t-shirt and denim shorts, and her brown curly hair was casually tied into a ponytail, topped off with an old New York Yankees baseball cap. Hey, Nat. Duke walked up to her and greeted her first. What brings you here today? These days, the media's been all over your news, and I think your promotional tactics for the film are interesting. Natalie Portman looked away from the painting and turned to look at Duke. I remember last time you said you'd buy me a drink when you were back in New York. I've been a bit busy lately. Duke lightly tapped his forehead. I almost forgot about that. He gestured for Tina Fey to leave, and Tina promptly did. Duke walked over to the bar, casually rummaging through the cabinet. Not being very knowledgeable about wine, he just grabbed a bottle of Bordeaux red wine, along with 2 glasses, and set them on the counter. Please have a seat, Nat. Duke opened the wine and pointed to a high stool across from the bar. Natalie walked over, sat down, and waited while Duke set up the glasses. He poured some wine, and without saying much, she immediately raised her glass and drank nearly half. Looking at the glass that Natalie had set down, Duke furrowed his brows. He had heard from Tina Fey about her behavior, and it seemed odd to him. They weren't exactly friends. Though Natalie appeared calm, her actions suggested something was going on. Duke poured more wine and raised his glass. He clinked it with hers. Cheers. Cheers. Natalie drank half of her glass again. Nat? Duke asked, seeing her thoughtful expression. Yes. Natalie raised her face to meet his gaze. Duke hesitated before asking, Can you tell me what's going on? Do you know, Duke? Natalie slowly swirled her wine glass, her eyes lowered. Since the Phantom Menace came out, everything has changed. That's normal, Duke responded with meaning. You became the globally famous Queen Padme Amidala. I'm Natalie Portman. Natalie stressed again. Not anyone else. Duke shrugged. He wasn't going to argue on this topic. Natalie took off her Yankees cap, tossed it onto the counter, and adjusted her brown hair. Fame comes at a price. I've been feeling it recently. Everyone treats me like a Amidala, assuming I've become an unreachable big star. They distance themselves from me, even my close friends. That's not surprising. Duke raised his glass again, clinking it with hers. At every stage of life, you lose and gain friends as you progress. Is that how it is for you? Natalie took a sip of her wine and asked. Duke shook his head. I have few friends, but Zack Snyder, John Schwartzman, Leonardo DiCaprio, Irene Landay, and Sofia Coppola are friends who have the right to speak to me on equal terms. Natalie's brown eyes flickered, as if she were contemplating his words. After a moment, she suddenly changed the subject. I passed my Harvard interview. I'll be heading to Cambridge soon. Congratulations. Duke raised his glass in celebration. Thanks. Natalie drank it all in one go. As Duke poured more wine, Natalie continued. The acceptance letter from Harvard has brought me some trouble. I don't know who to ask for advice. Your parents. Duke replied without hesitation. But Natalie shook her head. They can't help, because the trouble comes from my family, from my father. As she mentioned this, Natalie's brow furrowed lightly. She took another sip of wine. When you chose Hollywood, didn't Leo oppose it? No. Duke's fingers gently traced the rim of his glass as he thought back on his mother's seemingly indifferent but supportive stance. A small smile crept onto his lips. Mom just reminded me that it would be tough, but she supported me in every way, whether through encouragement or finances. Without her, I wouldn't be where I am today. Duke wasn't slow to catch on. Seeing Natalie silent, he asked, Does your father oppose your acting career? He wants me to give up being an actress. Rubbing her flushed face, Natalie drank the last of her wine. Her voice had a rebellious tone, filled with youthful frustration. Why can't I chase my dreams like other girls? Why have I always had to eat vegetarian food? Why am I forced to be celibate? Why? Chapter 346. If you pay, you will be rewarded. Chapter 346. Chapter 346. If you pay, you will be rewarded. What should I do? The obstruction from the family seems to have caused trouble to the girl. When facing my father, I feel very depressed. He is forcing me to make a choice. Natalie opened her drunken eyes and looked at Duke, as if she wanted to seek answers. Is this girl really drunk? Duke was unsure. He put down his glass and pointed at his heart. When you can't see the road clearly, you just need to follow this way. In an instant, Duke turned into a literary and artistic wizard. Follow here. Touching her left breast with her right hand, Natalie thought for a moment, put her left arm on the bar, leaned forward slightly, tapped the empty wine glass, and said to Duke, One more glass. Taking the red wine and pouring it. For himself and Natalie, Duke gently clinked the glasses with her and drank it all in one gulp. Natalie put her hands on the bar. Her eyes were narrowed and long, and her blushing face was not far in front. Duke imitated Natalie's posture and put his two arms on the bar. He inevitably leaned forward, and the distance between the two people immediately shrunk a lot. Half a foot away from Duke's eyes was Natalie's sharp-lined face. She was indeed not very beautiful, but she had a shrewd and agile temperament. Especially on her body, traces of Matilda could still be faintly seen. The index finger of his right hand slowly drew circles on the bar. Duke hesitated for a few seconds, and finally stretched out his left hand tentatively and gently pinched Natalie's chin. Unexpectedly, Natalie did not break away immediately when he raised her chin, but instead blinked at him with her brown eyes. Duke no longer hesitated, found those two red lips, and kissed them. Natalie still had no intention of dodge. Instead, under Duke's skillful guidance, he closed his eyes and fully cooperated with the deep kiss. The two of them kissed across the bar, and their passionate kiss turned from slow and gentle to passionate and explosive. It lasted for 2 minutes until they felt it was difficult to breathe. Then they gradually separated. The moment they separated, Duke walked around the bar, grabbed Natalie's slender arm, and pulled her close to his arms. His other hand firmly grasped the thin waist. As if she felt something, Natalie put her hands on Duke's chest, trying to close the distance between the bodies that was about to become negative. "No, Duke," she struggled. "I think we're going too fast, and we should keep some distance." "Nat, do you really think so?" At this moment, how could Duke stop? He lifted Natalie up with both arms and walked towards the bedroom. Natalie's hands were immediately hung on his neck, and the two kissed each other again. These two people are not religious men and women. When love comes to your heart, passion comes to your heart. They just want to follow the original idea. Duke has never been the kind of person who only cares about his own feelings. Compared to Natalie's rawness, he can be said to be a skilled veteran. When Natalie frowned because of pain, he used the gentlest kiss to smooth out her frown. The bedroom finally returned to silence. Duke carried Natalie out of the bathroom and placed her on the thick mattress where the sheets had just been changed. Natalie pulled a blanket next to her with her backhand and wrapped herself tightly, leaving only the go-ahead out there. "My cell phone is in the living room." She turned to look at Duke, who was wrapped in a bath towel. "I want to make a call home." "Huh?" Duke didn't quite understand what she meant. "Do you think I can go home tonight in my current situation?" she said bitterly. Duke smiled slightly awkwardly, walked out of the bedroom, found Natalie's handbag, and handed it to her when he came back. Natalie took out her cell phone, called her mother, and gave her a reason for not going home. Finally, he hung up the phone and threw the phone next to the pillow. His brown eyes looked at Duke again with some thought. The drunkenness subsided, the lust disappeared, her mind regained its clarity, and the confusion in Natalie's eyes turned into shrewdness. "Anything else?" Duke walked over, sat next to her, stretched out his hand, and gently touched her face, and when he passed the small mole, he would tap on it. Natalie grabbed Duke's hand and suddenly said, "I feel like I'm a fool." "Why do you say that?" If she was a fool, then there really weren't many smart people in Hollywood. Duke held her wrist, his index finger and thumb on both sides, and slowly rubbed the protruding joints on it. "How could you be a fool? Nat, I knew you had bad intentions, but I still let you succeed." The confusion and lust in her eyes when she looked at Duke had long since disappeared. "I don't want to be a playboy's wife." "Honey, you can't." Duke had never thought of finding such a complicated girl for a long-term affair. To be honest, it was just a one-night or multiple-night stand. He leaned over and kissed Natalie on the forehead. "Nat." Before Duke could say anything else, Natalie interrupted him. "Duke, this is my first time." Duke frowned slightly. The reminder in this sentence was so obvious. After breaking free of Duke's hand, Natalie pulled back slightly, propped herself up and leaned on the bed, her eyes gradually becoming as high as Duke's. "This is also our last time," she said lightly. At this point, Duke still doesn't quite understand what Natalie means. When it comes to means and experience, she may be a little behind Hollywood's top actresses, but when it comes to inner complexity, she is probably born to rank among the top Hollywood actresses, among the top ranks of stars. After saying that, Natalie looked straight at Duke, but said nothing more. Just now, his head was a little dizzy from the joy of achieving his biggest wish, but Natalie's attitude reminded Duke that they both belonged to Hollywood, and the girl opposite him would be one of the smartest actresses in Hollywood in the future. In an instant, Duke thought of the saying that has been circulated in Hollywood and that he has always adhered to: "What you pay will be rewarded." Is this Natalie Portman? A sneer suddenly appeared in his heart. Duke felt that he was a fool. He made up his mind not to be affected by his previous life, but he was still carried away by his former idol. However, Duke then temporarily threw away these thoughts. Things have happened. There is no use thinking about it anymore, and he is just a normal person, and this is not the first time that he has been confused. Turning his head, Duke looked directly into Natalie's eyes, not bothering to talk in circles. "Tell me, Nat, what do you want?" While he was talking, he stood up and walked to the clothes rack and sat on the single sofa. His checkbook was in his pocket. But Natalie's next words made Duke realize that he had underestimated this girl's shrewdness. "Duke." Natalie lowered her eyelids. "I have paid for my first time." Hearing this, Duke suddenly laughed. "Nat, I have never made any deal with any actress who stars in my works." Naomi Watts, Charlize Theron, Catherine Zeta-Jones, and more. Duke didn't exchange scripts or characters for anything from them. And if these people couldn't meet his requirements, no matter how much they paid, he wouldn't use them. Which is more important, tens of millions of dollars in investment or a beautiful woman? Does this need to be chosen? Natalie's face was a little tense. She pursed her lips and said, "In the past 2 months, based on my observation and thinking, I discovered something that is very detrimental to my future." The two of them were naked, only wrapped in blankets and towels, and there was still a faint smell of love in the bedroom. But the atmosphere between the two of them was quickly turning cold. Queen Amidala made me what I am. This girl is indeed very smart, but I think she will limit my future. You have good taste, Nat, Duke added. Not to mention Matilda, who has no influence at all in North America and has been unanimously criticized by the mainstream media. Queen Padma Amidala is Natalie Portman's first truly famous role. This kind of role, globally popular roles, are the dreams of young actresses and often turn into their nightmares. What will be the consequences after an actor is fixed by a commercial image? Johnny Depp made 6 consecutive saves except for Captain Jack Sparrow, and Tom Cruise was without Ethan Hunter. In fact, after the Star Wars series, Natalie also encountered the same problem, and even couldn't find a suitable role for a while. Duke didn't expect that she would be keenly aware of this problem now. No need to beat around the bush, Nat. Duke didn't bother to say anything more. Just tell me your request. Duke, this is nothing to you. This smart girl knows enough is enough. First, she acted like a lion with her mouth wide open, lowering Duke's psychological bottom line, and then made a request that was not too excessive. I can see that you don't like my personality. If we have the opportunity to cooperate, this will definitely affect your choice. Therefore, if there is a suitable role for me in your works in the future, please give me priority. Indeed, Natalie didn't want much, not even a Hollywood-style fair deal. But Duke didn't want to agree so easily. I'll consider it, Nat. He stood up with his clothes and walked towards the door. My dear, you should have a good rest. I will have someone take you home early tomorrow morning. After saying that, Duke opened the door and walked out without looking back. This realistic scene once again reminded Duke not to look at the stars he liked with the same vision and wishes he once had. Natalie watched Duke's back disappear without saying anything. She knew that she was now the weaker side. The next day, Duke still gave a reply that he would consider it, and then left Natalie to Tina Fey, while he continued to be busy with the super publicity show that was about to officially start. On Sunday morning, there was a huge crowd of people in front of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Manhattan. In addition to hundreds of reporters, there were even 6 television broadcast trucks driving here to broadcast the event to North America and even the entire Western world via live broadcast. The big show that was hyped up. Chapter 347, 40 Pairs of Long Legs. Chapter 347, Chapter 347, 40 Pairs of Long Legs. It is now 10 a.m. Eastern Time in the United States. This is a live report from CNN at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. Thousands of spectators and over 500 reporters have gathered near the hotel and along the main roads. The highly anticipated elves from The Lord of the Rings will be boarding 30 convertible cars from here to head for JFK Airport. In CNN's hourly news, the live broadcast has switched to the scene at the hotel. Countless movie fans and Victoria's Secret fans are gathering on both sides of the red carpet in front of the hotel, waiting for the stars to appear. At the end of the red carpet, 30 convertible cars are parked. We now turn the camera over to Donald Trump inside the hotel to see how Duke Rosenberg and his elven angels are preparing. As the host spoke, the camera switched to the inside of the hotel, where 40 supermodels, dressed in various costumes, appeared on screen. Our elven angels are ready. Standing like a nouveau riche, Donald Trump pointed to the beautiful and sexy women behind him, saying, "We're about to embark on a magical journey, and their destination is Middle-earth." The camera zoomed in on the first angel. They weren't wearing anything ordinary, but rather specially made elf costumes designed by the Lord of the Rings studio. Alessandra Ambrosio was dressed in a greenish tight warrior outfit, with a quiver of arrows and a curved knife on her back, holding a light green short bow. Her body was slender, giving off a neutral and vintage vibe, making her look like a stunning elven warrior. Heidi Klum was wearing a velvet swan print costume with leaf patterns, her sleeves designed in the shape of leaves. With knee-high boots, she added to the fresh, elven look. My God, they're just too beautiful. In a house in Brooklyn, Parker was staring at the television with wide eyes, nearly bursting with excitement. He said to his friend James, "The angels look even more beautiful in these costumes, even more beautiful than the elves described in words. Especially that elven warrior. She's like Arwen coming out of Middle-earth." James slapped his forehead in frustration. "Why didn't we go to the scene? Why didn't we?" "Hey, James," Parker reminded his friend. "Don't worry. After the Lord of the Rings trilogy is released, we'll have plenty of time to appreciate them." On the TV screen, a group of stunning female elves followed Duke and Donald Trump out of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. The noise outside the hotel was so loud it felt like it would burst your eardrums. This is NBC Entertainment Channel. The atmosphere here is so crazy. It seems like it could break out of control at any moment. The popularity of this event might even surpass the annual Victoria's Secret show. Looking at the frenzy of fans, Duke took the lead and got into the front row sports car. The supermodels were still interacting with the audience, and the hotel added extra staff to maintain order. "We did it, Duke." The hosting duties temporarily finished. Donald Trump sat in Duke's car, looking pleased with himself. "Did you see that? When I waved just now, those people went crazy for me. After today, the Trump group will be even more famous." Someone came over and reminded Duke, "We need to leave soon. The atmosphere here is getting out of hand." Duke didn't want the highly successful show to turn into a chaotic farce. He nodded and said, "Let's leave early." The 30 flashy cars, carrying 40 beautiful and sexy female elves, sped through Manhattan towards JFK Airport. 6 TV broadcast vans followed closely, and a large group of reporters and paparazzi followed in their own cars. A show even crazier than the Greenwich Parade was unfolding on the streets of New York. Warner TV was broadcasting live, CNN occasionally cutting to on-site footage, and NBC Entertainment Channel was also keeping track. Online, text and live images were being broadcast everywhere. Even the recently released Star Wars prequel couldn't create such a massive promotional spectacle. "I'm really excited." On the Victoria's Secret official website's message board, many fans left messages. "Just seeing them is worth the price of the movie ticket. I will definitely go watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Oh my God, they look so beautiful as elves. Can Victoria's Secret release a special edition of elves? I would definitely buy it to collect." After an exciting journey, the convoy finally reached JFK Airport. As per the previous agreement, they drove directly onto the private jet tarmac. The Elven Angels have arrived at JFK Airport's tarmac. They will board the Victoria's Secret and Lord of the Rings plane to Wellington, New Zealand. Behind the reporter, a specially painted Boeing airplane was visible, with the golden ring of flames prominently displayed, hard to miss. Once at the airport, Duke became a background figure. The focus of the show was on the Victoria's Secret models. The supermodels entered the plane to change costumes and then posed with a banner featuring the Lord of the Rings trilogy logo for the media. They wore tight elven costumes, in shades of green, brown, or scarlet. All of the costumes were made from Indian silk satin, washed, dyed, and polished through several processes, giving the garments a refined metallic sheen that was quite elegant. Of course, more attention-grabbing than the clothes were those 40 pairs of long legs. The fastest reactions online, with various pictures and live text feeds spreading across the US and the Western world. 40 Victoria's Secret models are starring in Duke Rosenberg's new movie The Lord of the Rings trilogy. The Angels have now arrived at JFK Airport and will board the Victoria's Secret and Lord of the Rings plane to Wellington. At the airport, the Angels showed off their stunning figures. Forget their angelic faces, just those incredibly long legs are enough to captivate anyone. Mainstream portals covered the event reasonably, while gossip websites used exaggerated headlines. Duke Rosenberg is leading New York's finest bodies to Wellington. Warning: the Angels' long legs have taken over the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Airport leg show: 40 elves arrive in New York, sending air kisses and filling the air with sweetness. On the plane, Duke looked out the window, watching Donald Trump excitedly introduce each supermodel in front of the CNN and NBC cameras. The airport had turned into a huge media frenzy. Looking at the chaos outside, the reaction on the internet, Duke was satisfied with the show. After the models finished their runway display on the tarmac, they continued to pose on the boarding steps, and before entering the plane, they each struck a final pose. 2 hours after they arrived at the airport, the Boeing plane slowly started, moving towards the runway. Finally, the plane carrying 40 pairs of long legs soared into the sky, heading west. Once the plane entered the airspace, the models could relax a bit. However, Rebecca Fain, who was responsible for managing them, entered the cabin and loudly reminded them that once they arrived in New Zealand, there would be another show. They still couldn't drink water or eat, only consuming some liquid protein for sustenance. This was a wise choice not to become a model, Ivanka Trump said from across the table, looking slightly pale. This is just terrifying. She and Tina Fey, sitting next to Duke, were also dieting, but compared to these professional models, they didn't measure up. Success requires effort, Tina Fey said, looking at the models trying to rest. There's no success without sacrifice in this world. I agree with Tina, Duke replied. Donald Trump, now in casual clothes, walked over and sat beside his daughter. Though effort doesn't always guarantee success, no effort will certainly lead to failure. It seemed as if he was speaking to Ivanka. Would you like something to drink? A flight attendant came over. They weren't models, so they didn't need to avoid even the slightest swelling from drinking water. Coffee. Plain water. The four of them ordered casually, and Donald Trump asked curiously, Duke, what role have you prepared for me? It was Donald Trump's strong request to make a cameo in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and Duke didn't refuse. A half-orc, a very distinctive half-orc. The other three looked at each other, and Duke shrugged. Or you could cameo as a hobbit. I'll take the hobbit, Donald Trump said. He had heard from his daughter about the filming, and he knew that playing a half-orc required wearing a silicone headpiece for makeup. If his face couldn't be shown, the cameo would be pointless. Duke took a sip of water from the cup brought by the flight attendant. Looking around, the models, exhausted from their efforts, were all lying down with their eyes closed. Their skinny bodies and tired, makeup-free faces made it clear that success in any industry was hard-earned. The long flight had only just begun. Duke had participated in many activities today and, after chatting with Donald Trump, he too felt weary and slowly closed his eyes. Tina Fey took 2 blankets from the back seats, first covering Duke, then wrapping herself up, ready to pass the long journey in sleep. When the plane arrived in Wellington, CNN and Warner's media teams, who had arrived earlier, set up once more for another hot show. Especially on TMZ's website, the first images of the Victoria's Secret angels disembarking the plane were posted. Elves invade Wellington. Are you moved by the sight of so many blonde, blue-eyed, long-legged girls blowing kisses to you? Chapter 348, Slaying the New York Tycoon. Chapter 348, Chapter 348, Slaying the New York Tycoon. The Super Show being canceled brought about the greatest reaction. Outside the Wellington film set, the number of reporters and paparazzi dramatically increased. Not just the supermodels from Victoria's Secret, but all the main members of the crew became the focus of the media. Whenever any of them appeared on the streets of Wellington, they were immediately surrounded by a large crowd of reporters. Especially Duke, who became the primary target of paparazzi chases and blockades, to the point that it affected the normal commute. He had to temporarily hire 2 New Zealand bodyguards to deal with these people, equipped with waterproof, fireproof, and anti-reporter measures. Before filming resumed, Duke needed to confirm the actor for the role of Arwen, one of the Victoria's Secret angels. All officially contracted angels participated in the audition, and the final photos and videotapes were sent to Duke. Heidi Klum is too old, said Zack Snyder, who was reviewing the audition videos in the editing room while handling the photos. She ages too quickly. Makeup can cover it, but some details will be tricky. I don't think she's suitable. And you, Anna, what's your opinion? Duke asked his other assistant. Anna Prinz picked up Heidi Klum's photo, pointing at her appearance. The character of Arwen doesn't require acting skills, but needs a personal temperament that fits the role. I agree with Zach's opinion. Heidi Klum should be eliminated. Having worked with Duke for several years, they understood his style, so they were always straightforward with their suggestions. After the auditions, there were only 3 remaining candidates. Duke didn't want to use the actress with the long face and was worried his aesthetic might cloud his judgment. So, he specifically brought in Zack Snyder and Anna Prinz to get their combined opinions. Let's eliminate Heidi Klum. Duke agreed with both of them. The next one is Gisele Bündchen. Anna Prinz said directly. Her height, body shape, and temperament are fine, but her facial lines are too harsh. She might work on the runway, but she won't look good on camera. I agree with Anna's opinion, Zack Snyder simply added. Duke flipped through the photos and found the final candidate, the photo of Alessandra Ambrosio. Then it's her. I think she's the most suitable, Anna said first. Zack Snyder nodded in agreement. Duke lightly tapped his fingers on the table and turned to his female assistant. Tina, please notify Victoria's Secret and Alessandra Ambrosio. After confirming the role of Arwen, the crew resumed filming. Duke split the crew into 3 teams. Zack Snyder and Ben Watts would handle some of the exterior shots in low-end country. Anna Prinz would lead the Victoria's Secret models, excluding Ambrosio, to film some scenes about elves. Duke stayed in the studio to continue filming the main scenes. Because Ian McKellen went to the X-Men set to play Magneto, Duke temporarily stopped filming for the Guardians of the Ring and turned to shoot some scenes between the team members. However, before that, Duke first needed to complete Donald Trump's cameo filming since he couldn't stay in Wellington for long. In the studio, as the set was just completed, John Schwartzman was still directing assistants to set up the camera, and Duke called Donald Trump over to the main camera position. Donald, at the final cut, I will give you about a 3-second close-up. It was just a simple cameo, and Duke didn't give him a script. The scene was easy. He just had to speak a line. It won't be hard for you. Is it a close-up of my face? Donald Trump ignored the rest of Duke's words. Yes, Donald. You must have heard of my reputation in the film industry, Duke said as he walked to the prop house and took the oil lamp hanging on the door, handing it to Donald Trump, who had followed him. I promise, it will be a close-up of your face from the chest up. Hearing Duke's words, Donald Trump chuckled. Show business is not just about showmanship. You need the resources to back it up and create a buzz. If the film does well and he gets a close-up, even if he doesn't flaunt it, the media will flock to him. He's not just an ordinary actor, but a billionaire. There are many billionaires with wealth greater than his, but few can master the art of publicity like he can. Over here. Walking back to the main camera, Duke briefly explained Trump's scene. Donald, you will stand here, barely seeing a shadow approaching from the darkness. You'll raise the oil lamp to get a better look, then ask, who is it? Donald Trump walked forward with the oil lamp, and a prop assistant lit it for him. He stood beside Duke and looked at the camera, asking, is it really that simple? Yes, it's that simple. Seeing the crew's preparations were nearly done, Duke turned to leave but reminded, try to hold the lamp higher so your face is lit. I understand. When it comes to showing his face, Donald Trump was full of energy. Don't worry, Duke. This isn't my first time. After confirming the crew was ready, Duke asked Ivanka Trump, and after getting confirmation, he signaled the stage manager to start. Scene 56, take 1, starting now. As a frequent TV show guest, Donald Trump had good camera presence. With Duke having already demonstrated, Trump just had to turn Duke's stiff demonstration into his own performance. On camera, Donald Trump took a step forward, raising the old-fashioned oil lamp as high as possible, as if trying to illuminate more of the area. He loudly asked, who's there? Cut. Duke shouted, looking at John Schwartzman. After he nodded, Duke said, that's good. Donald, you can go take off your makeup now. Hey, Duke. Donald Trump seemed unsatisfied and loudly asked, I flew halfway across the world to New Zealand and waited here for 2 days. Makeup alone took 2 hours, and now I'm only shooting for a few seconds. Duke ignored Donald Trump's complaints and turned to Ivanka Trump. Go handle him. Ivanka rolled her eyes in exasperation and walked toward her father, eventually pulling him out of the set. Though it was all mutual exploitation, from the Super Show to the cameo, Duke would certainly keep his promise and give Donald Trump a clear, close-up shot. However, what he didn't tell him was that this close-up would later be edited into a scene with the ringwraiths, where his character would ultimately meet his end by a sword strike from one of them. Afterward, Duke instructed the crew to move to the next scene. The Lord of the Rings trilogy would use a lot of compositing, with green or blue screens often employed in small sets. This was especially true for scenes shot in the studio, where any area not covered by the set was hidden by a green screen. Several tall black warhorses were led into the studio, and 3 stunt performers were completely covered in black robes, with their faces deeply hidden under their hoods. Along with them came the fighters from the Animal Protection Organization, 2 members of which had never left the set. Whenever animals appeared in scenes, they were more punctual than any crew member. The 2 representatives entered the studio just as Ivanka Trump and several security staff members surrounded them with even more caution than when protecting the media. It wasn't that the crew had ever mistreated or overused the animal actors, but the fact that these animal performers were all worth a significant amount, and Duke wouldn't allow any mishap to happen to them. Filming resumed quickly. No dialogue or close-up acting was required. The 3 stunt performers portraying ringwraiths mounted their horses and galloped in a triangular formation in front of the green screen. When they reached the spot where Donald Trump had filmed earlier, the lead ringwraith drew a long sword from his waist and swung it at the height set according to Donald Trump's measurements. In accordance with Trump's strong request to have a scene remembered, Duke specially chose this role for him, so that the New York tycoon would be decapitated, attracting attention from the audience. The filming went smoothly. After just 2 takes, the shots of the galloping horses were finished. Donald Trump had already left the set, but his daughter was still there. Ivanka Trump had been with the crew for 2 months, enough time to understand some of the camera setups. "If Dad bothers you later," she whispered to Duke from behind, "I won't help you solve it." Duke laughed and shook his head. "No worries, I believe Donald isn't that petty." He turned around and asked, "Aren't you going back to New York with your dad soon?" Ivanka nodded slightly, then said, "I'm finishing my handover with Tina and will leave with Dad the day after tomorrow." "You did well," Duke said, overall quite pleased with her work. Ivanka Trump was smart, and more importantly, she was very diligent. People who work hard tend to win others' goodwill. "According to the filming schedule, you'll be in New Zealand for a while." Ivanka thought for a moment and asked, "Can I visit again during the next holiday?" "You're always welcome." Chapter 349. How to Act Like an Elf. Chapter 349. Chapter 349. How to Act Like an Elf. Stop. Be careful when placing it down. In the open-air film set, the mammoth's enormous trunk was lowered from a crane, and a team of workers quickly assembled it onto the mammoth model lying on the ground. This was a giant creature built to a 1:1 scale, and even in a lying position, it was taller than a person. Duke stood not far away, signaling the camera assistant to capture the entire scene. This would serve as great material for promotion and behind-the-scenes footage. "Hey, Duke." A greeting came from behind and to the side. Alexandra Ambrosio, dressed in a trench coat, jeans, and knee-high leather boots, walked toward him. Duke nodded at her. "Hello, Alex." Since the crew confirmed her role as Arwen, Alexandra Ambrosio had been appearing on set frequently, especially during scenes involving elves. She was eager to observe the portrayal of a race that didn't exist in this world. For someone like her, who was relatively unknown among the Victoria's Secret angels, this was a chance to raise her profile. "This mammoth looks so real," she said, standing just behind Duke with an incredulous tone. "Before shooting this movie, I could hardly imagine this scene." "Too bad it can't move," Duke sighed. In addition to the CGI integration, the crew had crafted numerous mammoth models of various sizes. The one on the set was the largest, and these had all been meticulously sculpted by the prop team at their workshop in Wellington using polystyrene, with lightweight steel frames for support. They were transported to the set in 11 parts by trailer. After assembling the mammoth, the workers inserted long spears and arrows into its body, all of which was done to shoot a few realistic scenes of the mammoth's death. To create a polished film, there's never any shortcut in terms of time or effort. The back of the model had been arranged to resemble a giant mammoth shot with arrows by the Rohan cavalry, while the head area was set for another scene. The moment Legolas shoots and brings down the mammoth. Duke never wasted resources where they could be saved. It took half the afternoon to assemble the model, but only 20 minutes for shooting, after which the rest of the crew continued to capture behind-the-scenes footage. Duke and John Schwartzman headed back to the studio. Alexandra Ambrosio, seeing that Duke didn't object, followed along with Tina Fey. Inside the studio, Orlando Bloom. now transformed into Legolas, was standing in front of a green screen, discussing with action director Jimmy Carter. The next scene to be shot was Legolas facing the mammoth in a one-on-one battle. Previously, this reshoot had been heavily criticized by North American film critics, who saw it as unnecessary and purely for star appeal. However, Duke, far from scrapping the idea, was determined to make it even better, ensuring Orlando Bloom would have plenty of chances to show off his skills and good looks. When he approached, Duke directly asked, "Do you need a stunt double?" "No need," Orlando Bloom said confidently. "I can do it myself. I've had training." To everyone on set, Orlando Bloom was the lucky one. Having just graduated from school, he landed such an important role. At this point, Orlando had little fame or capital to rely on, so the only thing he could depend on was impressing Duke with his performance. After a brief chat with art director Hannah Surina and action director Jimmy Carter, Duke crossed the set surrounded by blue screens and sat behind the preset director's monitor. He signaled for the crew to finalize preparations for the shoot. Though the scene involved Legolas fighting the mammoth, it was impractical to have Orlando Bloom standing on the mammoth model, as it would be too difficult to control the large model's movements. Thus, they used the simplest, most efficient method, filming with blue screens. Standing behind Duke, Alexandra Ambrosio seemed like she had something to ask, but was about to speak when she noticed Tina Fey putting a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. She held back her question. Despite being just an assistant, Alexandra knew that if the director wasn't present, the person holding the power was Tina, a person who had risen through the competitive modeling world. After the crew was ready, the shooting began. This was an action scene with minimal acting required. Orlando Bloom simply had to keep his balance while showcasing his most handsome and graceful side. The scene was shot against a massive blue screen, with Orlando suspended by a balance wire, jumping onto a pile of blue sandbags and making dramatic moves while fighting the stunt actors playing enemies. Like all action shots, the filmed scenes were short, and Duke would call cut every 10 to 15 seconds. Jimmy Carter would then work with Orlando Bloom and the stunt actors to plan the next sequence of movements. During a break, Duke waved his hand behind him, signaling for Alexandra to come over. Tina Fey immediately led her to Duke. Legolas represents the male elves in the film. After pointing to a chair, Duke asked, "Arwen, on the other hand, represents the female elves. Alex, you've been here for a few days. Any thoughts?" Alexandra thought for a moment, looking at Orlando Bloom, who looked dazzlingly handsome in the shot, and softly said, "You need to fully highlight the elegance, agility, and beauty of the elves." She smiled confidently as she added, "Maximize the actor's physical advantages." "Good." Duke nodded in approval, then reminded her, "Arwen's father is King Elrond, and her grandmother is Queen Galadriel. She naturally carries an air of innocence and nobility." "I understand," Alexandra said, offering her most beautiful smile. Unfortunately, Duke had already turned back to the set, shouting, "All departments prepare, we're starting the next shot." These scenes, which would later be integrated with CGI, were just basic footage for now. Later on, there would be extensive post-production work. Orlando Bloom, having undergone nearly half a year of intensive training, was in excellent form from the very start, and since his scenes didn't require heavy acting, the shoot went smoothly. After completing the mammoth scene, the crew moved to a nearby shooting location. This newly set-up blue screen area was designated for one simple shot: Legolas sliding down the mammoth's trunk. Of course, props wrapped in blue screens were used to simulate the scene. After only a few practice runs, Orlando Bloom signaled that he was ready for the real shoot. He had adjusted his body perfectly and, holding a short bow, slid down the blue ramp with a staggering yet graceful pose. The scene was shot 3 times, after which Duke called cut, signaling the end of the afternoon's work. After handing over the monitor and film to the assistant director, Duke patted Orlando Bloom on the shoulder. "You did great, even better than I expected." Orlando scratched his face, smiling shyly. "Keep up the good work," Duke reminded him, then gestured to Tina Fey and headed outside the studio. "Can I come along?" Seeing Tina Fey hang up a brief call, Alexandra Ambrosio hesitantly asked, "Can I go ask Duke a few questions?" Tina Fey glanced at her and nodded before quickening her pace to catch up with Duke. I just spoke with Warner Brothers, she said, walking beside Duke. The global box office for Critical Emergency surpassed $200 million yesterday. Good news. Though Duke said that, he shook his head lightly. As many media outlets had pointed out, if he hadn't directed Critical Emergency, it would never have reached such high box office numbers. However, Duke wasn't about to downplay his accomplishments. His fame and appeal were part of his directorial prowess. With Alexandra walking beside them, there was no need to keep these numbers a secret. Duke motioned for Tina to continue. Warner has already sold $6.75 million worth of DVDs and videotapes in North America, Tina continued. These figures were etched into her memory. Tina didn't even need to think. Warner Brothers also signed a first-round TV broadcast deal with NBC, generating $1 million in licensing revenue. She added, the film is still playing in several international markets, and the merchandise sales will start later. The box office and merchandise income from Critical Emergency weren't very high and had set some of Duke's lowest records. However, considering the production cost of only $10 million, the return on investment for the film was extremely high. Tina, make sure to remind me to call Jeff Robinov and Doug Warner at the right time. Due to the time difference between New Zealand and North America, even as a major shareholder in Warner Brothers, Duke still made sure to express appropriate gratitude for their support. One always has to reciprocate in the web of relationships. There was no such thing as being the top dog in Hollywood alone. Not even Duke, nor James Cameron, could manage that. Back in his office, Duke discussed a few character-related questions with Alexandra Ambrosio. The young model-turned-actress was smart and had a firm grasp on what it took to portray Arwen. However, when Duke was ready to film the scene between Arwen and Aragorn the next day, an unexpected incident forced him to change plans. Chapter 350, The Hand of the King. Chapter 350, Chapter 350, The Hand of the King. Viggo, what happened here? In the studio, Duke looked at Viggo Mortensen with cold eyes. On the side of his forehead, there was a large, purplish bruise. I believe you know the importance of an actor's face. Although the bruise was only on the side of the forehead, it was very noticeable and could not be covered up with makeup. Today, there were a lot of close-up shots of Viggo Mortensen as Aragorn in his scenes with Arwen. His injury had already affected the filming. Duke crossed his arms, frowning slightly as he looked at Viggo Mortensen. Actually, since the start of filming, he had a good impression of the actor. Viggo Mortensen trained hard, was excellent at horseback riding, very professional, had good intuition, and was able to handle scenes that most actors would need a stunt double for effortlessly. I'm sorry, Duke. Viggo Mortensen merely apologized. Elijah Wood and Billy Boyd, both done with their makeup, walked over. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Elijah approached Duke after finding out what had happened. Duke, this isn't Viggo's fault. Elijah Wood hesitated slightly, then said, It's my fault. Duke turned his head to look at him but didn't speak, waiting for an explanation. We haven't had any scenes these past few days, Elijah Wood quickly explained. Billy, Sean, Viggo, and I went to the ski resort. My skiing skills aren't great, and when I came down the slope, I crashed into Viggo. You did well, Elijah, Duke responded, his eyes scanning Elijah Wood, Billy Boyd, Sean Austin, and Viggo Mortensen. He then told his assistant, Tina, notify everyone that during filming, actors are prohibited from engaging in intense physical activities. He instructed the assistant director, William, postpone Aragorn and Arwen's scenes. We'll shoot the Hobbit scenes this morning. Then, he pointed at the 3 Hobbit actors. Go prepare. We'll shoot the pony in scene. Billy Boyd nudged Elijah Wood. Are we in trouble? What do you think? Elijah Wood glared at him. If you hadn't pushed me yesterday, I wouldn't have crashed into Viggo. Now look, we're all in trouble. Duke instructed an assistant to inform the still made-up Alessandra Ambrosio, and the crew moved to another studio. The interior of the pony had already been set up, and John Schwartzman was directing the camera placement. Duke reminded the costume designer to adjust the Hobbit actors' outfits. The costumes didn't require major changes, but the Hobbit feet, made of long hair, were another matter. These prosthetic feet were one of the most time-consuming makeup pieces. Each pair of silicone Hobbit feet took about an hour to wear, and once used, they were discarded. The crew had prepared nearly 2,000 pairs for the feet and the elves' pointed ears. Unlike Billy Boyd and Elijah Wood, who had no problems after their makeup, filming went smoothly for them, just as it had in the past. Although an accident had happened, Duke knew that time was precious, and he didn't have the luxury to waste it on actors. He also had a large number of extra actors playing background characters for the scene, and it was crucial to maintain authority as a director at times like this. Viggo Mortensen joined the filming again, and the ranger in his hood didn't need close-up shots, as the shadow from his hood covered the bruise on his forehead. Cut. When Duke called for a stop, the bustling scene in the studio immediately froze. He gestured to the actors, signaling that the stop wasn't their fault, then addressed the crew. John, get a close-up of Viggo's pipe and beard. After shooting the pony and scene, the crew moved on to film the scene of the four hobbits entering Bree Village. In New Zealand's August, it was not exactly hot. It was even somewhat cold. The four actors had to walk in heavy rain. In the ruined village set, the artificial rain was ready. Of course, Duke didn't use cold water. He wasn't that cruel. However, the four actors trudging through the mud while water constantly poured over them was certainly no fun. Is Duke messing with us? Sitting on a brake bench, Billy Boyd wiped the water off his face and asked, "Why do I feel like it's raining particularly hard? Do you think he's punishing us?" Elijah Wood shook his head. If he were, he wouldn't have called cut so soon. Elijah's right. The oldest actor, Sean Austin, stood up. Let's go wash up and change. If we get sick, Duke will surely punish us. Filming was always full of unexpected events. Even with the camaraderie of the fellowship members, similar situations, like Viggo Mortensen's injury, could still happen. When accidents occurred, how to reallocate resources within the crew was one of the most basic skills a director needed. Zack Snyder, filming on location, also faced problems. A stunt actor playing a Rohirrim rider fell off his horse during filming and broke 2 ribs. However, the crew quickly reached a compensation agreement with his agent, and the stuntman was safely admitted to a hospital in Wellington. It was impossible to film an epic like The Lord of the Rings without any injuries, especially with stunt doubles doing high-risk stunts. Minor bumps and bruises were a daily occurrence. After nearly a week, Viggo Mortensen's bruise gradually faded, and Duke brought back the postponed scenes, scheduling the Aragorn and the Four Hobbits scenes. Alessandra Ambrosio had dyed her hair black and wore black contact lenses to match the description of Arwen in the novel. When she walked on set in her moss-green elven warrior outfit, carrying a long elven curved sword, many were impressed. Especially Billy Boyd, the enthusiastic one, who loudly declared before filming, "Colleen, you're too beautiful. I'll write a song for you." No, 2 songs. Billy Boyd, who played Pippin, was a music enthusiast and had composing skills. Duke was also intrigued by his comment and said loudly, "Billy, you can try composing some music. If it meets my expectations, I might use it as the theme song." Billy Boyd immediately perked up. "It's a deal, Duke." Waving at them, Duke walked into the filming area. Surrounded by green screens, a small forest set had been constructed, with trees made of plastic and fake bushes and grass. It looked incredibly realistic, even without post-production effects. Even with the naked eye, it appeared genuine. Looking at Alessandra Ambrosio as Arwen, who had become familiar with her movements alongside Viggo Mortensen, Duke walked over to the Asila's bush and crouched down to examine it. This was the only real plant in the scene, sourced by the props team from a New Zealand native grass. Asilas, also known as the King's Herb, in the original, symbolized healing for the king. Aragorn, descended from Isildur and Elendil, was a born healer, and although he couldn't save Frodo, he later healed Eowyn and Faramir. This aspect of Aragorn's character and his skills were part of Tolkien's original writing, as evidenced by the Gondorian proverb, "The hand of the king is the hand of a healer." After a quick inspection of the set, Duke went back to the director's monitors and signaled for the crew to prepare. The script supervisor immediately took the clapperboard and placed it in front of the camera. Scene 69, take 2, now beginning. Duke's focus was mostly on Alessandra Ambrosio as Arwen. This scene wasn't difficult for Viggo Mortensen, who had already gotten into character, but for Ambrosio, it was her first film role. She remained expressionless, showing the most beautiful side of herself in front of the camera. The costume and makeup highlighted her pure, yet noble aura. The tight-fitting elven warrior costume accentuated her slender figure, perfectly capturing Tolkien's depiction of elves. However, as it was her first time, Ambrosio's inexperience showed. When she placed the curved sword against Viggo Mortensen's neck, she didn't control the angle properly and scratched Aragorn's torn costume. Cut. Duke immediately called for a stop, and Ambrosio immediately apologized with a smile. Sorry, I didn't control the movement well. Keep the feeling from just now, Duke instructed. After the actors repositioned themselves, he called out, Action. After 2 more failed takes, they finally got it right. Most of the scenes filmed that day involved Alessandra Ambrosio, and many of her scenes were with Aragorn. The crew also started filming Rivendell, which had been carefully constructed for the movie. The picturesque Elven Valley in the film was mostly made with set pieces and blue screens for wide shots, with carefully crafted props for close-ups. They were so exquisitely made that even Billy Boyd commented that after filming ended, he'd try to collect a set, as even the British royal family's utensils couldn't compare to them. Duke promised that the main actors, like Ambrosio and the Fellowship, would receive thoughtful gifts from the crew once their respective scenes were completed. As filming progressed day by day, Duke also organized some leisure activities to help the crew relax. After all, balancing work and rest was key, and not everyone was a workaholic. Chapter 351, The Angel Faces Off. Chapter 351, Chapter 351, The Angel Faces Off. Although winter was gradually fading away, the temperature in Wellington in September was still a bit chilly. Duke's weekend party had to be held indoors at the villa on his estate. Parties were one of the most loved pastimes for the entire production crew and even the whole of North America. As a break from work, Duke occasionally hosted such parties at his villa at the base of Victoria Mountain. His parties weren't exclusive, and the main staff members of the production were welcome to attend. This time, however, there were many more guests than usual, as most of the Victoria's Secret models also joined the event. Despite attending a party, these working models maintained strict control over their own discipline. I've gotten used to watching others enjoy food, said Alessandra Ambrosio, sitting across from Duke in the grand banquet hall. She looked over at John Schwartzman, who was gleefully devouring a plate of roast meat, while she could only pick at a small piece of cucumber. Meats, grains, fats, cheeses. Since I started this modeling career, these foods have been completely out of my life. Duke sliced a small piece of steak and popped it into his mouth. Everyone in this industry is dieting, and I'm no exception. Otherwise, I would have ended up looking like John. Over the past few years, alongside John Schwartzman's skyrocketing fame, his weight had also seen a meteoric rise. Roast meats, cheese pudding. Ambrosio glanced at her vegetable salad, which lacked any dressing. The staple foods in New Zealand are horrifying. She pushed her vegetable plate aside. Every time I eat a little more, I have to work extra hard in the gym to burn it off. Since the Victoria's Secret Angels joined the crew for filming, Duke had learned a bit about their basic situation from the staff. Compared to other actresses who also dieted, the level of control these models had over their food and water intake was downright hellish. A great body wasn't just something you're born with. It was something you worked like crazy to achieve. Would you like something to drink? Duke stood up and asked as he walked toward the beverage area. Ambrosio gave the answer that was expected. A glass of water, please. Passing through the lounge area, Duke walked by a group of actors and models gathered together. He overheard Elijah Wood's voice calling out, "Hey, Duke, come play truth or dare with us." "You guys play without me," Duke responded. He wasn't in the mood for that game. As a director, he mostly kept a bit of distance from the actors. Entering the beverage area, Duke went straight to the drinks table and grabbed a can of juice. As he passed by a long oak table toward the water, a girl who was picking out fruits quickly walked up to him. "Hi, Duke." Giselle Bündchen greeted him. Duke picked up a cup of water and nodded at her. "Hi, Giselle." He was heading back in the direction he came from when Giselle caught up with him in a few steps. "You, the host, aren't very active, always hiding in the corner. It looks like you were having a good chat with Colleen. She just had some character-related questions for me," Duke replied. At that moment, Billy Boyd walked up. Upon seeing Giselle, he deliberately gave Duke a wink. Duke raised an eyebrow, and Billy immediately shut up as they brushed past each other. "Duke, I've written a song," Billy said. I'm going to get familiar with the band now. Listen to my performance later. Duke joked. Billy, if you're just trying to make noise, I'll get someone to throw you out. He's quite the lively one, Duke muttered as he continued walking, with Giselle walking beside him. During our game just now, he came up with the most tricks, she added. Duke nodded, though his steps didn't slow down. Giselle continued. During Truth or Dare, I chose a dare, and he actually made me run up and kiss you. Despite walking forward, Giselle's eyes stayed fixed on Duke. Duke glanced at her. The nearly 6-foot-tall model's eyes seemed to convey something unspoken. Hey, Duke, another tall figure suddenly approached. Alessandra Ambrosio, looking a bit impatient, said, Where's my water? I'm so thirsty. Sorry, I got delayed for a moment. Duke replied as he handed her the cup. She immediately gulped it down, as if truly parched. Colleen, don't you usually avoid drinking water at night? Giselle remarked teasingly as she stood beside Duke. Ambrosio, still holding the cup, took another large sip. I trust my body's metabolic ability. She gestured to a chair by the table. Sit, Giselle. No need to be shy. Afterward, Ambrosio sat first at the small round table, while Giselle, holding her fruit plate, gave her a look and walked over to sit opposite Duke. Throughout the interaction, their eyes never left each other's faces. Their gazes locked in the air, emanating an energy only women could understand. Duke opened the juice, gesturing to the two women. Seeing both of them shake their heads in refusal, he poured himself half a glass and took a sip, all the while keeping an eye on Ambrosio and Giselle. It was obvious that these two young Victoria's Secret angels were now facing off. Given the current situation, Duke could tell that the tension between them didn't originate in New Zealand. Though Duke never thought of himself as the center of the universe, he understood well enough that even with his ability to attract women looking to climb the social ladder, it wasn't enough to explain the blatant animosity between Ambrosio and Giselle. As one of the major shareholders of Victoria's Secret, Duke had representatives on the board and knew a thing or two about the internal dynamics. Much like Hollywood stars, the Victoria's Secret angels weren't always as sisterly behind closed doors. The status of being an angel was hierarchical, and fierce competition existed within the company. Every year, there were assessments, and those at the bottom of the rankings were often cut. Duke vaguely remembered that after Rosie Huntington-Whiteley starred in Transformers 3, she was later dropped from Victoria's Secret, though she claimed it was a voluntary departure. In truth, she had been shown the door. Moreover, how many models who had entered Victoria's Secret didn't want to become the headliner wearing the $1 million diamond? Are you heading back to New York next Monday? Ambrosio suddenly asked with a victorious smile. Your shoot is already over that quickly? Giselle's face darkened, as Ambrosio's role in the film was the most significant among all the models. The others were merely small parts, with even their camera work being handled by the assistant director. Of course, I'm returning to New York, Giselle replied, as if to remind Ambrosio. As a Victoria's Secret signed angel, my main job is modeling. My future lies on the runway. Duke had little interest in the dispute between these women. The moment Billy Boyd stepped up to the microphone on the small stage, he shifted his attention. Yesterday, I read the script's ending. Frodo and Gandalf left Middle-earth. Pippin lost his best friend and companion. Billy shifted his tone dramatically, from joking to sentimental. We, the Fellowship of the Ring, came together in New Zealand, united to complete an extraordinary journey. But every film comes to an end, and so does our time together. Duke stood up first, clapping his hands. The rest of the hall followed suit, applauding together. The last farewell for everyone. The sound of an organ and acoustic guitar filled the hall. Though the band was new to the song, and Billy's voice wasn't very polished, the heartfelt performance moved everyone. Perhaps it was his build-up speech, or the camaraderie among the cast and crew, but the audience listened attentively. I watched the daylight fade as dusk approached. I heard the wind rise, sighing in the air. As snowflakes fell, covering my departed friend, I whispered this final farewell. Those who liked humor, when they tried sentimentality, sometimes pulled it off well. Traveled thousands of miles. Tasted all sorts of pain. No regrets. No remorse, though never forgotten. Who will stand by me through thick and thin. The accompaniment was already out of sync with Billy's singing, but that didn't stop the wistful, bittersweet melody from resonating. As his performance ended, applause erupted once again. Duke clapped along with everyone, and throughout the entire performance, he had stood and listened carefully. As a dedicated fan of the series, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia as he thought of the Fellowship's final separation and the inevitable passing of Aragorn. A little more emotion swelled within him. When the applause died down, Duke called out, "Billy, keep refining this song." Billy, understanding that the song had received Duke's approval, hurriedly replied, "I will." Moved by the song, the party was no longer as lively as before. Guests began to bid farewell and left one by one. Orlando Bloom, Gerard Butler, Zack Snyder, and others were seen leaving with beautiful models in tow. The most dramatic was Elijah Wood, who seemed to be quite popular with his cute baby face, leaving the villa sandwiched between two tall models. Duke didn't care where they went to party after that. Tomorrow was Sunday, and there was no filming for the crew. What concerned him was the still-sitting Alessandra Ambrosio in the lounge area. Chapter 352, The Cannibal Demon. Chapter 352, Chapter 352, The Cannibal Demon. The sun had long risen in the sky, but the bedroom window was firmly covered by thick curtains. In the dim light, Duke fully transformed into a mighty knight, riding a beautiful wild horse from Brazil. With skilled techniques and rhythmically changing movements, he broke through countless obstacles, charging towards the peak. The brown hair drifting in front of Duke's chest swayed back and forth like the horse's long mane. Beneath the mane, his strong nose flared with heavy breaths, as if the Brazilian steed had exhausted all its energy. Suddenly, Duke reached out and grabbed the horse's long mane, using it as reins to control the steed. The horse below reacted fiercely but couldn't escape his control. It was a long journey, a fascinating trip. Even though the location remained the same, those involved were treated to a special view, even forgetting their own existence. Every journey has an end, and for Duke and Ambrose, the end came when they entered the bathroom. Lying side by side in the foamy bathtub, Ambrose's eyes were veiled with mist, lazily not wanting to move a single finger. She had stayed until the very end last night, not thinking of leaving. "Duke." She turned her head, resting on his broad shoulder. Duke bent down and kissed the corner of her lips. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Ambrose softly shook her head. "I just feel good being with you." Duke smiled and pinched her high nose. "Then enjoy this moment." Ambrose lifted her chin, her red lips kissed him, and Duke once again entwined with her. After a long while, they finally left the bedroom. As they went to the dining room for breakfast, Duke once again sighed at the hellish trials behind the perfect bodies of these female models. Even though last night's and this morning's exertion had drained a lot of energy, Ambrose's main meal was still vegetables, and she wouldn't even touch salad dressing, let alone salt or oil vinegar dressing. Anorexia is a common phenomenon in our industry. Walking in the sunny garden, Ambrose linked her arm with Duke's. Just like how most male models are gay. If you don't have anorexia, you can't even claim to be a model. The weather was a bit cold, and Wellington was famous for its winds. Feeling the chill from the breeze, Duke turned around and wrapped her scarf more tightly around her. They walked toward the area where the sunlight shone directly. Reaching the top in any industry is never easy, Duke said, and Ambrose deeply agreed. "Yes, to get here, my toes have deformed because of high heels." She grabbed one of Duke's hands and placed it on her shapely hip. "To make this part more toned, since I was 14, I've worn 5-inch heels every night, scrubbing the floors in the apartment for 2 hours. Keep going." Colleen, wrapping his arm around her slim waist, Duke stood in the bright sunlight on the dry yellow grass. "You will be even more successful." He turned around and smiled at Ambrose. Perhaps like other models, her private life was chaotic, using various methods to climb the ranks. But in front of him, she was very restrained, and at least the relationship between the two was relatively harmonious. After what happened with Natalie Portman, Duke became more cautious around women in the industry. He initially thought Ambrose might have some requests, such as giving more scenes to Yvonne or increasing her position and treatment in Victoria's Secret. These would have been easy for him, but she didn't ask for anything, as if they were simply attracted to each other by hormones, like all young men and women, only for physical pleasure and indulgence, leading to a relationship that was destined not to last long. Thinking about that complicated girl in New York, Duke couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Perhaps after seeing too much and experiencing too much, he had become a little weary of his current lifestyle. Even the wildest playboys, after constant pursuits and indulgences, eventually feel some fatigue. People are never the same, and with further experience and age creeping closer to 30, Duke's mindset was also slightly changing. "What are you thinking?" Ambrose asked curiously. "Nothing." Duke shook his head, enjoying the moment as his thoughts regained dominance. "I just suddenly feel a bit old." "Old?" Ambrose stretched out a hand, slipping it under his coat and gripping his solid chest. "Why don't I notice? An old person with a body like yours? With energy and vitality like yours? Are you trying to seduce me, Colleen?" Duke could feel Ambrose's other hand grabbing his belt buckle. Ambrose didn't answer, but slightly lifted her chin, staring at him with misty eyes. Duke reached out a finger, lifting her chin, carefully examining her face, then bent down and threw Ambrose over his shoulder, walking toward the garden's woods. After a wild weekend, Duke returned to filming with newfound energy, as if recharged. This week, the crew was still split into three. Anna Prinz and Zack Snyder were working on the South and North Islands of New Zealand. In between his busy shoots, Duke had to review the footage shot by his two assistant directors. He had worked with them for many years, and except for a few rare shots, their work generally met his standards. What they were filming was just raw footage. Most of the scenes required post-production CGI work. Anna Prinz was the first to complete this stage, and the Victoria's Secret Angels were leaving Wellington, including Ambrose, who still had unfilmed scenes with Yvonne. In a grand promotional event, Duke's Elven Angels boarded the Victoria's Secret and Lord of the Rings private plane, flying out of Wellington International Airport. Some members of the crew left, some returned, and some were newly reported. Not long after the Victoria's Secret Angels departed, Ian McKellen temporarily ended his role as Magneto and returned to the crew. Alongside him was Andy Serkis, who played Gollum. The crew gathered again, and Duke resumed filming the scenes of the Fellowship of the Ring. First, he exchanged some words with Andy Serkis. This alternative actor, who had just starred in Peter Jackson's King Kong, was very skilled with motion capture. After testing some Gollum shots, Duke decided to have the crew sign a contract with him to make him an assistant director. In the Lord of the Rings trilogy, not only Gollum but many other creatures also used motion capture. The crew needed a professional guide for that. Duke's principle was always to leave professional work to professionals. He never believed one person could solve all problems. Andy Serkis quickly found his place. Duke was preparing to film the Moria Mines scene, where both Balrogs and cave trolls would be filmed using motion capture. Especially for the cave troll, Duke planned to perform it himself. This would be his first role after leaving the California Arts Academy. Though he was sure of his lack of acting skills, seeing how Ang Lee used motion capture for the Hulk, Duke gained confidence. No matter what, he had been an actor, even if he never had any lines. Inside the set designed to resemble the Moria Mines, Duke walked in, his entire body covered by the blue screen, except for his face, with nearly 100 motion sensors attached to him. As soon as filming began, all his movements would be captured and transferred into the three-dimensional model of the cave troll created by Weta Workshop. "Anna, you're in charge of directing." Looking at his strange outfit, Duke gave his final instructions to the crew before filming. "John, watch the camera position." Both of them nodded and took their places. Andy Serkis approached, having had plenty of communication with Duke, but knowing that Duke's acting skills were not great, he came over to give a few words of advice. "Duke, motion capture isn't just a technical job. I believe performing in motion capture is the same as acting in live-action roles. The key is understanding the character's psychology, and only after that should you focus on actions and expressions." Upon hearing this, Duke instinctively asked, "What's the psychological state of the character I'm playing?" He was about to play a cave troll, also known as a cannibal demon. Nearby, Orlando Bloom, Sean Davis, and Ian McKellen held back their laughter, pretending to continue working seriously. But Billy Boyd couldn't help himself, answering before Andy Serkis. "Of course, you want to rush in and kill us, then eat us." Everyone laughed, and Andy Serkis turned to Duke. "Billy's right. Duke, we're all looking forward to your performance." A props technician came over and handed Duke a blue-wrapped plastic hammer. Duke gently swung it. It had very little weight. However, filming couldn't begin yet, as Wada's technicians still needed to make final preparations for Duke. They attached a head-mounted camera to his blue hat and applied fluorescent paint dots on his face to address facial recognition issues. The most challenging part of motion capture is capturing facial expressions. Hollywood had initially used reflective stickers for face tracking, but the stickers were often too large, obstructing the actor's line of sight and affecting the performance. Therefore, to make The Lord of the Rings trilogy and Peter Jackson's King Kong, Weta Workshop innovated motion capture technology. Chapter 353, Finding the Key. Chapter 353, Chapter 353, Finding the Key. This battle in the Moria mines ultimately turned out to be a continuous series of intense action scenes. However, when filming, it was divided into countless small segments. After each action and expression, Duke would pause. Then he would watch the 3D effect footage with Anna Prince, John Schwartzman, and Andy Serkis to find areas that needed improvement. Using real people's motion data to drive virtual characters is an optical technology that Hollywood has been using for a long time. Weta Workshop did not stick to the original technology. During the past 2 years of Duke's cruise preparations, they also improved the existing motion capture technology. The optical motion capture technology they mastered was highly advanced and accurate. This technology has been developed by Weta Workshop into various specialized fields. For instance, there are teams specifically working on fluid effects, where something like a water pouring scene can be made so realistic that it's impossible to tell it was made by a computer. There are also teams working on crowd simulations. For example, the orcs pouring out of the Moria Hall were mostly simulated, with only a few main actors performing the motion capture, and the rest were generated. With the advancement of computer technology, the effects of some special effects composite shots are completely unimaginable compared to 10 or even 5 years ago. After the ogre character model was completed, all that was needed was to modify the motion information from Duke's performance and apply it to these models. These things look simple, but in reality, Weta Workshop did a lot of preparatory work beforehand. The creation of the ogre special effects involves 4 key steps. First, creating the character model using a computer to design the virtual character, which can be done at various levels of detail based on the required control points. The second step is to establish the skeleton structure, because the virtual character needs a skeleton to move, and this structure also requires the relationships between the bones to be defined. Next, the skin model needs to be created, since skin is elastic. Movements like stretching bones will cause the skin to contract, so corresponding relationships need to be established. Finally, during Duke's performance, motion capture technology collects the motion data, which is then applied to the corresponding skeletal model. This allows the captured motion data to drive the movement of the skeleton. Therefore, motion capture devices were attached to Duke at specific points. High-speed cameras surrounding the area captured the data, creating a series of tracking points to obtain the spatial movement coordinates of each point. But there are flaws too. The motion capture points do not have identity labels, making it difficult for the computer to recognize them, which can lead to confusion. Such filming is suited for studios, not for complex outdoor lighting environments. Weta Workshop's technical improvements are still ongoing. Their latest motion capture devices can emit infrared light at different frequencies. Modified cameras collect the data, and soon this will be applied to Gollum scenes. With this, filming Gollum scenes no longer needs to be restricted to the studio, and outdoor shoots will no longer be affected by natural light, allowing for effective data capture. After watching a few motion capture shots, Andy Serkis said to Duke, "Your performance is too restrained. You're playing an ogre. You need to fully unleash its brutal, savage side. Your body movements can be more exaggerated." More exaggerated? To be honest, Duke was not a very good actor. Anna Prince, standing on the other side, also agreed with Andy Serkis' comment. "Duke, you need to forget you're a director. Right now, you're just an actor. Just an ogre." "Just an ogre?" Nodding his head, Duke returned to the filming set, ready to continue fighting the guard squad. After the Weta Workshop staff checked the equipment, filming resumed. Holding the prop hammer wrapped in blue screen cloth, Duke slammed it onto the ground. The stunt doubles for Merry and Pippin turned into rolling gourds, and then he went after Frodo, with Elijah Wood hiding behind a column, dodging twice. They almost bumped into each other. Roar. Duke let out a roar full of energy, like an ancient beast descending, as if he wanted to devour Elijah Wood alive. Great. Anna Prinz's voice came from outside the set. Duke, that was perfect. After handing the hammer to the crew, Duke and Andy Serkis went behind the monitors. On two large screens, one showed Duke's performance, and the other displayed the motion data applied to the 3D model of his ogre character. After watching his performance, Duke's mouth twitched slightly. His facial expression was extremely exaggerated, and if this were for a normal scene, it would be completely unacceptable. But on the other screen, the ogre representing him was also roaring, and the exaggerated movements looked great on the ugly, terrifying face. I think I found the key, Duke said, borrowing a line from Sam. After all, he was just playing a tortured ogre, not a complex character like Gollum with dual personalities. It was relatively simple, and if Duke had to do motion capture for Gollum, he wouldn't have been able to handle it. This was just a cameo to add promotional material, and Duke knew very well that being a director was his main job. This is Hollywood. While many people direct and act, even seasoned veterans like Clint Eastwood focus on one role at a time. In fact, you won't find anyone who can simultaneously be both a director and actor at the top level anywhere in the world, not even in Hollywood. Whether as an actor or a director, both careers require intense focus. Just like Andy Serkis, who, in the future, would become the top figure in motion capture in Hollywood, his success was inseparable from his focus. Most of his live-action roles were minor, but characters like King Kong, Gollum, and Caesar were landmark roles in motion capture history. Filming the Moria mine scene involved many breaks, with actors and stunt doubles taking turns. Some shots of the ogre character didn't just rely on Duke's motion capture, but also involved one-to-one models for filming, making the whole process extremely lengthy. While Legolas was shooting arrows at the ogre model, Duke took off his motion capture suit, sat down to rest, and reviewed the already filmed shots. If any were unsatisfactory, he would reshoot them. How do you feel about our special effects? Duke didn't know when, but Richard Taylor, the head of Weta Workshop, had come up behind him. Duke pointed to the chair next to him. Please sit, Richard. After Richard sat down, Duke said, although it's a bit different from what I imagined, Richard, your work has exceeded my expectations. Thank you, Richard Taylor smiled, his excitement hard to hide. If the Lord of the Rings trilogy is considered as one work, and then Peter Jackson's King Kong, Weta Workshop had already handled 4 super-budget projects, each costing over $100 million, and more would be released in the coming years. Although Richard Taylor was not very confident about Peter Jackson, he had great hopes for Duke. Not to mention Duke's status and influence in Hollywood and the global film industry, the meticulous and overwhelming pre-production work itself was the guarantee of success. If the Lord of the Rings trilogy succeeded, even if it didn't reach the level of The Matrix, a box office comparable to Con Air would still make Weta Workshop accompany Duke to the global stage. It could be said that Weta Workshop had already knocked on Hollywood's mainstream commercial doors, and whether they could truly break into the North American market would depend on Duke's Lord of the Rings trilogy. After chatting with Richard Taylor for a bit, Duke went back to work. There was no secret to making special effects. To make them excellent, one just needed to spend large amounts of money and time. Just like his usual style, the extra budget for the Lord of the Rings trilogy was all poured into special effects. Special effects technology was rapidly advancing, and in the future, it would be outdated. What Duke wanted was for the Lord of the Rings trilogy to have the best special effects of its time. As for the critics who said the special effects overshadowed the film, Duke didn't care at all. Filming the battle scene took nearly 4 days to complete, marking Duke's first acting role since entering Hollywood. The role was definitely going to surprise audiences. Afterward, Anna Prinz was once again sent out by Duke to film scenes with half-orcs for Isengard and Minas Morgul, while Zack Snyder went to Sydney for meetings with Warner Brothers. Duke led the Fellowship as they continued their journey in the Moria mines on set. A lot of models were also used in the shooting. The Grand Moria mines were not entirely dependent on post-production CGI. Weta Workshop built a large number of models and combined them with CGI for those magnificent panoramic shots. As for the actors, aside from close-up shots with props and set pieces, Most of the time, they had to act against blue screens and empty space. The powerful Balrog that dragged Gandalf into the abyss was also shot using a combination of models and motion capture. Filming in the Moria mines lasted for half a month. After this part of the shooting wrapped up, Duke led the crew out of Wellington to prepare for location shooting. The Fellowship was soon to fall apart, and the shooting of their scenes was spread out, so there was no need to have all 9 actors together anymore. With Ian McKellen finishing his journey as Magneto, the actors' schedules were now freer, and Duke adjusted the shooting plan, sending Andy Serkis to continue working on Gollum's characterization while the Fellowship set off on their outdoor journey. Chapter 354, The Queen. Chapter 354, Chapter 354, The Queen. The sound of helicopter propellers echoed in the air. Even the closed earplugs couldn't block it. Duke confirmed that his seatbelt was secure enough. From the open cabin door, he operated the camera and shot downwards. The almost pristine wilderness of New Zealand stretched below. The members of the Fellowship of the Ring were lined up in a long queue, making their way across the rugged hills. Middle-earth is a marvelous world that exists in Tolkien's fantasy, yet it has never truly been showcased in any movie. By taking advantage of the Fellowship's travel time and using New Zealand's natural scenery as a reference, combined with appropriate CGI enhancements, this world would become clearer in the film. The plane made a turn, and Duke shot several wide-angle shots of the Fellowship from the front, left, and rear before instructing the pilot to return to base. After landing, he took an off-road vehicle and drove to the filming location. Upon arriving at the outdoor set, Duke had just gotten out of the car when Tina Fey, accompanied by Nancy Josephson and an actress, approached. "Hey, Duke, long time no see," she greeted him first. "What brings you to New Zealand?" Nancy Josephson's clients weren't just him. She also worked with many actors, which puzzled Duke. "I came with Kate." She stepped aside and introduced. "This is Cate Blanchett, an actress I just signed." "Kate, you should know Duke, right?" Cate Blanchett removed her sunglasses and gloves, extending her hand. "Hello, Director Rosenberg." "Hello, Miss Blanchett." Duke shook her hand, exchanged a few pleasantries, then turned to his assistant. "Tina, take Miss Blanchett to get familiar with the set." The scenes for Galadriel, the Queen, were about to begin filming, and the actress needed to get into character quickly. Tina Fey took Cate Blanchett away, while Nancy accompanied Duke up a small hill, standing on a large rock, overlooking the entire outdoor set. Nancy looked towards the woods at the end of the wilderness and asked, "Looks like the shoot is going well?" "Not bad." Duke glanced at the members of the Fellowship resting nearby. His gaze shifted to the woods, one of the filming locations for Lothlorien. "Some films are hard for me to shoot, while some types are easier. Movies that explore characters' inner emotions at an extremely slow pace and showcase a variety of personalities are incredibly difficult for Duke. To be more precise, films about psychopaths, sadists, and multiple personalities aren't his forte. This has resulted in a peculiar phenomenon. While his films easily make stars out of actors, he has never created an Oscar-winning male or female lead. However, he has had several actors nominated for the Golden Raspberry for Worst Actor and Actress. The result is another phenomenon. The actors nominated for those Golden Raspberry Awards often have higher salaries and wider recognition compared to the Oscar-winning stars. This was particularly obvious in recent years. During the current award season, Keanu Reeves and Charlize Theron were nominated for Worst Actor and Actress at the Golden Raspberries. Yet, they have become global superstars, solidly entering A-list status. Meanwhile, the Oscar winners? Even with their little golden statues, Robert Benigni and Gwyneth Paltrow are still far from being A-listers. The Golden Raspberry isn't the end, and the Oscars don't necessarily guarantee endless glory for an actor. Simply put, playing a psychopath, sadist, or ugly character doesn't have more artistic value. It's just catering to a certain group. "So, how did you sign Cate Blanchett?" Duke asked curiously. "Wasn't her agent not yours when the crew discussed contracts last time?" "I just signed her recently." Nancy retracted her gaze and stomped on the rock beneath her foot. "You must have heard about this year's Oscars?" Duke nodded, and she continued. "After Cate lost the Oscar for Best Actress, she fired her previous agent." "She wasn't wrong to lose," Duke said lightly. "Yeah." Nancy Josephson completely agreed with Duke's point. It would have been strange if Gwyneth Paltrow had lost to her. Though Gwyneth Paltrow won the Oscar for Best Actress and was criticized by the media as one of the most undeserving winners in recent years, industry insiders knew that it was entirely normal for Gwyneth Paltrow to win Best Actress, considering her pedigree and extensive public relations. If she had lost to Cate Blanchett, Hollywood would have been in serious trouble. Gwyneth Paltrow came from a showbiz family. Her father was well-liked in the industry, and she had Steven Spielberg as her godfather, with Miramax managing her public relations. Given that, it was impossible for her to lose to Cate Blanchett, who wasn't keen on public relations, or Meryl Streep. In fact, the Oscar results in recent years have become increasingly obvious, with roles and acting no longer being decisive factors in who wins. Outside factors now play a more significant role. It hasn't been too severe yet, but in another decade or so, as Oscar viewership continues to decline and more niche films and roles are chosen, the Oscars may subtly become a political award, losing much of its previous influence. Down below, the crew finished their break, but Duke had no intention of heading over. John Schwartzman could handle the wide-angle shots of the Fellowship's march perfectly. The crew moved to a new location, continuing to use wide-angle shots to showcase the fantastic scenery of Middle-earth. After 2 days of filming over 20 shots of the Fellowship moving across the barren land in New Zealand's South Island, the crew moved to the woods at the far end of the wilderness. With temperatures rising in mid-October, it was the perfect time to shoot the exterior scenes. Go notify Ian and Kate. Standing at the edge of the forest, which was referred to as Lothlorien, Duke looked towards the makeup trailers and instructed an assistant. Tell the makeup artist she has half an hour left. Duke was about to shoot the beginning of the second movie, where Gandalf meets Galadriel, the Queen. In the original story, Galadriel was a key figure in Gandalf's transformation into the White Wizard. In Peter Jackson's The Lord of the Rings trilogy, Gandalf and Galadriel never meet directly, but their support for each other is evident. Both were members of the White Council, with Gandalf even being recommended by Galadriel for the position of the council leader, although Gandalf refused. In the later Hobbit trilogy, the relationship between Gandalf and Galadriel became more ambiguous, with many scenes hinting at a certain closeness. In The Hobbit 3, their interactions, including the Princess Carrie and kiss, were particularly intense. Ian McKellen arrived shortly after, while Cate Blanchett, who had just started filming her first scene, took much longer to complete her elaborate makeup. However, once Cate Blanchett was fully transformed into Galadriel, the effect was stunning. As she walked into the set dressed as Galadriel, she immediately captivated everyone's attention. Her pale skin, the embroidered white dress, and the sunlight shining down from above made her seem as though she was radiating white light. Cate Blanchett walked up to Duke and quietly said, "Sorry, I took a bit longer than expected." "No problem." Duke glanced at his watch. "You're not late." He turned his gaze away from Cate Blanchett and called out loudly, "We start shooting in 10 minutes. Though the scene wasn't too difficult, Duke was planning to add it to the beginning of the second film, so it was one of the most significant scenes. 10 minutes later, when all departments were ready, Duke glanced at Ian McKellen and Cate Blanchett's positions and shouted, "Action!" In the silent golden forest, Cate Blanchett, barefoot, walked out, and a beam of pure white light shone down from a crane, enveloping her and giving Galadriel a regal and sacred appearance. With light and graceful steps, she walked toward Gandalf, who was lying in the golden leaves. She carried a white staff in one hand, her white robe draped over her other arm. Gandalf slowly woke up, turning to look at Galadriel. "My, do I?" Cate Blanchett gave a mysterious and enchanting smile. Gandalf returned to Middle-earth with a mission. As she spoke, she bent down to drape her white robe over Gandalf. "Cut." Duke called for a stop. "Ian, Kate, good job. Let's do it again." Galadriel, one of the most powerful elves in Middle-earth, possessed some prophetic abilities. In the original story, she foresaw Gandalf's return, sending the great eagle to search for him, and the eagle found Gandalf on the peak of the Misty Mountains and brought him back to Lothlorien. Gandalf had indeed died, but was sent back by Eru to complete his mission. Galadriel draped the white robe over him to symbolize his new identity as Gandalf, who would replace Saruman as the leader of the wizards. Cate Blanchett had now entered her role, and with her in character, Duke led the crew to the nearby temporary set to continue filming Lotharian scenes with the backdrop of the set and blue screen. The filming continued into November, and Duke gave the crew another 4-day break. He and Nancy prepared to fly to Sydney to discuss the Matrix sequel with Warner's higher-ups. Since Nancy also had business to discuss with Cate Blanchett regarding the Sydney theater, after receiving Duke's approval, she invited Cate Blanchett to join them. Chapter 355, Resolving the Discrepancy. Chapter 355, Chapter 355, Resolving the Discrepancy. Have you read the original book, Cate? Duke's gaze shifted from the white clouds outside the plane to Cate Blanchett, who was sitting opposite him. If you have, you would understand why I like Galadriel as one of my favorite characters. Cate Blanchett, adjusting a strand of golden hair that had fallen, smiled slightly, her chiseled face showing a hint of amusement. Of course I've read it. It's something an actor must do for preparation. But I still don't quite understand why you like her. I think Aragorn and Gandalf are great, and even if we're talking about elves, Elrond is also pretty good. Galadriel has the ability to see into people's hearts. She's very merciful, understanding, and at times, a bit proud and willful. Duke picked up his coffee cup, took a sip, and placed it back on the table, continuing. She's the leader of the Noldor elves, and the last one to remain in Middle-earth. She overcame the temptations of power and territory, and withstood the allure of the One Ring. Is there more? Cate Blanchett asked. Duke said, she loves all that is just and good in the world. Cate tilted her head, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, she spoke, but I feel like that's not the main reason you like this character. The main reason? Duke gently tapped the coffee cup lodged in its holder with his finger. Okay, I admit it. The main reason is that Galadriel is a female elf. Duke raised an eyebrow at Cate, as if saying, are you satisfied now? Cate chuckled softly, her clear laughter making Nancy, sitting ahead, curiously turn her head. However, Nancy quickly turned back, as Duke was her most important client, and as long as he was happy, the other female clients didn't matter. Based on some descriptions in the original book, if we also count the time she spent in Amon. Cate Blanchett casually joked, Galadriel should be about 8,000 years old. That is a problem. Duke pretended to seriously consider, pinching his chin. When I wrote the first draft of the script outline, I even thought about pairing her with Gandalf. Her and Gandalf? Cate's eyes widened. Is there any romantic connection between them? No, but there are some parts that can easily lead to such thoughts. Hearing this, Cate immediately asked, which parts? Why didn't I notice this while reading the original book? Duke dropped his playful tone and adopted a more serious one. In Lothlorien, in the Golden Wood, in that forest where few mortals have ventured. Only a few mortals have seen its light, the eternal, radiant, shimmering light. Galadriel, Galadriel, your well water is renowned for its purity, your white, starry hands shine with brilliance, and the pure, flawless forest is noble. In Lothlorien, in the Golden Wood, in that beautiful forest beyond the understanding of mortals. The recitation ended like an aria. Duke looked at Cate Blanchett and asked, Your Majesty, Queen, after arriving in Sydney, would you like to attend a banquet? Attend a banquet? Cate Blanchett asked in confusion. Duke flashed a warm smile. May I have your contact information? I can give you a call. After a brief hesitation, Cate Blanchett opened her handbag, took out a business card with only her name and number, and handed it over. As for the banquet details and when it would be held, Duke didn't mention it because, in reality, such a banquet didn't exist. Upon arriving in Sydney, after leaving Smith International Airport, Duke first saw off Cate Blanchett before heading to the car that was there to pick him up. Nancy Josephson got into the same car. Nancy, I remember many Australian actors have made it in Hollywood. Upon hearing the question, Nancy immediately nodded and answered, yes, Nicole Kidman, Hugh Jackman, Naomi Watts, Russell Crowe. After a brief pause, Duke added, before leaving Sydney, let's arrange a banquet. We can invite the Warner Brothers management, and we might also extend an invitation to the Australian contingent in Hollywood. Nancy Josephson immediately understood. I understand. Since Wellington wasn't too far from New Zealand, the flight didn't take long. After arriving at the Hilton Hotel in Sydney, Duke directly met Doug Walter in a meeting room. Accompanying Doug Walter and the other Warner Brothers executives was Zack Snyder, who had arrived earlier. Zack. After sitting down, Duke first turned to his assistant, Zack Snyder, who was about to work independently. I toured around Sydney with Doug, Zack Snyder said, straightforwardly, looking at Doug Walter. I believe we should continue filming the next 2 installments here in Sydney and at Fox Studios. First, the architecture here fits the needs of the crew. Second, the Sydney City Council has guaranteed that they will provide a newly built highway for filming. Doug Walter sighed. I still hope the crew can go to the Warner Brothers movie world in the Gold Coast. But if we go there, what will we do about the highway? This was his first time independently directing a major film, and Zack Snyder didn't want any surprises. We contacted Queensland, but they refused to provide the highway. On the other hand, the highway provided by Sydney is new, and they only charge a nominal maintenance rental fee. To rent the Fox Studios? Doug Walter persisted. After the Warner Brothers Movie World studios were built, they've lacked a major production. The argument between the two wasn't new. After listening for a while, Duke raised his hand to interrupt them. He waved to the side, and Tina Fey stood up and handed Doug Walter a large envelope. This is the highway cost estimation I had calculated, Duke said, keeping it concise as Doug opened the envelope. If we go to Queensland and can't find a suitable highway, we'll need to build one ourselves. Tina had someone calculate the cost based on Queensland's labor and other expenses, and it's estimated to cost around $15 million. However, renting in Sydney would only cost $300,000. Controlling costs is an essential factor for every business, and as the majority stakeholder in Duke's studio and a large shareholder in Warner Brothers, Duke couldn't overlook this aspect. Also, taxes, Duke continued. Doug, I understand your desire to use a big film to promote Warner Brothers Movie World, but have you thought about why Hollywood crews prefer Sydney's Fox Studios, with higher labor costs, instead of Queensland, where labor is cheaper? Doug Walter put the documents down. Tax incentives. Sydney's New South Wales can offer a 12.5% tax incentive, Zack Snyder added. Queensland only offers 4%. So Doug. Duke stood up and walked over to the map on the wall, pointing to Queensland on the map. What Warner needs to do is convince Queensland to offer more tax incentives for crews going to Warner Brothers Movie World. If they provide the same tax treatment as Sydney, we'll definitely film there, where labor costs are cheaper. Doug Walter fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Zack Snyder breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to get into a dispute with Warner Brothers executives unless he had to. Moreover, there was news that Jeff Robinoff was likely to be transferred to Time Warner as the group president and take over the Warner Brothers. As for the CEO position, Doug Walter has the best hope. Having flown to Sydney from New Zealand, Duke was there to resolve the differences between Doug Walter and Zack Snyder. Though Warner Brothers had accepted his suggestion and agreed to let Zack Snyder direct the last 2 installments of The Matrix, they wouldn't give him as much say as Duke had received. The total investment for the last 2 installments of The Matrix was $250 million, and they would be filmed and produced together. Doug Walter also had some objections to this, but he trusted Duke's judgment when it came to movies. His objections were not directed at Zack Snyder. Duke, I think we need to speed up and finish the second film first. Doug Walter seemed a bit anxious as he walked around. The Matrix fans are crazy. I heard that if Warner Brothers doesn't release news about the sequel in the next 2 years, fans have gathered in the thousands to protest outside the Warner building. They even surrounded your Duke estate. If you were in Malibu, they would have chased and blocked you. Turning back to face him, Duke smiled helplessly. The influence of The Matrix with the enhancements he added far exceeded what it once was, creating a massive group of crazy fans. The expectations for the sequel have been pushed to a tremendous height by the fans, Doug Walter continued. If we release a sequel in time, it will create a market frenzy and alleviate the pressure on Warner Brothers. Duke furrowed his brows, considering the situation objectively. Doug, I have an idea. Warner Brothers has an animation studio, right? We could produce an animated film that complements the world building, which would satisfy the fans' needs, continue to promote peripheral sales, and also help with the promotion of the sequel. Doug Walter thought for a moment and said, That's a good idea. I'll communicate with the Los Angeles team tonight. After some more discussions on the details, their meeting concluded. As Duke exited the meeting room, he invited Doug Walter. I'm planning to hold a party. Chapter 356, Fiery Red Lips. Chapter 356. Chapter 356, Fiery Red Lips. The Hilton Hotel banquet hall was bustling with people. Due to time constraints, only a few members of the Australian gang from Hollywood had arrived here, but several local celebrities from Sydney were invited by Warner Brothers' Australian branch, and many Hollywood stars filming in Sydney also began to walk into the hotel. Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman were one of the couples. One was filming Mission Impossible 2 at the Fox Studios, and the other was on vacation in Sydney. "Hi, Kate." "Hi, Nicole." Seeing where Duke was standing, the two immediately walked over, with Nicole Kidman clearly being quite familiar with Cate Blanchett. Not paying attention to the two women who seemed almost like sisters in their intimate exchange, Duke stood with Tom Cruise and asked, "The filming should be finishing soon, right? It will be no more than 2 weeks before we enter post-production." At this point, Tom Cruise said with a hint of gratitude, "Duke, I want to thank you for your suggestion." Duke didn't quite understand. "Thank you for suggesting I start the Mission Impossible sequel and decline Eyes Wide Shut." Tom Cruise glanced at Nicole Kidman beside him, then turned back. Stanley Kubrick passed away without completing his final film. "That's a shame." Although Duke said this, he had no particular feeling about Stanley Kubrick. He didn't react much to the news. "So, Tom, you made a wise choice. A choice that's beneficial for both of us." "Choice of what?" Cate Blanchett suddenly asked. She finished her perfunctory greeting with Nicole and returned to stand beside Duke and Tom Cruise. "Of course, the movie." Duke smiled at her. "How could we be talking about anything else?" He briefly explained it to Cate Blanchett. The atmosphere between them seemed unusually harmonious. At this moment, someone approached to greet them. Duke and Tom Cruise exchanged a few pleasantries before sending them on their way. Cruise then steered the conversation back to the Mission Impossible sequel. "The director you recommended is really good." He seemed quite satisfied with Wu Beige. "His gunfight scenes, especially the dual-wielding, are very distinctive. I really like them. I feel the box office for this movie." Hearing Tom Cruise's praise for Yan Wu, Duke wasn't surprised. After going through the experiences with Broken Arrow and Face/Off, Yan Wu had become more attuned to Hollywood's nuances. And honestly, Tom Cruise's persona was more suited to his style. "Duke Yan Wu's agent has been in touch with my production company." Tom Cruise continued with their earlier topic. "He wants to secure the director's contract for Mission Impossible 3. "What do you mean, Tom?" Duke asked back. He held nearly half of the film's copyright. Without his approval, not only would the director for Mission Impossible 3 not be confirmed, but the project couldn't even be launched. Nicole Kidman gently tugged at Cruise and suddenly took over the conversation. "Pat thinks he's not suitable. Wu's style is too distinctive, which could lead to audience fatigue," and she didn't continue that sentence, but Duke understood the underlying meaning. Every big circle has its own smaller ones, and distinctions like region, skin color, etc. can't be erased simply by shouting slogans or producing a few successful films. "Tom, we're not even done with the filming, but my opinion is..." Duke thought for a moment before speaking. "Let's put this matter on hold for now. If the film succeeds, Yan Wu will surely receive plenty of offers, and we will have time to observe his future development." This was the safest approach, and Tom Cruise had no objections. After finishing the topic about Mission Impossible, Tom and Nicole Cruise moved on to mingle with others. Duke took a round through the banquet hall, greeting guests, before spotting Cate Blanchett sitting at a small table and walking over. "You don't have to stay with me the whole time." When Duke sat across from her, Cate Blanchett said, "I like peace and quiet. It's fine just sitting here for a while. You're the star tonight," Duke said, looking at her. Blanchett smiled faintly and immediately changed the subject. "When I first came to Hollywood, I heard many people mention you and Cruise. That was in the past." Duke ordered 2 glasses of champagne, clinked glasses with Blanchett, and said, "Now, our collaboration benefits both of us, and those small conflicts are nothing." "What about Mel Gibson?" Blanchett casually asked. Duke put down his glass and looked at Blanchett, seemingly trying to figure out the meaning behind her words. Cate Blanchett quickly added, "Duke, I didn't mean anything by it. I just thought of Mel Gibson. I saw him from a distance near my community yesterday after getting off the plane." "Oh." Duke took back his gaze, now curious. I haven't heard anything about him lately. Do you know what he's been up to? I've heard something. Cate Blanchett recalled and said, he can't get any movie contracts in Hollywood. Not even B-movies or independent films want him. He had to go back to Australia temporarily and occasionally appears on a few shows on Sydney TV. Seems like he's living quite comfortably. Duke chuckled. Mel Gibson's career in Hollywood was definitely over. Even if he managed to appear in Hollywood again, he could no longer enter the mainstream film industry and would only be relegated to small roles. The two chatted a little longer before Nancy Joseph arrived with a middle-aged man. Duke, let me introduce you. She walked up to the table, introducing the two parties. This is Mr. John Strivian, the chairman of the Australian Tennis Association. John, this is Director Duke Rosenberg, and this is Miss Cate Blanchett. They shook hands and exchanged brief greetings before sitting down at the table. Nancy ordered drinks for the four of them and, getting straight to the point, told Duke, John is one of the people responsible for the next Australian Open, and he wants to invite you to participate in some public events during next year's Australian Open. Oh, thank you. Duke nodded at John Strivian. We're very sincere in inviting you, Director Rosenberg, John Strivian said, sensing Duke's polite tone. During the Australian Open, we're planning to hold a celebrity tennis exhibition where social elites will be paired with tennis stars willing to participate for charity matches. He looked quite sincere, almost desperate. Duke saw Nancy nodding slightly at him, thought for a moment, and said, John, I can't give you a definitive answer right now. I need to see the schedule when the time comes. We look forward to your participation. John Strivian extended his right hand, and Duke shook it. I also enjoy tennis and hope to participate in some charity activities to help those in need. Knowing what to say in what situation and to whom was second nature to Duke. The Australian Open wouldn't start until late January, and it was still November. Duke wasn't sure if he'd have time, so he promised to give them a clear answer closer to New Year's. The sound of high heels clicking echoed, and Cate Blanchett looked toward the source of the sound, suddenly stood up, and said to Duke, I'm going to the restroom to touch up my makeup. It was obvious she didn't want to meet the person walking over. As soon as Cate Blanchett left, Naomi Watts, wearing a pale yellow dress, sat next to Duke. Long time no see, Duke. She smiled. The two were quite familiar with each other. Duke wasn't polite either and asked, When did you arrive? I didn't see you. Traffic jam on the way. Just got here. She looked past Duke at the retreating figure. That's Blanchett, right? What happened between you two? Though the Australian gang worked together on major issues, there was no shortage of private conflicts. It was just a few role disputes. Naomi Watts was now full of energy, exuding the confidence and pride of a major star. I won a few times. Duke wasn't interested in the petty rivalries between actresses, so he changed the subject and asked, Will King Kong be released next year? Summer next year. Naomi Watts extended an invitation. If you have time, come support my premiere, okay? At this point, she stood up, flashing Duke a charming smile. I'm going to greet Nancy and the Warner people. We'll talk later. After Naomi Watts left, Duke stood up and headed in the other direction, toward a few lounge rooms connected to the banquet hall. Cate Blanchett had just walked into the one on the far left. At the door of the lounge, Duke gently knocked before pushing the door open. Cate Blanchett had her back to him, seemingly looking into the mirror. He walked directly over, standing behind her chair. My dear. He bent down, his lips close to Blanchett's white ear. You already look enchanting enough. Really? Cate Blanchett took a lip gloss from her bag. Of course. As he spoke, Duke tentatively kissed her ear. Seeing her shake her head but not resist, he extended a hand to gently turn her face toward him and kissed her fiery red lips without hesitation. Chapter 357. The War Between Sauron and Galadriel. Chapter 357. Chapter 357. The War Between Sauron and Galadriel. The passionate kiss lasted for several minutes before their lips slowly separated with a silver thread. Both Duke and Blanchett were not averse to this kind of passionate relationship. They stared into each other's eyes. If it wasn't for the wrong time and place, they might have started a rolling fight. Just as Duke lifted Blanchett's chin and was about to kiss her again, Blanchett suddenly couldn't help laughing. What's wrong? Duke couldn't help but ask curiously. Blanchett stood up from her chair, turned around to face Duke, and took out a tissue from her purse and handed it to him. Your lips are all covered in my lip gloss. Shrugging helplessly, Duke picked up the tissue, wiped it back and forth on his mouth a few times, and asked, "Anything else?" "There's more." Blanchett took out another tissue. "Let me do it." She raised her hand, and the white tissue slid across Duke's lips. Through the thin white paper, Duke could feel Blanchett's 3 slender fingers. Simply wiping with a tissue was not very effective. Kate Blanchett frowned and looked around, trying to find some clean water or something, but to no avail. "Can't be wiped off?" Duke asked. "I'll be right there." As she spoke, Blanchett had already thought of a solution and reminded Duke, "Don't move." She withdrew her hand and moved her pretty face, with delicate makeup, closer to Duke, so close that he could distinguish each of her eyelashes and feel the warmth of her bright red lips. What was she going to do? Duke couldn't help but wonder. Was she going to dye her lips completely red? Just as he was surprised, Blanchett stopped. Her lips were close to Duke's, and a flexible tongue suddenly came out and gently swept across Duke's lips, just like a spring breeze, leaving a warm, soft, and wet taste. Kate Blanchett didn't stop. Her tongue kept licking Duke's lips, not leaving out every inch, until his lips were completely wet. Duke was still savoring the moment, and the white tissue was once again wiped across his mouth. Then Kate Blanchett slightly distanced herself from the two of them, looked at them in the bright light from overhead, and smiled. With satisfaction. "It's fine now." She threw the tissue into the trash can next to her. Duke stepped forward and held her hand. "Kate, I have to announce that the party for the two of us is over. Although this is Australia, it is still a standard Western society." Kate Blanchett said without any hesitation. "Honey, let's go to your room. I don't want to be here." After leaving the lounge, Duke took Kate Blanchett's arm and found Nancy Josephson. After a few simple words, he left the banquet hall and went to the elevator room that led directly to his suite floor. Arriving at the suite, Duke opened the door and, imitating the elf's etiquette, invited, "Come in, my lady." Kate Blanchett acted like Queen Galadriel during the filming. She raised one hand, and Duke's hand went up to meet hers, and he waited for her hand to rest on it, and led her into the room. The room was covered with thick carpets. As soon as she walked in, Blanchett kicked off her high heels and took light and graceful steps barefoot, as if Galadriel herself was present. Duke held back the passion in his heart, cooperated with her completely, and immersed himself in his role. It's a fun game to stir up emotions, isn't it? Walking to the sofa in the living room, Kate Blanchett looked at Duke and said in a vague tone, "Celeborn." "Feel sorry." Turning around, Duke faced Kate Blanchett. "Dear Princess Galadriel, you have the wrong person. I am Sauron." Kate Blanchett immediately retracted her hand and showed a vigilant look. "Sauron? Sauron, the Master of the Ring. Is it possible that you have already?" "Everything is possible." Duke looked into her eyes, which were burning like the evil eye of Mordor. "The age of the elves has ended, and the age of the orcs is about to begin. Surrender to me, elf girl. You are here." Kate Blanchett stretched out her hand and lifted Duke's chin. "No power. You have no power. The era of the elf queen has arrived, Sauron. Make a choice." After saying that, she pushed Duke hard with both hands. Duke took 2 steps back to the edge of the sofa. Kate Blanchett strode after him, as agile as Legolas, and rushed into Duke's arms, knocking him down on the sofa. Blanchett pressed her entire body on Duke. "Sauron, you're mine now." She ripped off Duke's coat first, then grabbed both sides of his shirt collar and pulled hard, causing the buttons to fly to the floor. At the same time, Duke was not idle either. He tore the hem of Blanchett's dress from bottom to top. The war between Sauron and Galadriel had just begun. However, just as the battle began, the most powerful elves in Middle-earth lost their advantage to the devil Sauron and were suppressed. They could only lie on the sofa and endure a dark night in the history of the elves. Kate Blanchett only put up a few symbolic resistances, and then she was transformed from an indomitable female fighter into an intoxicated and dazed female elf, and her dreamy and ethereal voice gradually turned into a high-pitched and passionate one. The hands of the wall clock slowly moved towards midnight, and the room returned to silence. Duke and Blanchett had no intention of separating. They lay on the sofa, one above and one below. But unlike before, Queen Galadriel sat on Sauron. "Unfortunately, you don't have Sauron's mask," The two walked into the suite hand in hand, driven more by hormones. Blanchett naturally wanted more fun. It always feels like something is missing. My dear. Duke did the same. He sat up and hugged Blanchett in his arms. You are not Galadriel now. Maybe we can do it again after we return to New Zealand. Kate Blanchett's eyes lit up immediately. That's a good idea. She offered a passionate kiss, and when their lips parted, she said expectantly, I'm looking forward to returning to New Zealand. Supporting Duke's chest, Kate Blanchett stood up, took off her dress, which had almost become a strip of cloth, and walked towards the bathroom with confidence. She looked back at Duke as she walked, and the meaning was very obvious. Duke followed her without any hesitation. The next morning, Chanel's Sydney branch delivered suitable clothes. Duke and Kate Blanchett did not stay in the hotel for long. Blanchett invited Duke to her home in the suburbs of Sydney and also gathered friends in Australia to hold a small party. The party was attended by both men and women, mostly actors from Sydney's film, television, or theater circles, as well as people working in related industries. Duke had never heard of most of the people Blanchett introduced. They were probably people who had never really made it big in their careers. However, he also saw a figure that left some impression on him. Ella, I believe you know this person, director Duke Rosenberg. Sitting at a small round table on the lawn where the party was held, Kate Blanchett was holding a young girl with long golden brown hair and introducing her to Duke. Duke, this is Ella, Miss Ella Fisher. She is both an actress and a writer. She has published 2 novels. You can just call me Ella. The girl smiled sweetly. I'm just a small actor who made a cameo appearance in a TV series, and the novels I published aren't very famous. She seemed very modest, but she deliberately repeated her impressive resume. There aren't many actors who can write novels. Duke said politely, just call me Duke. Most actors have low academic qualifications and education levels. Some stars even need assistants or other people to help them understand the script. Even if some of them write essays or fashion tips after becoming famous, in 99% of cases, they are hired guns. This girl named Ella Fisher was obviously just a minor actress. Judging from the relatively cheap dress she wore, she was not a very rich person either. Such a person would not need to hire a ghostwriter. I wonder what you wrote. Duke was still a little interested. If I have time, I can read it. Ella Fisher immediately smiled in surprise and said quickly, the title of the novel is Because of Temptation and Bewilderment. Hearing these 2 names, Duke was sure that this was definitely not a literary work that had once been popular. After chatting with Ella Fisher about movies and acting, Duke felt that she was a girl with a lot of ideas. She had even studied photography and scriptwriting. This was just a simple contact, and everyone at the party was mainly focused on having fun. In the afternoon, Duke received a call and had to leave first. After some consideration, Doug Walter basically agreed with his opinions on The Matrix. The sequel to The Matrix will continue to be filmed in Sydney and Fox Studios, with the last 2 parts produced together. After the new year, the producer representing Warner and Zack Snyder will begin preparations. Before the sequel, related animated series will also be produced and released as soon as possible to supplement the worldview of the trilogy in order to warm up for the next film. After spending a total of 4 days in Sydney, Duke, together with Kate Blanchett, Nancy Josephson, and Doug Walter, returned to the set in New Zealand. The crew's vacation came to an end and the busy filming work began again. However, Duke had just returned to Wellington when he heard some bad news. The crew, which had been going smoothly before, encountered the biggest setback since filming began, and a main actor asked to quit the crew. Chapter 358. This is film production. Chapter 358. Chapter 358. This is film production. The most urgent task now is to find a suitable actor to replace her. In front of the beautiful Rivendell set, the filming of The Crew had just taken a break. During the downtime, Duke called over Charles Rowan and several other key crew members. Swordsmanship is easy. We can use a stunt double throughout. The key is that the actor's temperament must match the character's description in the novel. He turned to the production manager. Charles, terminate the contract as soon as possible. I'm communicating with her agent. Charles Rowan's ability to handle matters was trustworthy. Duke rubbed his forehead. There was no helping it. Even with a massive production like The Lord of the Rings, or even smaller independent film crews, unexpected situations were bound to arise during filming. Duke. It was Anna Prince, who had returned from the external shooting location. The withdrawn actor was related to the scenes she was about to shoot. I suggest we choose one of the actors who auditioned again. It has to be done this way, Duke nodded. Anna, you're in charge of this. The situation wasn't that complicated. Anna Prince was about to shoot scenes of Princess Arwen Evenstar. The Australian actress Miranda Otto, who was supposed to play her, had already prepared to join the crew. But just a few days ago, she had a car accident in Australia and fractured several bones in her legs and hands, so she had to withdraw from the production. People around them began to disperse, and Nancy Josephson, who had been standing with Tina Fey and Cate Blanchett, walked over. Duke, she whispered, can I recommend someone? Go ahead. Duke turned his head and looked at the busy crew setting up the Rivendell meeting hall. You signed a new actress? No. Nancy shook her head. Someone you've worked with before. Oh. Duke refocused on her. Who? Kate Beckinsale. From this perspective, Nancy Josephson was undoubtedly a competent agent, always striving for every possible opportunity for her clients. I think Arwen would be a good fit for her. Nancy, while this role is more decorative, Duke didn't even think and directly rejected. Some scenes are very important, and I don't want to use an actor with a poker face. Last time they worked together, Kate Beckinsale's terrible acting left Duke with a very bad impression. Although Arwen was a decorative role, there was still a distinction between flower vase characters in Hollywood films. She was better suited for roles like expressionless vampires or other low-acting demand, purely decorative parts. Seeing Duke's very negative impression of Kate Beckinsale's acting, Nancy didn't say anything further. After all, Duke's words weighed more than the future of a minor actress. This suddenly vacant role held quite a bit of weight in the film. Shortly after Nancy left, Duke was approached by Cate. Blanchett, do you have an actress in mind to recommend? Duke asked when he saw her tall figure. Blanchett smiled lightly. Do you remember Ella Fisher, whom we met at my house, Duke? Her. Duke frowned as he thought about it, then nodded at Blanchett. Kate, leave her contact details with Tina, and have her prepare for an audition in Wellington. Thank you. Blanchett leaned into Duke's ear. My Lord Sauron. Duke responded with a businesslike tone. I can only offer her an audition. I can't guarantee anything else. At this point, he was slightly curious. What's your relationship with her? In most cases, Hollywood actresses were rarely so kind and caring. Ella is like a cousin to me, Blanchett explained briefly. After their brief conversation, Duke went back to his work. The representatives from the various races involved in the meeting of Elrond were mostly done with makeup and waiting in the break area. The set preparation was nearing completion. Duke took a brief walk around the set and returned behind the monitor, looking at the pile of leaves covering the set. He called over the head of the props team. Bill, have your team go up on the lift and scatter the leaves. Just as the head of the props team was about to leave, Duke tapped his arm and reminded him. 6 people. Although the meeting scene with Elrond was long, it was shot in many short takes. The hobbits had to switch between actors and stunt doubles. When Ian McKellen and Elijah Wood appeared together in close-up shots, the crew had to raise Ian McKellen's position to emphasize the 9-foot and 4-foot height difference. Another task Duke reminded the team about was the scattering of leaves. In this meeting, the falling leaves in Rivendell had to continually fall, hinting at the growing evil forces. This meant that 6 crew members had to be stationed on different lifts and continually throw leaves. Though seemingly trivial, the crew began preparing for this task months earlier. The leaves that fell were ones the crew had collected bag by bag in the autumn, but leaves that had fallen from the trees quickly turned yellow and looked nothing like fresh leaves. So, the props team re-dyed each leaf, and that's how they created the large quantities of leaves used in this scene. Filming a movie has never been simple. It's not just having a great script or a talented director that can make everything work. A single meeting scene took Duke 2 full days to shoot. Then the crew moved to another studio to continue filming scenes for the Lost Realm of Lorien. Some shots could not be filmed outdoors and had to be completed indoors in a studio with props and a blue screen. Most of the trees in the Golden Forest were created using props and sets, and after a few short shots, these carefully made props would, like the Titanic model ship created by James Cameron, be discarded and treated as waste. At moments like these, the props and art direction teams often felt reluctant to part with them. as so much of their hard work had gone into creating these items. This also illustrates how, for most films, the majority of time and resources are spent in pre-production, often taking multiple times longer than the shooting process itself. At this stage, it's not very obvious. But in a few years, $100 million will become the basic starting point for mainstream commercial films. For a film to be successful, it will rely even more on special effects, and the production time for Hollywood films will lengthen. The process will become a 1-year pre-production, a year of filming and production, and a year of publicity and release. This will become the basic film production timeline. Most directors will be tightly bound by this process. Large investments ensure that production companies won't take the production process lightly. Only the top directors can break free from this pattern. Even top directors like James Cameron and Steven Spielberg have become standard examples of success under the Hollywood model. In short, if Duke couldn't cheat, he wouldn't be able to produce a movie at the current pace. This pace had almost reached his limit. Some things were tolerable for him, but the crew couldn't bear it. Don't forget, filmmaking is a team effort, not something a director can handle alone. Although unexpected events occasionally happen, the filming progress has always been firmly under Duke's control. The last few days were spent shooting scenes for the Lost Realm of Lorien in the studio. After finishing each day's filming, he had to review the shots Anna Prince had completed in another studio. Zack Snyder officially left the crew to prepare for the sequels of The Matrix. Naturally, Anna Prince took over as the first assistant director and worked closely with Duke to share the heavy filming load. There were too many shots for the trilogy. Duke had discussed with John Schwartzman about leading a separate filming team, but the increasingly overweight cinematographer had no intention of becoming a director. He just wanted to stay comfortably as Hollywood's top cinematographer. "We've been working together for years, Duke," he told Duke. "I know how much effort and pressure you've put into getting to where you are. The director's job is too terrifying for me. The busy work and the constant pressure would crush me. Such things couldn't be forced." Duke couldn't find another suitable person. The crew had to continue filming in the split production style. It took just over a week to finish filming the scenes for Lorien, and the set was about to be dismantled. Before the teardown, Bill, the head of the props team, took a moment to film a segment for the behind-the-scenes documentary. Standing in front of the props and set pieces that would soon be reduced to rubble, he reflected, "We spent 8 months building the props and set, but the filming time was no more than 8 days. After shooting these, beautiful trees and forests will disappear, but for generations of viewers, they will live forever in the film." This is film production. For many big-budget movies, the production process often generates a lot of waste. Later, Duke participated in another audition for the role of Arwen and, after taking Anna Prince's advice into consideration, selected Ella Fisher, recommended by Cate Blanchett, from the 3 actresses who attended the second round of auditions. He informed her to report to the crew as soon as possible. As the scenes for Queen Galadriel wrapped up, Cate Blanchett became the first official actor to leave the crew. Duke gave her a commemorative gift, the Elven Queen's crown and white costume, as per their original agreement. However, he had prepared 2 sets of the Queen's costume. Chapter 359, The Crooked Tree. Chapter 359, Chapter 359, The Crooked Tree. "My dear, you don't look anything like Sauron now." In the manor at the foot of Victoria Mountain, hidden among the well-arranged trees, Cate Blanchett seemed somewhat dissatisfied. "I've been waiting for this moment for so long. I even put on makeup specially before coming." Her blonde hair and white dress made her resemble Queen Galadriel coming to Wellington. In contrast, Duke was just wearing a casual summer outfit. "Sorry, Kate." Duke walked over, embraced Blanchett from behind, and the two leaned against a long bench. "I tried Sauron's outfit, but it was too cumbersome. When I wore those things, I couldn't communicate deeply with you." As he spoke, Duke lowered his head and kissed her white earlobe. Both Duke and Blanchett were incredibly relaxed, free and easy in the woods. It was as if one of them was the true ruler of this golden forest, and the other was the most powerful being in Middle-earth. A few days ago, Duke had instructed the housekeeping company to specifically organize the forest, making it more in line with the atmosphere of Lothlorien. He had also given Tina and the few servants in the manor time off that morning, transforming the place into a private world where he and Cate Blanchett could do as they pleased. "Stop it, Sauron," No wonder Cate Blanchett was one of Australia's best actresses. She quickly got into character, breaking free from Duke's hands, turning to face him, and slowly retreating while saying, "This is the Golden Wood, not your Mordor." Her face tensed. "You have no power here. I'll expel you again like I did in Gorgoroth. What will you use to expel me?" Duke took step after step toward her. "My lady, Blanchett's voice suddenly changed. "Don't come any closer. Celeborn is nearby." "Is he?" Maybe Celeborn will enjoy the scene he sees next. As Duke was almost a foot away from Galadriel, Blanchett took another step back, leaning against a large tree. "I warn you, Sauron. I will expel you. Then use your methods." Duke stopped, his eyes meaningfully scanning her. "I'm curious to see how you'll expel me. I will conquer you." Blanchett's voice was full of power, and the face belonging to Queen Galadriel tightened even more. "You'll witness the most powerful side of the Noldor elves." With that, Blanchett suddenly reached out, pulling up her white satin dress. Her smooth hands and slender legs were displayed one by one before Duke's eyes. "Submit, Sauron." Blanchett's skirt was now at her waist. "My lady, although I would love to submit before your beautiful body." Duke stepped forward and pressed Galadriel against the thick tree trunk. "I think conquering the descendants of the Noldor elves would be more fulfilling. Celeborn won't let you off." Cate Blanchett twisted and turned, putting up a feigned resistance. Duke simply grabbed her hands and pressed them above her head. The strongest man and woman in Middle-earth began another intimate combat, seemingly determining who was stronger in this beautiful forest. From the start to now, Duke and Cate Blanchett's intentions were simple. They were drawn together by hormonal attraction, seeking the simplest pleasures and thrills. They never discussed anything else, and once in character, they always tangled and fought with lightning speed. Ong Lee once said that the core of Western society and culture was sex. Over the past 20 years, Duke had been deeply influenced by Western society, and Cate Blanchett was also a typical Western woman who could let go. The physical compatibility between them far surpassed the spiritual level. Perhaps because of this primitive drive that fueled their relationship, Duke found Cate Blanchett far more enticing than others, even comparing her favorably with his best former partners, Naomi Watts and Charlize Theron. So, when Cate Blanchett left Wellington and returned to Los Angeles, Duke simply had his private plane send her back directly. What Galadriel took away was not just Sauron's conquest, but also the mementos prepared for the actors by the crew. Others might believe that the Lord of the Rings trilogy, directed by Duke, would create brilliance, but only Duke knew that this series might become the most glorious moment of many actors' lives. Take Elijah Wood, for example. His baby face became synonymous with Frodo Baggins. After sending Cate Blanchett off, Duke led the crew to leave Wellington and arrived at the nearby small town of Brainy, preparing to film scenes for The Hobbit. The Hobbiton set, designed and constructed 2 years ago, was located near the town. To create a real Shire, Duke had instructed set designers a year before filming to plant various trees, flowers, and vegetables in front of the preset scenes, even building small bridges and other auxiliary landscapes. New Zealand, entering the hotter season in December, had seen all the plants grow lush, and the landscape captured on film was truly magical. However, there were some shortcomings. Duke walked around the Shire and Hobbiton, generally satisfied with the overall scene, but the only thing he wasn't happy with was the landscape near Bilbo Baggins' Bag End. When choosing the filming location, Duke had personally confirmed that the place where Bag End was built had an ancient crooked tree above it, just as described in the original work. Perhaps this tree was too old and had already passed its prime. Even in December, its leaves looked sparse. Stopping in front of Bag End, Duke looked up at the tree above and said to the head of the props team, "The leaves are too few. It will affect the filming effect." Bill thought for a moment and quickly suggested a solution. "We can use fake leaves and hang them on the branches." Soon, Bill brought in the relevant technicians for calculations, and the result was a shocking workload. The crooked tree was so old and slanted that the prop team needed to first secure it with steel cables and supports before starting the work with a lift. They would remove the withered leaves and attach artificial leaves to achieve Duke's desired effect, requiring around 250,000 artificial leaves and 10 people working for about a week to finish. Aside from this, The crew had rented an abandoned slaughterhouse building near the town to create the interior of Bag End, as well as 2 sets of Bag End. One was built according to Hobbit height, and the other was made for real humans, with all props being created in 2 sizes. Scenes without close-ups of Bilbo or Frodo, and those with Gandalf, were filmed in the smaller set with dwarf stand-ins and Ian McKellen, while scenes with just the hobbits were filmed in the larger set. For close-ups with Gandalf and either Bilbo or Frodo, it was the most challenging filming. However, technical problems were never a challenge for a Hollywood director like Duke. Using props and special shots, he could easily achieve the desired effects. For example, in Bag End, to make the 4-foot-tall Frodo Baggins appear shorter next to the 7-foot-tall wizard Gandalf, Duke had the Hobbit actor kneel while delivering his lines. At times, he would use a forced perspective technique, placing Ian McKellen close to the camera in the foreground on a higher platform, with Elijah Wood positioned further away on the ground, creating the visual illusion of a size difference. To make the forced perspective more realistic, Weta Workshop had specifically developed a system for Duke that included pulleys, platforms, and computer software. When the camera platform moved, the actor's platform would adjust accordingly, ensuring the correct visual ratio between Gandalf, 7 feet, and Frodo, 4 feet. The Hobbiton scenes were incredibly important. They were the true beginning of the trilogy, and if they couldn't captivate the audience, it would negatively affect the entire film. A good start is the key to a movie's success, and that's no exaggeration. Epic battle scenes would be created in the opening prologue with an alliance of elves and men. But no intense fighting would take place in Hobbiton. The beautiful landscape and the portrayal of the magical Shire were crucial not only for character development, but also for the film's atmosphere. For the landscape shots of the Shire, Duke shot them tirelessly, not only repeating the same angles, but also changing the camera positions. He was particularly skilled with wide-angle shots during sunrise and sunset, capturing countless takes. Of course, Duke was never opposed to using CGI technology. The shots filmed would be appropriately enhanced with CGI in post-production to ensure the best effect on the big screen. No matter the era, advanced technology eventually replaces outdated techniques, and the film industry inevitably embraces digital technology over traditional film. Not to mention, the much cheaper cost of digital technology made it easier for production companies and North American theater chains to promote it. After filming in Brainy for 10 days, the prop team finally finished creating the tree above Bag End. A successful movie could not overlook any detail, and though the crooked tree would only appear briefly on screen, Duke insisted on maintaining the highest standards for himself and the entire crew. He wasn't a perfectionist like James Cameron, but he never relaxed his demands on the crew. Chapter 360. The Purpose of Filming The Lord of the Rings. Chapter 360. Chapter 360. The Purpose of Filming The Lord of the Rings. Are you a reporter, miss? On the speeding taxi, the driver asked the blonde woman sitting in the back seat. Or perhaps you're an entertainment reporter from America, right? When did I become so famous? Or is it that I look like a reporter? Sarah took off her sunglasses and curiously asked, "How did you guess?" The taxi driver shrugged, turning onto a quiet road, and then said, "From your accent, you should be from North America. Right now, there are only 2 types of North Americans heading to Branham. One is the crew of The Lord of the Rings, and the other is entertainment reporters. The crew members are all picked up by designated people, but since you're taking a taxi, you must be a reporter." "Your observation is sharp," Sarah couldn't help but laugh. "You should consider a career change." "It's not my sharp observation. It's because I've seen too many entertainment reporters these past 2 weeks. Taxi drivers are usually good at small talk. Since yesterday, you're the 5th reporter I've taken to Branham." "Oh." Sarah became interested. "So many people have arrived there?" "Though I'm not very familiar with Hollywood, I do know that Duke Rosenberg is currently one of the best directors in the world." The driver casually said, "The Lord of the Rings trilogy has a total investment of $350 million, plus the fame of the original work. It's no surprise that so many of you are here." "Not surprising," Sarah nodded. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Do you often go to Branham?" "Of course," the driver said proudly. "I'm from Branham Town. This place has the best natural scenery in the world. Branham is the best tourist destination. Think about it. Duke Rosenberg chose to film the exterior shots of the Shire here. That says a lot. He then looked at Sarah through the rearview mirror and said mysteriously, I'll tell you a secret. Duke Rosenberg himself said that if the Lord of the Rings trilogy becomes a big hit, Branham will be known worldwide. Do you think the movie will succeed? Sarah asked. Definitely, the driver replied confidently. This is a work by Duke Rosenberg. It seems everyone is confident about him. Sarah muttered to herself, thinking about the purpose of her trip, and then asked, Do you have any new information about the crew? Seeing that the driver was focused on driving, seemingly unaware of her question, Sarah had no choice but to add, If you have any information I might be interested in. She raised an eyebrow at the rearview mirror. The driver understood and, in just a few words, quickly shared a few pieces of valuable news. They say, for filming, the crew has attached 250,000 fake leaves to one tree. Every evening, the director takes his 2 female assistants for a walk on Crown Street. I heard that the new assistant, the one who just arrived, is supposedly the daughter of some billionaire. Taking out a notebook, Sarah recorded everything the driver said, feeling more and more excited about her trip. It's difficult for other reporters to meet Duke Rosenberg, but she had made arrangements with the Duke Studios beforehand, so she hoped to uncover some exclusive stories. As a sharp-nosed entertainment reporter, Sarah had noticed that Hollywood was quietly changing in recent years. Especially on the internet, where news spreads quickly, directors were becoming like superstars, even gaining fans, some of whom were as passionate as fanatics. James Cameron and Duke Rosenberg were undoubtedly among the top, with the latter even setting up a personal website. No one could say for sure how much impact that website had on the success of The Matrix, but one thing was certain in the industry. The summer hit The Blair Witch Project had borrowed viral marketing strategies from The Matrix. This horror film, with a production budget of only $100,000 but a marketing budget of $25 million, became a huge success, and it was recognized as the greatest winner from learning The Matrix's marketing strategies. Sarah even believed that without The Matrix's marketing lessons, The Blair Witch Project wouldn't have achieved such success. It's a shame for those 2 directors. Sighing softly, Sarah, as an entertainment reporter, knew very well that these 2 directors would gain very little from this. In terms of profit sharing, they were getting next to nothing. This was understandable. If they hadn't sold the film rights to Lionsgate, why would Lionsgate invest millions in promoting such a film? Hollywood's big companies were not charities. Perhaps those 2 directors were now famous, but Sarah wasn't optimistic about their future. This type of movie, built on marketing tricks and large promotional budgets, had already tarnished their future credibility. Their future films would inevitably be compared to The Blair Witch Project in terms of quality. Though these 2 directors were being hyped by the gossip media as rising stars like Duke Rosenberg, Sarah was certain that, unless a miracle occurred, their future would be limited. How many great directors became famous by relying on these gimmicks? And how many directors who achieved fame through such tricks had a promising future? With a disdainful snort, Sarah reached the crew's base and quickly contacted the press officer. Thanks to her recommendation from Duke Studios, she didn't have to work hard to get in. She walked into the Lord of the Rings filming location amidst the envious gazes of nearly 100 colleagues. Once inside the set, Sarah followed the unspoken agreement between the crew and reporters. She didn't take any photos, only observing with her eyes, writing down everything that seemed valuable, which would later be turned into enticing entertainment news. Walking towards the set's perimeter, Sarah was asked to stop as filming was underway. She found a slightly higher spot and tried to look, searching for her target interviewee. Soon, she saw the director, with short,